a tale of transmigration into the role of a malicious female antagonist, endowed with a system that strengthens her through sarcasm. Initially, it was merely a routine of daily quips to garner awards while adeptly portraying a wicked second female lead and seamlessly completing the narrative. Little did she expect that the male protagonists would embark on their own quests, causing their character arcs to unravel and the plot to spiral out of control. Yi Qingwan. Tonight, I shall be publicly jilted. How exhilarating. I must perform splendidly. Male lead. What jilt? I am here to claim my bride. Yi Qingwan. Chapter 1. Transmigration, Strength Through Sarcasm. Old Geo. Go to hell. A piercing laugh echoed through the air. In an instant, a sharp arrow soared towards the heart of the ninth prince, and Yi Qingwan felt a surge of delight. This was fortuitous. She leapt forward, positioning herself before the ninth prince, the arrow embedding itself in her heart, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood in agony. Yi Qingwan. The ninth prince, both astonished and terrified, caught her. Yi Qingwan, with great difficulty, reached out to caress his cheek. Brother Mu Yun, in this lifetime, I have no regrets. In the next life, in the next life. Before she could finish, her breath ceased. The next life? I shall never have another life with you. We shall never meet again in countless lifetimes. Ha ha ha, I have finally perished. The curtain has fallen. Ancestors, I have finally returned. Indeed, she had previously traversed into a mindless ancient romantic novel, becoming a villainous female sycophant within its pages. Living for the male lead, dying for the male lead, slaying all for the male lead, the ultimate female sycophant. I shall deem her the pinnacle of the sycophant realm. Ugh. As she opened her eyes once more, she could hardly contain her eagerness to spring up. Oh yay, I'm back. Let's indulge in barbecued beer and crawfish. However, upon pushing open the door, she stood there dumbfounded. This door, this courtyard, is it not the Prime Minister's residence from the novel? What the hell, system? Why am I still within the novel? Did you not promise that if I performed until the conclusion, I could return to reality? Apologies, host, but your demise in the original ending was incorrect. According to the source material, you were meant to be slain by the female lead. Hence, this mission has failed. Please restart. Yi Qingwan. Are you burning paper to appease the dead? You never specified that I couldn't die in this manner. System. You never inquired. Yi Qingwan. Why not rise with the wind, soaring to great heights? Yi Qingwan greeted the system with a metaphorical household registration book. The original novel is titled A Sleep Marriage, Prince, Take It Easy. Just from the title, one could feel the urge to awkwardly scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. The plot trajectory depicts the female lead as a naive and kind-hearted Cinderella who, by a twist of fate, encounters the initially powerless yet scheming ninth prince. The charmingly roguish ninth prince is moved by her innocence and virtue, and for her sake, he dares to offend the then powerful chancellor, breaking off his engagement with the female antagonist, thus setting off a chain of events. As for Yi Qingwan, she naturally embodies the malicious second female lead, who is publicly jilted. In any case, she is the one whom all the men adore, clamoring to marry her, while all the women despise her, repeatedly plotting her demise. Ultimately, the female lead redeems everything through love, aiding the male lead in ascending to the throne and achieving a happily ever after. A quintessential tale of a foolishly sweet protagonist's rise to glory. Such a trashy and mindless novel, and I am expected to perform in it once more? You might as well bury me alive, system. Shall I take my leave? Yi Qingwan remained unfazed. Then be gone. You depart first, and I shall leap from here afterward. Let us all cease to exist. System. If you wish to engage in such idle chatter, then I shall not take my leave. Shall I grant you a golden finger, and have you perform once more? A golden finger? Is it akin to a cheat? Yi Qingwan's expression transformed in an instant. That is not entirely out of the question. System. Do I sense that she is portraying me? Expressing your grievances will enhance your strength. Yi Qingwan furrowed her brow. What do you mean? It is quite literal. You currently inhabit the realm of a novel. Each day you experience, and every action you undertake contributes to the narrative. Thus, by merely registering your complaints daily, you shall reap various rewards. The rewards are quite substantial indeed. Yi Qingwan mused internally. Do you think I believe this? However, this cheat is rather simplistic, is it not? It is as if they are feeding her with a silver spoon. Such a melodramatic novel, one could easily find a line to grumble about for an entire day. Finally, Yi Qingwan felt a sense of satisfaction. With this cheat in her possession, the prospect of willingly sacrificing herself only to be unceremoniously cast off a carriage by the ninth prince was not entirely unacceptable. Nonetheless, it was still quite distasteful. She longed to sing a lament. Why is it always I who suffers? After indulging in a brief moment of melancholic reflection, she was ushered by her maidservant to freshen up, before departing for the Royal Academy of Letters. As the legitimate daughter of the sitting chancellor, she was a prized jewel, groomed since childhood to become the future empress. mastering the arts of music, chess, literature, and martial skills with utmost diligence. Alas, she was blinded by folly, having set her affections upon the ninth prince, who appeared to wield no power, yet secretly stirred the currents of the world. The instructor at the Royal Academy was none other than the Grand Tutor of the realm, youthful yet holding a position among the three highest offices. He was a formidable character. Resolute in his judgments and ruthless in his methods, he was one of the few capable of standing against the chancellor in the current court. Qingwan arrived first at the academy, with the Grand Tutor and other princes and princesses yet to arrive, and thus she leaned upon the table, contemplating the meaning of life, while casually critiquing the narrative. After class, I must actively offer myself to the ninth prince only to be scorned and publicly cast from the carriage. This has happened 800 times already, and it seems endless. Utterly exasperating. What merits does he possess? Aside from his handsome visage, towering stature, and slightly elevated martial prowess, what else is there to admire? There are countless handsome men in the world. If this one does not suffice, we may simply seek another. Why must we stubbornly cling to this one tree? Even if we must, one could at least choose a tree of sandalwood, something more precious. Why succumb to hanging from that gnarled tree? Such folly. What lessons are we to cover today? Surely the Grand Tutor will not teach the Analects again? He is scarcely in his 20s, if that, in the prime of his youth, strikingly handsome, perhaps even possessing a chiseled eight-pack. How is it that he prattles on about ancient texts, shaking his head as if he were an octogenarian? Moreover, his cunning and ruthless persona are utterly incongruent. Do you not agree? Such a demeanor would hardly ensnare an innocent young maiden. It is no wonder his contemporaries have all found partners while he remains a solitary figure. Cunning yet rigid. After her tirade, she felt a portion of her pent-up frustrations dissipate. Little did she know, her remarks were concurrently transmitted to the eyes of many men. Qingwan's critique, 6 glaring characters emblazoned in bold, each as large as a fist, set against a crimson backdrop, as if to ensure no one could overlook them. The Grand Tutor stared at the suddenly materialized subtitles, his brows knitting tightly. Offering oneself only to be rejected? The ninth prince's beauty? Such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was the portrayal of me as rigid and cunning. Lu Sheng glanced down at the Analects in his grasp, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he found himself at a loss. At that moment, the subtitles were updated once more. Pray tell, does he truly possess an eight-pack? I wager a spicy strip that he does, for I have heard whispers of his commendable martial skills. When next he changes attire, I shall discreetly observe. Lu Sheng's hand instinctively covered his abdomen, momentarily unable to comprehend the audacity. How brazen! How dare they openly lust after my form? Yet, what on earth is the meaning of these subtitles? Could it be that someone is deliberately playing a trick on me? Chapter 2. The first episode has already collapsed. Jing. Check-in successful. Reward. 2 skill points, 2 beauty points, and 100 taels of gold. Skill points can be exchanged for martial arts manuals, internal cultivation techniques, lightness skills, poison-making skills, disguise techniques, and Persian heart-stealing techniques, each requiring 2 skill points. Beauty points can be exchanged for facial features, detailed, measurements, detailed, height, weight, and temperament, each requiring 2 beauty points. As for the 100 taels of gold, Qingwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was just what she needed. She had long wished to visit the Yihong Tower, but alas, lacked the funds. Though she was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister as a woman, her sources of wealth were limited to 2, gifts from her father or other individuals of higher status, and the monthly allowance from the Prime Minister's residence, which amounted to 10 taels of silver, a considerable sum, yet insufficient to cover her extravagant expenses. Each month, she faced a deficit. How fortunate this windfall was. After some contemplation, Qingwan decided to exchange for an internal cultivation technique, the Golden Bell Shield, which would prove useful in the next episode when she was kicked. As for the beauty points, she would allocate them to her facial features. Even if she had to play the role of a vicious supporting character, she would be the most beautiful one. With everything prepared, she simply needed to follow the storyline, and there shouldn't be any significant issues. Just as she was lost in thought, the Grand Tutor clad in dark robes made his entrance, holding not the Analects, but surprisingly, the West Chamber. The Royal Academy was teaching the West Chamber? Was the Grand Tutor having an off day? She looked up, and the Grand Tutor was gazing at her as well. Their eyes met, and inexplicably, her heart began to race violently. At that moment, the Grand Tutor approached her. Qingwan was so startled that she hardly dared to breathe. Oh no, does he know something? That can't be, the plot has only just begun. Grand Tutor. Qingwan greeted him, while Lu Qing took a moment to scrutinize her, perplexed. Was she feeling guilty? Could it be that she was playing a prank on him? But would anyone truly prank someone in such a manner? That would be too foolish. Let us see how this unfolds. Lu Cheng feigned nonchalance as he returned to the lecture podium. The moment he turned away, Yi Qingwan stuck out her tongue and began to vent her frustrations. That scheming grand tutor, what nonsense is he up to? He nearly scared me to death. I thought he knew something. If he really knew this was a fictional world, the plot would have collapsed from the start, and I would have an even harder time returning. How frustrating. Just as her complaints faded, subtitles appeared once more on the pages of the book Lu Cheng held. A fictional world? What could that possibly be? Could it be a tale?
So,
the world he inhabited was actually Lu Cheng was so frightened that he instinctively pushed the book away.
impossible. Je Qingwan jumped in surprise.
Noticing the deep furrow in his brow and the grim expression on his face, and she couldn't help but secretly inquire with the attendant, "What is wrong with the grand tutor today?" The attendant had long since knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Indeed. The heartless grand tutor had frightened this attendant into silence. Just as she finished her remark, she caught the grand tutor casting her a disapproving glance, prompting her to feign indifference and lower her head. At this moment, Lu Cheng's mind was in turmoil. The world he occupied was merely a story, and he was nothing but a character within it. As the esteemed grand tutor of the realm, ranked among the 3 dukes, a young and talented man brimming with ambition, how could he accept that he was merely a pawn in someone else's narrative?
Impossible.
This must be a prank by Yi Qingwan, deliberately tormenting him. Just wait until class ends. He would certainly deal with her. Yi Qingwan felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze, but fortunately, other princes and princesses began to arrive, alleviating the tension. If only that blind 9th prince hadn't shown up. Speaking of which, when the blind 9th prince passed by her, he inexplicably shot her a glance. Yi Qingwan was left baffled. What was going on? Why was everyone acting so strangely today? Thankfully, once class officially began, everyone quickly returned to normal. After enduring the class, she dashed out ahead of everyone else. She had to intercept the 9th prince at the palace gates and confess her feelings publicly. This scene was crucial, marking the first interaction between the protagonists, and it was pivotal for her chance to return. She needed to perform it flawlessly. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, as most of the other royals departed, that insufferable 9th prince finally strolled out leisurely, indeed exuding grace, as he conversed with the grand tutor.
Je Qingwan roulette Harrius.
He was pretending to be such a model student when he usually ran faster than anyone else. The grand tutor, Lu Cheng, was engrossed in his conversation with the 9th prince when he spotted Yi Qingwan, and his expression darkened instantly, beckoning her over. Yi Qingwan thought, what now? Class is over. There's no need for extra time. Besides, his presence would hinder my chances of being kicked by the 9th prince. She quietly drew out her 40-meter-long sword. Lu Cheng suddenly asked her, Yi Qingwan, do you have anything to confess to me? Yi Qingwan was utterly bewildered. Confess what? Did I sneak a peek while you were bathing? After some thought, she cautiously replied, Grand Tutor, I have already completed yesterday's assignment. Lu Cheng frowned, still pretending. He might as well expose her. Then explain to me what this novel means. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were, that's quite diligent. A teachable child indeed. As soon as he spoke, Lu Cheng himself was taken aback. That was not what he intended to say. Could it be that these matters should not be disclosed? So, it was not a prank. It truly was a fictional world? Then, why could he hear Yi Qingwan's thoughts? Lu Cheng's features twisted in confusion, his expression dark and brooding, causing Yi Qingwan's heart to race. What was wrong with this grand tutor today? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Never mind, she thought, ignoring him. Her confession was the priority. Seeing the 9th prince about to board his carriage, Yi Qingwan dashed over, calling out, Brother Mu Yun, wait for me. To her surprise, upon hearing her voice, the 9th prince immediately urged his companion, the 10th prince, quickly, let us go. The 10th prince, being the 9th prince's full-blooded brother, was deeply devoted to him. 9th brother, Missy is calling you. You should at least acknowledge her. After all, we may need the influence of the Prime Minister's residence in the future. The 10th prince, as the 9th prince's brother, was always looking out for him, managing affairs with utmost care, and was quite shrewd. After all, the current emperor had over a dozen sons, and the 9th prince was merely one of the less favored ones, overshadowed by the eldest son born of the empress and the youngest favored by the 6 palace consorts. The 9th prince was merely a son of a concubine who had no status, relying on neither his father nor his mother, and thus could only depend on himself. Therefore, to survive the cutthroat struggle for the throne, he needed to leverage the influence of others, like that of the current prime minister. However, the 9th prince was resolute in his decision to leave. Fortunately, Yi Qingwan was quick on her feet and managed to grab the hem of his garment. "Brother Mu Yun, wait for me. I want to ride back in the same carriage as you." This scene caught the attention of passers-by and the remaining princes and princesses, who paused their departures to witness. This Yi Qingwan was completely unreserved. Clearly, the ninth prince had no interest in her, yet she clung to him relentlessly. How shameless! After all, she was the daughter of the prime minister's household, capable of becoming empress. Why would she lower her own worth? As the crowd murmured, the more they discussed her, the more exhilarated Yi Qingwan felt. This was free publicity for her. "I have business to attend to today." With that, he slipped into the carriage. Yi Qingwan certainly wouldn't he let him leave so easily, asserting, "I won't take up much of your time. Just kick me once, and I'll be on my way." Without hesitation, she lifted the curtain and leaped inside, boldly declaring, "Brother Mu Yun, I like you. You must have me." Chapter 3. The male protagonist began to unravel as daring and scandalous words reverberated throughout the palace gates, leaving not only the onlookers in stunned silence, but also the ninth prince, Nangong Muyun, utterly astonished. Even Lu Sheng, who had just overheard her complaints, would have been deceived by her performance had he not been forewarned. Yet, even with the knowledge of her charade, Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "How audacious!" To utter such words with such ease, displaying both flexibility and boldness, she is indeed a remarkable character. Observing her from a distance, a mischievous smile crept upon Lu Sheng's lips. At this moment, Nangong Muyun likely believed that Yi Qingwan had fallen for him. However, what was Yi Qingwan truly scheming? She harbored no affection for Nangong Muyun, yet insisted on projecting an image of unwavering devotion, making her feelings widely known. To proclaim, "Take me," in public such brazen words, she was indeed debasing herself. What was her intent? Could this be the content of the story she spoke of? Was the narrative unfolding as she envisioned, necessitating her performance? With this thought, Lu Sheng grew increasingly curious about the nature of the world he inhabited, pondering the role he played within this unfolding tale. How would the grand power dynamics of the court evolve? It was truly intriguing. He found himself no longer wishing to expose Yi Qingwan but rather anticipated her next narrative twist as an eager spectator. Confronted by Yi Qingwan's bold declaration of devotion, Nangong Muyun was momentarily taken aback, hastily prying her hands from his legs, his tone laced with reprimand. "You are being outrageous." The expression on his face, pure and innocent, almost made Yi Qingwan burst into laughter. Behold, this is the male lead, aloof, handsome, and afflicted with a disdain for women, allergic to all but the female protagonist. This was precisely the state he needed to maintain, and Yi Qingwan silently encouraged him. "Brother Muyun, I genuinely adore you. I beseech you," she implored, beginning to loosen her garments, muttering under her breath about the tardiness of the female lead. "I have already removed my clothing. If she does not arrive soon, I shall have no way to conclude this farce." Just as she grappled with this predicament, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "My lord, is it the case that this humble girl has arrived late?" A modestly clad maiden entered, her simplicity surpassing even that of the second-tier maidservants of the residence. Yet her beauty was undeniable, her demeanor timid and resembling that of an abandoned kitten, evoking sympathy. Upon seeing her, Yi Qingwan was as elated as if she had encountered the Bodhisattva, nearly moved to tears. "At last, the female lead has arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been left in a most embarrassing predicament." Yet, outwardly, she feigned indignation at the disruption. "Who are you, and why are you in my brother Muyun's carriage?" "Xia Xuejian, the third miss of the Xia family, your future princess," the girl responded. "Princess?" The scene was laid bare as the carriage curtain had been lifted, and everyone present exchanged glances, turning their heads towards the recently emerged minister. Even the colleagues accompanying the minister took a cautious step back, distancing themselves from him. Yi Qingwan was the sole daughter of the minister, and it was well known that he intended to marry her to the ninth prince.
Now,
With the ninth prince behaving in such a manner, was he not intentionally embarrassing the minister? Only Lu Sheng, pulling a handful of peanuts from his pocket, mused that a drink would have made this moment even more enjoyable. The emergence of another princess? The ninth prince was clearly challenging the authority of the minister. An insignificant prince publicly humiliating a powerful chancellor? How amusing! As anticipated, the minister's lips twitched, a mixture of amusement, indifference, and mockery evident in his gaze fixed upon Nangong Muyun. Ninth prince, how impressive! The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence, and the 10th prince, pale with fright, quickly offered apologies. "Minister, Miss Yi, please do not be angered. There must be some misunderstanding." Yi Qingwan, feigning distress, turned to her father, disheveled and weeping in public. "Father, you must stand up for your daughter." The minister, pained by the sight of his beloved daughter, hurried to comfort her. "Do not fear, my dear. I shall advocate for you. Please step down." Qingwan replied, "As long as you support me, I shall step down. However, I await the 9th prince's kick." Observing her reluctance to move, the minister, though frustrated, redirected his ire towards others, glaring at the 10th prince. "Misunderstanding? Pray tell, 10th prince, what misunderstanding could there be?" The 10th prince opened his mouth to explain, but the suddenness of the event left him at a loss, only managing to gesture towards his 9th brother and whisper, "9th brother, why are you just standing there? Quickly explain." Yet, Nangong Muyun merely cast a cool glance in his direction, remaining aloof and silent. It was Xia Xuejian who then stepped forward, prostrating herself on the ground without hesitation. "Minister, please forgive me. This matter has nothing to do with the 9th prince. It is entirely my fault." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her sobs so pitiful that onlookers might believe she was the one being jilted. Her demeanor placed the minister in a precarious position, unable to move forward or back. Should he pursue accountability, she might very well harm herself at the palace gates, thereby spreading word that he, the minister, had bullied a lowly 5th-rank official's daughter. Yet, if he refrained from reprimanding her, his precious daughter would have suffered in vain. While the commotion outside raged, Qingwan appeared to weep quietly, yet beneath the surface, she was tapping her foot, reveling in the spectacle. Once the tumult had subsided, she swiftly altered her demeanor, leaping up to point an accusatory finger at Xia Xuejian. "Xia Xuejian, cease your pathetic act. You, a mere 5th-rank official's daughter, dare to challenge me in my presence? I see that your Xia family no longer values their lives." After delivering her retort, she seized the 9th prince's sleeve, demanding, "Brother Muyun, your coldness towards me these past days is due to Xia Xuejian, is it not? As the legitimate daughter of the minister in terms of family background, beauty, and talent, how can I possibly be inferior to her, a mere 5th-rank official's daughter?" Seeing Nangong Muyun unmoved, she shifted to a more vulnerable stance, feigning innocence. "Brother Muyun, I have been enamored with you since childhood. All my thoughts and actions are for you. Is it that I have not measured up in some way?"
"Speak."
"And I shall amend my ways," she pleaded, dramatically pinching her own stomach, tears streaming down her face as she wept inconsolably, portraying a picture of heartbreak. The minister, witnessing his daughter so willingly debasing herself, stamped his foot in frustration, torn between anger and compassion. His beloved daughter, who he had never wished to see shed a single tear, was now reduced to this. Nangong Muyun mused inwardly, how absurd, a palace maid's offspring. Were it not for your unwavering affection, my feet would never have crossed the threshold of the minister's estate, much less support you as the crown prince. He gazed down at Qingwan, who clung to his sleeve, weeping with complexity in his eyes. "I have not said you are lacking. Then do you like me?" "For now, not particularly." Before he could finish his sentence, Qingwan escalated her cries, "Then it must be that I am insufficient. I am unworthy of Brother Muyun." Crafting an image of desperation that was strikingly vivid, Lu Shang's lips twitched. Even having foreseen the unfolding drama, he was on the verge of being moved by her fervor. This woman truly possessed the talent for performance. He began to question his own existence, wondering if the enchanting women surrounding him were merely playing their own roles. Qingwan continued to weep, awaiting the moment when the 9th prince would finally kick her off the carriage, taking Xia Xuejian with him, thus propelling the narrative forward. However, she found herself waiting in vain, as the infuriating 9th prince remained motionless. "Would you not make a move?"
Yeving van Fumet.
"Miss Yi, it is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have argued with the 9th prince. I shall take my leave now." Xia Xuejian suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Qingwan was instantly invigorated. "Miss Xia, as expected of the female lead, you timely advanced the plot. Indeed, men are utterly unreliable." Qingwan glared fiercely at her. "Xia Shui, you are indeed to blame. It is because of you that Brother Mu Yun does not favor me. I shall kill you." With that, she drew the sword of the 9th prince and lunged forward. Chapter 4. Astonishingly, the male lead cannot overpower me. Qingwan aimed directly at Xia Shui's heart and thrust the sword forward. Simultaneously, she summoned her inner strength from her dantian, enveloped in a faint, imperceptible golden glow, forming a protective barrier. This was to prevent any injuries during the impending conflict. Although it was merely a performance, pain was still pain. According to the original novel's plot, as Qingwan attempted to slay her, the 9th prince would timely intervene, even injuring Qingwan in the process. Indeed, just as she brandished her sword. The ninth prince swiftly blocked her, delivering a firm strike to her shoulder. Why are you resorting to violence? Use your feet instead. Don't be afraid of hurting me. Come on, kick me. Never mind, as long as I can be thrown out, it should suffice, right? Does it matter whether I use my hands or feet? Not at all. Moreover, he prefers using his hands over his feet. Can I be blamed for that? Certainly not. Qingwan had already lowered her expectations, closing her eyes and bracing herself for his strike to send her flying. However, contrary to her anticipation, instead of being hurled away, the ninth prince stumbled and plopped back down into the carriage. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Their gazes locked. Both were astonished, regarding each other with incredulous expressions. Qingwan's eyes twitched. How embarrassing. He cannot overpower me. What to do? Her mind raced as she realized the performance was on the verge of collapsing. Resolutely, she grasped his foot and forcefully pressed it against her abdomen. Then, in conjunction with her inner strength, she fell backward, tumbling off the carriage, rolling several times before crawling beside it, weeping and crying out for Brother Muyan not to abandon her, all while appearing as disheveled as possible. The onlookers, having likely never witnessed such a tenacious display, were momentarily dumbfounded, taken aback by how a lady could forsake her reputation so completely. They likely thought, who would have imagined that the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister would demean herself in such a manner? The Prime Minister, known for his sagacity, had raised a daughter so shameless, it was indeed a lifelong embarrassment. Qingwan listened intently to their murmurs, finally breathing a sigh of relief. This performance was exceedingly challenging, compounded by the fear that the male lead might be unable to overpower her. Now, she merely awaited the ninth prince to grandly escort Xia Shui away, signaling the end of this act. Just then, Nangong Muyan leaped from the carriage. "Miss Yi, are you all right?" Qingwan, still dazed, stared at him blankly, even forgetting to cry. "Miss Yi, I apologize. I should not have embarrassed you in public. Although I do not yet harbor feelings for you. My relationship with Miss Xia is minimal. I merely rescued her from a startled carriage on the way here. After hearing of my plight, she agreed to help me by pretending to be my future princess. If there is nothing else, I shall take Miss Xia home." With that, he entrusted the injured Qingwan to a maid and departed with Xia Shui. Qingwan watched his retreating figure, utterly perplexed. Why was he explaining himself to her? He is the aloof, disinterested male lead, addressing a character he utterly despises? This character's integrity is crumbling. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this scene had to have succeeded, right? She had publicly offered herself, faced rejection, and had even been cast aside. Everything aligned perfectly. System, would you agree? System, if you say so, then it is so. While Qingwan diligently performed her role, Lu Sheng watched with great amusement, unable to resist snacking on peanuts. This narrative was far more captivating than anything they could have scripted themselves. Especially Qingwan, who, while clearly exasperated, still had to cooperate with the lead's performance. How tragic. The situation had turned quite embarrassing. The Prime Minister's dignity was at stake. And he shot a glare at the 10th Master. "It seems my residence has been deemed too lofty. In the future, the two princes need not visit my estate." The 10th Master, reluctant to part with such a significant ally, could only apologize while glancing at the departing 9th Prince. "My lord, I am truly sorry. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved." He attempted to salvage his reputation. However, it must be noted that my 9th brother does seem to hold Miss Yi in high regard. "My lord," the 10th Master interjected, "I believe you noticed that 9th Prince has shown considerable concern for Miss Yi. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to interact freely, rather than having their marriage arranged by others?" Lu Sheng, observing the 10th Master's intent to summon the 9th Prince back for assistance, could not help but interject. Qingwan had stated that according to the plot, she must publicly offer herself to be rejected, or it would disrupt the subsequent developments. He was eager to see how the story would unfold. This assistance was commendable. Qingwan nearly gave him a thumbs up. Truly, as the esteemed Grand Tutor, his intervention was impeccable. As Qingwan exhaled in relief, she could not shake her unease regarding the 9th Prince. From the moment he appeared in the academy, something felt amiss. According to the original storyline, they had no interactions there, and upon arriving at the palace gates, Qingwan would publicly offer herself only to be ruthlessly rejected, with him proclaiming his affections for the female lead. Subsequently, Qingwan would create a scene at the palace gates, attempting to draw her sword against the female lead, only to be severely injured by the male lead, despondently watching him depart with the female lead, who he had never even glanced at. This incident spread quickly, rendering Yi Qingwan and her family the laughingstock of the entire capital. Yet now, everything seemed awry. The male lead's character had completely unraveled, yet the ending still matched perfectly. So was it right or was it wrong? Yi Qingwan was equally bewildered but pressed on. Father, do not blame Brother Mu Yun. It is all my fault. I have been too willful. Miss Yi is truly understanding, the 10th master said, wiping the sweat from his brow. I will be obedient in the future, and will not cause any trouble for father or Brother Mu Yun. Seeing his daughter so self-effacing, the Prime Minister felt a mix of pride and sorrow. He was pleased that she finally grasped the importance of the broader picture, refraining from her usual impulsive behavior. Had she acted in accordance with her typical temperament, she would have already set fire to the Xia residence. After concluding her speech, Yi Qingwan returned to her carriage, swaying gently as she made her way home. Upon arrival, she could not help but open the commentary panel. Finally finished performing, I am utterly exhausted. By the way, that 9th prince is truly useless. He couldn't even overpower a weak girl like me. I'm fortunate I didn't use my full strength at the outset. Otherwise, I might have been the first female supporting character to kill the male lead. Speaking of which, I must sincerely thank Lu Sheng, that scheming grand tutor. Without him, this situation might not have concluded so smoothly. I wonder what the author was thinking. The 9th prince's character is truly perplexing, aloof and handsome, cunning and ruthless. Yet his recent behavior suggests he has been utterly outsmarted, daring to embarrass the sitting prime minister for a woman. Such foolishness, in a true palace intrigue. He wouldn't survive 2 episodes. They should be arriving at Chuanshu Bridge by now. I wonder where the startled horse came from. Charging toward the female lead in the dead of night. The female lead truly is incompetent. She can't seem to do anything right. And when she clearly had time to evade, she chooses to stand there, waiting for the male lead to save her, only to end up twirling in the air together. Then the male lead gets injured, and she is moved to tears, offering herself in gratitude. What a laugh. Wouldn't a normal person question where the horse came from at such an hour? Moreover, if she could have evaded, why wait for someone to rescue her? Such a cliché plot, devoid of any logic. Chapter 5. The female protagonist wept, but what concern was it of mine? Having finished my grievances, I discovered that the system offered no rewards. It appears that not every complaint yields a reward. Perhaps it is limited to once a day. Yi Qingwan closed the complaint panel, pondering the forthcoming plot. Lost in thought, she suddenly sat upright on her bed, as if she had stumbled upon a BNG. As a mere supporting character, her lines were few. Thus, what was she to do during the intervals not covered by the narrative? Did this imply that she could engage in any activity, provided it did not disrupt the main storyline? Without delay, Yi Qingwan donned a set of male attire, pocketed the gold she had acquired that day, and stealthily slipped out the back door. Before long, she found herself reclining in a comfortable armchair at Yihong Tower, surrounded by a throng of beautiful courtesans. Some were kneading her legs, others massaging her shoulders, while a few sang and danced, providing an all-encompassing service. Young master, have a grape. Yi Qingwan opened her mouth and swallowed the peeled grape, affectionately pinching the cheek of the serving girl. Sweetheart, you are truly obedient. Indulging in food and drink, she remained blissfully unaware that at this very moment, Nangong Muyun stood on Chuanshu Bridge, seething as he spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Yi Qingwan, you take delight in berating this king, do you? Watching the gradually dimming subtitles before him, Nangong Muyun gritted his teeth in frustration. Long before heading to the academy, this peculiar subtitle had first appeared. Initially, he dismissed it as a prank. But as the events of the night unfolded, the veracity of those words compelled him to question whether he was indeed just a character in Yi Qingwan's narrative. Especially during his interactions with her, he could palpably sense her performance. Though she acted convincingly, a closer observation revealed that everything remained superficial, devoid of sincerity. All her affections toward him were but a facade. This woman was utterly detestable. As Nangong Muyun contemplated this, the sudden sound of galloping hooves drew his attention. He looked up to see a startled wild horse barreling towards Xia Xuejian, who stood obliviously in its path. Miss, be careful, her maid cried out in terror. Though the horse was still some distance away, she remained frozen, watching as it closed the gap without making any attempt to evade. His instinct urged him to intervene. Yet recalling Yi Qingwan's words, he halted abruptly. He was eager to witness whether she would escape unscathed if he did not act. Miss, the maid shouted desperately. Yet Xia Xuejian remained motionless, showing no intention to save herself. His conviction in Yi Qingwan's assertion solidified, and he leaned back with a sense of resignation. Just as the rampaging horse was about to collide with her, Xia Xuejian suddenly lunged forward, rolling away just in time. Witnessing this, Nangong Muyun's lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, she managed to evade. Now on the ground, Xia Xuejian bore numerous abrasions, while her maid and concerned bystanders rushed to her side, and she feigned both pain and resilience. He watched impassively as she sat there, looking pitiful. Whether he felt sympathy was uncertain, but he was compelled to expose her facade. Miss Xia, cease this charade. We are merely characters in someone else's tale. Yet, as the words left his mouth, they transformed into, Miss Xia, are you alright? Nangong Muyun. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue had inexplicably changed. With a complex gaze, he realized that the events in this realm were likely mostly genuine, and it was precisely because of this truth that it was deemed inappropriate to disclose such information. He let out a barely audible sigh, and the subtitle reappeared before him. Ninth Prince, am I truly so useless? I cannot even protect myself. All I do is cry. No wonder everyone dislikes me. Even my father considers me a burden. Throughout my life, everyone has deemed me ineffectual. No one wishes to befriend me, save for the Ninth Prince, who does not shun me. Ugh, I feel nauseous. Aunt Hong.
Please pour me a drink. Ontong?
Nangong Muyun frowned. Which Aunt Hong was this? Moreover, what did this have to do with her? Before he could ponder further, Xia Xuejian recounted the very subtitles he had just seen. Observing her seemingly heartfelt demeanor, he found himself momentarily nauseated, perhaps influenced by Yi Qingwan's earlier complaints. Was it conceivable that he could develop feelings for such a timid and ineffectual woman, one who only cried? The image of her confessing in his embrace, tears streaming down her face, made him shudder involuntarily.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
As the esteemed Ninth Prince of Diu, he had fought for survival amidst the treacherous palace for over a decade, treading upon countless corpses, only to pacify a weeping woman each day. Even if this were merely a narrative, even if he were a predetermined character, he would not be subject to manipulation. He would live according to his own desires.
Wei.
Escort Miss Xia back. Xia Xuejian was momentarily taken aback, her tears forgotten. Ninth Prince, she stammered. Nangong Muyun turned to regard her without even bothering to face her fully, his demeanor radiating indifference. Xia Xuejian opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Just a moment ago, he had been attentive and gentle. How could his demeanor change so abruptly? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed without looking back. That, he. The Ninth Prince truly found her repugnant, and Xia Xuejian burst into tears. On the balcony by the bridge, Lu Sheng, who had been observing the spectacle, was so startled by her wail that he spat out his tea. Ha ha ha. So this world is so amusing. How had I never realized it before? My lord, what are you saying? Lu Sheng's personal attendant inquired, bewildered. Nothing. I've just discovered something quite entertaining. Lu Sheng's laughter faded, his gaze gradually turning cold. And one more thing, an exceedingly interesting person.
Ah?
The attendant was confused. Does my lord have someone in mind? Someone in mind? Lu Sheng mused, unable to articulate precisely. He merely felt she was intriguing. She possessed knowledge of everyone's fates and the unfolding of events, akin to a deity. Yet she was not the protagonist and had to sacrifice herself for the main character. Could she truly be content with such a role? He was genuinely curious. As the plot progressed, would she willingly continue to play the part of a scapegoat? Sure who? Return to the residence and select some exquisite jewelry and fabrics to send to Miss Yi. Especially after having experienced the privileges reserved for the protagonist. Would she still choose to remain in the shadows? Lu Sheng suddenly felt exhilarated, akin to a wolf that had gone days without food, now fixated on a plump prey. Inching closer to ensnare it. As Nangong Muyun departed from Chuanxi Bridge, he hesitated momentarily before making his way towards Yihong Tower.
Qingwan.
Chapter 6, the main storyline of the female protagonist. Nangong Muyun resolved to have a serious conversation with Yi Qingwan. Someone who possessed knowledge of the plot was far more formidable than a seer of the future. If he could make her an ally, his grand ambitions. Yet, upon entering, the messenger quickly returned. I apologize, young master, but young Master Yi has retired for the night. Nangong Muyun nearly spat blood, gazing at the brightly lit room above, the soft sounds of laughter drifting down. He struggled to suppress his fury. Did she instruct you to say that? Yes, no, I saw young Master Yi had gone to bed. He shot the messenger a glare and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed in a huff. No sooner had he left than Yi Qingwan peeked out, slyly calling down to the person below. Has he gone? Yes, he has. Good. Yi Qingwan resumed her revelry. pondering why Nangong Nguyen had chosen to visit her instead of lavishing attention on his Miss Xia at such a late hour. Outside of business hours, no service. What she did not realize was that Nangong Nguyen had not escorted Xia Xuejin home. She had been returned by his guard, Wei, after she had cried enough. Upon returning home, Xia Xuejin's thoughts turned to the ninth prince's cold demeanor, and her eyes welled up once more. At that moment, the window was flung open from the outside. It was Xiao Jian, a man clad in a gray robe, who leapt inside. He go, "What brings you here?" He Yu, the eldest son of the Imperial Medical Bureau's chief, was gentle and refined, well-versed in the art of healing. Being neighbors with the Xia family, he had always cared for Xia Xuejin since childhood, treating her with more affection than his own sister. "I just saw you return through the back door, covered in injuries. So, I brought some medicine and food." As he spoke, he produced a vial of medicine and a package of steamed buns wrapped in oiled paper. While tending to her wounds, he inquired, "Did you encounter the ninth prince today?" Xia Xuejin, mid-bite into a bun, was momentarily taken aback by his question but eventually nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" "I heard about it. When I went to the Yuqing temple today, the horse got spooked on the way back. And it was the ninth prince who saved me." Upon hearing the words Yuqing temple, He Yu's hand faltered momentarily as he applied the medicine. "Did you discover anything at Yuqing temple?" "Nothing. Those involved from back then are all gone." He Yu, for reasons he could not fathom, let out a sigh of relief. "Will you continue your investigation?" "Of course. I refused to believe my sister would engage in such treachery. They framed her, tarnished her reputation, and forced her to take her own life. I must clear her name and seek justice for her." As she spoke, Xia Xuejin's gaze hardened, and she took a fierce bite of her bun. Though timid and meek, when it came to her sister, she would fearlessly face any trial. He Yu paused for a moment before resuming his treatment. "Very well, pursue your investigation, but do take care of yourself. Rest assured. After all these years of living in the shadows, keeping silent about my sister's plight, they have likely forgotten about her existence." He let out a barely audible sigh. "Do you know the ninth prince?" Xia Xuejin suddenly asked. He Yu frowned. "I've treated him a few times at his residence. We're not particularly close." "Why do you ask?" "What do you think of him?" Cold demeanor with a warm heart, deeply enigmatic. "What a peculiar assessment." "I find him rather agreeable," Xia Xuejin said, resting her chin on her hand, a smile unintentionally gracing her lips. "His demeanor is not cold. He simply has no choice but to keep a low profile to survive." Xia Xuejin understood this sentiment all too well. It was how she had always lived. Because of this shared understanding, she empathized with him more than anyone else. He Yu, observing her expression, couldn't help but recall the strange subtitles he had seen earlier. Could it be that what the subtitles conveyed was true? "Xuejin, you must avoid meeting him in the future. He is a person of profound thoughts, requiring someone who understands him deeply. Isn't it fortuitous? Am I not that very person who understands him profoundly?" He was left speechless. "I believe he will become the one who understands me best and is most willing to accept me." They were kindred spirits, hence their mutual recognition and appreciation. Without saying more, Hugh finished applying the medicine and took his leave. Upon returning home, he reflected on the day's events, the subtitles, and the changes in Xuejin since her return. Could it be that he was truly living in a fictional world? In this narrative, the ninth prince was the male lead, and Xuejin was the female lead, with both of them merely serving as stepping stones on the path to the protagonist's success? Was his affection for Xuejin merely a catalyst for their relationship? Or was he, in fact, a minor character with no chance to shine? Or perhaps a tragic antagonist yearning for love? The more he pondered, the more restless he became, tossing and turning in bed, wishing he could rush over and drug Qingwan to interrogate her about the unfolding plot. What exactly was his role in this narrative? This night would be a sleepless one for many. Yet, Qingwan slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. It was only upon waking that she began to recall the ensuing plot. In the original narrative, the story had focused primarily on the female protagonist, Xia Xuejin, detailing her investigation into her sister's wrongful accusation of infidelity and the subsequent forced suicide. She had traced the matter to its orchestrator, only to uncover a grand conspiracy involving the royal family, entangling increasingly powerful figures and spiraling into chaos. During this time, Qingwan had played a minimal role. So, she decided to indulge herself. The thought of not having to act, of not having to cling to the male lead like a leech, desperately seeking a fraction of his affection, filled her with genuine joy. Today, free from her studies, she dressed and prepared to stroll through the streets with her close maidservant, only to be called by her mother to return a favor to the grand tutor. Fuming, Yi Qingwan opened her complaint panel to vent her frustrations. That black-hearted old tutor. What kind of twisted logic is this? Sending me gifts early in the morning, forcing me to reciprocate. What bad luck. Could it be that he saw me being cast aside by the ninth prince yesterday and is mocking me with this gift? It must be. After all, according to the original plot, he is Xia Xuejian's number one sycophant. Witnessing my humiliation at her hands, he would surely take the opportunity to mock me further. How infuriating. I must select a poisoning technique to blind him.
Ding.
Check-in successful. Reward: 2 skill points, 2 beauty points, 200 taels of gold. Skill points can be exchanged for martial arts manuals, internal energy techniques, lightness skills, poisoning techniques, disguise techniques, and Persian heart techniques, each requiring 2 skill points. Beauty points can be exchanged for facial features, detailed, body measurements, detailed, height, weight, and temperament, each requiring 2 beauty points. Yesterday, it was only 100 taels, and today it has increased to 200? How marvelous! Yi Qingwan grinned widely. With beauty points, she could enhance her bust size. And as she watched her chest visibly swell from an A to a C cup, her jaw dropped in astonishment. This could genuinely manifest in reality. Each day she grew wealthier, each day a little more beautiful. What a delightful sensation. Exchanging skill points for the poisoning technique, Yi Qingwan clenched her teeth and muttered, "Old tutor." Chapter 7. Poisoning the male lead. Hearing that the grand tutor was unwell today, Yi Qingwan thoughtfully brought a bowl of fish porridge to visit him. Upon her arrival, Lu Sheng showed no surprise, having been scolded earlier that morning. However, when he saw her obsequiously presenting the porridge, blowing on it to cool it down before handing it over, an unexpected fear gripped him. She wouldn't actually poison me, would she? Lu Sheng lifted the bowl, feigning a sip while discreetly glancing at her. Noticing his gaze, Yi Qingwan quickly averted her eyes, sitting up straight. Lu Sheng realized that the little girl was indeed attempting to poison him. Yi Qingwan grew anxious as she noticed his hesitance, stirring the porridge repeatedly without bringing it to his lips. "Old tutor, why are you blowing on it? Just drink it already. What are you waiting for?" Could he have figured it out? That was impossible. After all, this laxative was supposed to be colorless and tasteless. Frustrated, Yi Qingwan vented her thoughts on the panel, but ultimately couldn't help but ask, "Grand tutor, why aren't you drinking? The porridge should be consumed while hot. If it cools down, it'll be fishy." Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, setting the bowl down. "This porridge doesn't seem quite right."
What?
Yi Qingwan quickly picked it up, inspecting it closely before leaning in to sniff it. It smelled just like ordinary fish porridge. Where was the discrepancy? The fish might not be fresh. The porridge has a bit of an off odor. Off odor? Yi Qingwan sniffed again, bewildered. "It smells delicious to me." "Delicious? It reeks, can't you smell it?" Yi Qingwan shook her head. "I truly can't." Lu Sheng clicked his tongue and scooped a spoonful toward her. "Here, smell this. Does it stink?"
Yi Qingwan inhaled deeply.
"Still not stinky."
How could that be?
"Smell it again." "I did smell it. Thoroughly. It really doesn't stink." Lu Sheng began to doubt himself. Could it be that I'm ill and my sense of smell is impaired? That's definitely the case. Yi Qingwan finally pinpointed the issue. She had said it before. The fish had just been caught from the river. How could it possibly be spoiled? Lu Sheng was somewhat distressed. "Well, no. I still believe it is the fish that is at fault. Just try it for yourself." As he spoke, he brought the spoon toward her mouth. Yi Qingwan naturally took a bite and said, "No problem. It is quite sweet, not at all foul." Seeing this, Lu Sheng stifled his laughter. "Perhaps I am ill, and my sense of smell is compromised. This fish porridge seems fine." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly. I told you this fish porridge." Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach suddenly gurgled loudly. "This." She looked down at the fish porridge she had just tasted, nearly cursing. "Lu Sheng. You scoundrel. Miss Yi, what is wrong? Why are you clutching your stomach? Are you unwell?" Lu Sheng, suppressing his laughter, feigned concern, his face brimming with smugness. Yi Qingwan felt like she had shot herself in the foot. Unable to express her anger, she could only force a smile. "Your Excellency, I think I might have eaten something wrong this morning and I need to, visit the restroom." Saying this, she did not wait for Lu Sheng to respond and dashed away, clutching her stomach and rushing to the lavatory where she experienced a rapid bout of distress. Afterward, she even remembered to take some montmorillonite, barely managing to emerge from the restroom alive. That heartless old tutor had indeed realized that the porridge had been tampered with. By the time she returned, trembling from the ordeal, Lu Sheng had already changed into his outdoor attire and was waiting for her at the door. "Your Excellency, are we heading out?" "Yes, let us go." Am I coming too?
Ye Qingwan hesitated.
She had already wasted half a day reciprocating his courtesy, and did not wish to spend the latter half with him. Your Excellency, I have matters to attend to. That bowl of fish porridge did seem quite fresh. I shall deliver it to the Xiang Lord. I am fine now, Your Excellency. I have the whole day free. Only then did Lu Sheng leave contentedly. Yi Qingwan forced a smile, and the moment he turned away, her expression fell. Oh, I could just bite you to death. They rode in silence until the carriage stopped in front of the Jin Yiwei headquarters. The guards immediately moved a footstool to assist them down. Someone led them through the Jin Yiwei gates, across the courtyard, down to the prison, and finally through a dim and damp corridor, arriving at a windowless room. As the door opened, a musty odor mingled with the scent of blood assaulted her senses, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. Your Excellency, please enter first. Although Yi Qingwan was reluctant, she obediently followed him inside. The room contained a wooden bed on which lay a female corpse, covered with a white cloth. Having died and lived again so many times, she was numb to the sight of a corpse and felt no particular emotion. She simply could not comprehend why he had brought her here. It couldn't be for the purpose of silencing her, could it? However, she quickly realized she was overthinking. As the room was filled with noise, two young gentlemen were hurling insults at one another, turning the underworld into a chaotic marketplace. She recognized both men. One was young Master Liang, son of Liang Yuanbua, and the other was the sixth son of the Earl of Yongchang. Both were frequent patrons of the pleasure quarters, unambitious, spending their days indulging in vice, relying on their family's influence to bully others. She had no idea why they had ended up in the Jin Yiwei prison today, yet they were arguing vehemently. From what she gathered, young Master Liang was accusing young Master Six of having poisoned his companion from the Yi Honglu. Yet, young Master Six claimed it was Liang who had instructed the woman to poison him, resulting in her own demise, as he had also been poisoned at that time. Both were adamant in their stances, unable to discern right from wrong. The Jin Yiwei, finding themselves at an impasse, had summoned the esteemed tutor Lu Sheng. For both men hailed from noble families and lacking evidence, they dared not offend either side. Lu Sheng, being the current tutor to the crown and in charge of the Jin Yiwei, was the most suitable person to resolve the matter. Yi Qingwan stood quietly behind Lu Sheng, choosing not to engage, her mind drifting elsewhere. These two were rather amusing. Such scenes were absent from the original narrative, yet they had chosen to embellish their roles. Stop denying it. There are only the two of you in this room. Now that she is dead, and you are still alive, can you explain yourself? Young Master Liang shouted at young Master Six. The latter was equally defiant. And what makes you think you're any better? I know all about your misdeeds with that illegitimate daughter of the Xia family at the Yuqing Temple. You think I'm unaware? Yi Qingwan, lost in her thoughts, was suddenly jolted back to reality. The mention of the Xia family's illegitimate daughter at the Yuqing Temple? Wasn't he that the family of the protagonist, Xia Xuejin? Could it be that they were referring to the incident where her sister was wronged and ultimately driven to suicide by drowning? So it was you who orchestrated that misdeed. The original novel never revealed the perpetrator, and you managed to conceal it well. Truly, you're no good. However, as Yi Qingwan scrutinized his wretched appearance, she figured he wouldn't last much longer. In just a couple of chapters, the Liang family would inevitably attract the protagonist's ire. Chapter 8. What you think of Xia Xuejian? Perhaps noticing Yi Qingwan's intense gaze upon young Master Liang, Lu Sheng could not help but ask, "Do you need me to introduce you?" "No need, thank you." Yi Qingwan immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest, making its gesture while steering the conversation back to the main plot. "My heart belongs solely to Brother Mu Yun." Lu Sheng made a face of disgust. "If I didn't know your secret, I might have actually believed you."
Look.
Lu Sheng gestured toward the corpse. Yi Qingwan was taken aback. "What are we looking at?" "She died of poisoning. Aren't you skilled in the art of poison? Can't you determine what poison she was afflicted with?" Yi Qingwan's expression turned incredulous.
Am I?
A dignified daughter of the minister's family, reduced to a coroner in this dark dungeon? This is absurd. She pouted, reluctantly leaning closer to pull back the white cloth. The face, neck, and the inner thighs revealed a vivid crimson hue, particularly the cheekbones, resembling cherry blossoms. It was poisoning. She then examined the deceased's hands and noticed traces of charcoal beneath the nails. Was there charcoal burning in the room last night? The two young gentlemen, who had been bickering, fell silent at her inquiry. In this cold weather, of course there was. Young Master Six replied. Were the doors and windows tightly shut? Young Master Six frowned, likely sensing that she was looking for trouble. He furtively glanced at Lu Sheng before reluctantly answering yes. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan nodded in confirmation. It is carbon monoxide poisoning. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. Carbon. What? A toxic gas. Yi Qingwan struggled to explain. It is produced in large quantities when charcoal burns. If the environment is sealed and lacks ventilation, it can easily lead to poisoning. There is such a gas. Lu Sheng looked at her quizzically. What nonsense are you spouting? A mere girl shouldn't speak of things she does not understand. Young Master Liang clearly could not accept her explanation and began to berate her. Why is it nonsense? Isn't it a toxic gas? What are you saying? Young Master Six immediately came to her defense, and the two resumed their heated argument. Enough. Yi Qingwan's head was spinning. She pointed at young Master Liang. You don't believe me, do you? I do. All right, then I shall prove it to you. Young Master Liang was taken aback. How will you prove it? Yi Qingwan shot him a glance, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face, then turned to the Jin Yiwei officer beside her. Bind him. The officer looked bewildered. Bind him? But he is a young master of the Earl's household. How can we just bind him? Do as Miss Yi says, Lu Sheng commanded. The two officers immediately sprang into action, flanking young Master Liang. He was taken aback. What are you doing? How dare you bind me? Let go of me, he shouted, thrashing his legs in the air. Taking advantage of his outburst, Yi Qingwan pulled out a handkerchief and stuffed it into his mouth. Be quiet. Young Master Six shrank back in fear, covering his mouth and silently following behind. Yi Qingwan instructed them to find a sealed room, lit a piece of charcoal, and then unceremoniously tossed young Master Liang inside, locking the door behind him. At first, young Master Liang was inside, hurling curses and violently attempting to smash the door and climb through the window. After about half an hour, the commotion within gradually subsided, until at last, there was complete silence. It was then that Yi Qingwan commanded her attendants to open the door and carry young Master Liang out. By the time he emerged, he was already in a dazed state, his cheeks and chest flushed a vivid cherry red, resembling the condition of a deceased individual. It was only after he had been exposed to the brisk wind for some time that he gradually regained consciousness. Now do you believe it? Young Master Liang's mind seemed to short-circuit for a brief moment before he immediately nodded vigorously. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were filled with admiration. Just yesterday, rumors had circulated that the daughter of the Prime Minister had shamelessly lowered herself for the 9th Prince, leading many to perceive her as a disgraceful woman. To their astonishment, today she effortlessly unraveled a case that even the Jin Yiwei could not solve. Was this truly the same person? The contrast was stark, affirming that rumors were indeed unreliable. At that moment, the Earl of Yongchang's household, having heard that their 6th son was implicated in a murder case, rushed in a flurry. Upon learning that the case had been resolved and that their 6th son was innocent, the Earl and his wife expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Lu Sheng. The Grand Tutor is indeed wise. You have restored our son's honor. Otherwise, he would have been beyond redemption, even if he were to leap into the Yellow River. After saying this, they pulled 6th Master down to kneel, urging him to express his gratitude for the Grand Tutor's life-saving grace. Lu Sheng quickly intervened. There is no need to thank me. It was not I who solved this case, but Miss Yi. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it toward her. Following Lu Sheng's gaze, everyone turned to see Qingwan, who had distanced herself after the case was resolved, idly biting her nails in boredom. Yi Qingwan was taken aback, maintaining her nail-biting posture. Grand Tutor, what are you doing? You are supposed to be the #1 sycophant of the heroine. Such a glorious deed should be credited to her, not to me, the villainous. Your character is unraveling, with the male lead and the second male lead both faltering. What a predicament. Yi Qingwan felt a deep desire to escape this situation. She had even begun contemplating whether to take her own life and start anew. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps his actions were due to her father's influence? After all, Lu Sheng's relationship with the Prime Minister's household had not yet soured. Although Lu Sheng held a high position, it was solely due to the Emperor's trust. In terms of political power and influence, he could never compete with the Prime Minister's household. Even with imperial command over the Jin Yiwei, his authority was limited, with the majority of high-ranking officials within the Jin Yiwei likely being her father's allies. Thus, it made sense that Lu Sheng might seek to ally with her to gain her father's support. How shameless! While the original novel portrayed Lu Sheng as cunning, it never suggested he would resort to such despicable means to consolidate his power. The Earl and his wife, having been stunned for a moment, quickly donned expressions of overwhelming gratitude and thanked Yi Qingwan profusely. They promised to visit her soon to express their appreciation for her life-saving intervention. Yi Qingwan contemplated that the Earl of Yongchang's household held a moderate influence at court, and with 6th Master being somewhat of a wastrel, he would likely achieve little in his official career. Although their family might not excel in governance, they were adept in commerce. transforming their earldom into one of the wealthiest households in Du. This arrangement suited Yi Qingwan perfectly, as it would allow her to forge a beneficial relationship with the Earl's household, paving a lucrative path without disrupting the main storyline. This would not only fill the void left after her main plot concluded, but also allow her to accumulate wealth, enabling her to return to reality as a beautiful and skilled little heiress. As for young Master Liang, he was merely a stepping stone for the heroine's rise. She had no desire to provoke him. Upon leaving the Jin Yiwei, Lu Sheng suddenly inquired, "What do you think of Xia Xuejian?" Yi Qingwan was taken aback. Xia Xuejian? What about her? She is the heroine, innocent and kind-hearted, loyal and wise, beloved by all, the most extraordinary person wherever she goes, causing countless men to fall at her feet. Just as someone once said, "You've lost only a leg, but the heroine has lost love." However, why was he asking this suddenly? Was he testing her? Chapter 9. The heroine nearly met her demise at the hands of her sycophant Lu Sheng's abrupt mention of Xia Xuejian made Yi Qingwan wary. He wouldn't be plotting to eliminate her, would he? It wasn't that she feared death, but the rapid progression of the plot diverged from the original narrative, and, alright, perhaps she was afraid of dying. At least, she wasn't ready to die just yet. The system had bestowed upon her a golden opportunity that she had yet to fully develop. Dying now would be a loss. She hadn't even recouped her investment. "Why did you suddenly bring her up?" Lu Sheng casually replied, "Oh, I just noticed you seem to dislike her quite a bit." "Well, it's necessary for the plot," she retorted. "Who told her to compete with me for Brother Mu Yun?" "Then allow me to assist you," Lu Sheng said, making a gesture across his throat. Yi Qingwan was taken aback, nearly tumbling from her seat in the carriage. No need. That reaction was too extreme, causing passers-by outside to stop and stare. "What I mean is, there's no need to trouble the Grand Tutor," she clarified. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "No trouble at all."
Yeving van furoret herbrol in frustration.
This dense-headed man. Did he not understand that she found him troublesome? Why couldn't he just obediently play his role as the second male lead without dragging her into complications? If he were to harm the heroine, she would have to endure this farce alongside him. Really, it's unnecessary, Grand Tutor. I like Brother Mu Yun, and I will earn his love honorably. I have no interest in obtaining anything through underhanded means. After uttering this, she felt an overwhelming urge to burrow beneath the carriage floor.
Goodness.
She found her own words amusing. Just last night, in front of so many people, she had threatened to eliminate Xia Xuejian, who was trapped in the Prime Minister's residence. And now she spoke of honor? Who would believe her? Fortunately, Lu Sheng merely gazed at her thoughtfully before conceding, "If that is the case, I shall not intervene. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to ask."
Ye Qingyan's lips tightened.
In the future? In the future, he would become her primary backup and sycophant. And if he didn't help her, it would be a miracle. Lu Sheng escorted her back to the Prime Minister's residence before departing. Yi Qingwan hurried back to her room, gulping down an entire pot of tea before opening her panel to vent her frustrations. Oh dear. That Grand Tutor almost plotted to kill the heroine. I was drenched in cold sweat. If she were to die, the entire world would likely collapse. Once he fell in love with the heroine, he would probably wish he could slap his current self across the face. However, today was not without its rewards, as she had established a connection with the Earl of Yongchang's household, which would likely be beneficial for her business endeavors in the future. Being associated with one earldom that was affluent and another that was set to become a stepping stone for the heroine was truly bittersweet. However, it was also the Liang family's own doing. Why meddle with a heroine's sister? Were they seeking death? Had they not heard that if a relative were hurt, the heroine could wipe out the entire realm? The panel faded, and the subtitles began to appear on the other side. Lu Sheng stared at the dimming text, lost in thought. So, is the premise of this world that the heroine cannot die, lest the world crumbles? And Yi Qingwan consistently referred to him as Xia Xuejian's primary sycophant, implying that he would eventually fall for the heroine. What role would he play in this world? A devoted ally, supporting Xia Xuejian all the way? Or would he turn against her in darkness, becoming her adversary? Furthermore, what was the story with young Master Liang targeting Xia Xuejian's sister? Before he took charge of the Jin Yiwei, he had heard of this case. Yet the records indicated that Xia Xueling had clearly taken her own life. How could it be connected to young Master Liang? Additionally, one pressing concern remained, among the princes who would inherit the throne. Currently, it seemed that the 9th prince was indeed the male lead of this tale. But being the male lead did not guarantee he would become the future emperor. What if the 9th prince were to lose, ultimately faking his own death to escape, and retreating to the mountains with the female protagonist? At this moment, Lu Sheng resembled a fervent admirer of this very novel, vigilantly awaiting updates from Qingwan. His eagerness to discern the forthcoming twists and turns of the narrative was palpable. Beyond mere curiosity, he harbored a profound caution. This matter pertained to the struggle for succession, and a misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. However, as the author, Qingwan had been vexed by the elder statesman all day, leaving her utterly fatigued and unlikely to provide an update.
Dream on.
All she yearned for was a restorative slumber, followed by a leisurely visit to the Earl of Yongchang's estate to glean insights into commerce. As for the Liang family and Lu Sheng, individuals intricately linked to the main plot, she had no desire to encounter them, especially not young Master Liang, who played a pivotal role in the female protagonist's rise to prominence, her quest for succession, and the advancement of her romance with the male lead. The mere thought of an encounter with him was daunting. Should anything go awry, the entire narrative could falter. Catastrophe. Moreover, as the most significant female antagonist in the story, Qingwan was destined to survive until the very end. If the female protagonist were to fixate on her prematurely, it would be a trivial matter to lose her life, but a significant disruption to the main plot. After all, her demise was a crucial catalyst in the male lead's quest for succession. She could not afford to perish prematurely.
Monsieur.
Sixth young master, what brings you here? Qingwan emerged from the back door, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. One would almost think there was an illicit affair afoot. Miss Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your generous assistance today. Sixth young master is being too courteous.
Monsieur.
I have an unusual request.
Pray, speak on.
I own an apothecary in the capital, specializing in rare medicinal herbs, such as Millennium Ginseng and Tianshan Snow Lotus. But I lack a skilled physician capable of discerning authenticity. Given your esteemed medical expertise, I wonder if you might assist. Upon hearing this, Qingwan's spirit soared.
So,
you wish for me to help you identify the herbs? Indeed. Rest assured, your findings will remain confidential within the inner chambers. That is of little concern.
Qingwan chocolate.
As for the remuneration, half of the apothecary's net profit hardly qualifies as compensation. If you do not mind, we could consider this apothecary as a joint venture. I'll provide the medical expertise, and you shall provide the funds. What do you think? Partnership? That sounds splendid. Not having to spend a single coin to invest in a substantial apothecary was an extraordinary stroke of luck. In an era where physicians were scarce and apothecaries even more so, particularly one like Sixth Young Masteress that dealt exclusively in rare herbs, such establishments were exceedingly rare. With numerous affluent officials in the capital, there was no shortage of wealth, leading to high demand and insufficient supply. Such a lucrative apothecary could easily amass fortunes. It was indeed more profitable than the famed Yihong Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingwan acquiesced, and they quickly reached a delightful agreement before parting ways with satisfied hearts. Upon returning to her chamber, she gleefully accessed her interface. Truly, the Earl of Yongchang's estate was remarkable. With a mere wave of his hand, he had enabled her to secure a substantial profit, ensuring a steady stream of wealth in the future. Fortuitously, she was aware of the plot and had avoided entanglements with anyone named Liang. Speaking of the Liang family, the female protagonist must have already uncovered connections to the Liang family involving the bandits, correct? The female protagonist, indeed, possessed audacity, daring to follow the bandits alone, nearly falling into peril. Chapter 10. Lu Sheng falls for the female protagonist's connection to the bandits. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was struck by a thought, leaping to his feet and rushing out with remarkable speed. Sure, who, come with me. Lu Sheng sought out the city's hidden guards and learned that Xia Xuejian had entered Yuqing Temple that morning and had yet to emerge, deepening his furrowed brow. Trouble is brewing.
Master?
Sure, who, perplexed, queried, are you worried about Miss Xia? I fear she may not survive. How could a mere fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter discover ties to me? She must be courting death. A fierce intent for retribution brewed in Lu Sheng's eyes. Sure, whose lips twitched, something felt amiss. Hadn't Master previously held a favorable opinion of Miss Xia? Why the sudden shift? Lu Sheng offered no explanation and proceeded to exit the city. As Qingwan had suggested, Xia Xuejian would likely follow the bandits out of the city. He needed to find her before she reached their hideout. The back courtyard of Yuqing Temple concealed a secret passage leading to the cemetery beyond the city. Lu Sheng, accompanied by Shi Hu and several hidden guards, hastened to the cemetery. Just then, they encountered Xia Xuejian, who had just emerged from the passage, stealthily trailing two rugged men ahead. The hidden guards inquired if they should eliminate the threat, but Lu Sheng shook his head, dismounting to follow quietly. He was curious to see what Xia Xuejian intended to do. Xia Xuejian cautiously trailed the two men, unaware that she was being followed. Upon exiting the small copse, she arrived at a steep cliff that was utterly unfamiliar. She sensed that their lair must be nearby and initially hesitated to pursue further. Suddenly, her calf was struck by something, causing her to cry out in pain. The noise alerted the men ahead, and realizing the danger, Xia Xuejian attempted to flee, only to find her path blocked by the two burly men.
Who are you?
Xia Xuejian finally grasped the gravity of her situation and attempted to deflect their suspicion, claiming she was merely lost while out for a stroll. However, the men exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. It appears this young lady has quite the knack for getting lost, wandering from the cemetery all the way here. Panic drained the color from Xia Xuejian's face as she retreated until her back pressed against the cliff. With no escape, what do you want? Seeing her fear, the men grew exhilarated, leering at her with lewd intent. Fear not, little sister. Let us treat you well. You've been following us for so long. Surely you wish to come home with us as our wife, right? Their crude banter filled the air. And while Xia Xuejian discreetly removed the hairpin from her hair, she suddenly lunged forward, plunging it into one man's neck. He screamed in agony, clutching his throat. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xuejian attempted to flee, but was met with a brutal kick to her waist, sending her crashing to the ground. At that moment, the injured man approached, mounting her and delivering a stinging slap. You filthy wench! How dare you harm me? Dazed from the blow, Xia Xuejian was left powerless to resist. The man roughly pushed her aside, cursing as he unfastened his belt. Let us see how I deal with you. Xia Xuejian, barely cognizant of his actions, struggled to push him away, only to receive another slap. Soon, coarse hands began to tear at her clothing, and though she wished to scream, no sound would emerge, leaving her to weep helplessly. Just as she contemplated biting her tongue to escape the horror, the man atop her suddenly screamed and was thrown off. By the time she registered what had happened, the two men had been subdued by the authorities. A tall, youthful man approached her, removing his light blue cloak to drape over her disheveled form. Miss Xia, are you unharmed? Ninth Prince, Xia Xuejian's eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively clung to him, her body trembling slightly. Your Highness, those two are the bandits the government has been seeking for 3 years. Take them away. No sooner had the Ninth Prince spoken than 2 arrows pierced the bandits' throats, silencing them before they could utter a sound. At that moment, a 3rd arrow hurtled towards Xia Xuejian's forehead. The Ninth Prince, quick as lightning, rolled with her to the side, narrowly escaping the threat. Be careful, Your Highness. Wei Wei, accompanied by the guards, shielded the Ninth Prince from harm. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, from a distance, stowed his bow and arrows, casting a cold glance at Sherhu. Let us go. Only after the 2 bandits had perished did the murderous intent in Lu Sheng's eyes begin to wane. He speculated that the 2 bandits had unexpectedly been spotted at Yuqing Temple by Xia Xuejian, which prompted them to follow her, rather than Xia Xuejian uncovering anything of significance. A female protagonist who constantly relies on the male lead for salvation cannot be particularly astute. This also explains why he was willing to spare Xia Xuejian this time. However, would he truly come to cherish such a woman in the future? Foolish, reckless, and prone to causing trouble. How could a woman who requires constant assistance from others be worthy of his affection? And a top-tier sycophant at that. If he were to clean up after her every day, he would surely lose his mind. As Lu Sheng pondered these thoughts, the subtitles featuring Yi Qingwan appeared before him once more. He had forgotten to comment on the fact that the bandits the female lead was pursuing were connected to the old tutor, who had nearly been terrified to death and had intended to kill the female lead. Yet, upon witnessing her being bullied by the 2 bandits, he suddenly softened. Her vacant gaze, disheveled hair clinging to her cheeks, and tears cascading down like pearls rendered her utterly helpless in that moment. Lu Sheng felt as though his heart had been pierced by a knife, rendering him breathless. It was then that he realized he had been profoundly drawn to this strong yet fragile woman. He yearned to protect her forever, to become her guardian, and ensure no one dared to humiliate her even slightly. As he read those words, the veins on his forehead throbbed. It was as if Yi Qingwan was standing right before him, reciting those shameful lines with a mocking tone. This was not him, it couldn't be. Yi Qingwan must have made an error. How could this possibly be him?
Impossible.
Lu Sheng suddenly yanked on the reins, intending to turn his horse around to kill Xia Xuejian. What kind of ridiculous novel is this? I'm done with it. To hell with it. Young master, let go. We mustn't expose ourselves to the Ninth Prince. Lu Sheng gradually regained his composure, though his chest still heaved with agitation. After slightly adjusting his emotions, he commanded, clear the traces. Our departure from the city today must be conducted with utmost secrecy. We cannot allow anyone to discover it. As you wish, young master. The hidden guards began their work, while who prepared to escort him back to the manor. No, we're not returning to the manor. Then where shall we go? Lu Sheng squinted his eyes, revealing a glimmer of dangerous intent. To Yingxua Hall. Who was taken aback. Wasn't Yingxua Hall a pharmacy? But young master. Aren't you feeling unwell? Chapter 11. Poison last time. Medicine this time. Lu Sheng made a quick round at Yingxua Hall and soon exited. Young master, are you injured? Who rushed forward, feeling anxious. Even if injured, he shouldn't have denied him entry. Lu Sheng ignored him and said, let us go to Yihong Tower.
Ah?
Whose eyes revealed a hint of confusion as his gaze drifted downward. Going from the pharmacy to Yihong Tower? It's hard not to suspect that he is in need. The pains of being a man, he understood, he truly did. He never expected that his young master, so refined and talented, would also grapple with such troubles. Truly a lamentable situation. Meanwhile, within Yihong Tower, Yi Qingwan was sitting with her eyes closed, listening to a melody. She reached out to grasp a tiny hand beside her, playfully squeezing it. Such a smooth little hand, albeit a bit cold. Dear little one, do take care of your health. Just as she leaned in for a kiss, a cold, imposing face suddenly intruded, startling her and causing her to tumble from her chair. Tutor? What a coincidence. Not a coincidence. I specifically came to find you. Find me? Yi Qingwan was utterly bewildered. No, according to the original novel, he should be deeply captivated by the female lead's resilience and fragility, secretly escorting her home. After tracking the bandits at Yuqing Temple, the female lead was supposed to embark on her quest for the truth. This was when Lu Sheng would begin to harbor tender feelings for Xia Xuejian, gradually initiating their tumultuous journey of love and conflict. The bandits served as stepping stones for the female lead's investigation, and since they were intertwined with Lu Sheng, the dynamics between them remained delicate. Today, upon exiting the city, encountering Xia Xuejian was quite the coincidence. Oh, how fortunate, Yi Qingwan feigned nonchalance, prompting Lu Sheng to roll his eyes. If you're such a good actress, why don't you join a theater troupe? I almost killed her.
Uffed.
Yi Qingwan was so startled that she spat tea 3 meters away. You killed her? Are you insane? She is the female lead. Seeing her reaction, Lu Sheng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the female lead must not perish. At that moment, he had hurled stones at Xia Xuejian from afar, intentionally exposing her. He had even contemplated leveraging the bandits to eliminate her. However, it now seemed that such a course of action was untenable. If this world were to continue functioning, the female lead must live. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if the female lead died, or if the plot did not unfold as originally intended? Would the world collapse? Or would it simply start anew? Fortunately, she wasn't killed. The 9th prince saved her. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground in a state of fright. Outside the city, she had encountered danger, but the 9th prince had come to her rescue. Thankfully, the plot had not collapsed. It was still following the original narrative. However, what was up with that old tutor? He had nearly killed the female lead. Shouldn't he have developed feelings for her by now? What exactly had gone awry? Who was meddling with the progression of the story? Come out. I won't let this go. The 9th prince rescued Xia Xuejian. Are you not angry? Yi Qingwan paused, quickly realizing, of course I'm angry. How could I not be? That shameless woman must have orchestrated this. It seems you truly harbor feelings for the 9th prince. Naturally. Throughout my life, aside from my father, everyone who has treated me well has had ulterior motives, whether for power or wealth. Only Mu Yun has never sought to curry favor. He is a man of true integrity. Lu Sheng observed her praising the 9th prince with cold eyes, feeling an urge to smack the back of her head. You're just spouting nonsense. You've always looked down upon him. If you could, you'd probably kick him into a cesspool. Yet, Lu Sheng refrained from exposing her. If she was eager to put on a show, let her. He was merely there to ascertain whether Xia Xuejian could be eliminated. If she could, he would send her to the afterlife that very night. If not, then he would have to exert some effort to distance himself from those bandits. Tutor, you sought me out just to discuss matters regarding Mu Yan? Indeed. Is that not permissible?
It is.
Well then, I shall take my leave. You continue to dote on your little darling. As Lu Sheng spoke, he raised a hand, mimicking her tone, shamelessly saying, your little hand is a bit cold. Do take care of your health.
Ye Qingwan, Pei.
Spitting blood. A major social faux pas. She was so embarrassed she nearly dug a hole in the ground. Once he left, Yi Qingwan picked up a handful of peanuts and tossed them in the direction he had departed. Foolish Lu Sheng, you infuriate me. By the way, was it just her imagination, or did he seem off lately? Not only was his heart dark, but it was also filthy. Could it be that he was entering a premature midlife crisis? What exactly was going wrong? Who was playing tricks on her? Big brother, please spare me. She wished the old tutor would revert to his former self, the devoted sycophant who would abandon power and wealth for beauty, even sacrificing his life, willingly becoming the stepping stone on the female lead's path to success. If the plot were to collapse, she would be unable to survive. While Yi Qingwan was musing in despair, Lu Sheng observed her with barely concealed amusement. My heart is dark and filthy? Since you have crafted such a persona for me, how could I possibly let you down? Sure who? Young master, I am here. Has Lord Xia been acting improperly of late? It appears that there is indeed no doubt. Lord Xia has always been adept at preserving his own safety. However, his favoritism towards concubines at the expense of his wife is a widely acknowledged fact in the capital. Favoring concubines over wives? Quite remarkable. In this current era, His Majesty places great emphasis on the distinctions of rank. Let the Ministry of Rights submit a memorial to impeach him. Sure who, however, did not comprehend why such favoritism warranted a confrontation with a mere fifth-rank official.
Yet,
daunted by the authority of his superiors, he complied without question. Lu Cheng merely sought to create some difficulties for Xia Xuejian, aiming to hinder her investigation into the bandits. This would allow him to utilize that time to erase any connection between himself and the outlaws. Additionally, he wished to instill fear in Yi Qingwan, to see if she would dare to criticize him so freely. Uncertain of the role he played within this narrative or how it would ultimately conclude, whether for better or worse, his only course of action was to resolve any issues he faced. As for the next steps, he would await revelations of the new plot from Yi Qingwan. Unbeknownst to him, the story had already progressed to this point. Soon he intended to drug the male lead, attempting to coerce him into marriage through underhanded means. How utterly foolish. Who would wish to engage in such dubious tactics with him? Thankfully, our heroine is astute and sees through my schemes. Otherwise, my innocence would be irrevocably tarnished. The ninth prince ordered someone to escort Xia Xuejian back to the Xia residence, while he reminisced about Yi Qingwan's sarcastic remarks, laughing uncontrollably. Who would have thought that their esteemed tutor would one day be subject to disdain?
yet,
The thought of drugging him next? Was he serious? If he were indeed drugged and lost control, could he truly be blamed? Chapter 12. The female lead is set to cause trouble upon learning that Yi Qingwan intended to drug him. Nangong Muyun felt not revulsion, but a flicker of anticipation. The unfolding plot was becoming increasingly intriguing. Having spent half his life embroiled in palace intrigues, he had encountered numerous vile schemes. Yet none had involved drugging him to force a marriage. The very notion was captivating. He began to question whether the original version of himself would have disregarded someone as fascinating as Yi Qingwan to pursue the timid and troublesome Xia Xuejian instead. Although both Nangong Muyun and Lu Cheng were individuals of profound cunning, they differed greatly. Lu Cheng was calculative and cautious, adapting his actions to align with the narrative after realizing he was a character within a novel. Even if it conflicted with his interests, he would find ways to navigate around it, for he could not afford any losses or surprises. He must ensure his safety. Conversely, Nangong Muyun, while appearing powerless and easily manipulated, possessed a rebellious spirit that refused to be tamed. His willingness to offend the minister for Xia Xuejian was telling of his character. He despised being controlled by others. Even in this fictional realm, where his destiny was predetermined, he would never submit. Are you planning to drug me? Very well. I shall relish the experience. When the time comes for you to force a marriage, let us see how you handle it. Acting? I hope you can maintain your facade. Speaking of which, he had yet to experience such a drug. He was curious about the sensation. Hearing his musings, Yue could not help but inquire, Your Highness, what troubles you? Nothing much. Is the 10th prince hosting a banquet tomorrow? Yes, Your Highness, at our residence. Then have the guards removed, especially for my study and bedroom. They should not be present tomorrow night. Why, Your Highness? Nangong Muyun smiled, because someone intends to drug me. Yue. Drugged? Who would dare take such liberties with the prince? I shall go at once. Yue was anxious, but soon grasped the situation. Your Highness, is it that kind of drug? Nangong Muyun nodded, leaving Yue stunned. Are the young ladies of today so audacious? How did the prince know? And if he was aware, why did he not stop it? Why remove the guards? What was he truly thinking? In the past, those who attempted to use underhanded methods to ascend to his bed were met with severe punishment. Now, it seemed he was cooperating. It was utterly perplexing. Upon being returned to the Xiao residence, Xia Xuejin waited until nightfall to quietly slip in through the back door, careful not to disturb her father or stepmother. She changed out of the torn clothing she had worn during the day, discreetly burning it before hiding beneath her covers, her body still trembling slightly. She understood that uncovering the truth would not be easy, but today she had narrowly escaped the clutches of two bandits and almost lost her virtue. Such a harrowing experience, despite her mental preparations, left her feeling apprehensive. Moreover, something was clearly amiss. She had stealthily followed the two bandits from the secret passage of Yuqing Temple, remaining cautious the entire time, yet they had not detected her. Why was it that she was discovered just as she was about to leave? She touched her injured calf, feeling a dark red mark, evidence of a hidden weapon. It seemed that someone had been behind her, deliberately ensuring her exposure to fulfill their aim of having the bandits eliminate her. But who could it be? The Xia family was merely of fifth-rank status, and she rarely ventured beyond their gates, making it improbable for her to have offended anyone. Could it be Yi Qingwan? Yes. She was the only person with whom she had a recent grievance. In front of so many at the minister's residence, she had openly threatened her life, indicating the urgency of her desire to kill her. But how did she know she had left the city? Had she been following her? Or was she in league with those bandits? Xuejin. He called as he climbed through the window. Did you leave the city today? Xia Xuejin paused. How do you know? He wanted to explain that he had read it in a book, but that was not something he could divulge, so he simply said, I happened to see you returning from outside the city, with the ninth prince. Mentioning the ninth prince made her smile involuntarily. He saved me again today. He truly is my savior. He remained silent, handing her the medicine before preparing to leave. Halfway out, he could not help but remind her, tomorrow night, the 10th prince is hosting a banquet at the ninth prince's residence. Miss you will be attending. It seems she intends to do something with the ninth prince. What sort of thing? He hesitated but ultimately spoke the truth. What? She intends to drug the ninth prince? Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejin sprang from her bed. This Yi Qingwan was utterly shameless. I must save the ninth prince. He has rescued me numerous times, and I cannot allow him to fall victim to such vile tactics. Perhaps the ninth prince is willing? Impossible, Xia Xuejin declared firmly. She had witnessed firsthand his utter disdain for Yi Qingwan. Moreover, he had repeatedly saved her from peril. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her. Seeing her in such a state, he shook his head, unsure if it was right to inform her. How could a mere fifth-rank official's daughter possibly rescue the ninth prince from the clutches of a legitimate daughter of a minister? He was both curious and anxious, uncertain how events would unfold the following night. Leaving the Xiao residence, he gazed at the sky. Oh heavens! Why have you allowed me to glimpse Miss Ye's true intentions? Do you require my cooperation? Then why must I develop feelings for Xuejin? Must I support Yi Qingwan while harboring feelings for Xuejin? Which side am I truly on? What role am I meant to play? He found himself in a quandary. Torn between conflicting allegiances, his heart in turmoil, struggling to maintain his composure. Xia Xuejin, preoccupied with thoughts of the ninth prince, remained oblivious to Hiyu's disquiet, solely focused on how to save him. Having spent so long navigating the inner chambers, she was well aware of the underhanded tactics employed by the women within. And she had not anticipated that Yi Qingwan, a legitimate daughter of a minister, would resort to such despicable means. She would never allow Yi Qingwan to succeed. The ninth prince is an eagle soaring through the heavens, with an unyielding spirit, and she would not permit him to be grounded in such a filthy ditch. Although her status is humble and her voice light, she possesses ample means to contend with a lofty heiress like Yi Qingwan, who is detached from the mundane world. Initially, she was not in a hurry to reveal her feelings to the ninth prince, preferring to let things unfold naturally and to gradually foster an understanding between them. However, Yi Qingwan took the initiative to provoke her, nearly leading her to be tarnished by two ruffians. And now she seeks to employ underhanded tactics to coerce the ninth prince into submission. Thus, she would not hesitate to take action. When it comes to the subtle strategies of the inner quarters, 10 Yi Qingwans could not rival her. One could only imagine the expression on Yi Qingwan's face upon witnessing her meticulously crafted schemes being usurped by another woman in her pursuit of the man she loves. It must be a profound despair. Chapter 13. Ready. Bring on the torment. On the following day, Yi Qingwan proceeded to the academy as usual. Along the way, she encountered the grand tutor, standing rigidly at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon spotting him, Yi Qingwan's countenance darkened. Why is he everywhere? What does he want this time? The theatrics are excessive. Grand tutor, she greeted, intending to slip away. She had no part to play today, and uttering even a single extra word would be considered overtime. The modern woman does not work overtime. Yet, Lu Sheng unexpectedly spoke up. Am I truly dark-hearted? Yi Qingwan froze, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her eyes darting around nervously while her hands fumbled over her person. Has she been surveilled? Or recorded? How does he know she has insulted him in such a manner? Just then, Lu Sheng approached her, standing face to face. Not only dark-hearted but also tainted? Swallowing hard, Yi Qingwan thought to herself, the fool is me.
How could this be?
The Grand Tutor is suave and gentle, exhibiting great patience and generosity towards us. Encountering such a remarkable teacher is truly a blessing from our past lives. Is someone spreading rumors? Grand Tutor, tell me who it is, and I shall silence them. Is that so? Lu Sheng squinted, a glimmer of danger in his eyes. Of course, the Grand Tutor is the best in the realm, as I said. Only then did Lu Sheng offer a satisfied smile. No need to silence her. If I hear her again, I shall render her mute, using Miss Ye's methods. Yi Qingwan thought, using her own methods to silence her? This Grand Tutor is quite ruthless. She forced a laugh, and Lu Sheng gestured for her to enter. After narrowly escaping, Yi Qingwan trudged into the academy, her face a mask of despair. What nonsense is this? How does the Grand Tutor know she insulted him? She is always respectful in public. Speaking of which, the Grand Tutor has been acting strangely these past few days, often conjuring scenes not found in the original narrative. What exactly does he intend? Is he adding drama for himself? Moreover, Yi Qingwan suddenly glanced at Nangong Muyun's seat and found him hastily turning away, pretending to converse with a 10th master, despite having been staring at her moments earlier. Have these male leads collectively lost their minds? Frustration.
Now.
She must rely on her classmate Xia Xuejian. She must be formidable tonight, giving her a thorough beating, ensuring she is left unable to stand. She implores, please, spare no mercy, do not indulge in pity. My skin is tough and my flesh resilient. Even if I am left bloodied, I will endure to complete my role out of dedication. All she asks is that she performs her part according to the script without any further mishaps. Otherwise, the narrative cannot progress. Upon returning home after class, Yi Qingwan received an invitation to the 10th Master's banquet. Humming a tune, she took a petal bath, donned a pink gown, and styled her hair into an elaborate flying to the moon bun, transforming herself into a love-struck hen. Why must she follow this sequence? She has no idea. The original text simply outlines it this way. Petal baths and flying to the moon buns. Perhaps the author believed such a portrayal to be beautiful and cool. Regardless, gazing at her reflection, she found herself rather cheap-looking, akin to a courtesan. Fortunately, her features are striking. Most ordinary individuals would struggle to pull off this hairstyle. The more she scrutinized her reflection, the more she wanted to scoff, prompting her to open the interface and complete today's tasks. Today was yet another day tormented by the Grand Tutor, and she couldn't shake the feeling that even Nangong Muyun was acting oddly. She hoped it was merely her imagination. The author's aesthetic sense is truly indefinable, dressed like a lustful hen to administer medicine, so ostentatious. Would she not be mistaken for a thief the moment she stepped through the door? After administering the medicine, would Nangong Muyun go mad? What if he truly becomes aggressive? Should she bring a knife? Xia Xuejian, you must strive. Ideally, you should knock me unconscious before he has a chance to act, allowing you two to engage in your escapades while I promise not to peak as a competent antagonist. Speaking of which, Nangong Muyun is a martial artist. One wonders if he possesses an 8-pack. Perhaps amidst the chaos, she might take the chance to feel him up, giggling to herself. After this scene, she would become the laughingstock of the entire capital, embarking on her journey of dark transformation and revenge. Finally, it would be her turn to wield the little whip to torment the protagonists, much to her delight. Closing the interface, her rewards were instantaneously credited.
Ding.
Check-in successful. Reward: 2 skill points, 2 beauty points, and 250 taels of gold. Skill points can be exchanged for martial arts manuals, internal cultivation methods, lightness skills, poisoning techniques, disguise arts, and Persian heart capturing techniques, each requiring 2 skill points. Beauty points can be exchanged for facial features, detailed, measurements, detailed, height, weight, and temperament, each requiring 2 beauty points. She exchanged her skill points for basic lightness skills. Before her transformation, she would still endure much hardship, which would prove useful. With her beauty points, she focused on her waist, aiming for an A4 waist. Just as she completed the exchanges, her waist visibly shrank by a circle, and she grasped her slender waist with satisfaction. At this rate, when she returns to reality after the performance, she would undoubtedly undergo a metamorphosis. transforming from an unremarkable worker into an unparalleled beauty, eclipsing a multitude of starlets. Even if she cannot become a grand celebrity, she could become a live streamer, selling her charms before the camera, earning rockets from generous fans. Prepared, she gathered the necessary medicine and boarded the carriage to the royal residence. Although the ninth prince's manor is not large, its defenses are formidable. While the number of guards is comparable to other princes, his soldiers are well trained, capable of taking on 10 foes. This quality far surpasses those princes who only vie for the emperor's favor and openly court the ministers. The emperor's affections can be rescinded at will, and ministers are fickle as reeds swaying in the wind. One must be robust to forge iron. Yi Qingwan seems to understand why the male lead is drawn to the female lead. They both delight in subtle machinations, sharing a similar cunning nature. Meanwhile, Nangong Muyun remains oblivious to Yi Qingwan's insults, diligently inspecting his chamber, ensuring all traps are deactivated, windows and doors opened, and sending away all guards and servants to guarantee Yi Qingwan's smooth entry. Sitting back with satisfaction, he awaited Yi Qingwan to walk into a snare. Remembering she might be armed, Nangong Muyun donned the exquisite armor purchased at a premium by the 10th master, impervious to blades and arrows. Madness. It is only natural for someone under the influence of drugs to go mad. As for Xia Xuejian, who requested her assistance, Nangong Muyun instructed his subordinate to concoct an excuse to divert Xia Xuejian midway, ensuring she never steps foot in the manor, curious to see how she would assist. Initially, he did not harbor any dislike for Xia Xuejian. On the contrary, he found her quite similar to himself, feeling an inexplicable urge to protect her. However, ever since the peculiar subtitles appeared, he inexplicably found her somewhat pretentious. Compared to the affected and insipid young ladies, he preferred the intriguing and entertaining Yi Qingwan. Tonight, he intends to follow Yi Qingwan's lead, transforming raw rice into cooked grain, thoroughly disrupting her narrative progression, and observing her response. Simultaneously, he harbors a curiosity regarding the repercussions of this disruption and how the world may subsequently transform. Chapter 14. Male lead, could you rebel a little? As the banquet commenced, Yi Qingwan searched fervently for the figure of Xia Xuejian. What was going on with Xia Xuejian? She is, after all, the protagonist, the centerpiece of this performance. Without her presence, what role would she play? After a prolonged search, she finally spotted Xia Xuejian at the back door. Wait a moment. Wasn't she supposed to enter through the front door in the original text? Moreover, what is she wearing? Clad in servantess attire and disguised as a lowly maid. Her hair is disheveled, and there appear to be injuries on her hands and face. Has she just returned from a thievery? Fresh from her misdeeds. Instead of recuperating at home, she hurried over to rescue the male lead. Truly a dedicated heroine, deserving of applause. Yi Qingwan has always appreciated such industrious protagonists, unlike the male leads, who often appear as though they are gravely ill. Upon spotting Xia Xuejian, Yi Qingwan orchestrated a grand spectacle to draw her attention, feigning stealth as she infiltrated the residence of the ninth prince. In front of Xia Xuejian, she slipped the drug into the steaming cup of tea meant for the ninth prince.
Oh,
The tea is still steaming? Does that imply he hasn't gone far? Realizing something was amiss, Yi Qingwan turned to flee, only to find Nangong Muyun leaning casually against the doorframe, gazing at her with a smirk that hinted at mischief. Yi Qingwan forced a dry smile. This is a disaster. Being caught drugging him on the spot. Could there be anything more awkward? Yet, that's not how the original story unfolds. At this juncture, Nangong Muyun should still be mingling with guests outside. How could this be? Did she misinterpret the scenario? Was this banquet not the one where she intended to administer the drug? Yes, that must be it. But what now? He wouldn't kill me, would he? Given his ruthless nature, he might very well do so. If he preemptively ends the scene, what will become of my remaining lines? My task would fail, and I would be remade by the system. Muyun, dear brother, I help. I wish to live, I don't want to die. Nangong Muyun stepped forward, lifting the drugged teacup, his gaze fixated upon her. Indeed, he had seen everything. It was over, all was lost. What to do? Yi Qingwan's mind raced as she sought a remedy. Just then, Nangong Muyun suddenly tilted his head back and gulped down the entire cup of tea. Yi Qingwan was left dumbfounded. What on earth was he doing? Did he really drink it, fully aware it had been drugged? Had he lost his mind? Or was it that he hadn't noticed at all? What did you give me?
Huh.
Yi Qingwan was bewildered. It's a bit bitter. Add some sugar next time.
Huh.
Yi Qingwan's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. It was truly unfair to be so astonished. This plot twist had never appeared in the original text. Furthermore, was adding sugar the crux of the matter? The key issue was that she had drugged him. Why on earth was he still drinking it? Was he out of his mind? In a typical narrative, she would secretly administer the drug, then hide in a corner of the study, waiting for him to unknowingly consume the tea. At which point the drug would take effect, allowing her to emerge and seduce him. However, he still retained a semblance of rationality, striving to push her away as he rushed out, only for her to shamelessly cling to him, even tearing her own garments in a desperate attempt to pin him down. Ultimately, the heroine would burst forth like a celestial being, striking her down and rescuing the male lead. Yet, under the influence of the drug, upon seeing that it was Xia Xuejian, he would lose control, and the two would inevitably succumb to their desires. Throughout this sequence, the male lead had no communication with her beyond a series of pleas to not touch me or let go. Yet now, not only was there no struggle on his part, but he was also leaning closer to her. What in the world was happening? Yi Qingwan was at a loss for quite some time, before finally gritting her teeth and deciding to simply perform her part. After all, she was merely following the script. Whether others adhered to it was beyond her control. It was rather frustrating that as a supporting character, she had to concern herself more than the protagonist.
Muyun.
I like you so much, Yi Qingwan declared, embracing him. The two remained locked in their embrace, reminiscent of two statues, utterly motionless. An awkward silence ensued. Yi Qingwan thought, could you please move a little, my dear brother? Say something to reject me, do something to push me away so I can continue my performance. Your immobility leaves me at a loss for how to proceed. You are the male lead, yet you are utterly collapsing. This scene left Xia Xuejian, who had been waiting outside for an opportunity to intervene, equally perplexed. The ninth prince hadn't he rejected her? What was she doing rushing in? Was she saving someone? Not at all. Rather, it resembled a meddler disrupting another affairs. After a prolonged standoff, Nangong Lin finally reacted, gently pulling her away. You like me?
Yes.
I like you immensely. My greatest wish in this life is to marry you, Brother Muyun. Please don't leave, she exclaimed, gripping his collar and drawing him closer as she leaned in for a kiss. Although the dialogue may have strayed slightly, her actions aligned at last. She would kiss him first, then he would push her to the ground, stumbling toward the door, after which she would chase after him. Yes, that was it.
All right.
I want to leave. Nangong Muyun suddenly spoke, then lowered his head, his warm lips meeting hers directly.
Yevingvan.
Her mind buzzed as if struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Instinctively, she slapped him. After the slap, both Nangong Muyun and she were left stunned, their eyes locked. The atmosphere grew remarkably awkward. Once she regained her composure, her mind spiraled into chaos. What is wrong with you? Why did you kiss me? You should have pushed me away with all your might. The normal Nangong Muyun would want to kill me at this moment. How could he possibly kiss me? Could you at least exhibit some semblance of a male lead's professional integrity? Your behavior is tantamount to wishing for my demise. What ridiculous plot is this? How do I proceed from here? He kissed me. Should I reciprocate? What if I do, and he simply gives in? Given his earlier demeanor, that is entirely possible. And I would be left at a loss. No, I cannot allow this. Yet if I do nothing, how will the heroine make her entrance? But if he truly submits, is the heroine saving him or saving me? Why is this so complicated? Equally bewildered was Xia Xuejian, still waiting outside for the opportunity to burst in. The ninth prince initiated the kiss. Does she still need to rush in to save someone? If she steps out, it could hardly be considered saving the ninth prince, but rather rescuing Yi Qingwan. As the scene unfolded, Yi Qingwan felt utterly defeated, convinced she could no longer salvage this narrative. Gazing at the still-dazed Nangong Muyun, she gritted her teeth, resigned to her fate. For the sake of the plot's smooth progression, she would sacrifice herself. What was there to lose? Thus, with determination, Yi Qingwan tore off her outer garments, leaving only her underclothes, and lunged toward the astonished Nangong Muyun. He stumbled, caught off guard, and they both tumbled to the ground in a rather ungraceful manner. Yi Qingwan wrapped her arms around his neck, calling out, Brother Muyun, before sealing their lips together. After a brief moment of astonishment, Nangong Muyun began to respond fervently to her, likely under the influence of the drug, his breath unstable and his body radiating heat even through his clothing. Sensing an opportune moment, Yi Qingwan opened her mouth to scream, Help! Save me! This is an affront! My dear protagonist, hurry in, for the male lead has succumbed to my charms. Come in and knock me unconscious. Let's switch places. However, just as she began to shout, Nangong Muyun's scorching lips descended upon hers, swallowing her words whole. Fortunately, Xia Xuejian, who was not far off, heard her cries for help and dared not hesitate further. if this matter were to attract the attention of the servants or guests in the front hall. The Prince of the Ninth would find his reputation irreparably tarnished. Once this scandal spread, regardless of whether the Ninth Prince was willing or not, he would be forced into a marriage with Qingwan. This woman harbored a truly wicked mind. Grabbing a brick, she prepared to rush in and save her friend. Yet, just as she reached the doorway, Nangong Muyun suddenly flipped over, triggering a mechanism on the ground, and with a resounding bang, the study's door and windows were firmly sealed. What the heck? Both Qingwan and Xia Xuejian were taken aback. Qingwan cursed internally. Nangong Muyun, you scoundrel. Even when poisoned, you can't stay idle.
Outside.
Xia Xuejian yelled, Qingwan, you despicable wretch.
Qingwan retorted.
If I claim I'm innocent, would you believe me? Only Nangong Muyun, hidden from view, wore a triumphant smile. To be fair, Qingwan was indeed frightened. Could this farce turn into reality? After all, she was an artist, not a courtesan. Xia Xuejian, why don't you just charge in? Your love for the male lead is as boundless as the mountains and the earth. Yet, you falter at a mere door? Xia Xuejian, for her part, was putting in great effort, repeatedly slamming her body against the door, but it seemed to be constructed from some indomitable material. Not budging an inch. She was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Realizing Xia Xuejian was unreliable and the male lead was becoming increasingly unhinged, Qingwan decided to take matters into her own hands. Seizing the inkstone from the table, she swung it with all her might at the back of Nangong Muyun's head. He instantly collapsed, unconscious, and she pushed him aside to open the door. Just as it swung open, a large black rat shot past her, causing her to retreat 2 steps in fright. With a thud, the rat landed on the ground, revealing itself to be Xia Xuejian, who had thrown herself at Qingwan's feet. Qingwan nearly exclaimed, Your Majesty, rise. What are you doing? Xia Xuejian realized her position was rather undignified, quickly scrambling to her feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Qingwan. Qingwan, you shameless creature, how dare you drug the Ninth Prince? Yes, precisely, keep it up. Qingwan thought, finally finding her footing in the performance. This was the role she was meant to play, enduring their utmost humiliation, pushed to the brink of despair, so she could justify her eventual descent into darkness. Otherwise, like just now, if she reaped all the benefits, what reason would she have to turn to the dark side? Internally elated but maintaining an outward facade of indignation, she retorted, Xia Xuejian, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? I witnessed you drugging the Ninth Prince's tea and seducing him. You lie. I'll kill you, Qingwan declared, charging at her. But Xia Xuejian easily pushed her to the ground, then, with wide eyes, she grabbed the very inkstone Qingwan had used and swung it towards her forehead. TSK. Quite the choice, picking the hardest one, Qingwan mused. But she had no intention of retaliating. For the sake of the scene, she could endure this little hardship. However, in the next moment, with a loud crash, the inkstone shattered upon her forehead, a faint golden aura enveloping her.
Qingwan.
Xia Xuejian, the recently revived Nangong Muyun. Indeed, it seemed there was a protective golden barrier surrounding her. Qingwan transformed into a mockingly cheerful figure, thinking, this protagonist is utterly useless. You can strike me while I sit here, and yet you cannot even harm me. What else can you do? Just as she contemplated whether to offer her another inkstone and suggest, how about you give it another try? Nangong Muyun suddenly spoke up.
Miss Xia.
This matter concerns only Qingwan and me. You should return to your affairs. Nangong Muyun, observing her injuries, felt a surge of frustration. With her in such a state, she should be resting at home rather than meddling here. As for this ineffectual person, he needed to find a way to prevent Xia Xuejian from attending the banquet. Such a simple task she could not manage. Yet, Xia Xuejian clearly misunderstood his intent, stepping in front of him with arms crossed, glaring defiantly at Qingwan. Do not fear, Your Highness. I witnessed this with my own eyes. Even if it reaches the Emperor, I shall testify for you. Nangong Muyun's face darkened. I do not require your testimony. Thank you very much. I detest such despicable, underhanded scoundrels who only know how to stab from the shadows.
Ah?
Qingwan pointed at herself, bewildered. Stabbing from the shadows?
Me?
Yes, you. Do not think that just because you remain unseen, I do not know it is you. What is this nonsense? When did I ever stab you in the shadows? Are you out of your mind? The protagonist is impressive, able to accuse others without rhyme or reason. Can you just fabricate charges? I cannot even shoot an arrow. How could I plot against you?
I.
As she continued to protest, she suddenly paused, recalling the words of the elder from yesterday. Could it be that Xia Xuejian believed I was responsible for her exposure in the countryside? How bitter. Being a supporting character is truly tragic. One must bear every blame. Yet, for the sake of the plot, she readily confessed, yes, I did have someone follow you and use stones to expose you. Xia Xuejian was taken aback by her forthright admission, momentarily at a loss for words. You just confessed? Aren't you going to deny it? Yes, I admit it.
What will you do about it?
Do you really think you can strike me? Xia Xuejian's voice abruptly rose. Then go ahead and strike. Yi Qingwan was nearly on her knees, urging, stop talking and take action. If you delay, the effects of the drug on Nangong Muyun will wear off. Left in the background, Nangong Muyun felt utterly helpless. Are you two certain you are here to compete for my affections? Why does it feel like you two are the actual pair? Chapter 16. She flees, he pursues. She cannot take flight. Xia Xuejian spoke harshly. Yet she had no intention of striking. A person capable of splitting an inkstone with their head. Did she truly believe she could defeat them? If one punch landed, her hand would surely be shattered. Realizing this, she understood why Yi Qingwan continuously provoked her, seeking to make her strike first, intending to cripple her own hands. How malicious. Yi Qingwan was indeed wronged. She had been waiting for Xia Xuejian to strike herself, but the latter remained motionless. At this rate, the effects of Nangong Muyun's drug would fade, and the scene could not be performed. Therefore, gritting her teeth, Yi Qingwan charged at Xia Xuejian. I shall kill you. Xia Xuejian panicked, never expecting Yi Qingwan to take the initiative, instinctively closing her eyes and pushing her hands forward to shove Yi Qingwan away. However, as soon as her hands made contact, an immense force surged through, staggering her backward several steps, her palms tingling, her bones aching. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, like a kite severed from its string, was flung back violently, crashing to the ground, instantly unconscious. Xia Xuejian stood dumbfounded. What just happened? How did she fall? I didn't even use force. She couldn't help but stare at her own hands, murmuring, could it be that I possess inner strength, which I have simply been unaware of? Yi Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing this. No, you lack internal strength. It is entirely due to my acting prowess. However, she had already lost consciousness, thus concluding her scene. The ensuing events were no longer her concern. Phew, that was a close call. She nearly botched that performance. These two protagonists were exceedingly difficult to manage. As she grumbled, she secretly popped a sleeping pill into her mouth, yearning for a restful slumber. Upon awakening, she would find herself branded as the notorious harlot of Du. Then, she would effortlessly embrace her darker side and embark on a daily routine of tormenting the leading characters. Just the thought of it filled her with glee. She could hardly contain her anticipation. It took Xia Xuejian a moment to react before she hurriedly turned to assist Nangong Muyun. Your Highness, are you all right? To her surprise, Nangong Muyun gently evaded her touch and stood up with ease, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of having been poisoned. I am fine. His tone was so cold that it left her bewildered. Had Yi Qingwan not been lying there, she might have suspected that she was the one who had been drugged. Otherwise, why did Nangong Muyun look at her as if she had disrupted his plans? Feigning unconsciousness, Yi Qingwan thought, this is odd. At this moment, you two should be fervently engaged, yet you are both so frigid. What of my drug? Was it for naught? Your Highness. Xia Xuejian attempted to ease the tension, but was mercilessly interrupted by Nangong Muyun. Miss Xia, if you are fine, you may return. Yi Qingwan was taken aback. Just like that? I fainted for nothing? You can't be serious. You two must have some passionate encounter before I can progress the plot. Xia Xuejian, you must stop him. Now is your moment to shine as the leading lady. Do something. Nangong Muyun walked over and picked up the feigning Yi Qingwan, his gaze lingering on her exposed shoulder. His heart racing. Just a little more, and Xia Xuejian would excel at failing spectacularly, always sabotaging his endeavors. Had he known, he would not have rescued her that day in the countryside. Xia Xuejian remained silent until they departed. Yi Qingwan felt a part of her heart die. Xia Xuejian, you little trash, you've learned nothing of the leading lady's charm and have instead mastered the art of aloofness. At this rate, when will the male lead ever fall at your feet? At this moment, she should have leaped up and sought to mend the relationship between the male and female leads. But she had trusted the pair too much and had ingested the sleeping pill. The effects soon took hold, and as her vision darkened, she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in the boudoir of the Prime Minister's residence. Staring at the ceiling, she wondered if she had truly botched her performance. From her perspective, She had drugged the male lead, shamelessly entangled with him, and ultimately been subdued by the female lead. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with the script. As for the male and female lead's passionate affair failing to ignite, was that a problem? Not at all. The essence of this plot was to showcase the shameless actions of the second female lead being exposed, leading to her public disgrace. Had she achieved that goal?
Yes.
Did the deviations matter? Not in the least. Moving forward, her scenes would be relatively lighthearted, occasionally venturing out only to be publicly scorned or pelted with rotten eggs. As for the male and female leads, their fiery romance remained undisclosed due to the female lead's investigation into her sister's demise. Although the original male lead was beginning to harbor feelings for the female lead, he was a proud and cunning ninth prince. Such a proud individual would never express his affections like a lovesick puppy. Instead, he would act like a scoundrel, feigning indifference to make the female lead believe he was merely a callous rogue. Their relationship would be one of mutual testing and jealousy, a cycle of torment. The male lead would express his love through control, forbidding her from investigating, all the while secretly ensuring her safety. For instance, he might confine her to the estate, threatening her family if she dared to resist, all out of fear that she might abandon him. Essentially, it was the melodramatic trope of a domineering prince. To love her was to torment her, and if she survived the ordeal, it didn't count as true love. Reflecting on it all, the female lead was rather unfortunate. She opened her commentary panel and completed her tasks for the day, with no significant mishaps. The drugging scene had concluded smoothly, flowers for her. Although the male lead was a bit dim-witted and overly eager to take advantage of her, she had managed to send him on his way. The next scene seemed to involve the female lead escaping the male lead's grasp under the cover of night, only to be captured by bandits who sought to keep her as their chieftain's wife. In her quest for the truth behind her sister's death, she would shockingly agree, prompting the male lead to lead a charge against the bandits. Dare to touch my woman, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. Humph, woman, you cannot escape my grasp. This plotline felt all too familiar. She flees, he pursues. She seems trapped with no way out. Ugh, Qingwan nearly retched.
Meanwhile,
Lu Cheng on the other side of the screen was nearly doubled over with laughter. He had also come to watch the spectacle from the rooftop that night, convinced he would never forget how Qingwan had smashed an inkstone in half in a fit of rage. Truly a remarkable woman. It was said that Xia Xuejian's hand was still swollen, like a pig's trotter. In stark contrast to Lu Cheng's amusement, Nangong Muyun's expression darkened to an almost charcoal hue. What do you mean she flees and he chases? I am not so foolish and disgusting. Qingwan, you have successfully completed the scene, have you? Now you have the leisure to mock me, do you? Very well, from now on, I shall ensure that you fail to align with any scene. Chapter 17. Trying to poison me? Nangong Muyun was fuming with rage at Qingwan's mocking remarks, silently vowing that henceforth, every scene would be a direct confrontation with her. So Xia Xuejian was to be captured by bandits and made their chieftain's wife. Let her remain in that role for eternity. I shall not lead a charge against them. And if I do, I shall ensure her demise as well. You, come here. He aimed his frustrations at Yue, the unfortunate soul who could not accomplish even the simplest tasks. Your Highness, Yue trembled with fear. Nangong Muyun shot him a glare, sending him crashing to the ground. You are fortunate, Your Highness, spare me. Enough, get up. Where is that girl? Yue's eyes darted around before he replied, Your Highness, Miss Xia is in the guest room. Why hasn't she departed yet? Yue was at a loss for words. Your Highness, do you not wish to see Miss Xia? Why would I? Yue hesitated. Your Highness. Miss Xia risked everything for you last night. She not only compromised her virtue, but also inadvertently harmed Miss Yi. Given Miss Ye's temperament, she is unlikely to let this go. What do you mean? Nangong Muyun frowned. Yue cautiously elaborated. For a young lady, such a scandal could lead to public disgrace. Or worse, a fate worse than death. Wait, Nangong Muyun interrupted. Are you suggesting that I am responsible for her virtue? Yue nodded. For an unmarried girl, her purity is paramount. Her willingness to sacrifice it for you speaks to her deep affection. A man would find it hard to disregard such a devoted woman. Yet, Nangong Muyun was distinctly disdainful. I recall there is a luminous pearl the size of a pigeon egg in the storeroom. Go retrieve it and present it to her. Yue's face lit up. Your Highness, is this an engagement gift? Compensation, Nangong Muyun clarified tersely. Yue scratched his head, perplexed. Your Highness destroyed her virtue, but chooses to compensate her with a luminous pearl instead? What does that imply? It implies that the prince does not wish to take responsibility. What shall we do with Miss Xia? She remains in the guest room. Nangong Muyun's face darkened profoundly. Is this your first day serving me? Do you require my guidance on how to entertain guests in the royal residence? Wei was startled by the outburst and fled in a flurry. Just as she reached the door, she was summoned back by Nangong Luyun. Your Highness, do you have further instructions? Later, when you seek the luminous pearl, also retrieve that exquisite emerald hairpin. Despite his tough exterior, the prince had a tender heart. The emerald hairpin was a gift from the emperor to the princess upon the prince's birth, and she later bestowed it upon him, saying it was to be passed down to his future wife as a family heirloom. Wei chuckled to herself, thinking, the prince truly is all bark and no bite. Nangong Luyun continued, deliver it to Yi Qingwan. Wei nearly choked. Was the prince under some malevolent influence today? In the span of a single night, his attitude towards Yi Qingwan had undergone a complete transformation. Not only did he overlook her administering drugs to him, but he was also gifting her such a precious emerald? Could it be that the prince had developed feelings for her? Unthinkable. Wei swiftly dismissed the notion. Having followed the prince since childhood, she was well aware of his temperament. He had always detested Yi Qingwan, finding her clingy and bothersome. Moreover, he hated being manipulated. And Yi Qingwan had audaciously drugged him in an attempt to coerce him into marrying her, directly trampling upon his vulnerabilities. The prince was likely seething with anger towards her. Thus, his decision to send her the emerald must be a ruse to lull her into a false sense of security, making her believe he harbored intentions of marrying her, only to ultimately cast her into an abyss from which she could never escape. Indeed, it made perfect sense. The prince was as merciless and calculating as they come. Wei felt her admiration for him deepen. Qingwan, have you awakened? Her mother, assisted by a maid, rushed in, her expression a mixture of joy and sorrow. My dear daughter, it is I who has wronged you, subjecting you to such grievances. Upon learning of her daughter's troubles at the 9th prince's residence, she had swiftly contained the news, surrounding herself with loyal servants sworn to silence. Yet, unexpectedly, by dawn, the tale of Yi Qingwan's unrequited affection for the 9th prince and her drugging of him had spread throughout the capital. Even the emperor was informed and summoned the prime minister to the palace, where he erupted in fury, chastising the prime minister for his inadequate upbringing of his daughter, accusing her of harboring ulterior motives even against a royal. Without consideration for the circumstances, he imposed a 3-month confinement on the prime minister and stripped him of a year's salary, forbidding him from participating in court affairs.
Now,
the entire city reveled in their misfortune, even common folk taking the opportunity to deride them for raising such a shameless daughter. Yi Qingwan's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. If the 9th prince refused to marry her, she would be doomed to remain unmarried for life. Despite her mother's attempts to suppress the news, it had somehow leaked, leaving her mother consumed with guilt, feeling as though she had ruined her daughter's honor. However, Yi Qingwan was unfazed. How did it spread? Quite simply, she had orchestrated the dissemination herself. If it hadn't been revealed, how could she embrace her dark transformation? Fortunately, she had prepared for this. Otherwise, if the news hadn't circulated, her plans would have been thwarted. Yet, for the sake of the plot, she managed to squeeze out a few tears, mother. If the rumors persist and Brother Moon still refuses to marry me, I might as well end my life. What nonsense are you speaking? Rest assured, I shall employ any means necessary to ensure the 9th prince marries you. Really? Yi Qingwan's eyes brimmed with tears. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? You are the best, mother. Yi Qingwan embraced her mother, nestling into her embrace for comfort. Once she had calmed her daughter, her mother hurriedly departed, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters. As soon as her mother left, Yi Qingwan sprawled back onto her bed, adopting the most comfortable position to relax. How delightful it was to not be compared to the foolish protagonist. Just as she was reveling in her leisure, her personal maid entered, carrying a box. Miss, the 9th prince has sent you a gift. A gift? Yi Qingwan sat up cautiously. Keep it at a distance. It better not be an explosive. The maid, confused, placed it on the ground as instructed, and Yi Qingwan retrieved a stick, poking it from afar. Crack. An emerald hairpin emerged from the box. Wow, what a stunning hairpin! The maid exclaimed. Yi Qingwan, noticing it closely, squatted down for a better look. It bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by the noble Huafei Injin Huanzhuan, and it was worth a fortune. Yet she did not touch it. Instead, she tensed up like a startled bird, covering her mouth and nose, as if facing a formidable foe. Quickly, cover your mouth and nose. Don't breathe it in. He must have poisoned the emerald. The cunning Nangong Luyun, so generous as to bestow upon her such an expensive gift? Surely, he had laced it with poison, intent on her demise. How treacherous he was. Chapter 18. This assassin seems rather dim-witted. After ensuring the emerald was securely stored away from her, Yi Qingwan began to ponder the unfolding events. In the original novel, what had triggered her dark transformation? The revelation of her drugging had merely been the catalyst. A subsequent catastrophic event almost led to her family's ruin, driving her to the brink of darkness. In truth, she had found that part of the original story rather confusing. It seemed she had saved someone, yet was unaware that this person had been sent as an undercover agent. This agent approached her during her lowest moments, showering her with kindness, leading her to believe she had found a confidant. In times of despair, one clings to any semblance of hope, trusting unconditionally. However, unbeknownst to her, this individual exploited her trust to frame her father, leading to her family's disgrace and imprisonment. To rescue her parents, she took the blame for all their misdeeds, ultimately exiled to the frontier. Even after enduring such torment, her adversaries were relentless. En route to her banishment, she was abducted, and nefarious individuals sought to violate her. Unable to withstand such humiliation, she attempted to take her own life, but failed, ultimately losing the last vestige of her humanity amidst the torment, irrevocably turning to darkness and vowing vengeance on all who had wronged her. As for the identity of the undercover agent and the manner in which her father was ensnared, she herself had never fully comprehended. In the end, she merely succumbed to darkness. However, such a fate would not suffice, for the current events directly pertained to her innocence. Though it was merely a performance, she had no desire to be sullied or humiliated. In turmoil, while Yi Qingwan fretted sleeplessly, Xia Xuejian was not faring much better. Last night, she had merely nudged Yi Qingwan, and her hand had fractured. Now it was swollen to an alarming size, and even the slightest movement was painful. He was cautiously tending to her injury when she inquired, "What have you discovered about those two bandits I asked you to investigate?" "I found them. They were previously pirates from the East China Sea, and later became one of the bandit leaders in Fenghuang Mountain." "Pirates? What business do they have in the city?" He shook his head. "I'm not sure about that, but there is something peculiar. These two pirates had been active in the East China Sea. But when the Ninth Prince conducted assault patrol there, he captured them and publicly executed them at Kaishirkou. Yet somehow they are alive and well." "Executed?" Xia Xuejian was aghast. Two supposedly dead men were freely roaming the city. There must be some hidden secret behind this, and she had a premonition that it was significant. He was also at a loss for words but sensed danger. "You should not concern yourself with the matter of the pirates. It does not involve you." Yet Xia Xuejian resolutely refused. "No, I must investigate thoroughly. Two deceased pirates from the East China Sea have somehow become bandit leaders in Fenghuang Mountain, brazenly entering and exiting the capital. Someone is clearly shielding them. Xuejian, do you remember, Higa? The floor of the room at Yuqing Temple where my sister had her unfortunate incident was strewn with salt?" He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. "What are you planning to do?" "I intend to visit Phoenix Mountain." "Are you out of your mind?" He vehemently opposed. "Phoenix Mountain is infested with bandits. How could a young lady like her venture into such a perilous place? Moreover, he had just learned from Miss Yi that she would be abducted by the bandits of Phoenix Mountain to become their captive wife. He was eager to share this information with her, but found himself utterly speechless. In his agitation, he recalled that the Ninth Prince would come to her rescue, and suddenly felt like a fool. After all, the Ninth Prince was the true hero destined to be eternally together with Xuejian, while he was merely a trivial supporting character with no reason to worry. Yi Qingwan had spent half the day at home, and out of sheer boredom, she decided to visit the apothecary she co-owned with the sixth young master of the Earl of Yongchang, both to pass the time and earn some money. Shortly after she entered, she suddenly heard a dull thud, as if something had fallen. Following the sound, she rushed over to find a large dark mass lying against the courtyard wall. What could it be? As she approached, she discovered it was a person clad in night attire, lying face down. "Is he dead?" She turned him over and, to her relief, he was still breathing. Just as she was about to rouse him, a chill ran down her neck as a glinting dagger was pressed against it. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Oh right, this was the very person she had saved, who had deceived her and almost caused her family's ruin. "Don't scream." Yi Qingwan was speechless. "I haven't screamed. Help me up." "I was just about to help you. Why draw a knife?" As she assisted him to his feet, she noticed he appeared gravely injured, bloodied all over and gasping heavily against the wall. Once he caught his breath, he dragged Yi Qingwan into the apothecary, shut the door, and began rummaging through everything, scattering medicinal herbs everywhere. "Stop searching, big brother. Just tell me what you need, and I will fetch it for you." Despite his extensive search, he knocked several bottles of external injury medicine to the ground, oblivious to them. Yi Qingwan rolled her eyes and discreetly kicked a bottle of medicine towards him. It rolled to his feet, and after sniffing it and confirming its identity, he began to tend to his wounds. Yi Qingwan almost rolled her eyes into the heavens. What a fool. Could someone so dim-witted truly be an undercover agent capable of deceiving her? How ludicrous. If it weren't for the needs of the plot, she would have long since sent him flying with a single kick. Once he finished treating his wounds, he warned her, "Do not speak of today's events to anyone, otherwise I shall take your life, no matter where you flee." Yi Qingwan replied, "Just you? Are you certain? It's not that I underestimate you, but you might genuinely be unable to defeat me, and you don't seem particularly clever." Nevertheless, she obediently nodded, which seemed to satisfy him. He turned to leave, returning to the spot where he had fallen, attempting to leap over the wall. However, whether due to his severe injuries or simply his lack of agility, he fell back down with a thud. Yi Qingwan quickly turned her gaze to the sky, feigning ignorance. He seemed somewhat irritated, snorted softly, and after a moment of hesitation, finally vanished. Yi Qingwan burst into laughter. It was her first encounter with such a foolish assassin. You could not be more foolish. Speaking of which, if she were to learn where this assassin had come from, would she not also discover who was plotting against her family? Yi Qingwan did not ponder long. She leaped lightly to the top of the wall, preparing to watch where the assassin would flee. Just as she landed, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of dark eyes and a figure clad in black. Indeed, it was him, not having gone far, but rather perched on the opposite wall, staring at her with equal intensity. Could you move any slower? With your clumsiness, you dare to call yourself an assassin? Did he now realize she possessed martial art skills? What to do? Her cover was blown. Should she eliminate him? After all, such a dim-witted undercover agent would hardly be of any use. For the first time, Yi Qingwan felt a murderous intent. Chapter 19. The assassin discovers he's been played. The assassin likely never anticipated that the weak woman he had just manipulated with ease was, in fact, a concealed expert, effortlessly leaping nearly 2 meters high onto the wall. Yet, he could not fathom why, if her skills were so formidable, she did not retaliate earlier. It made no sense. Just as he squinted in confusion, a voice suddenly rang out from within the wall. "Miss Yi, why are you up on the wall? It's dangerous. Come down quickly." It was the voice of the 6th young master of the Earl of Yongchang. Yi Qingwan immediately had a flash of inspiration and feigned fear. "6th young master, my ladder has fallen. Please help me up. I'm so scared." Her voice was laced with equal parts fear, a hint of sobbing, and utter bewilderment. As she clung to the wall, shivering convincingly, nearly believing her own act. So it was a ladder. No wonder. However, the assassin still regarded her with suspicion. What if she was merely pretending to deceive him? After all, how could a weak woman have procured such a high ladder in such a short time? Fortunately, at that moment, the 6th young master came to her rescue. "Miss Yi, don't be afraid. I will secure the ladder for you. Just hold steady and don't fall." Upon hearing this reassurance, the assassin was nearly convinced. Only when the ladder was finally set up and Yi Qingwan shakily descended did he fully believe. Indeed, it was a ladder. How could a delicate woman possess such remarkable lightness of foot? Once she was back on the ground, the 6th young master appeared even more anxious than she. "Miss Yi, how did you end up in such a precarious position?" "It was too stuffy inside. I wanted to get some fresh air." The 6th young master, visibly perplexed, responded, as expected of a lady of the noble house. "Your methods of seeking fresh air are indeed unique. And what of the ladder you mentioned?" "Oh, that was just a fabrication. There was no ladder. I climbed it myself. By the way, the room might be a bit messy. Please have someone tidy it up. I shall take my leave now." With that, she departed without a backward glance. The 6th young master stood there in confusion, pushing open the door only to be taken aback. Was this what she called a bit messy? It looked more like a robbery had occurred. Yet, since no valuable herbs were missing, it couldn't have been a robbery. Could it be that Missy had caused this chaos herself? Surely the hurtful rumors outside had taken a toll on her, leading her to vent her frustrations in this manner. Alas, how pitiable! The 6th young master sighed, suddenly shivering at the thought. Could it be that Missy climbed the wall in a moment of despair? He quickly covered his mouth. Such a thought was too outrageous. No, he must save Missy. She was his savior. Yi Qingwan exited the apothecary's back door and climbed into her family's carriage, comfortably reclining on her maid's lap as she munched on grapes, utterly unaware that the 6th young master was fervently vowing to rescue her. Today, that assassin who nearly brought ruin to her family had shown up. What was his name again? Zhongyuan Yidianhong? That name sounded utterly ridiculous, but with his appearance, She was not far from her own dark transformation. The mere thought of the inhumane trials she would endure before that transformation made her head throb. Why must the antagonist suffer so? A muscular man shedding tears. However, that assassin was truly foolish. Not only was he dim-witted, but he was also blind. He failed to notice the bottle of medicine rolling right in front of him, and she had to secretly nudge it his way. She seriously doubted whether such a dimwit could truly deceive her. Moreover, he had attempted to use lightness of foot to scale the wall, and ended up falling instead. It was simply laughable. She was not afraid of a godlike opponent, but rather terrified of a pig-like teammate. By the way, he even held her hostage. Had she not known his identity, she would have long since slapped him away. And he thought she was afraid of him. How absurd! If he were to die one day, it would undoubtedly be from sheer folly. The assassin, who had just escaped from the apothecary, darkened at the sight of the subtitles. Thus, the woman who had just held him captive was none other than Qingwan, the very woman he had been paid to approach. Not only did she recognize him at a glance, but she also pretended to be taken hostage by him. So, he had been outwitted by a woman? For over a decade, he, known as the Scarlet Flower of Central Plains, had traversed the martial world, leaving countless corpses in his wake. A phantom whose presence was rarely felt, celebrated as the foremost flower thief in the realm. Yet today, he was outmaneuvered by a mere woman? The recollection of his earlier self-assured threats filled him with a desire to vanish into the earth. Damn it! A lifetime of fame, reduced to naught in a single moment. No! He must reclaim some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate the martial world? At that moment, Lucian caught sight of the subtitles and nearly doubled over in laughter. The notorious Scarlet Flower of Central Plains was famed for his flower-thieving escapades. Any maiden he set his sights on was bound to succumb to his charms. He harbored a peculiar penchant for abducting brides on their wedding day, only to return them the following day. Many of the young women, upon their return, would still hold fondness for him, even contemplating divorce from their husbands in hopes of marrying him instead. To date, over 100 maidens had fallen victim to his exploits, and the authorities had tried every conceivable method to apprehend him, even deploying the elite Jinui, all to no avail. He remained at large. Even the imperial court found themselves at a loss, never anticipating that Qingwan would be the one to bring him down today, a most gratifying turn of events. However, it puzzled Lu Sheng how a mere martial vagabond could bring about the downfall of a noble family like Qingwan's. Yet, he held no intention of intervening. After all, novels were meant to unfold as they would, and the demise of the Xiang family posed no threat to him. Yet, he needed to prepare for Xia Xuejian's impending journey to Phoenix Mountain. Once she entered, his dealings with the pirates would be exposed. And he must act swiftly to cover his tracks. Nan Gong Muyun also glimpsed the subtitles, merely chuckling without further comment. She was free to ridicule anyone she pleased, as long as he was not among them. However, he did hold a certain admiration for Qingwan. Typically, a person subjected to such public humiliation would be driven to despair, yet she seemed intent on pursuing profit. Her mental fortitude was remarkable. What kind of formidable adversary must she face to bring about her family's ruin? One could only wonder if she maintained such composure during her family's downfall. Furthermore, how would she transform into a vengeful figure? Would she become a demon, wreaking havoc and slaughtering all in her path? Or would she adopt a more cunning approach, presenting herself as a harmless little rabbit while secretly plotting revenge? He had perused numerous tales where the female antagonist, upon being wronged, would return to the male protagonist's side, leveraging his influence to undermine the female lead. Would she, too, return to him? A flicker of anticipation sparked within him. Chapter 20. The protagonist investigates the pirates. Why am I involved? The protagonist should have already commenced her investigation into Phoenix Mountain. She must act swiftly. Only through action can the male lead come to her rescue. And their bond deepen in the original narrative. The male and female leads had already begun the familiar trope of the domineering prince's captivity, with the female lead fleeing and the male lead in pursuit, creating a tension-filled scenario. Don't worry about me. You must leave at once, or they will kill you. I will not leave. You are my woman. No one shall harm a single hair on your head but me. Prince, promise me you will survive for my sake.
No.
If you perish, I shall not live on. A truly poignant moment indeed. As these dialogues unfolded, Qingwan recalled the impending scene of their fateful journey into Phoenix Mountain, unable to suppress her disdain for such cliched plots. She found it utterly vexing that they would weep and profess their love at the edge of a cliff while the pirates stood by, eerily silent. Were they mad? Had it been Qingwan, she would have dispatched them with a single arrow long ago. Who would tolerate such nonsense?
Crash.
In the Wangfu, Nangong Muyun, incensed, shattered his teacup. Yi Qingwan, I shall kill you. Do you find delight in mocking me, to the point of tormenting my skin? Such nauseating, mindless dialogue could never have originated from him. It was clearly a slanderous fabrication. Alas, the tortured love and jealousy of men and women. One could only imagine what the elder in attendance must have felt upon witnessing the woman he cherished pledging her life to another. How heart-wrenching it must have been to see his beloved leap into the abyss with another man, only to go mad in his pursuit of vengeance against the female lead. Later, upon discovering that she had survived, he willingly became her protector, sacrificing all he had to guard her and assist her in vanquishing her foes, ultimately becoming the 9th prince's consort. Such a narrative would surely leave the god of love weeping and the matchmaker hanging by a thread. As these subtitles appeared, Lu Sheng arrived at the Xiang residence, encountering Yi Qingwan, who had just finished her lunch and was meandering in the courtyard. His expression darkened instantly, fixating on her with a gaze cold enough to freeze.
Ye Qingwan.
The sudden voice startled her, nearly causing her to stumble. Why are you here? She exclaimed, having initially worried for him upon hearing of his troubles, but now realized her concerns were unfounded. He seemed quite pleased. I heard about your situation, and came to check on you, but it appears I was mistaken. You seem to be in high spirits. Yi Qingwan shook her head vigorously. No, I am quite upset. Upset? You hardly appear so. There are no tears. With no other recourse, she forced out a few tears. Woo-woo. Are you satisfied now, elder? I heard that Xia Xuejian has gone to Phoenix Mountain. You heard about that? Lu Sheng noted her shocked expression and felt a slight sense of balance return, ready to unleash another revelation. She went to Phoenix Mountain to investigate the pirates. You know this too? At this point, Yi Qingwan was scanning her surroundings, feeling increasingly uneasy. How could the elder know so much? It was supposed to be a confidential matter. In the original text, he was supposed to rush to the mountain only after Xia Xuejian was captured. How was he privy to this information? It was meant to be a secret. In this entire narrative, only Xia Xuejian and her childhood friend Hiyu, along with the controlling Yi Qingwan, were privy to such details. Where had this elder emerged from? Surely, he couldn't be cheating. She had a golden opportunity to go to Phoenix Mountain. Why not seize the moment? Yi Qingwan froze, sensing that the elder was probing her. She was actually headed to Phoenix Mountain? This was divine intervention. She must inform someone immediately and ensure that Xia Xuejian never returned. As she contemplated her escape, she suddenly felt her collar yanked back by Lu Sheng. I will accompany you. No need, she instinctively rejected. Are you out of your mind? You want to accompany me to inform the protagonist and jeopardize her? Have you lost your senses? You are the protagonist's #1 lackey. At this juncture, you should be preventing me from harming her, not working against the plot. Moreover, this scene was entirely absent from the original narrative. If you were to insert your own plot, there should be some limits.
No need? Are you certain?
Lu Sheng countered. Absolutely, 100% certain. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng donned a look of feigned regret. Today, the Xiang Lord summoned me to assess your studies. I initially intended to postpone it due to your apparent distress, but seeing as you seem rather untroubled, I shall inform the Xiang Lord that we will proceed with the assessment today. Great elder. I suddenly feel that having your assistance would be most beneficial. Certain? Absolutely, 100% certain. Yi Qingwan was on the verge of tears. This elder had the audacity to threaten her. One day, she would make him pay. Lu Sheng appeared quite satisfied. Then let us be off. He exerted considerable effort to accompany her to Phoenix Mountain, not only to witness the escape of the 9th prince and Xia Xuejian, with her fleeing and him in pursuit, but also to seize the opportunity to eliminate those in the know. By bringing Yi Qingwan along, he could stay informed about the unfolding drama, allowing him to adapt to circumstances as they arose while simultaneously distancing himself from any wrongdoing. Should the emperor inquire, he could easily claim his visit to Phoenix Mountain was solely to accompany Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan, however, was at her wit's end. Was the old tutor under some delusion? The actions he undertook strayed far from the original narrative, as he not only failed to safeguard the protagonist, but also appeared intent on aiding in her demise. This was utterly absurd. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end.
Please no.
Just like in the original story, focus on how to eliminate me instead.
Ding.
Check-in successful. Reward, 2 skill points, 250 gold. Skill point exchange. Martial arts manual, internal cultivation techniques, lightness skill, poison making, disguise, Persian heart stealing technique. Each requires 2 skill points. Where has my beauty value gone? Has it reached its limit? It cannot be, as my bust is only a C-cup, and my features are merely of average beauty. How could it possibly be capped? What is the meaning of this? System? After calling out for a while, it was as though it had fallen silent. Could it be that the beauty value has conditions attached, requiring a breakthrough to continue receiving rewards? For the moment, I shall refrain from exchanging the skill point. Once I enter Phoenix Mountain, there will be ample dangers, and it is wise to keep it in reserve for emergencies. Originally, she had no role in the Phoenix Mountain storyline, yet now, she was being dragged in by the old tutor, unaware of the trials that awaited her. It was utterly vexing. Xia Xuejian prepared to leave the city for Phoenix Mountain today, fully aware of the inherent dangers, yet for the sake of her sister, she felt compelled to go. Moreover, if Phoenix Mountain truly harbored pirates, it might implicate the ninth prince. Despite his callousness towards her, she could not act ungratefully, unable to stand by while he fell victim to scheming adversaries. Before departing, she visited the royal residence. Thank you for your misguided affection, ninth prince, but though I, Xia Xuejian, hail from humble beginnings, I possess my own sense of dignity and shall never become a concubine. Chapter 21. The male protagonist actually binds the female protagonist as a concubine? As Nangong Muyun was about to enter the palace, he was blocked at the entrance by her, who uttered a series of nonsensical comments. I am aware of my lowly status and do not dare to aspire to the position of princess. But my mother once told me that no one is born inferior. Nangong Muyun furrowed his brow, casting an angry glare at Yue, questioning whether he was responsible for this predicament. Yue felt wronged. He had merely spoken comforting words and had never mentioned anything about taking concubines. Miss Xia, I believe you are mistaken. This prince has yet to marry a princess, so where does the matter of concubinage arise? Indeed, Miss Xia, you must have misinterpreted. Our prince has always maintained his integrity and would never consider taking a concubine while still unmarried. Yue hastened to clarify. Furthermore, given the current situation, this is hardly the time for such discussions. His words implied that the matter of poisoning had yet to be resolved, and the ninth prince did not wish to involve her in it. As expected, upon hearing this, Xia Xuejian felt half of her anxiety dissipate. Your Highness, is it that Yi Qingwan is troubling you? Are they attempting to coerce you into submission through this matter? Nangong Muyun's frown deepened, clearly annoyed. Miss Xia, this is a personal matter between myself and Yi Qingwan. It would be best if you do not interfere. Indeed, Yi Qingwan was a despicable woman. Not only did she employ underhanded tactics against the prince, but now that the situation had come to light, she audaciously attempted to shift blame, relying on her status as the legitimate daughter of the current chancellor to act with impunity. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am a witness to this matter. If the Yi family were to make things difficult, I would be willing to testify on your behalf. No need. You should focus on your own affairs. Nangong Muyun's implication was clear. This prince's matters were not for you to meddle in, so save your breath. However, Xia Xuejian interpreted this as the ninth prince being concerned for her safety, not wanting her to become embroiled in the conflict with the Yi family. His sudden shift in attitude towards her was, in reality, a protective instinct to shield her from the repercussions of the Yi family's power. After all, Yi Qingwan's father was the current chancellor, wielding immense influence. As a mere fifth-rank official's daughter, should the Yi family decide to target her, she would have no means of defense. The true instigator was Yi Qingwan. Your Highness, you need not worry about me. If allowing you to succumb to those petty villains because of me is indeed my fault, I shall ensure that once I resolve my personal matters, I will report this incident truthfully to the throne. I refuse to believe that beneath the emperor's rule, the law has become non-existent, and that the Yi family can truly act with such impunity. Xia Xuejian gritted her teeth, resolute in her stance. Nangong Muyun was momentarily taken aback by her words. How had their conversation shifted from their personal matters to Yi Qingwan? And now she spoke of reporting to the emperor? Had she lost her senses? Do not act recklessly, he urged. Xia Xuejian raised her hand to halt him. Your Highness, rest assured I know my limits. With that, she turned without waiting for Nangong Muyun to respond, her slender figure both fragile and resolute. Nangong Muyun narrowed his eyes and asked Yue, what does she intend to do? I do not know, Yue shook his head. But Miss Xia must hold deep feelings for the prince. I have investigated, and she is a cautious person, always maintaining a low profile even at home to avoid trouble. Yet now, for the sake of the prince, this fifth-rank official's daughter is willing to offend the current chancellor, risking her life to clear his name. A woman of such profound devotion must not be taken for granted. Unbeknownst to Yue, he had been swayed by her kindness, resilience, and profound feelings. Nangong Liyun had half a mind to knock some sense into Yue, questioning whether he was indeed thinking clearly. What profound feelings! She was merely creating trouble for this prince. If she truly publicized this matter, how could he seek his father's assistance in arranging a marriage with Yi Qingwan? This woman was a true menace. Yet why did Yue perceive her troublesome nature as profound devotion? Was there any correlation between the two? Perhaps it was simply because she was the protagonist, leading everyone to revolve around her. Nangong Liyun questioned himself. If it were not for this peculiar narrative, would he, like Yue, regard Xia Xuejian's actions as expressions of profound feelings? It seemed plausible, for when he first encountered Xia Xuejian, he had inexplicably been moved by her fragility, feeling an instinctual desire to protect her. The constructs of this novel truly were terrifying. Robbers, hurry and take her as your captive bride. I swear, I shall not come to her rescue. You may doom one another, growing old together. Yue, still cautious and uncertain, contemplated taking action. But upon recalling Yue's praise of Xia Xuejian, Your Highness, do you have any commands? Nothing for now. You may go and prepare the carriage. Understood. Once Yue departed, Nangong Liyun beckoned a personal guard closer, speaking in hushed tones. Find a few individuals whose identities are untraceable. Once Xia Xuejian leaves the city, capture her and hand her over to the bandits of Phoenix Mountain. Yi Qingwan, perched upon her horse, was jostled uncomfortably. Old tutor, why do we not travel by carriage? She complained. It's so hot and sunny. Why subject ourselves to this? The carriage draws too much attention. Beyond bandits, Phoenix Mountain is home to local farmers. No one rides in carriages. If we enter so ostentatiously, we will surely attract the bandits' gaze as soon as we arrive. But the farmers do not ride horses either. Aside from bandits, only outsiders do. Would they not recognize us at first glance? That is also a point. Lu Sheng wore a rather agreeable expression, prompting Yi Qingwan to feel the urge to kick him. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Trying to make a fool of me? She could not comprehend why he was intruding at such a pivotal moment in the main storyline, where Xia Xuejian was supposed to enter Phoenix Mountain, completely devoid of his role. Why not seek to foster a bond with a female protagonist instead of meddling in her affairs? Have you ever witnessed a male protagonist developing feelings for a malicious female antagonist? It's utterly exasperating. However, considering he seeks me out, at least it won't interfere with the main storyline of Xia Xuejian, which alleviates my irritation somewhat. As long as the primary plot remains intact, the novel will not falter. The rest can unfold as it will. Your Excellency, would you care for a cup of tea?
Ye Qingwan remarked.
Her throat parched upon spotting a tea stall by the roadside. Lu Sheng acquiesced, and the two settled at a modest table, ordering 2 bowls of tea along with some snacks. As soon as the tea arrived, Yi Qingwan gulped down 2 large bowls with great satisfaction. Before heading out of the city, Xia Xuejian visited the 9th prince. Yi Qingwan looked up, intrigued. How do you know? Lu Sheng waved the pigeon post in his hand. Yi Qingwan's spirits lifted. Indeed, the Jin Yue lived up to their reputation, with their messages delivered expeditiously. What could she possibly want from Brother Mu Yun? How shameless, attempting to flirt with Brother Mu Yun just before venturing into the mountains. They bid farewell, exchanging heartfelt sentiments for an extended time.
Ah!
Really? They shared their innermost feelings? Well done, Nangong Mu Yun. As expected of a protagonist, you are impressive. This is precisely what a male lead ought to do. Within mere moments, he is engaged in a heartfelt exchange with the female lead. Why not get married on the spot? Previously, she had worried that Nangong Mu Yun's feelings for Xia Xuejian had not yet deepened enough for him to come to her rescue. But now she had no cause for concern. Yi Qingwan swallowed her thoughts, discarding her carefully devised strategies, and proceeded into the mountains, awaiting the smooth progression of the plot. Chapter 22. Yes, it was I who kidnapped you. Hate me if you must. Upon learning that the male and female leads had confessed their feelings to one another, Yi Qingwan felt even more elated than they did, though she feigned a cynical demeanor. What heartfelt confessions. It must be Xia Xuejian shamelessly seducing Brother Mu Yun.
No.
I must return and see how I can deal with her. While her intention to confront Xia Xuejian was feigned, her desire to return home was genuine. The story had unfolded so favorably that Yi Qingwan felt no need to interject. If not now, when? You might not be able to deal with her right now. Yi Qingwan paused. Why is that? She has someone with her. Someone.
Who?
In this narrative, she seemed to lack any protection. Could it be? Her expression morphed into surprise. Is it you, you rascal, protecting her? It must be that old tutor, the flower protector, the loyal knight. Who else could it be? Oh dear, Yi Qingwan felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Both crucial male leads had begun to follow the storyline, entering a delightful phase. A double blessing. A buy one get one free. It must be the influence of the red belly band she wore today. She ought to wear it every day henceforth. Lu Sheng observed her expression, which seemed to indicate she had taken something wrong, and his brows furrowed. He stifled the comment about Xia Xuejian now being captured. Compared to Xia Xuejian's fate, he was more curious about what had her grinning so mischievously. Just as she was laughing, her countenance suddenly fell. Your Excellency, did you not say there are no carriages at Phoenix Mountain? Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly, indeed. Then what are they doing? Following Yi Qingwan's delicate finger, Lu Sheng saw a carriage slowly passing in front of a tea stall. He was utterly stunned. The slap of reality came far too swiftly for him to anticipate. It was Xia Xuejian. Just then, the wind lifted the carriage's curtain, revealing a woman tightly bound and gagged inside. Yi Qingwan, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea. Captured by bandits so quickly? Was I worrying for nothing? I even feared they wouldn't capture her and rushed to deliver a warning. These bandits were impressively competent. She had to commend them. Have you ever seen bandits riding in a carriage? And look at the driver. Elegant and tidy. He hardly resembles a bandit. Not bandits? Then who are they? Yi Qingwan felt a pang of anxiety and hurried outside.
What?
Even kidnappings can have interruptions?
No.
Xia Xuejian is supposed to be captured by bandits. If others intervene, the plot will be completely thrown into disarray. You there, stop. Without a second thought, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Help! Someone is being kidnapped. The commotion attracted nearby farmers and passers-by, who began to gather around. The driver, initially intent on avoiding drawing attention, had been driving slowly, but was now suddenly halted. Enraged and ashamed, he drew a knife from beneath his seat, aiming to strike Yi Qingwan. She swiftly retreated a few steps. With her agility and protective skills, she felt no fear, but the old tutor was right behind her, and she dared not expose him. She could only sit back, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. The driver, missing his target, turned to strike again. Lu Sheng seized the man's wrist, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. His companion, witnessing this, dared not linger, helping the fallen man to his feet before disappearing into the nearby woods. Yi Qingwan quickly stood, lifting the curtain to see Xia Xuejian whimpering inside the carriage. A breath of relief escaping her lips. Could you possibly be any more useless? You couldn't even handle such a simple task of delivering someone to the mountains. What can I expect from you? Yet, despite her frustration, she still rescued her. Who did this? Have you crossed anyone?
Je Qingwan just her.
Just be a good female lead and stop drawing attention to yourself. Making enemies everywhere and failing to protect yourself is truly worrisome. The audacity to directly kidnap her indicated deep-seated animosity. This was likely no ordinary individual. If he wasn't dealt with, there would surely be a next time. How vexing. Never had she witnessed a malicious female antagonist cleaning up after the female lead. What a foolish plot, were it not for the fact that she couldn't die. Yi Qingwan might have wished to stab her right then and there. Once freed, Xia Xuejian spat at her. Spare me your theatrics. Who else could I possibly offend besides you? I just visited the 9th prince this morning, and now I'm kidnapped right after leaving the city. Who else could it be but you? So, you think I am the one who kidnapped you? Use your brain, will you? If I had kidnapped you, why would I save you? Am I so bored? Yet, upon reconsideration, wasn't this just an opportunity to sow discord? A gift of enmity handed to her on a silver platter. It would be foolish not to take it. Thus, she pushed Xia Xuejian to the ground and delivered a resounding slap. Yes, it was me who kidnapped you. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. You, Xia Xuejian, infuriated, gritted her teeth. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Would you? A mere concubine's daughter of a 5th-rank official, thinking herself a princess? I know exactly what you are. Stop pretending to be so lofty before me. You only covet brother Mu Yun's power, hoping to cling to him and ascend to greatness. Have you looked in the mirror? You think yourself worthy? Yi Qingwan, don't be so smug. The dirty deeds you've done with the 9th prince are known throughout the capital. I have already arranged to confront the emperor upon my return, exposing your shamelessness. Oh, so you two have conspired together, as expected of the male and female leads. Ruthless and cunning. I quite like it. However, she still felt a twinge of concern. With Xia Xuejian's current display of intellect, could she truly survive the descent from Phoenix Mountain? Her worry was palpable. The primary issue was that this female lead was simply too inept. For instance, at this very moment, Yi Qingwan had already spotted several ruggedly dressed, fierce-looking individuals in the crowd, hands resting on their waists, clearly not ordinary folk, likely bandits from Phoenix Mountain. Thus, she deliberately exposed Xia Xuejian's identity as the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Yet, she never anticipated that Xia Xuejian, in her folly, would blurt out her full name, oblivious to whether these bandits had heard it. If they had, it would be disastrous. A mere fifth-rank official's daughter could never compare to the legitimate daughter of a chancellor. Fearful that they might come to the conclusion to abandon Xia Xuejian and instead capture her for the debt, Yi Qingwan hurriedly exclaimed, "We must leave at once." She feigned indignation, pushing Xia Xuejian away. "I refuse to believe this. I shall return to inquire with Brother Mu Yun." With that, she swiftly took her leave, employing the age-old tactic of retreating as the best strategy. However, upon turning back to retrieve the horses from the tea shed, she found herself in disbelief. Where were the horses? Their horses were gone. Lu Sheng, too, was taken aback by the audacity of the bandits at Phoenix Mountain, who brazenly led away their steeds right under their noses. It seemed their target had shifted from Xia Xuejian to Yi Qingwan. They were not fools. It was evident that the daughter of a mere fifth-rank official was far less valuable compared to the legitimate daughter of a minister's household. "We must hurry," Lu Sheng urged, seizing her wrist and fleeing. Chapter 23. The Grand Tutor Understands Mind Reading. Yi Qingwan was pulled into the woods by Lu Sheng, where they took refuge behind a withered tree, using the foliage as cover. However, the enemy appeared to be numerous. After losing sight of them, they began to disperse and search. Hiding was not a viable solution. If they continued their search unfettered, it would not be long before they discovered the two of them. Lu Sheng quickly realized this and said, "Stay put and do not move. I will divert their attention and return to find you." "By yourself? There are dozens of them," she exclaimed, concerned.
Can you handle it?
"Have no fear," Lu Sheng replied with an inexplicable smile. Yet Yi Qingwan remained unconvinced. "What if you perish? Then my role is over. How about you hide here while I draw them away? I believe my lightness of foot surpasses yours." But Lu Sheng gave her no chance to argue. He stepped aside and made a deliberate noise to capture the attention of all the bandits, then swiftly darted in the opposite direction. Yi Qingwan felt a surge of frustration. Would he truly be alright? He was, after all, the second male lead, destined for battles and moments of valor later in the story. Surely he possessed some martial prowess. Perhaps she should trust him this once. Leaning against the withered tree trunk, she decided to wait leisurely for the Grand Tutor's return. If only she had brought some tea and pastries while escaping. What a missed opportunity.
Hey,
"Come down and follow me." Suddenly, Xia Xuejian appeared behind her, startling her. "What are you doing here? They didn't capture you?" Xia Xuejian scoffed. "Humph, I told you. Who would dare to capture me but you? You're quite something." Yet, Yi Qingwan was reluctant to follow her. According to the script, she was meant to be captured by the bandits. If she accompanied Xia Xuejian, wouldn't she be dragging her down too? But if she did not follow, what if the bandits, acting against the script, opted not to capture her? The dilemma was maddening. Yi Qingwan felt a wave of frustration. What a disjointed plot. Ultimately, she decided to follow Xia Xuejian, who had somehow found a young boy to act as their guide, claiming he could lead them away from Phoenix Mountain. After winding through the woods for a while, they finally spotted the tea shed at the edge of the forest. Yi Qingwan was curious as to why they hadn't simply retraced their steps instead of taking such a convoluted route. She patted the boy on the shoulder, saying, "You did a splendid job leading us, but no more of this next time." The two settled down to rest, while the young boy insisted on fetching some food, leaving them to wait by the already closed tea shed. As night fell and the boy had yet to return, torches suddenly ignited in the woods, drawing near. Yi Qingwan pressed Xia Xuejian's head down, urging her to sneak around the shed in the opposite direction. Fortunately, the darkness concealed them from the bandit sight. "Quickly, we must go." Yi Qingwan pulled her to leave, but Xia Xuejian remained stubborn. "No, we can't abandon Xiaoma." Xiaoma was the young boy. "Forget him. He knows this territory better than we do. He can escape."
no.
"I absolutely refuse to leave Xiaoma behind. He was surrounded by bandits to lead us. I cannot forsake him." As she declared this, she attempted to rush forward, but Yi Qingwan yanked her back. "Are you out of your mind? He may not even be caught. If you go out now, you'll expose him." But Xia Xuejian wore a resolute expression, struggling to break free of Yi Qingwan's grasp, and dashed out without a second thought. Yi Qingwan watched her determined silhouette, her mouth twitching in exasperation. Did she think herself particularly righteous, noble, and selfless? While other protagonists in novels possessed extraordinary abilities, how is it that the protagonist in this tale appeared to have the intelligence of a pig? Not only did she charge out, but she also called out, Xiao Ma.
Xiao Ma.
Run, there are bandits. Yi Qingwan felt equally exasperated as Lu Sheng returned just in time. Was this woman truly the heroine of their story? For a world to revolve around someone so foolish? It must indeed be a world of utter folly. Lu Sheng considered, perhaps he ought to simply dispose of her. He could no longer endure this stupidity. Sure enough, her cries immediately alerted the bandits, who swiftly captured both her and the hiding Xiao Ma. How ironic. Yet did this not conveniently align with her narrative of being abducted by bandits at Phoenix Mountain? Indeed, Yi Qingwan felt an unexpected thrill. This seemingly reckless act of Xia Xuejian had inadvertently redirected the plot. Splendid! Are we not going to rescue her? How could we manage that with just the two of us? It would be wiser to descend the mountain and report to the authorities, Lu Sheng reasoned. And she readily agreed. After all, if she feared for the heroine's life, it indicated that the heroine was likely safe, and he had little to worry about. Thus, the two joyfully descended the mountain together, not forgetting to exchange a few barbs along the way. This grand tutor is utterly heartless. Watching the heroine be captured without a thought to rescue her. Truly, men are dependable. Even a sow could climb a tree. Why not take a page from the Ninth Prince's book and cultivate a better rapport with a heroine? They had already met earlier that morning and had seemingly conspired against me. How quickly they conspired to eliminate me. It appears they've already made lifetime commitments to one another, deeming me an obstacle to be removed. The male lead was indeed remarkable. His efficiency and speed were commendable. At that moment, Lu Sheng wore an expression of dark disbelief. Am I unreliable? Was it not you who urged me to descend the mountain to report to the authorities? And now you claim I am untrustworthy? Yet, even after the grand tutor had departed, he returned to seek her out, which indicated a flicker of conscience. If only he would carry her now. I am so tired, he said, pausing. Are you fatigued? Do you wish me to carry you? Yi Qingwan was stunned, quickly covering her mouth. Had she inadvertently let slip her thoughts? Had her musings been vocalized? Grand tutor, what did you hear? Nothing. I merely thought you must be weary after a full day of travel. Oh, I see. Yi Qingwan felt a bit reassured. Indeed, she was tired and thus did not hesitate to leap onto his back. Wow, your muscles are quite firm. I wonder if you have an 8-pack. She resumed her inner monologue. At that moment, Lu Sheng unexpectedly grasped her hand, pulling it to his abdomen.
Feel.
Yi Qingwan was momentarily stunned, leaping off his back and landing 3 meters away. Could he possibly possess mind-reading abilities? How does he know what I am thinking? Lu Sheng looked at her innocently. What is the matter? Yi Qingwan swallowed hard. This was not good. His character was straying further from the original narrative, and his concern was becoming excessive. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? Chapter 24. Hold on. The male lead hasn't seen you fall yet. Nangong Muyun glared at the incessantly updating subtitles, his fury nearly prompting him to shatter another teacup. That scoundrel Yi Qingwan. What nonsense is she spouting outside? When did this prince ever rendezvous with Xia Xuejian? And what nonsense about secretly conceiving a child? A morning tryst followed by an evening of clandestine conception? Has she lost her mind? Besides, I clearly ordered someone to abduct Xia Xuejian. How did that turn into a romantic escapade in her mouth? This is outright deceit.
Ablette en fabrication.
Yet, unbeknownst to Nangong Muyun, such was the narrative penned in the original text. On the very night he was drugged, he and Xia Xuejian had already consummated their union. My lord, this marks the 6th teacup you've shattered today. Should you break another, you'll have to resort to drinking tea with your hands, reported Yue. Perplexed by his lord's explosive temperament, Nangong Muyun shot him a disdainful glance, dismissing him to fetch another cup of tea, then summoned a guard. Weren't you instructed to bind the person and deliver her to Phoenix Mountain? Indeed, my lord, she was bound and taken to Phoenix Mountain, but unexpectedly. We encountered Miss Yi along the way. Of course, she happened upon us. But what was Miss Yi doing at Phoenix Mountain? Is Lu Qing also there? In broad daylight, accompanying a man on an outing. How scandalous. And what is this about abdominal muscles? Utterly shameless. The guard shook his head, recalling. Did Miss Yi say anything in particular? After a moment's thought, he answered. It seems Xia Xuejian misunderstood and believed Miss Yi had sent someone to kidnap her. Not only did Miss Yi not refute this, but she also admitted it on the spot. Consequently, we are now completely absolved. Nangong Muyun was nearly apoplectic. This prince has no desire to be absolved. I want Xia Xuejian to know that it was I who abducted her, that I hold her in utter disdain. The guard, glancing at him with trepidation, ventured, Xia Xuejian also revealed a secret about the prince. A secret? What secret could I possibly have with her? It pertains to an agreement with Xia Xuejian. Once she descends from Phoenix Mountain, you are to join her in exposing the Yi family. Nangong Liun could scarcely believe his ears. Did she truly say that? The guard nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was her big mouth that spouted such nonsense. When did I ever agree to anything with her? I have no intention of allowing her to leave Phoenix Mountain alive. Gather some men. We shall ascend Phoenix Mountain tonight. The guard discreetly regarded him. Recognizing that Miss Ye's words held some truth, his lord was indeed fond of Xia Xuejian. Or else he would not be so fervently risking danger at this hour to save her. Furthermore, send word to Phoenix Mountain, informing them that I have received all the details regarding the bandits that Xia Xuejian relayed. We shall not accept any surrender. All shall be executed on the spot, and their entire clan shall be exterminated. I refuse to believe that after all this, the bandits will not take their vengeance on her. However, this proclamation morphed in the guard's ears into a tale of the prince's deep love for Miss Xia, incensed at the bandits for their mistreatment of her, thus vowing to annihilate their entire lineage. Meanwhile, He Yu and Zhong Yu and Yidian Hong, having witnessed the subtitles, were equally alarmed. Upon learning that Xia Xuejian had indeed been captured by bandits, he rushed to report to the authorities that very night. Although, according to the plot, the ninth prince would rescue her, the uncertainty loomed large. No one could guarantee that events would unfold as scripted. As for Zhong Yu and Yidian Hong, her injuries were not severe. Having utilized the medicinal balm provided by Yi Qingwan, she was nearly healed. To her surprise, the medicine proved quite effective, and she contemplated pilfering a few more vials next time. He pondered whether he should also venture to Phoenix Mountain. The ensuing narrative would have the male lead rescuing the female lead, and he genuinely wished to witness firsthand the chase wherein the female lead escapes, the male lead pursues, and she finds herself cornered. Moreover, Yi Qingwan would likely be present. He desired to gauge her reaction upon encountering him again, considering she was aware of his true intentions to undermine the Yi family. If the plot proceeded as intended, it would necessitate the sacrifice of hundreds, including her parents. He found it hard to believe anyone could willingly become a stepping stone, sacrificing everything for the sake of those so-called male and female leads. As for himself, he could never do such a thing. To hell with the male and female leads, preserving his own life was paramount. Even if they resided within a fictional realm, they still lived authentically. Who could assure that sacrificing oneself in a novel would guarantee a better existence upon returning to reality? Yi Qingwan and Lu Cheng reported to the authorities upon descending the mountain. Upon recognizing the esteemed grand tutor of the current dynasty, the officials did not dare to delay, promptly leading a contingent up the mountain to eradicate the bandits. Simultaneously, Yi Qingwan dispatched someone to inform the ninth prince. Everything was in place, awaiting the male lead's ascent to rescue the female lead, after which they would conspire against her. Yet, Lu Cheng insisted on dragging her up the mountain. Despite her having no role in the scene, having already extended her participation throughout the day, could he not allow her a moment as respite? Was he mad? As the male secondary lead, why was he not accompanying the female lead but instead persistently entangling himself with her, the vile female antagonist? Was he attempting to usurp the male lead's role and rescue the female lead before him? This could not stand. It would lead to chaos. She needed to devise a plan to diminish his involvement. Lu Cheng, leading the officers, charged forth with relentless vigor, easily dispatching the bandits, who fled in disarray, far more swiftly than anticipated. At that moment, the ninth prince had yet to catch a glimpse of the female lead. If Lu Cheng were to rescue her, the entire scene would unravel. This was unacceptable. Seizing an opportunity while Lu Cheng was distracted, Yi Qingwan stealthily dismounted and slipped inside. As the original text described, she should have been captured and taken to the bridal chamber by now. Indeed, when she finally located someone, she found Xia Xuejian attempting to escape. Seizing a plank from the ground, she kicked open the door, only to witness Xia Xuejian, at the last moment, kick off a bandit who had pinned her down. The bandit toppled back, his head striking a shard of broken porcelain, resulting in his immediate demise. How fortunate that such a stroke of luck fell upon her. Yi Qingwan mused, the protagonist's halo shining brightly upon her. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, nearby bandits shouted, "Brother." Yi Qingwan paid no heed to anything else and rushed over to grasp Xia Xuejian's hand, fleeing together. They were pursued to the rear mountain, where a precipice barred their escape. This was the very spot where the male and female leads would pledge their lives to one another. Yet where was the male lead? This was disastrous. The female lead was on the brink of death, and the male lead had not yet arrived. The scene was falling apart. Should she delay for a while? Perhaps until the male lead appeared? Just as she contemplated how to stall for time, Xia Xuejian suddenly stepped into thin air, emitting a sharp cry as she plummeted downwards. Yi Qingwan quickly grasped her.
Sister, hold on.
The male lead hasn't seen you fall yet. Chapter 25. Why save me? Save the female lead. Xia Xuejian dangled perilously at the edge of the cliff, while Yi Qingwan strained to hold onto her. This scenario felt all too familiar, an archetypal hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Yet, to her astonishment, today it was she, the wicked female antagonist, playing the role of the savior. To be frank, it was far from enjoyable. Male lead, if you do not arrive soon, I may very well steal your beloved. She bore the weight of the bandits gripping Xia Xuejian when suddenly something collided with her back, propelling her forward, and she found herself teetering over the cliff. A scream abruptly cut off, and she felt her hands grasped by something. Looking up, she saw Nangong Muyun and Lu Cheng, one on each side, pulling her back. The moment she beheld Nangong Muyun, tears of gratitude almost spilled from her eyes. You finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been unable to protect your wife. Was the female lead truly cursed to bring calamity wherever she went? But wait, where was his wife? Where was Xia Xuejian? Her hands were empty. Xia Xuejian had vanished without a trace. It was over. They were done for. As the play commenced, the female protagonist met her demise, leaving an air of despair. At that moment, I heard the furious voice of Xia Xuejian beside me, her hands desperately clutching the vines at the edge of the cliff, struggling to prevent herself from plummeting. I cursed under my breath. Yi Qingwan wanted to explode in expletives, questioning why they were holding on to her instead of the leading lady. Shouldn't they be more professional? Why were they just standing there? They finally pulled her up, though Xia Xuejian's face darkened. She still politely bowed to the ninth prince. Thank you, your highness, for saving my life. It was nothing. I merely tied you to the mountain in the first place, he replied. Yi Qingwan was taken aback. You tied me up? Are you out of your mind? Just as she contemplated retaliating, Xia Xuejian surprisingly burst into laughter, leaving the three of them exchanging bewildered glances.
What are you laughing at?
Asked Nangong Muyun. I understand now. The prince fears that in a fit of impulse, I might confront Yi Qingwan, and Miss Yi would silence me. Nangong Muyun, exasperated, retorted, Miss Xia, your imagination is quite extravagant. Can't you discern the situation? The one wishing for your demise is me, not Miss Yi. If you doubt this, I wouldn't mind tossing you off the cliff myself. With a wave of his hand, two bodyguards approached, ready to apprehend Xia Xuejian and feign throwing her over the edge.
No.
Yi Qingwan quickly intervened. You two are just playing tricks, scaring me half to death. However, this was quite in line with the original character. The ninth prince was indeed a proud and cunning individual, secretly enamored yet feigning animosity, relentlessly tormenting her. Once she was saved, Xia Xuejian offered no gratitude, instead hurling cold mockery at her. Spare me your phony sympathy. Don't think I don't see through your intentions, pretending to be a saint before the ninth prince. I bet you've wished for my demise countless times. In essence, she accused Yi Qingwan of performing for the prince. Oh, dear, you've seen through me. How scandalous. I shall see to it that you meet your end one day. Yi Qingwan retorted, dramatically waving her sleeve, leaving without a trace. Clocking out. This added shift is nerve-wracking and unpaid. What a loss. Yet, it was indeed a tragic fate for the protagonist, perpetually bound or beaten. Having just been rescued, she now faced a cunning and proud male lead who, while harboring affection, seemed intent on her ruin. What on earth was this foolish author thinking? Clearly, they had a penchant for sadomasochism, relishing in bondage play. In romance, it seemed to be a matter of exterminating her entire lineage. Thankfully, this scene was finally concluded, and the male lead had begun to reveal his penchant for tormenting the female protagonist. On the descent, a familiar figure entered her carriage. Zhongyuan Yidianhong, do you remember me? Of course, she replied, recalling the assassin who had fallen while attempting to scale a wall. But your timing is rather premature. Are all you male leads in cahoots to derail my story? As male characters, they seem to squander their time, neglecting the plot while concocting chaos, leaving her as the sole malicious female antagonist diligently pursuing her ambitions. In the original narrative, it was she who saved him when he was pursued as an assassin, leading to a series of events that fostered trust between them. After gaining her confidence, he infiltrated the minister's residence, secretly gathering evidence against it, while framing the minister for crimes he did not commit. Zhongyuan Yidianhong had envisioned numerous scenarios for their reunion, yet he never anticipated her calm demeanor. Was it because he was insignificant in her eyes? How infuriating! After years in the martial world, no woman had ever dared to overlook him. This woman, he was determined to conquer. I know your thoughts, but I advise you not to waste your time on me. My heart belongs solely to Brother Muyun. Yi Qingwan sensed the atmosphere growing awkward and quickly brought forth her devoted persona. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong nearly rolled his eyes. Her dedication was remarkable. If not for having witnessed her previous banter, he might have been swayed by her display of devotion. Yi Qingwan, having made her point, ignored him and leaned back to rest in the carriage, thoroughly exhausted from the day's events. It seemed being a villain was no easy task either. As the undercurrent of tension intensified, it appeared he was ready to formally enter the fray, albeit prematurely, yet ultimately, it did not impact the main storyline. Today's unexpected twist revealed the male lead's emerging duality. He loved the female lead deeply, yet wished her harm, setting the stage for a tale of bittersweet love. The male lead's character was truly troublesome. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, now it's your time to shine. Gather evidence and aim to bring down the minister's residence within 3 days. I have faith in you. By the way, when is that young Master Liang going to meet his end? The plot at Phoenix Mountain has concluded. He ought to perish soon, lest the minister's residence remain standing. As if summoned, young Master Liang appeared on their descent, pleading for her to take him down the mountain. But how had he ascended? His presence was puzzling, as he had no role in the scene. Nevertheless, she allowed him to join, returning to her slumber. No matter how significant the issue, it could wait until she awoke. Yet, as the carriage rolled along, an unusual fragrance wafted in, followed by an abrupt halt. She heard the driver tumble to the ground. Simultaneously, young Master Liang also collapsed. It was a sleeping powder. Someone intended to assassinate her. Chapter 26. He also sought attention, but fortunately, the female protagonist's halo was potent, incapacitating the intruder. Stealthily, someone entered the carriage, skillfully locating young Master Liang and drawing a blade across his throat. After silencing him, they approached Yi Qingwan, preparing to strike. Suddenly, they were yanked out. Turning back to retaliate, a familiar face appeared. Brother He? What are you doing? What are you doing, I should ask. Do you even realize what you're doing?
Ido.
I have uncovered the truth. This Liang scoundrel defiled my sister and falsely accused her of illicit relations. I must kill him today. You could report it to the authorities. If reporting it worked, he would have been dead long ago. Who would defend the Earl's residence over a fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter? Xia Xuejian expressed her indignation. Since the government cannot provide justice, I shall take matters into my own hands. You have already killed him. What more do you want? Miss Yi cannot be harmed. Yi Qingwan was the only one privy to the entire narrative's progression, her existence bearing great significance. Should she perish, it could irrevocably disrupt the world of the novel. Brother He, even you are aiding her? You would impede me for her? I have not. I understand now. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing her. Xia Xuejian disregarded his explanation. I merely wish to place this dagger in her hand, allowing others to believe she murdered young Master Liang. This way, not only will her suspicion be cleared, but I can also bring down Yi Qingwan. Upon hearing this conversation, Yi Qingwan nearly leapt up to pledge her allegiance. Female protagonist. Your mind is finally working. Thank the heavens. Yet, surprisingly, he opposed. No, Xia Xuejian, this is blatant slander. I always thought you were an upright and kind person. How could you? Silence. Yi Qingwan wished she could seal his lips. Why was the female protagonist's action subject to his scrutiny? Moreover, how could the female protagonist ever be wrong? Whatever she did was justified. Framing her was simply a means of eliminating a malevolent antagonist, destined to commit numerous atrocious acts. Wasn't it right for her to preemptively eradicate threats? Why should it concern him? Pray, step aside, lest you hinder the heroine in her endeavors. It is a rare occasion that she demonstrates such wisdom. Yi Qingwan is on the verge of proclaiming that it was she who committed the misdeeds, declaring herself the architect of all the world's evils. Xia Xuejian, evidently perplexed, queries, Brother He, are you blaming me for her sake? I have never committed a single wrong in my life. I merely seek justice for my sister. And yet I am cast as the villain. Yi Qingwan, who has orchestrated countless mischiefs, is now painted as the innocent victim simply because I have accused her once? And you all are so quick to feel pity for her? He is left in a state of exasperation, recalling the narrative Yi Qingwan has criticized. She has not truly committed any heinous acts. On the contrary, Yi Qingwan has consistently endeavored to facilitate her connection with the Ninth Prince. In stark contrast, he finds himself resembling a dog biting the hand that feeds him, failing to recognize a benefactor's intentions. Moreover, as the principal female antagonist of the entire tale. Yi Qingwan's presence is integral to the plot. Should she perish, how could the story continue? If Yi Qingwan were to die, he would lose all narrative guidance and remain oblivious to the story's unfolding. He is yet to grasp his role within this tale. What fate awaits him? Will the He family rise to prominence or face ruin, or will they remain as they are, unremarkable? The existence of subtitles offers him a glimpse into future developments, allowing him to navigate potential perils, especially given the precarious position of the He family as imperial physicians. He Yu, unlike Lu Sheng and the Ninth Prince, does not seek to manipulate the storyline for personal gain. Lu Sheng aims to subtly benefit from the plot without disrupting its flow, while the Ninth Prince rejects such constraints, desiring to command his own destiny. He Yu, however, wishes merely to observe, to be a spectator, hoping that this drama unfolds quietly and spares the He family from entanglement. Quite frankly, Yi Qingwan, the sole individual privy to the plot's progression, is akin to a deity, surveying the mortal realm with ease. She could effortlessly deal with anyone. Her intentions towards Xia Xuejian are not malicious. Had she wished harm, she could have eliminated her in the very first episode. He genuinely hopes that Xia Xuejian refrains from arrogance, for she possesses no grounds for such hubris. All her successes are due to Yi Qingwan's forbearance. Ultimately, Xia Xuejian relinquishes her intentions to frame Yi Qingwan. Despite her reluctance, she follows He Yu. Her thoughts are straightforward. To simply kill Yi Qingwan would be too swift a resolution. To truly torment such a person, one must take away her dearest, allowing her to witness an affectionate bond between herself and the Ninth Prince, thus rendering her life unbearable. Moreover, to kill her now would be imprudent, as the residents would not overlook her demise, potentially involving the entire Xia family in the fallout. As He Yu breathes a sigh of relief, the subtitles refresh once more. How did this He Yu emerge? Quick, depart. Do not obstruct. Yet this aligns with the original plot. This scene depicts Xia Xuejian's intent to slay me. Thwarted by He Yu, transformed instead into an accusation. The bandits of Phoenix Mountain have been utterly vanquished, and the true victor is none other than the heroine, who, in her quest for intelligence, has risked her life, emerging as a national hero, celebrated as a paragon of virtue. The most pitiable figure, however, is young Master Liang, who, in seeking a carriage, has sacrificed his own life. This Central Plains Scarlet is truly toxic. As a notorious thief, he is incapacitated by an aphrodisiac. Shouldn't such a substance be his forte? What a disappointment. Of no use at all, merely serving as a human cushion. After venting her frustrations, Yi Qingwan drapes a blanket over him, resting her head upon him, treating him as a pillow, which she finds quite comfortable. Although they are in a desolate wilderness, she seizes the moment before imprisonment to enjoy a restful slumber. Once in jail, her troubles will begin. Nangong Muyun is taken aback. Has the plot truly skewed this far, yet the outcome remains unchanged? Xia Xuejian not only survives, but is elevated to heroism due to He Yu's remarks to the bandit leader, inadvertently placing her on a pedestal. What a nonsensical narrative, devoid of logic. Are these characters all fools, incapable of rational thought? Xia Xuejian has done nothing, yet she is hailed as a heroine. What must one do to disrupt the storyline? It is utterly maddening. Simultaneously perplexed is Lu Sheng. How can such absurdity be reconciled? If this continues, the residents will soon crumble, and Yi Qingwan will surely face indignity. Yet she appears unperturbed, even seemingly eager for such an outcome. At this moment, the most challenging task falls upon Central Plains Scarlet, who must feign being incapacitated by the inferior aphrodisiac while also serving as Yi Qingwan's human cushion. No one has dared to use me as a pillow in my lifetime. Yi Qingwan, I will see you undone. Chapter 27. The system can still upgrade. A ray of morning sunlight pierces through, rousing Yi Qingwan from her slumber. She yawns and rolls over, yearning to return to sleep. However, something feels exceedingly hard against her back. She instinctively slaps her hand down.
Oh,
What is this softness? It possesses quite an elasticity. Unable to resist, she taps it several more times until a deep voice resonates. Have you had your fill of touching? Startled, she leaps up, instinctively clutching her collar. Who are you? She recalls now. He is the assassin who tumbled over the wall. Central Plains Scarlet's face nearly freezes. Can we not revisit that incident? Must it be dragged up yet again? I have complied with your theatrics. I have played the role of a human cushion, endured your advances, yet I will not tolerate insult. As a renowned flower thief of the realm, I categorically refuse to acknowledge that I could tumble from a wall. This is unequivocally not my doing. Very well. If that is your stance, so be it. Yi Qingwan fails to grasp his point, peering outside to assess the situation, spotting figures approaching in the distance. Clearing her throat, she shouts, murder! Help! Her voice startles Central Plains Scarlet, nearly causing him to tumble from the carriage. Meanwhile, approaching footsteps rapidly close in, encircling them. Do not move. None of you. They have clearly mistaken them for murderers. Yi Qingwan, satisfied, prepares to disembark the carriage, but Central Plains Scarlet suddenly erupts, delivering a kick that sends a nearby officer flying, then seizing Yi Qingwan by her collar, preparing to flee. Do not be afraid. I will protect you. Yi Qingwan retorts, I advise you not to meddle. Yet he appears oblivious to her warning, lifting off the ground. Just as they ascend, an immense force yanks his arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Several knives are swiftly drawn, held against his throat, preventing any movement. Yi Qingwan turns her face away, feigning ignorance of his plight as he lands unceremoniously. In the midst of his confusion, Central Plains Scarlet suddenly notices the updated subtitles. I told you all to stay out of the heroine's affairs. See. You did not perish, and to think he was going to protect her. She thanks him, but he should focus on safeguarding himself. Speaking of such a feeble flower thief, can his kidneys keep up? Upon hearing her remarks, Central Plains Scarlet nearly lunges at her. I will end you. My kidneys are just fine. Sighing, he decides to ignore her. After all, his current role is merely to fill the scene. He prepares himself for a stint in prison. Once he is imprisoned, the heroine can conspire against the residents, framing them for the pirate's misdeeds. Dear protagonist, do you not see how the heroine has risked her life to procure intelligence for you? She has cunningly orchestrated the demise of young Master Liang, casting the blame upon me, all to grant you the precious time needed to dismantle the Prime Minister's residence. Such a remarkable lady, you ought to yield to her charms. For every wound inflicted upon you by the Prime Minister's household, I shall lay waste to their entire lineage. For every slight from the world at large, I shall wreak havoc upon it. How magnificent and romantic that would be.
Ding.
Check-in successful. Reward, 2 skill points. However, due to the host's insufficient level, they cannot be accumulated, rendering this reward void. 300 taels of gold. Void. Is it because the previous 2 skill points were not redeemed? How infuriating. Why did you not mention that accumulation is contingent upon levels? Is this not akin to harvesting chives? Fattening them up before the slaughter. Fuming, she hastily exchanged one of those 2 skill points for a disguise technique, preparing for her imminent descent into darkness. The gold shall be saved, in anticipation of returning to reality as a wealthy lady. It seems the system is also tiered. Her beauty value must have reached its zenith, only to be replenished upon leveling up. But how does one surpass this threshold? Pondering this conundrum yields no clarity. So she resolved to continue her ruse. How dare you? Do not lay a finger on me. Do you know who I am? Believe me when I say I can have your heads rolling, she demanded. Fetch Lu Xing here. Though her bravado was but a facade, the officials forcibly dragged her away. As they led her off, she shouted, My father is the Prime Minister. The commotion made it known to all that the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter had been apprehended by the Imperial Guards. Especially her declaration of my father is the Prime Minister instantly became the talk of the capital. Is this truly the Miss Yi who attempted to drug the 9th prince, only to become the laughingstock of the entire city? The guards escorting her curiously inquired of a bystander. Indeed, that was her. She was quite the sight, possessing beauty, yet lacking wit and harboring a tempestuous temperament. How could the sagacious Prime Minister have raised such a daughter, one who brings more ruin than success? The Emperor had already been furious over the drugging incident. Now, embroiled in murder, having killed the son of Liang Yuanbo, the Prime Minister would surely be left devastated by her actions. Expressions of disdain and mockery adorned the faces of onlookers. The Prime Minister's residence, which had stood imperiously for centuries, was on the brink of collapse. Brought low by Miss Yi. Indeed, she appeared to be a woman devoid of sense. Yet, Yi Qingwan was unfazed. In the original narrative, it was young Master Liang who was slain within the estate, and she merely stumbled upon the scene, only to be knocked unconscious and framed for the crime. Although the setting and timing had shifted, the outcome remained unchanged. Young Master Liang was indeed dead, and she had been framed. Different paths converging towards the same end. This was sufficient. After all, it is impossible for a performance to be a perfect replica, is it not? Once the necessary uproar had subsided, Yi Qingwan found a clean spot in her cell to sit. She bartered some jewelry with the jailer for a roasted chicken and a jug of wine. Meanwhile, the notorious Xia Xuejian, confined in the opposite cell, glared in envy as she savored her meal with such ease. Are you here to serve your sentence or to indulge in the pleasures of life?
He seethed.
The illustrious floral thief, famed throughout the martial world, had never been imprisoned, yet here he was, captured by this woman. Infuriated, he vowed, I shall make you pay dearly for this. When Lucian learned of Yi Qingwan's arrest by the Imperial Guards, he was left dumbfounded. She truly went to prison? He had never encountered such a competent antagonist before. The ninth prince was equally astonished, shattering his seventh cup in disbelief. Such an absurd plot had genuinely unfolded? Just the night before, as he watched the subtitles, he had reveled in her misfortune, believing she had miscalculated. In the entire DU, even the current emperor had to yield to the prime minister, who would dare disregard his authority, especially the Imperial Guards, who were under the prime minister's thumb, who would dare arrest Yi Qingwan. The original author could not have been so foolish as to artificially diminish everyone's intelligence just to elevate the heroines. He had prepared himself to witness her folly, curious to see what audacious maneuvers she would employ to contrive a resolution. Yet now he was infuriated. Had the protagonist's halo grown so disproportionately powerful? She had entered the prison. What would transpire next? Would her descent into darkness commence? That could not be allowed. As the greatest bane of the narrative, he was determined to prevent the story from unfolding as it had in the original, refusing to let her effortlessly embrace her dark transformation. A sly smile curled at the corner of Nangong Muyun's lips. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 28. Whoever dares to release me shall taste my poison. He was also incredulous. How was this possible? Just last night, he had moved young Master Liang's corpse from the carriage and had let the carriage roll away slowly, discarding the dagger far from the scene. How could Yi Qingwan still be apprehended as a murderer? Was the original novel's premise truly that formidable? Was human intervention utterly futile? Yet, she had not committed the murder. Was she not being unjustly scapegoated? He hesitated. Should he testify on her behalf? But in doing so, would he not be endangering Shuejian? Such a dilemma. Xia Shuejian was well aware of Yi Qingwan's plight as a suspected murderer, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. It seems your luck has finally run out, Yi Qingwan. Despite the multitude of supporters shielding you, you have still been captured. Do not blame me. You must solely blame your own incompetence. You must persevere. This is merely the beginning. There will be no opportunity for you to turn the tables.
She urged.
Miss, I have already sent the message as you instructed.
Good.
Miss, are we truly going to confront the Prime Minister's residence? Are you afraid? The maid shook her head. Not at all. I simply believe we need not provoke them. Have you not discovered that the second Mrs. Matter has nothing to do with the Prime Minister's residence? My dealings with the Prime Minister's residence are not for my sister's sake. The maid, aware of her true motivations, could not help but ask, do you truly hold such affection for the ninth prince? Upon hearing his name, Xia Shuejian's face unwittingly brightened with a hint of bliss. Previously, I assisted the ninth prince purely out of gratitude, but now I realize we share a profound similarity, both victims of circumstance. When he was drugged by Yi Qingwan, unable to voice his indignation, I vowed to protect him. I shall never allow that filthy woman to harm him. But what if the ninth prince is willing?
Impossible.
You did not witness his helplessness when drugged or his powerlessness when threatened to marry Yi Qingwan. How pitiful. Before the maid could respond, a young attendant rushed in, whispering urgently to her, What? Yi Qingwan has been released? Simultaneously, Xia Shuejian was astonished. Released? She committed murder. Who would dare to set her free? These corrupt officials, shielding one another, must have been threatened by Yi Qingwan. Fearing the Prime Minister's influence, they released her. No, I must see for myself. As she prepared to leave, the maid pulled her back. Miss, do not act rashly. It was the ninth prince who ordered her release. Xia Shuejian was left dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at the maid. The ninth prince? Why would he release Yi Qingwan? Does he not realize that all her actions are in pursuit of him? She had meticulously planned to frame Yi Qingwan for murder, not only to tarnish the Prime Minister's reputation but also to distract him, granting her ample time to gather evidence and dismantle his power. This way, he would not only evade marriage to Yi Qingwan but also topple the Prime Minister, achieving great merit in the eyes of the Emperor. Yet he had personally ordered Yi Qingwan's release? This first step was already amiss. Was he being coerced by the Prime Minister? Yes, it must be so. The Prime Minister threatened him, asserting that if he did not intervene to release Yi Qingwan, he would face dire consequences, as it was not the right time for the Prime Minister to demand the Imperial Guards let her go. However, the ninth prince is quite different. He is a royal and has a complicated history with Yi Qingwan. Should he intervene, outsiders would undoubtedly perceive Yi Qingwan as truly innocent. How absurd. That wretched woman, Yi Qingwan, resorts to the most despicable means to achieve her goals. It is utterly shameless. A sneeze suddenly escaped her as she was heartily consuming her meal and drinking copiously.
Who dares to insult me?
Miss Yi, you are free to go. Yi Qingwan was taken aback and inquired, Officer, are you mistaken? I am a murderer, and I cannot be released. The officer, mistaking her words for a threat, quickly donned a smile and said, Miss Yi, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold us accountable. We are merely following orders. The disdain and pride he had displayed when apprehending her were replaced by an entirely different demeanor. What nonsense! Are you truly considering releasing her? How can you, as officers, let a murderer go at will? Is there no sense of professional ethics? Who gave you the authority to release me? My father or the Grand Tutor? If I find out who dares to sabotage my affairs, I shall ensure they meet a grim fate. It is the 9th Prince. Coughing, Yi Qingwan could scarcely believe her ears. That foolish 9th Prince again. Instead of attending to serious matters, he wastes his days meddling in trivialities. How on earth did the original author craft such a character that one could wish to strike daily? Had she foreseen his current insufferable behavior, she would have sent him on a pilgrimage to the west with a deadly poison from the start. Yi Qingwan's sole thought now was that she must not be released. That would be disastrous. If she were to step outside, how could the female lead frame her and gather evidence to bring down her family? Thus, it was imperative that she remained imprisoned. The entire narrative revolved around the female lead diligently pursuing her ambitions. She absolutely could not become a hindrance to her. I will not leave. You arrested me without just cause, turning me into a laughingstock throughout the capital.
Now, you claim I can go?
What will others think of me? The officers of the Jin Yi were at a loss, facing the obstinate and unreasonable Yi Qingwan. Miss Yi, please spare us. We are merely trying to earn a living. Is that enough reason to arrest me? If one day you desire a reward, will you dare to apprehend my father? The Jin Yi, exasperated, asked, Then what must we do for you to agree to leave? If you capture the true murderer and restore my innocence, I shall depart. Upon hearing this, the Jin Yi nearly erupted in exasperation. Oh, dear. We want to solve the case too. Liang Yuanbua is nearly dismantling our Jin Yi. But with such a significant case, we have no leads. How can we resolve it? If we could solve it so quickly, we would be soaring to glory. Rather than here humbly pleading for you to vacate our prison. Yet no matter their protests, Yi Qingwan refused to budge. Ultimately, they summoned the Grand Tutor. Lu Cheng silently lifted her by the collar, much like one would a small chick, and dragged her out. Grand Tutor, I will not go. They arrested me unjustly, turning me into a joke across the entire capital. I refuse to face the world. Lu Cheng, his expression dark, replied, Enough of the theatrics. How much do you enjoy performing? Just consider it a favor for me. Yi Qingwan was taken aback. Then grant me a favor and keep me imprisoned. The 9th Prince was still outside. Why had he not left yet? How tiresome. Surely, he did not intend to stir up more trouble? Yi Qingwan quietly tightened her grip on the medicine bottle, contemplating whether to take drastic measures against this troublesome male lead, who was nothing but a source of annoyance. Chapter 29. You kick me? The male lead's antics were becoming increasingly absurd, while the second male lead resembled a tragic figure. The entire plot hinged solely on her. And Yi Qingwan felt utterly drained. I am exhausted. Everyone else may leave. Yet upon seeing the 9th Prince, she instantly switched to a charming demeanor. She rushed over, exuberantly declaring, Brother Mu Yun, I knew that even if the whole world forsook me, you would never abandon me. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating where she found such insipid phrases. Her cultural upbringing was evidently high. The 9th Prince, however, remained composed. My 10th brother has a long-standing rapport with the Prime Minister. Since you find yourself in trouble, it is inconvenient for him to intervene, so I have come. Do not overthink it. Very well, Brother Mu Yun, whatever you say goes. You have come to fetch me so early. It must have been quite tiring. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Brother Mu Yun, would you indulge me? Yi Qingwan's humble pleas painted her as the quintessential infatuated girl. With her acting skills, she could easily sweep the Bai Yulan Awards in the entertainment industry. Everything was set. All that remained was for the male lead to come forth and decisively reject her. She was ready. No need. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan's spirit soared. She inhaled deeply, preparing to roll on the ground in an exaggerated display of her infatuation. I have already instructed my servants to prepare breakfast. Accompany me back to my estate. Brother Mu Yun, did you just say something? The 9th Prince cast a penetrating gaze her way. I said, join me for breakfast. Is there a problem?
You.
Yi Qingwan's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, yet she found herself unable to utter a single coherent word. The ninth prince chuckled inwardly, fully aware she was merely putting on an act. Did she think he would reject her? To further embellish her persona of unrequited affection for him? Not a chance. From this moment forth, he would ensure she never succeeded. Yi Qingwan, in a frenzy, wondered what was wrong with him. How can you accompany me for breakfast? You should utterly despise me and reject me fiercely. Where is your aloofness? You are deviating from your character. This is utterly ridiculous. Frustrated, Yi Qingwan could only press forward, for she had brought this upon herself with her own reckless words. Inviting you to a meal? I truly want to slap myself. As she sat in the carriage, flanked by Lu Cheng and the ninth prince, propping her chin up, she pondered the absurdity of her situation. Having two guardians beside her was a privilege reserved for the female lead. Why had this thunderbolt struck her? She did not desire such attention. Now that young Master Liang was dead, the Liang family was unlikely to let the matter rest. However, the Jin Yiwei must have deemed her irrelevant to the case, as they had released her. The Liang family was likely in turmoil, and the Jin Yiwei felt immense pressure, tirelessly working to solve the case. According to the plot, the Liang family would soon confront the female lead, leading to a fierce battle between them. Yi Qingwan felt no interest in the conflict, as long as she remained uninvolved. They could burn down the palace for all she cared. Yet why were these two so clingy, like two sticky plasters? In the original novel, their interactions with her were far less than what had transpired over these few days. As a villainous female supporting character, how could she possess any scenes apart from those that expedited the romance between the male and female leads? Please spare me. Yi Qingwan glanced left at Nangong Muyun and right at Lu Cheng, feeling overwhelmed. What was she to do now? This segment had not existed in the original text. How was she to perform? Should she continue to feign a deep affection for the male lead? That would simply equate to unpaid overtime. What a loss. But if she ceased her act, would they not find her peculiar? Oh, how unfortunate. Brother Mu Yun, you must be exhausted from coming to fetch me so early. Did you sleep poorly last night? Allow me to massage your shoulders. The ninth prince regarded her with a glance, but remained silent. Are your legs sore? I can massage them too. Once again, he remained mute, yet remarkably said, Thank you. Yivingvan? Thank you. The ninth prince, typically aloof and disdainful of women, just expressed gratitude to his devoted admirer. What madness was this? Had he suffered a concussion from bandits last night? This was far too abnormal. If this continued, he would surely ruin his reputation. Furthermore, that character, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, made an appearance far too early. And now he is inexplicably sharing a prison cell with her. According to the original plot, he should not have appeared at this juncture. This is utterly nonsensical. It is imperative for her to devise a strategy to guide this hopeless male lead back onto the righteous path. Otherwise, the next episode may very well mark the end of the entire story. Yi Qingwan pondered for a moment, then suddenly tightened her grip on his thigh, delivering a sharp pinch. As she did so, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Wow, Brother Mu Yun, your legs are truly long and straight. The ninth prince winced in pain, instinctively retracting his leg. Observing this, Yi Qingwan quickly turned to the side, offering her shoulder. She then closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending storm. Come on, kick me off this carriage, and reclaim your rightful role as the male protagonist. However, the ninth prince had no intention of kicking her. Instead, he rubbed his thigh, glaring at her with a pained expression. This girl possesses remarkable strength. He recalled the incident when she had smashed an inkstone into two pieces and a chill ran down his spine. But why was he not kicking her? Any normal person would instinctively retaliate when their thigh was pinched so forcefully, yet here he was, doing nothing. How peculiar. When Yi Qingwan opened her eyes, she found the ninth prince still massaging his thigh, his expression filled with resentment, leaving her utterly perplexed. What kind of reaction was this? Was he not going to kick her?
Why?
He should have kicked her. I apologize. This is my first time giving you a shoulder massage. And I got a bit too excited, she stammered. The corners of the ninth prince's mouth twitched slightly. Just a bit. It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now it was Yi Qingwan's turn to feel her lips twitch. In the future? Who wants a future with you? Right now, all I want is for you to kick me out. She felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could just kick him out herself. Lu Sheng leaned against the carriage, his gaze flitting between the two, finding the situation even more amusing than he had anticipated.
Observing Ye Qingyan Santix.
It was clear she was attempting to provoke the ninth prince into anger, to elicit his disdain. Yet, remarkably, the ninth prince was not only unperturbed, but seemed to enjoy the exchange. This plot was clearly veering off course. If the ninth prince no longer despised her, wouldn't that disrupt the storyline? Could Yi Qingwan simply stand by and let that happen? Clearly not. In the next moment, Yi Qingwan lunged at the ninth prince and bit down hard on his shoulder. As expected, the moment she bit him, he seized her hair with a firm grip. He finally grabbed my hair. Yi Qingwan was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly brought to tears. Who knew that provoking someone could require such strength? In Chapter 30, it was evident that he was not up to par. Yi Qingwan resorted to employing tactics from her pet dog to compel the ninth prince to kick her off the carriage. At long last, she succeeded in enraging him. As he grabbed her hair, "Ninth prince, you've finally taken action. Thank the heavens and my ancestors." However, just as she was about to express her heartfelt gratitude, the ninth prince merely tilted her head gently and remarked, "That's enough." Yi Qingwan was taken aback. "You're so gentle. What's the deal? If one didn't know better, they might think you were coaxing a child. I expected you would at least tug my hair out." Nevertheless, Yi Qingwan slumped back down, dejected, muttering, "I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited." But he did get a little angry, right? Although he doesn't seem particularly angry. His actions indicate he disapproves of my previous behavior, so I must have successfully annoyed him. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yes, that makes sense. The ninth prince, unaware of her inner musings, inquired, "How did young Master Liang die?" "I don't know. I was affected by a drug, and didn't see anything." "Is there a man hiding in your carriage?" Yi Qingwan instinctively felt the need to clarify, asserting that nothing had occurred between her and that flower thief. But then, she thought, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to tarnish her own reputation? Why not seize the moment? Thus, she readily confessed, "Brother Mu Yun, I didn't want it to happen, but I was under the effect of a drug." As she spoke, she feigned tears, timidly tugging at his sleeve, lamenting,
I am sorry.
"Do you think I'm impure? Do you believe I'm not virtuous? Am I someone who cannot be desired? Hurry, humiliate me, spread rumors about me, and trample me into the mud, ensuring I can never rise again. No worries, that person clearly isn't fit for anything." Thud. Lu Sheng nearly toppled out of the carriage, unable to contain his laughter. "I'm fine, you carry on." He waved his hands, stifling his laughter as he nearly choked. Yi Qingwan was stunned. Wasn't he this obvious to anyone with eyes? Ugh, is that the main point? "Brother Mu Yun, do you not find me undesirable?" "Not at all. He's unfit, so what's there to find undesirable? Besides, true love does not concern itself with a person's past. If a man is fixated on a woman's history, it merely proves he does not truly love her. Then should I leave?" Yi Qingwan was incensed, nearly spitting blood. Truly, he was the male lead, with a remarkably righteous perspective, but such sentiments were only meant for the female lead. What was he saying this for? Had he lost his mind? "Shall I check your pulse? You seem to have endured too much stimulation and maybe a bit deranged." The ninth prince cast her a sidelong glance, noting her fluctuating complexion, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Little did she know, he was quite capable of handling her. Yi Qingwan was frustrated. Did this South Palace Mu Yun have some sort of curse today? Why was he so impervious?
Fine.
"I refuse to believe you want to get angry." With this thought, she boldly opened her arms and embraced him, wishing to melt into his embrace. "Brother Mu Yun, you're truly wonderful." The ninth prince not only did not resist, but naturally opened his shoulders to welcome her. "Come on. If you dare to lean in, I shall take action. If you dare to touch me, I shall respond in kind." He was merely curious to see if she would continue. It turned out, Yi Qingwan did not dare. Damn it, it was always the girls who suffered. Had she been a boy, she would have tackled him long ago. Just as she prepared to release him and concede defeat, a melodious female voice rang out from outside the carriage, "Ninth prince."
Oh.
That voice sounds familiar. The curtain was lifted to reveal a familiar figure standing in the middle of the road, obstructing the carriage. Xia Shui, initially hesitant, upon seeing Yi Qingwan nestled in the ninth prince's arms, was instantly engulfed with fury. Yi Qingwan's face brightened at the sight of her. "Oh my darling, you've finally arrived. I was about to run out of steam without you. You are indeed a celestial being sent to rescue me." Yet she maintained a fierce facade. "Xia Shui, how dare you? A mere fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter, daring to block Brother Mu Yun's carriage. Yi Qingwan, how shameless you are." Openly embracing the ninth prince in broad daylight. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan tightened her grip on the ninth prince, refusing to let go. "Brother Mu Yun enjoys my embrace. What concern is it of yours?" Don't flatter yourself. In all of Dayu, who doesn't he know that you drugged the ninth prince and then spent the night in the carriage with that flower thief? As their quarrel escalated, passers-by began to stop and gawk, whispering amongst themselves, unsure of what to make of the scene. As the crowd grew larger, the ninth prince gently pulled Yi Qingwan aside. She might not care for her own reputation, but if she tarnished her image, her dreams of becoming empress would vanish. Wait, was he actually worried about her? How could he possibly be concerned? No, he was merely intent on thwarting her. Yes, that was it. The action of the ninth prince pushing aside Yi Qingwan was fully observed by Xia Xuejian, and she immediately comprehended the situation, as she had surmised. The ninth prince was indeed coerced. What a formidable family the Yi clan was, wielding such power that they dared to threaten even the reigning princes. She had already begun gathering evidence and would eventually bring down the Yi family, leaving Yi Qingwan unable to threaten the ninth prince any longer. Yi Qingwan, too, was affected by the ninth prince's actions. How amusing! No matter how much I tormented you moments ago, you remained unperturbed. It turns out it was merely because the female lead was absent. Upon her arrival, you instantaneously transformed into a paragon of virtue?
So,
Was your previous demeanor merely an indulgence at my expense? Indeed, as long as a man still breathes, he is seldom honest. However, this is as it should be. The male protagonist ought to embody the essence of a hero, centering all matters around the female lead, devotedly serving her interests until the end. Ninth Prince. Fear not the Yi family. I shall go to the authorities tomorrow to testify. The eradication of bandits at Phoenix Mountain is entirely your achievement, and His Majesty will certainly reward you accordingly, at which point you shall no longer have to bow to the Yi family's whims. Upon hearing this,
Qingwan silently uploaded her.
the female lead truly lived up to her title, decisively assisting the ninth prince, and promising to dismantle the Yi family. She acted on her word. Marvelous indeed. Yet the ninth prince merely cast her a fleeting glance, saying, I appreciate Miss Xia's goodwill. But the victory over bandits is the merit of Grand Tutor Liu and bears no relation to this prince. How could it be unrelated? Yi Qingwan felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and silence him. Be quiet. The female lead knows how to act. She does not require your unsolicited advice. Speak another word, and I shall be inclined to remove your skull. Chapter 31. If it comes to that, perhaps the male lead should be replaced. Have you ever encountered a narrative where the female lead diligently aids the male lead in his endeavors, only for him to dismiss her contributions? It is utterly infuriating. If a day comes when I tire of this life, I shall surely lift a skull to see what nonsense resides within. Yi Qingwan seethed with frustration. Lu Sheng, equally perplexed, could assert with certainty that the ninth prince harbored not a shred of affection for Xia Xuejian. It was entirely a one-sided affair on her part. Men understand men best. Unless utterly disdainful, a man will seldom refuse a woman who presents herself willingly. This clearly illustrates how little the ninth prince thought of Xia Xuejian. Thus, the plot had already shifted, though Yi Qingwan remained oblivious to this fact. Or perhaps she was aware but unwilling to accept it. Desperately attempting to steer the story back on course. Observing her efforts was simultaneously pitiable and amusing. Bearing the title of a supporting character while performing the duties of the lead, she was caught in an absurd predicament. It dawned on Lu Sheng why his clandestine writings had garnered little popularity. Tales of romance paled in comparison to this farce. He eagerly anticipated how Yi Qingwan would endeavor to revert the narrative to its original course, and what would transpire if she failed. Would the protagonist switch roles? If so, how delightful that would be. Or perhaps one day, Yi Qingwan would discover that her sarcastic musings were visible to him. What would her expression and reaction be? The anticipation grew with each passing moment. Xia Xuejian did not expect the ninth prince to reject her. Was he not in need of accomplishments to make his mark?
Why?
Then, did he refuse her? Perhaps he wished to spare her from entanglement. Or maybe he genuinely required her assistance, but could not voice it in the presence of Grand Tutor Liu and Yi Qingwan. After all, admitting such would offend both the Liu and Yi families, and the current ninth prince's residence could hardly withstand a joint assault from them. At this moment, if Yi Qingwan and Lu Sheng were privy to Xia Xuejian's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. Wasn't it a case of misfortune befalling someone at home? The Yi family never intended to manipulate the ninth prince. After all, her father, the chancellor, was performing his duties admirably. Why would he seek conflict with the prince? As long as her father maintained neutrality, he would continue in his position regardless of the emperor's whims. Moreover, Lu Sheng, the current grand tutor, young and accomplished,
Possessed a robuste constitution.
Considering the short life expectancy of Emperor Diyu, he could outlast even the grandson of Nangong Muyun. What would compel them to target the ninth prince? Even if chaos erupted, the throne would not fall to them. Was this not a case of being excessively idle? The notion that the Yi family was pressuring the ninth prince was merely a dramatic embellishment by the protagonists, a delusion that would land them in a mental institution in the modern world. Yet it is understandable. After all, they are the protagonists. If they do not inject a bit of drama, how could they generate animosity? In any case, the existence of supporting characters is primarily to bear the blame. Without any justification, anything detrimental to the female lead is attributed to the supporting character. Despite being rebuffed, Xia Xuejian remained undeterred. Yi Qingwan, Lord Lu. You are both present today, so I shall be forthright. My insistence on testifying on behalf of the ninth prince is solely my own decision, independent of him. I hope you will not hold him accountable for this matter. If you harbor any resentment, direct it solely at me. With that, she cast a deeply earnest glance at the ninth prince, assuring him, "Do not worry, your highness. I shall be fine." In broad daylight, under the open sky, I refuse to believe they would dare to harm me. Having declared her intentions, she left without a backward glance. The ninth prince, bewildered, pondered, so she charges forth into battle, while I merely reap the rewards? She bears all the consequences while I receive the accolades? Does she truly consider herself noble? Has she lost her wits? Inciting murder is still murder. She should not assume that by willingly accepting the burden, others will actually heed her words and only target her. In truth, Xia Xuejian was equally anxious and confused. She had heard numerous tales of Grand Tutor Lu's iron-fisted methods and the tortures of the Jinui. Even those seasoned generals who had fought on the battlefield would shed a layer of skin upon entering, as a frail woman. She would undoubtedly succumb to any form of punishment inflicted by the Jinui. Yet, in front of Yi Qingwan, she had to maintain her facade. If she faltered even slightly, Yi Qingwan would undoubtedly grow even more unrestrained and reckless in her actions. The ninth prince held his head in his hands, exasperated. Why had she suddenly grown so bold? Could she not spare a bit of that audacity for her intellect? It was clearly insufficient as is. How had she survived this long with such folly? Yi Qingwan thought to herself, really? This is the man who should be moved by her willingness to face danger for him? And yet, he chastises her for being foolish? Are you even the male lead? She seriously doubted whether she had overlooked something crucial while reading the novel. Could he truly not be the protagonist? Get out, commanded the ninth prince, abruptly ordering them to disembark. Yi Qingwan, stunned, asked why. Were we not to have breakfast? It is no longer possible. I must report the events at Phoenix Mountain to the emperor before she reaches the authorities. This woman truly knows how to stir trouble for me. He then turned to Yi Qingwan and instructed her, you should return home immediately. Do not cause the chancellor undue worry. Thus, Yi Qingwan and Lu Sheng were unceremoniously ejected from the carriage. What a heartless man he was. Grand Tutor, why did you not take your own carriage when you came to fetch me? Lu Sheng glanced at her and then at the now normal street, shrugging. Who could have predicted that a dignified Grand Tutor would be forcibly removed from a carriage?
Ye Qingwan siket.
All right, let's walk back.
On the way.
She opened the panel for her complaints. Nangong Lian, you absolute fool. How dare you kick me out of the carriage? I curse your entire lineage. And your grandmother?
Too.
I just gave you a leg massage and you couldn't even thank me. The female lead is risking her life for you, and you don't express gratitude? Are you out of your mind? There's a limit to being tsundra. Be careful lest you lose your wife. According to the original male lead's disposition, he should be feeling a warm surge of emotion. Having grown up amidst the palace's deceit and treachery, he has never encountered such a pure-hearted, brave woman. A sense of inexplicable affection should well up from within, warming his entire heart. You dare to call others foolish? You ought to express gratitude to the original author for casting you as the male lead. Otherwise, with your immense foolishness, even if you borrowed another 500 years from the heavens, you would remain forever single. I've lost interest. I can no longer care. Ultimately, the narrative unfolds with the female lead recklessly advocating for the male lead, while he, in an effort to protect her, coldly rejects her, inflicting pain upon her. And thus ensues a deeply tormenting romance. Is that not precisely what has transpired? Indeed, it aligns perfectly. Therefore, the earlier indifference exhibited by Nangong Muyun towards Xia Xuejian must have been an act. Deep within, he is undoubtedly smitten. His apparent coldness is merely a guise to shield the female protagonist. Yes, it must be so. The plot remains intact, without a doubt. Who dares to claim it has unraveled, shall face my wrath. Ha ha ha. Lu Sheng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. She is anxious, indeed. Chapter 32. The protagonist strike back. Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Sheng's sudden laughter. Master, what brings you such amusement? Oh, nothing. I simply believe Miss Xia to be a remarkable woman.
Ye Qingwan rollet her est discreetly. See?
The attributes of a devoted admirer in the second male lead are beginning to reveal themselves. As I suspected, how could the second male lead not harbor affection for the female lead? Finally, there was a glimmer of good news. Her heart fluttered slightly, though she feigned defiance as she retorted, "Master, do you truly believe she is so admirable? Is it merely a matter of testifying at the government office?"
What is so commendable about that?
I, too, would brave mountains and seas for Brother Muyun. Lu Sheng regarded her with exasperation. He almost wished to roll his eyes at her. To brave mountains and seas for him? It would be a miracle if she didn't end up kicking him into the flames instead. If he were to rely on you, his life would be utterly doomed. You misunderstand. My point is, she appears as if she were sent by the Ninth Prince's political adversaries to sabotage him, audaciously claiming credit for my accomplishments in front of me. What enmity could compel one to act in such a manner? Yi Qingwan, is it just me? Or does this make an unsettling amount of sense? It seems that rather than growing closer, they are engaged in mutual sabotage. Not true, not true. The esteemed master speaks nonsense. They are the male and female leads. How could they not be deeply in love? I refuse to listen. Your words are mere drivel. When will the Liang family finally uncover the truth about Xia Xuejian? Hurry up and fight. A clash is necessary to propel the plot towards its climax. The main storyline is about to unfold. And that wretched flower thief. Hurry up and take action. Go seek the female lead, and together, we shall topple her. I have provided you with all the favorable conditions. Fate, opportunity, and alliances are all at your disposal, my fine young men. Yi Qingwan's expectations were already exceedingly modest. She made no demands regarding character traits or plot details, merely hoping that the main storyline would align. Upon arriving home, before she could even step through the door, the Ninth Prince's attendant Yue had been waiting at the entrance, eager to deliver a message.
Monsieur.
My lord has instructed me to convey that you must refrain from casually embracing men in the future. Having delivered his message, he offered no further explanation and hastily departed. Yi Qingwan was left speechless. Why are you running away? I have no intention of embracing you. However, upon reflecting on his words, Yi Qingwan was suddenly struck with a realization. Nangong Muyun was warning her not to lay a hand on him in the future, indicating he was indeed still upset. Wasn't he? As I suspected, how could a high and aloof male lead harbor affection for any woman besides the female lead? His character remains consistent. Look. He turned right around to issue a warning. So I shall not embrace him, then. Though she feigned disdain, her heart was already dancing with joy. Revitalized and bounding back home, Lu Sheng watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement. The Ninth Prince was not warning her against embracing him. He was clearly admonishing her not to embrace any man other than himself. How peculiar he must seem. It appears Yi Qingwan was correct. The Ninth Prince indeed has too much idle time on his hands, and it is high time he finds some tasks to occupy himself. Thus, he summoned Shirhu, whispering a few words in his ear. Shirhu hesitated briefly before promptly exiting. Half an hour later, the Liang family received a secret letter, and Liang Darren nearly fell to his knees in gratitude towards Shirhu. Please convey my deepest thanks to the esteemed master. I shall never forget this great kindness. Upon reading the letter, it was to be burned immediately, without allowing a single word to escape. Shirhu added, "Today I have not set foot in the Liang residence." Understood. Rest assured, I have seen no one from the Liu family today. As for my son's blood feud, I shall ensure she pays in kind. Farewell. Do not see him out. Meanwhile, Xia Xuejian arrived at the government office but was too late. The emperor had personally decreed that the credit for the accomplishments would be attributed to the Ninth Prince and her. However, the edict stated that it was Yi Qingwan who had personally sought the favor.
What?
Yi Qingwan sought it? Xia Xuejian was so enraged, she smashed everything within reach. To curry favor with the Ninth Prince, she had audaciously beaten her to the punch. Utterly shameless. But why did she not seek it for herself? Instead, she sought it for me? What ulterior motive could she possess? Or was it merely an attempt to showcase her magnanimity in order to elicit sympathy from the Ninth Prince? Yes, it must be so. I have underestimated this cunning woman. At that moment, if Yi Qingwan were to learn that she had inexplicably been cast as the scapegoat, she would likely be driven to madness, truly a case of being at home when disaster strikes from above. Surely, the female lead must have been a rice cooker in her past life, so fond of casting blame. After stewing in her anger for a moment, Xia Xuejian swiftly composed herself. It was imperative to remain calm at this juncture. Her rivalry with Yi Qingwan had escalated beyond mere competition. It had transformed into a deadly enmity, a matter of mutual destruction. Yi Qingwan looked down upon her at every turn, constantly reminding her of her status as a lowly daughter of a fifth-rank official, persistently using her humble origins to obstruct her relationship with the ninth prince. She refused to accept this. Just because Yi Qingwan had a more favorable background and a powerful father, does that entitle her to disdain her? To trample upon her dignity at will? Must she remain subservient her entire life, perpetually bullied, even yielding her own love? No, she would not resign herself to fate. Whatever she desired, she would obtain through her own merit, and those who looked down upon her would not live in peace. Yi Qingwan was first on her list.
Yet,
Yi Qingwan had already regarded her as a mortal enemy and would undoubtedly be on high alert, making it impossible for her to approach and seek evidence to bring her down. Thus, careful planning was essential. She must find someone capable of earning Yi Qingwan's trust. If Yi Qingwan were to uncover her intentions, she would likely be infuriated. Oh, female lead, you are far too naively optimistic. She has no defenses against you. She would rather place all evidence of her misdeeds directly into your hands, even preparing an undercover agent for you. You should act swiftly. She has been waiting for you for far too long. Online requests for assistance are open 24 hours a day. Mississippi. Not good. It seems the Liang residence has caught wind of something and is making significant moves. Xia Xuejian remained unperturbed. It matters not. They will find out sooner or later. Since I dared to take action, I am unafraid of their retaliation. What are your plans, miss? The maid was somewhat anxious. After all, while the Liang residence may not compare to the Prime Minister's estate, it was still a count's household, not something that a mere fifth-rank official could contend with. Moreover, their master might not even go to battle for them against the Liang family, and they could end up suffering for it. I have confirmed that young Master Liang is colluding with several bandits from Phoenix Mountain to smuggle official salt. However, during the last bandit purge, those 2 bandits were killed, leaving us without witnesses. What shall we do now? The maid grew more frantic. With the bandits dead and young Master Liang also deceased, their evidence would be impossible to clarify. If the past is devoid of witnesses, let the living confess with their own mouths, Xia Xuejian declared, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chapter 33. If we eliminate the female lead, shall we all be free? As soon as the Liang family takes action, Xia Xuejian has her methods to ensure they reveal themselves. By the way, how is the ninth prince faring? Has His Majesty conferred any rewards upon him? Naturally. There have been rewards. It is said that the imperial decree to elevate him to prince status has already been issued and will soon be celebrated. Thus, the ninth prince has now become one of the 3 princely heirs of this dynasty. He has firmly established himself in court. Miss, has the ninth prince expressed his gratitude towards you? Xia Xuejian recalled how the ninth prince had pulled Yi Qingwan away the moment he saw her, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her face. Although he appears aloof, I understand that he is merely restrained by Yi Qingwan's presence. I comprehend his feelings, and I shall not place him in a difficult position. At that moment, the 2 cloaked figures on the rooftop exchanged glances, filled with incredulity, unable to suppress their murmurs. Sir, could it be that Xia Xuejian is a fool? Even a blind person can see how indifferent the ninth prince is towards her. And yet she manages to spin it into something else? Not only does she manage to smooth things over, but she also seems to believe that the ninth prince's coldness is out of concern for her. A remarkable display of confidence and imagination. Lu Sheng silently regarded Xia Xuejian within the room and gently covered the tiles back. Why bother arguing with a fool? She has willingly stepped forward to take the credit and shield others, all without a hint of resentment. Isn't that akin to picking up a dead soldier for nothing? And she wouldn't even need to pay for it. He wouldn't be the only one. Anyone would do the same. Moreover, she is likely unaware that the ninth prince, whom she believes is intrigued by her, is currently in his study, lost in thought while holding an inkstone that had been smashed into 2 pieces by Yi Qingwan's head. Truly, this protagonist has outlived her usefulness. If it were up to him, he would simply bind her with a rope and bury her on the spot. Shirhu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the way the Sir curses is quite straightforward. Sir, why are we spying on the ninth prince and young Miss Xia at this late hour? What is the purpose? Nothing much. I intended to see how she planned to deal with the Liang family, but it seems this clever girl cannot devise any earth-shattering plans. After finishing, Lu Sheng quietly retreated with Shirhu. Have the remnants of the Liang family been thoroughly dealt with? Although Xia Xuejian is quite clever, her protagonist Halo is formidable. We must hope she does not encounter a more astute Liang family, as their combined cleverness could become a burden to him. Rest assured, sir. Just as Lu Sheng and the others departed, Hugh climbed through the window. As Yi Qingwan's criticisms grew more frequent, An increasing sense of unease settled within him. He felt that if this continued, Sister Xuejian would attract great misfortune. The Liang family, the Lu family, and the Yi family, these were figures of substantial stature she could never hope to contend with. Brother He, your timing is impeccable. I need your assistance. Are you familiar with Zhongyu and Yidianhong? He froze in place at the mention. He had not known before, but after eavesdropping on Yi Qingwan's complaints, he had gathered some information. I know a little. Why do you ask? I need you to investigate him and find out why he suddenly appeared in Yi Qingwan's carriage. Additionally, it seems he has fled. If possible, I would like to meet him. He was dumbfounded. Could it be that Sister Xuejian truly intended to ally with Zhongyu and Yidianhong against the Yi family, as Yi Qingwan had mocked? Sister Xuejian, I believe Yi Qingwan is actually quite decent. Do you harbor some misunderstanding toward her? Furthermore, although the Chancellor wields significant power, I have never heard of him oppressing officials or exploiting the common folk. He is a good official. Xia Xuejian was disinterested in his words. Do not speak further. As long as the Yi family remains intact, the 9th prince shall never ascend to that position. He could only shake his head. She was deceiving herself. If the 9th prince wished to claim the throne, he would require the support of the Yi family. The downfall of the Yi family would only serve to hinder his ascendance. Thus, the Yi family's survival was not merely a matter of the 9th prince's ambitions, but rather Xia Xuejian's aspirations of becoming empress. He no longer recognized his sister, who had changed so much. Yet, Xia Xuejian remained oblivious to Hu's transformation and continued. And then there is Lu Sheng. As the current Grand Tutor, he is clearly being groomed by the Emperor to counter the old Chancellor and his faction. Although he currently lacks the strength to challenge the Chancellor, he is remarkably formidable, even capable of penetrating the Chancellor's genui, indicating his exceptional prowess. I do not believe he genuinely cares for Yi Qingwan. His constant presence around her serves two purposes. First, to curry favor with the Chancellor, and second, to use her to placate the Chancellor while seeking an opportunity to overthrow him. She believed that perhaps Lu Sheng could be persuaded to ally with them, even drawing him into the 9th prince's camp to serve the prince. Initially, her intentions were solely to avenge her sister, but her path for revenge had illuminated a crucial truth. Power is paramount. Without it, one is merely prey. Much like her sister, who, despite suffering indignities, was still subjected to public scorn. Therefore, she must ascend to the position of empress, compelling those who once looked down upon her and humiliated her to bow beneath her feet. She could no longer endure living as a lowly subordinate, meek and subservient. In the end, He acquiesced to her request. After all, he had always detested seeing her wronged. Contacting Zhongyu and Yidianhong proved to be even simpler than he had anticipated. The notorious flower thief had escaped but remained within the city, seemingly waiting for him. When Zhongyu and Yidianhong finally met Xia Xuejian, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Although she was not stunningly beautiful, there was an inexplicable air of vulnerability about her that evoked a protective instinct within him. He quickly realized, however, that this must be what Yi Qingwan referred to as the protagonist's halo. Is it truly this powerful? He pondered whether he should dive into the icy waters to clear his mind. Xia Xuejian wasted no time. I wish to deal with Yi Qingwan. You will assist me. Zhongyu and Yidianhong was taken aback. Do we know each other that well? The protagonist is truly remarkable, coming right out and asking for help. Did you not assist me last time? Xia Xuejian asserted confidently, fully aware that he had not actually fainted in the carriage. After all, how could a notorious flower thief be overcome by inferior perfumed powder? She was certain he would help her. Yet, Zhongyu and Yidianhong thought to himself that this woman must be out of her mind. The last time, he had pretended to faint to avoid being discovered by Yi Qingwan. It had nothing to do with her. Why should I help you? However, recalling that he had accepted payment to assist this foolish woman in toppling the Yi family, he felt a surge of irritation. Just because she is the protagonist, I must help her? Why should I? Perhaps I should simply eliminate this foolish protagonist. Wouldn't that grant everyone their freedom? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 34. Even a flower thief has a springtime. Zhongyu and Yidianhong's thoughts turned dark. After all, whether the plot collapsed or not was of no concern to him. A mere flower thief. He was neither a grand tutor nor a prince. He had no stake in this fictional world. If it collapsed, so be it. He could take the entire world down with him. As he contemplated murder, Xia Xuejian, observing him, felt a sense of triumph, believing she had uncovered his true intentions. If the authorities were to learn that the infamous flower thief is still lurking in the capital, can you imagine their reaction? Zhongyu and Yidianhong was bewildered. You give me a little power, and you think you can control me? I'm not your pawn. You dare threaten me? However, the words sounded eerily familiar. It was something that Yi Qingwan had said before, that this Xia Xuejian would leverage his identity as a flower thief to intimidate him. She had spoken true. Why did he feel so unsettled? Here he was, a renowned flower thief, being toyed with by two women?
No.
He would not be a pawn in this story. If Yi Qingwan knew the plot, he would directly oppose her. There was no way he would help this foolish female protagonist, Xia Xuejian. Not a chance. You need not relay my words to the authorities. I shall proceed to the yamen and beat the drum myself. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Xia Shui was left in a state of bewilderment. That was not what she meant. She did not intend to coerce him, but merely sought collaboration. However, he had already vanished without a trace. Just as Xia Shui was engulfed in her frustrations, a figure clad in dark attire emerged from the direction where Zhongyu and Yidianhong had disappeared. Though his face was obscured, he claimed to be an ally of Zhongyu and Yidianhong, and expressed his willingness to join forces with her against the Yi family. Naturally, she welcomed the addition of another ally. Miss Xia, may our cooperation be fruitful. Indeed, may it be so. As Xia Shui watched him leave, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. This Zhongyu and Yidianhong was rather proud, insisting on sending someone else to convey his sentiments. It was likely that her words had been too forceful, causing him to misunderstand and become angered. Yet he still wished to assist her, hence this arrangement. Indeed, it often seemed that men were prone to disingenuousness. Yi Qingwan had initially felt elated upon hearing that the Ninth Prince had specifically sent Yue to warn her, delighted that the Ninth Prince's character had remained intact. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, brimming with excitement. Miss, good news. His Majesty has dispatched someone to announce an edict. The previous punishment for your father has been completely revoked. Yi Qingwan's brow furrowed, sensing impending trouble. Why? Because of your bravery and fearlessness. Risking offense to Master Liu in order to secure merit for the Ninth Prince and Miss Xia. His Majesty even has a specific decree for you,
Which is on its way.
Yi Qingwan was taken aback. When did I ever strive for that? How come I am unaware? Who was the impertinent scoundrel responsible for this? I'll dig up his ancestral grave. At that moment, the Ninth Prince, oblivious to the turmoil he had caused, sneezed, attributing it to a chill from the previous night. Unaware of the impending disaster to his family line. Miss, what's the matter? Your father won't be punished. Shouldn't you be pleased?
Pleased?
Absolutely ecstatic. Yi Qingwan's smile was more akin to a grimace than genuine joy. Although she did not wish for her father to suffer, the narrative had taken its course. According to the storyline she had set, she would bear all the blame while her parents could enjoy a peaceful old age.
Now.
With an unexpected little scoundrel altering the plot, her entire family might truly face calamity. She had labored tirelessly to keep the narrative on track, largely for the sake of the Xiang residents. This would not do. She needed to hasten the plot's progression, ensuring the Xiang residents' downfall, allowing her father to retire in peace. By the way, where is that flower thief who fell from the wall? Why hasn't he come to harm me yet? Can't he be a bit more dedicated? Where's his professional integrity? But perhaps it is a bit harsh on him, before becoming a flower thief. He was once an innocent young lad, infatuated with a courtesan. He cared not for her background and squandered his fortune to redeem her, severing ties with his family to marry her, only to have his bride elope with her lover on their wedding night, turning him into the town's laughingstock. Who could endure such betrayal? No wonder he resorts to abducting brides. He must have deep-seated trauma. Thus, it seems wise to avoid romantic entanglements, as they only lead to losses. Yet, despite being scarred by women, he has somehow turned his affections toward me, the wicked supporting character. Truly, he has a poor memory. It echoes the saying, as long as one quickly finds new love, sorrow is but a fleeting memory.
Clang.
The sound of a teacup shattering against the floor resonated. Your Highness, that is the 8th teacup. Witnessing the Ninth Prince, who had been quietly reviewing accounts just moments ago, erupt into a fit of rage left Yue utterly bewildered. Has His Highness become a powder keg lately? Nangong Liyun shot him a furious glance, his eyes practically rolling in exasperation. What trashy novel is this? Can't they write properly? Is Yi Qingwan not supposed to be this prince's exclusive admirer? Why the need for additional romantic subplots? In stark contrast to Nangong Liyun's ire, Lu Sheng was nearly gasping for breath from laughter. Ha, so even a devoted admirer can have an admirer of their own. How amusing. The one most unable to accept this twist was none other than Zhongyu and Yidianhong. Yi Qingwan, I shall surely end you today. Even the king of hell cannot save you now. With a furious charge, he kicked open her door, his eyes ablaze, glaring menacingly at the bewildered Yi Qingwan. Simultaneously, The commander of the Imperial Edict troops, Meng Tao, the second-ranked martial artist on the DU leaderboard, stood equally perplexed. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong drew his blade, but upon seeing Meng Tao, swiftly sheathed it. Yi Qingwan, wearing a face full of confusion, inquired, "Is there something you need?" Zhong Yuan Yidianhong shook his head no. "Then be gone." "Very well." With that, he vanished in a flash. Truly, one must recognize the times to be wise and adaptable. Chapter 35. The female lead and Liang's house will eventually fall. Although Zhong Yuan Yidianhong failed to eliminate her, Yi Qingwan, observing his furious demeanor, surmised that he harbored immense hatred toward her. With his narrative arc aligned, her anxious heart finally settled. At last, there was a semblance of sanity within this storyline.
Tonight.
She thought to reward herself with a little wine at the Yihong courtyard. Was that excessive? Certainly not. After all, the next few days lacked her narrative, making it the perfect opportunity to unwind. However, just as she stepped outside, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong inexplicably trailed her, stealthily following. "Hey, are you familiar with Meng Tao?" "Not really." "Can you be familiar with your master?" "That is not possible." "Wait, master? The commander of the imperial troops, Meng Tao, is your master?"
Yeving van Shuruk.
"As a candidate for future empress, I am personally instructed in horsemanship and archery by the commander of the imperial troops. Is there a problem with that?" Zhong Yuan Yidianhong opened his mouth, then helplessly closed it, realizing there was indeed no issue. It made sense why this young lady possessed such impressive agility. She must have some martial prowess. If he were to act against her now and fail, it would be quite the embarrassment. He decided to take a more circuitous route, seeking to gauge her abilities before determining whether to strike. In the following days, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong shadowed Yi Qingwan like an incessant pest, eagerly accompanying her wherever she went. Yi Qingwan, touched by his unwavering dedication, nearly shed tears. He was the sole character in the entire narrative who genuinely wished to see her demise. Such devotion was rare indeed. Oh, male lead, take a lesson from him. Show some commitment. If you possessed even a fraction of his dedication, I would gladly call you father. After several days, she suddenly recalled, "I almost forgot. Tonight marks the 7th night of young Master Liang's return of the soul. By this calculation, the Liang family is set to fall tonight. How arduous it has been. We have finally reached the climax of the plot. If tonight's grand performance goes well, the female lead will truly rise to prominence. I am filled with anticipation. When the female lead rises, the supporting character must inevitably face misfortune. Hooray! My turn to falter has finally arrived." However, she felt a twinge of worry, sensing that the male lead's characterizations were subtly awry, yet the overarching plot remained intact. It is akin to enduring 10 days of hunger, only to be presented with a morsel of delight, yet upon consuming it, one feels as though nothing has been ingested at all. A rather peculiar sensation, indeed. For the time being, her worries do not extend to others. Her greatest dread lies with the sinister old master. After the protagonist's resurgence, her first order of business will be to confront him, the very individual tasked with aiding her. The old master plays an indispensable role in this narrative. Without him, the protagonist would stand little chance of dismantling the Yi family. Therefore, it is imperative that no slip-ups occur in dealings with the old master. Alas, though I often berate him as a cold-hearted old master, the knowledge that he intends to assist the protagonist against me stirs an unexpected pang of reluctance within my heart. What kind of demeanor does the old master adopt when faced with the protagonist, who he usually regards with disdain? I am quite curious to witness the normally imperious old master in the role of a sycophant. Might it prove to be comical?
Ding.
Attendance recorded successfully. Reward: 2 skill points and a bounty of 350 taels of gold. Another 350 taels acquired effortlessly. How delightful. A step closer to becoming a modestly wealthy woman. As for how to allocate the skill points, I shall set them aside for now. The disguise technique from last time has yet to be put to use. However, I must remember to exchange them before tomorrow as attendance, lest the treacherous system penalizes me again. Upon voicing my thoughts, all the male protagonists wear expressions of sheer bewilderment. Lu Sheng truly intends to assist Xia Xuejin? Has he lost his senses? The Prime Minister has regained the Emperor's favor and is currently basking in glory. Why would he willingly oppose the Prime Minister's residence at such a pivotal moment? Is it possible that Lu Sheng has genuinely fallen for Xia Xuejin? What is love? That it compels one to pledge life and death? If Lu Sheng could hear their musings, he would surely scoff at their ignorance. To hell with love. When did I ever develop feelings for Xia Xuejin? We have barely met more than 5 times, and I have not even exchanged a word with her in private. My every thought is consumed by Yi Qingwan. What reason could I possibly have to assist Xia Xuejian against Yi Qingwan? Unless the fabric of this fictional world is so formidable that it can instantaneously alter one's nature. No, I cannot remain idle. I must endeavor to reshape the rules of this world. I summoned Shi, who to inform Liang Yuanbo that, come nightfall, he must avoid any contact with the Xia family at all costs, better to shut the doors and keep everyone inside. I then called upon a captain of the Imperial Guard, instructing him to lay an ambush at the Xia residence, ready to capture Xia Xuejian the moment she appears, thereby severing her connection to the Liang family. Just as the Imperial Guards begin to mobilize, the Prime Minister has already received word. Lu Sheng truly intends to confront the Liang family for the sake of that illegitimate daughter? The old steward, slightly hunched, remarked, "It cannot be mistaken. It seems Liang Yuanbo plans to use Liang Gongzi's resurrection tonight to eliminate that little illegitimate daughter." Yet somehow, this information has reached Lord Lu's ears. Thereupon, Liang Yuanbo is confined to his home, while others are dispatched to keep watch at the Xia residence, ensuring he does not encounter the little illegitimate daughter. The Prime Minister squints slightly. Who Lu Sheng chooses to assist is of little concern to him, except for this little illegitimate daughter. For she poses a threat to his cherished daughter. We must find someone to stake out the Xia residence. The moment Xia Xuejian's presence is detected, report immediately. Nangong Muyun issued this command, eager to witness how this little illegitimate daughter intends to topple a count's estate in a single night. As night falls, the streets are already under curfew, cloaked in darkness, devoid of any soul. Only the Liang residence remains ablaze with light, filled with cries and lamentations. Tonight marks the resurrection night for Liang Gongzi. Although Lu Sheng forbids them from venturing outside, the thirst for vengeance for his son cannot be so easily quelled. Liang Yuanbo, even at the cost of his own life, will demand blood from Xia Xuejian to satisfy his vendetta.
Ding!
The midnight hour tolls, and Liang Yuanbo, who had been meditating in the inner hall, suddenly opens his eyes, rising with fervent intent directed at the door. Let us proceed. With that, a dozen figures clad in white robes, disheveled and ghostly, emerge from behind the screen in the inner hall. Indeed, Liang Yuanbo intends to exact his revenge in this manner, summoning vengeful spirits to claim their due. The Xia family has little recourse. However, before they can step beyond the inner hall, the entirety of the Liang estate is plunged into darkness, the lights extinguished in an instant, both in the morning hall and the courtyard. After a brief silence, chaos ensues among the gathered souls. What is happening? Why have all the candles gone out?
Quick!
Relight them. Being in the morning hall is frightening enough. With this sudden turn, the faint-hearted are terrified into a state akin to joining their master in the afterlife. Yet, before the servants can relight the candles, eerie blue flames flicker to life around the morning hall, like restless spirits flitting about. From her hidden vantage, Qingwan observes in disbelief. What was once a romantic drama has morphed into a ghost story. Have contemporary novels devolved into this? While the female lead in another tale remains oblivious to her surroundings, our protagonist has unwittingly stepped into a supernatural narrative. What a relentless competition. Truly dedicated. This protagonist deserves commendation. Chapter 36. The protagonist and the Liang family fall simultaneously apart from the protagonist's diligent efforts. The male leads appear to have collectively awakened, each one stealthily observing from the shadows. Notably, the ninth prince has brought along several skilled fighters, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice to rescue the protagonist. As anticipated, their prior indifference towards her was merely a facade, a performance crafted to deceive Yi Qingwan. Indeed, the old master, who usually regards the protagonist with disdain, is now eager to assist her at the slightest hint of trouble. The male leads are all prepared, should the protagonist find herself in peril. They will emerge as gallant heroes. 3 champions to rescue 1 maiden. Liang Yuanbo, your demise is assured tonight. Even the king of hell could not resuscitate you. Why, then, does she sense such a transformation in the characterizations of these male protagonists? Has she mistakenly believed they harbored feelings for her, fretting so much that she could hardly eat or think? It seems that the fool is none other than herself. How infuriating, each of them outshining her in performance. The Liang residence is beset by spirits. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong is positively enthralled. If he could, he would even guest star as a ghostly figure. Yi Qingwan shoots him a glance. You appear rather excited, don't you? Of course I am. In all my years, I have yet to encounter a ghost. Such words spoken as if he were an expert in the matter. Though he feigns disdain, his inner excitement is palpable. He too has never witnessed a ghost. Nor does he know what they truly look like, though he wonders if he could twist its head off with one hand. Do you believe Xia Xuejian stands a chance? Of course not. She is doomed tonight. Yi Qingwan's words are laced with bitterness, yet she is all too aware of the truth. How could she possibly perish? She is the protagonist, after all. If she were to die, the entire narrative would falter. Instead, Yi Qingwan would be forced to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Endlessly living and dying, a torturous loop with no end in sight. It is exhausting, and death is certainly painful. What if she survives? If she survives, I shall descend to finish her off myself. Must you ask so many questions? Are you the reincarnation of Tangxing? Enough with the inquiries. It drives me to distraction. Ghostly flames swirl around the morning hall, terrifying the Liang family members into a frenzy, shrieking and scattering in all directions. The lady of the Liang family collapses to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her maidservants having long since fled. Even if there is a chance that it is her son, the primal fear is undeniable. Liang Yuanbo, however, remains relatively composed, bellowing. What wretched vermin dares to masquerade as spirits here? Show yourselves. No sooner does he utter these words than a haunting male voice echoes from outside. Father, mother, I am in such pain. The voice, long and mournful, sends shivers down the spines of those present, even causing Yi Qingwan and her companions to recoil in horror. I cannot believe this is truly happening. As the voice echoed from afar, the final white silhouette drifted into the spirit hall. Upon discerning the figure, it was unmistakably that of young Master Liang. Albeit in a tattered state, as if he had suffered severe burns, his flesh charred. Father, mother, he cried out, the judge has decreed that I, your son, have taken innocent lives, destroyed evidence, and sought revenge. After my death, I am condemned to the copper pillar hell, enduring the tortures of the copper pillar every day. My child, my dear child, Lady Liang, unable to bear the sight, burst into loud sobs, disregarding her fear as she rushed forward to embrace her beloved son. Trembling hands hesitant to touch him. It was a sight most horrendous. Not a single intact piece of flesh remained. However, Liang Yuanbo, having served as an official for many years, was not easily deceived by such theatrics. He promptly drew his sword and lunged at the figure of young Master Liang, only for the blade to strike without any reaction, as if piercing through a lifeless body. Liang Yuanbo was taken aback, his eyes flickering with disbelief.
Impossible.
This cannot be real. This is not my son, he shouted. Show yourself. Who dares to play tricks upon me? At that moment, a shaft of golden light suddenly illuminated the spirit hall, momentarily blinding them. When they regained their sight, it was no longer the spirit hall, but rather the court of the underworld's judge. The judge, with a stern visage, sat at the head of the court, flanked by Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long,
And Zhao Hu.
Before them, a woman in white knelt, prompting the judge to strike the gavel. Silence. The court is now in session. Who is present? I and the young lady, Xiao Rushuang, she replied. What grievance do you bear? I accuse Liang Wenyi of defiling me, spreading rumors to absolve himself, and slandering my name, leaving me voiceless and wronged, leading me to my death. I also accuse Liang Yuanbo of shielding his son and colluding with the authorities, leaving me without recourse to justice. The gavel struck once more, and the judge's voice thundered, Liang Wenyi, do you plead guilty? Liang Wenyi fell to his knees. I confess my guilt. Very well, even so. A life for a life. Wang Chao, Ma Han, bring forth the dog-headed guillotine. Without hesitation, they seized Liang Wenyi and presented him to the guillotine. And with a swift motion, his head was severed with a resounding thud. The head rolled to the ground, coming to rest at Liang Yuanbo's feet. His son's lifeless gaze fixed upon him. Even with his formidable composure, Liang Yuanbo could no longer withstand the sight and collapsed to the ground. The ninth prince, witnessing this, was seething with rage. How could Liang Yuanbo, a man of decades in office, be so easily fooled by such petty tricks? No wonder he had not been entrusted with significant responsibilities for years. You deserve to die. Pathetic fool. At that moment, the judge struck the gavel once more. Liang Yuanbo, do you plead guilty? One would think that in his state of shock, he would confess, yet he defiantly declared, I have no guilt to confess. How audacious. Even facing death you resist? Just die already. Yi Qingwan, exasperated, felt the urge to kick him. Brazen scoundrel. Unrepentant. Wang Chao, Ma Han, prepare the guillotine.
With that,
They forced him onto the guillotine, raising their hands to bring it down upon him. As Liang Yuanbo watched the guillotine descend, he finally could no longer hold back. Trembling as he pleaded, Judge, spare my life. I confess, I sheltered my son, bribed officials, I confess. He broke free from the guillotine, falling to his knees, weeping profusely. At that moment, the spirit hall was suddenly illuminated by candlelight, revealing a crowd of officers surrounding them, led by none other than the Minister of Justice. Liang Yuanbo, you have truly betrayed the Emperor's trust. Liang Yuanbo was left dumbfounded, slowly realizing he had fallen into a trap. His gaze searched the crowd until it landed on Xia Xuejian, who had just removed the judge's mask. So it was you? Indeed, it is I, Xia Xuejian replied, her eyes filled with hatred and the satisfaction of revenge. Yi Qingwan, upon seeing her unveil the mask, immediately understood. This was the disguise the system had provided her. At that moment, Zhongyuan Yidianhong quietly raised her head. Wow, the moon is particularly round tonight. So it was this person. Well done, excellent work as an undercover agent. Applause for you. At last, the plot has returned to its rightful course. How reassuring. Meanwhile, Liang Yuanbo, trembling with rage, suddenly turned his gaze sharp and snatched a knife from a nearby officer, aiming it at Xia Xuejian. No, please.
Ye Qingwan shouted in alarm.
Chapter 37. I am here to be the wicked female supporting character, not to be your mother. Yi Qingwan watched in horror as Liang Yuanbo plunged the knife into Xia Xuejian's body, exclaiming, No. You wretched Liang Yuanbo, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? You cannot handle this. Yi Qingwan unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. Just a moment ago, she was celebrating the return of the plot to normalcy. And now she was thrust back into despair. This is the end. The male protagonists, taken aback, were stunned as Xia Xuejian and Liang Yuanbo collapsed together, something they had not anticipated. Perhaps it was not so bad. This foolish female protagonist. They had long wished to see her dead. But what would happen if she were to die? Would they simply vanish? Due to Yi Qingwan's exaggerated reaction, all the male protagonist's attention was drawn to her. She froze, her eyes darting left and right, struggling to amend her words. No, stop. Do not stop. Stab her. Is that what I am saying? Alas, she thought, I must check whether the protagonist is still alive. You are truly useless, allowing yourself to be stabbed without any vigilance. Can you not at least show some resilience? After all my concern for you, you owe me a call of father. Quickly, take me down.
Ye Qingwan urget Zhongyuan Yidianhong.
With a roll of her eyes, Zhongyuan Yidianhong thought you, with skills better than mine, cannot descend? Stop acting like a big shot. Nonetheless, she let her down. By now, the spirit hall was in chaos. Liang Yuanbo had been subdued, and Xia Xuejian was being carried into a side room by Hiyu, where emergency treatment was underway. Yi Qingwan and the others could only anxiously pace outside, peeking through the door. At that moment, the male protagonist stood by. The ninth prince with his hands clasped behind his back, cold and indifferent, while Zhongyuan Yidianhong lounged casually on a beam, chewing on a piece of grass, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The worst of all was Lu Cheng, who nonchalantly pulled out a handful of peanuts, munching away while asking her, Want some? You. Yi Qingwan felt an urge to strangle him. Brother, you are the second male lead, the female protagonist's devoted admirer, not a mere bystander. You should be weeping, not snacking. Can you not exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Your behavior makes my task exceedingly difficult. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a weary Hiyu, stained with blood, indicating that Xia Xuejian was gravely injured.
How is she?
The Xia family had also arrived. The bleeding has stopped. If she can survive the night, she will be fine. What do you mean by surviving the night? What if she does not? Yi Qingwan fretted, more concerned than the protagonist herself. If she does not survive, then it is her fate, the ninth prince retorted, relishing in her distress. How can you say such callous words when I am already worried sick? Yi Qingwan felt an urge to slap him. The Xia family, upon hearing this, found themselves at a loss. Given that Hiyu was among the most capable of the younger generation, if he had no other solutions, they could only leave it to fate. Thus, they took Xia Xuejian back, while the Liang estate was sealed by the Ministry of Justice, and the others scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing this, Yi Qingwan wasted no time and rushed to the Yingxua Hall to gather a plethora of medicinal supplies. She even exchanged her system skill points for top-tier surgical skills, then, under the cover of night, stealthily made her way into the Xia residence. After a series of operations, Xia Xuejian's complexion visibly improved. Yi Qingwan let out a sigh of relief, grateful she hadn't exchanged skill points that morning. Otherwise, the female lead would have been a lifeless corpse by now. She felt utterly exhausted and lately found herself questioning whether the system intended for her to play the role of a malicious supporting character or to serve as a maternal figure to the protagonist. It seemed she was merely relegated to the role of a caretaker. As she prepared to leave and was about to open the window, it unexpectedly swung open, revealing a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. Both of them froze, locked in a gaze for 3 minutes, an utterly bewildering moment. Yi Qingwan glanced down to see he was holding a vial of medicine, and realization dawned upon her. He had secretly come to save the female lead.
Indeed.
His earlier feigned indifference had been nothing but an act. This old tutor was quite the performer. She nearly fell for his ruse. Lu Sheng noticed Yi Qingwan's gaze and instinctively attempted to conceal the medication behind his back. However, he soon questioned the wisdom of such an action. Wouldn't that imply he was guilty of something? He then retrieved it once more, declaring, "Don't misunderstand. I was merely intending to poison her." Yi Qingwan nearly burst into laughter, thinking, "Oh, come on. You are inherently the female lead's devoted admirer. Serving her is your divine calling. There's no shame in it." As the original plot unfolded, the Liang family faced downfall, and Yi Qingwan found herself increasingly at odds with Lu Sheng. Initially, she had worried that the old tutor's previous actions might lead him to follow the plot, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. He was, after all, delivering warmth in the dead of night. With so many events transpiring, Yi Qingwan hadn't had the time to ponder the entirety of the situation. Now, reflecting on it, she wondered how a fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter, like Xia Xuejian, could have persuaded the Minister of Justice to personally partake in her charade. Lu Sheng must have played a significant role in this. Moreover, the scene involving the judge's nighttime interrogation of the Liang father and son was clearly a ruse orchestrated by the Jianghu, likely the work of Zhongyuan Yidianhong. When she descended, she noticed that Liang Yuanbua and Madame Liang appeared slightly intoxicated, likely poisoned, thanks to Hugh's handiwork. Everyone was indeed adhering to the original narrative. If only the female lead were not so inept. This was, without a doubt, the most exhilarating performance she had experienced since entering the plot. Heaven had not been unkind to her. She felt as though she could conquer the world. Yet, outwardly, she had to maintain an expression of anger. "I refuse to look. Even if this is indeed poison, what then? Why is the Minister of Justice present at the Liang residence tonight? Old tutor, can you elucidate? Do you suspect me?" It is not suspicion. The facts are evident. Xia Xuejian, a fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter. How could she secure the Minister of Justice's presence without a powerful backing? Yi Qingwan added. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the minister was recommended by you, old tutor? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. I did not.
Qingwan scoffed.
Just because you say you didn't doesn't mean it's true. With that, she turned to leave, but Lu Sheng grasped her wrist, exclaiming, Yi Qingwan, trust me. His urgency suggested that anyone unaware would think she was the one he held dear. Yi Qingwan was on the brink of unleashing her indignation upon him. I trust your brother-in-law. It's only natural for you to be involved. What kind of explanation is that? Are you trying to mislead me? Do you believe I won't slap your front teeth out? At that moment, Zhongyuan Yidianhong suddenly leaped into the fray, striking at Lu Sheng. To evade. Lu Sheng had no choice but to release her. By the time he turned back, Zhongyuan Yidianhong had already whisked Yi Qingwan away. Lu Sheng watched the two retreating figures. Filled with distress, the misunderstanding had escalated significantly. He couldn't fathom why this had all fallen upon him. Chapter 38. The old tutor finally stands by the female lead upon leaving the Xia residence. Yi Qingwan was in the midst of climbing over a wall to return home when she landed abruptly, only to find the old steward standing before her, stating her father awaited her. Dad? Why are you still awake at this hour? She approached him, playfully massaging his shoulders. Liang Yuanbua is dead. What? Dead? Wasn't he just brought down to the Ministry of Justice? He was ambushed on the way. By whom? Yi Qingwan was genuinely taken aback. Even after their downfall, they still sought to take lives? Lu Sheng. Yi Qingwan was momentarily speechless. What was that you said? That the old tutor had long been in collusion with the female lead while pretending to act. Those sincere eyes and anxious expression nearly convinced me. It turns out the fool was me all along. Curse it, I want to watch the Oscars this year, if he is not in it. Observe what a true protagonist looks like. Even when all was revealed, he continued to act, nearly convincing me. The old tutor has a bright future ahead. He outshines that Nangong Muyun by leaps and bounds. I knew it all along. How could a fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter create such chaos in a count's household? It was Lu Sheng who orchestrated this. The Prime Minister waved his hand, urging her to calm down. You need not become agitated. Lu Sheng was originally supported by His Majesty to counter us old ministers. It was only a matter of time before he opposed us. Now that the Liang family has presented him with an opportunity, he will naturally exploit it. That little illegitimate daughter has certainly exceeded my expectations. Of course, she is the female lead. Yet he feigned jealousy, adding, Father, do you also favor Xia Xuejian? What is so special about her? She is merely an inconsequential little illegitimate daughter. You are far too impatient. Sooner or later, you will suffer a great loss at her hands. The father, knowing his daughter had been spoiled by both him and his wife since childhood, realized her simplicity and recklessness would inevitably render her no match for that little illegitimate daughter. As a father, he ought to have managed these affairs more carefully. However, he found himself besieged on all sides, facing dissatisfaction from the emperor, who had long felt overshadowed by his accomplishments, as well as challenges from upstarts like Lu Sheng. He had to tread carefully. If they found any leverage against him, the Prime Minister's residence could very well meet the same fate as the Liang residence tonight, reduced to ashes. Thus, the little illegitimate daughter must be set aside for now. He could only hope she would recognize her place and not harbor any unwarranted feelings toward his daughter. Otherwise, even if it meant sacrificing the century-old legacy of the Prime Minister's residence, he would eradicate her. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, who had been unjustly accused, was seething with frustration when Shi, who hurriedly entered. Sir, Liang Yuanbo is dead. Lu Sheng leapt to his feet. Dead? Wasn't he in the hands of the Ministry of Justice? How could that happen? Shi, who hesitated before replying, it was the Minister of Justice's doing. The Ministry? Lu Sheng was on the brink of madness.
Why?
Sir, have you forgotten? The Minister of Justice has enmity with the Liang family. His father was ostracized by those old ministers and ultimately died on the road to Lishan. When we supported him to rise, it was precisely because we knew of the deep-seated grievances he held against those old ministers. Lu Sheng rubbed his temples, his head throbbing painfully. He had meticulously calculated every detail, yet this crucial point had slipped his mind. Tonight, he had genuinely intended to assist the Liang family, wishing for Xia Xuejian's demise. 1. He did not want to become the female lead's devoted admirer, serving as her stepping stone. 2. He sought to test the waters. What would transpire if Xia Xuejian truly perished? Despite all the measures he had put in place, revealing to Liang Yuanbo that Xia Xuejian was responsible for the death of Liang Gongzi. Knowing the Liang family would fall that night, and even advising them to secure their doors and cut off all potential contact with Xia Xuejian, he had meticulously arranged everything. Yet the Liang family still fell, and Xia Xuejian remained unharmed. To be honest, he was beginning to panic, feeling for the first time the disconcerting realization that he could not control his own fate. Wait a moment. Does the Prime Minister know about our relationship with the Minister of Justice? Shi, who was momentarily taken aback, likely puzzled as to why his master's intellect had seemingly faltered this evening. Master, the Prime Minister is no fool. It is evident he must be aware of this matter. Then they won't blame me for this, will they? Lu Sheng felt utterly wronged, as if he were being unjustly accused. Shi, who nodded. Who else could they hold accountable?
Damn.
Lu Sheng nearly let a curse slip. Am I now to mourn at my own house for their coffin? He commits murder and arson. And I am the one rebuilding bridges and paving roads, without any corpses to show for it. What news of Xia Xuejian? I heard. She has awakened. Go and kill her, Shi replied.
Huh.
Master, you wish for Miss Ya to die? Lu Sheng not only wished for her demise, but desired it to happen swiftly. How could he explain himself to Qingwan if she remained alive? What mattered was not how the Prime Minister perceived the situation, but rather that he did not want Qingwan to misunderstand him. The moment she looked at him with suspicion, he felt a deep discomfort within. While Lu Sheng was enveloped in clouds of worry, Qingwan was merrily clanging gongs and drums, enjoying grapes while making jests. That conniving old tutor certainly has remarkable acting skills. When he so earnestly held my hand, I truly believed him, only for him to turn around and kill Liang Yuanbo. This clearly illustrates that all the male protagonists are nothing but dramatic performers. Henceforth, I shall trust not a single punctuation mark of their words. However, tonight's grand performance is truly delightful. The leading lady is finally making her entrance, and the male protagonists remain unscathed in their roles. If this continues, I shall soon find myself in a dark turn of fate. At last, it shall be my turn to wield a little whip against the male protagonists. How I eagerly await it. Why are today's grapes exceptionally sweet? Indeed, joyous occasions uplift the spirit. Let me contemplate the forthcoming plot. After the fall of the Liang family, Xia Xuejian will leverage her relationship with Lu Sheng to connect with the Minister of Justice. One will operate in the light, the other in the shadows, swiftly gathering evidence against the Prime Minister's household, meticulously planning to overthrow it. During this period, many impoverished scholars will be recruited, gradually assisting them to ascend in rank, thus challenging the current old officials. Throughout this process, Qingwan, as the story's greatest female antagonist, shall undoubtedly endure relentless torment. How delightful it is to be tormented. Chapter 39. The male protagonist awaits me. As Lu Sheng exited the court, he was halted by the Prime Minister. Grand Tutor.
Please stay.
Prime Minister, Lu Sheng responded calmly, though he wished he could slip away unnoticed. It was not fear that held him back, but uncertainty about how to confront the situation. Grand Tutor, our millennial old fox, I shall not accompany you in this tale of spirits. Have you become so impatient that you believe I am incapable? The Prime Minister had misinterpreted his intentions. Your Excellency, there is no need for you to explain. Grand Tutor, I am well aware of my position and have never aspired for mutual assistance with you. However, I have but one daughter, precious as a pearl. Do not miscalculate. The warning was unmistakably stern. At the mention of Qingwan, Lu Sheng displayed clear panic. Prime Minister, you are mistaken. I have never harbored any ill will towards Miss Yi. That is indeed best. However, this does not align with your usual conduct, as you are known for leaving no trace behind. What gossiping fool has spread such rumors? How have I left no trace? This was akin to a lunatic claiming the Queen Mother was experiencing her monthly cycle. With that, the Prime Minister chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he meaningfully patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. You are a promising young man, destined to achieve great things, but do not forget. I too was once like you in my youth. At this, Lu Sheng froze. Indeed, the Prime Minister had once been a favored confidant of the late Emperor, elevated by him to eliminate the old officials who had grown too powerful. Now Lu Sheng found himself in the role of those very old officials. Would he too become like the current Prime Minister when the new Emperor ascended? Power is indeed a cycle. Yet, at present, he only wished to eliminate Xia Xuejin, as she was the root of all misunderstandings. Thus, whether the plot unraveled was of little consequence. What mattered was that Xia Xuejin must die. Lu Sheng's thoughts were consumed with rage, unaware that the newly returned ninth prince had observed everything. Indeed, Qingwan's words had proven true. Lu Sheng had utterly positioned himself against the Prime Minister's household. Qingwan had been taught by Lu Sheng since she learned to read, and their relationship had blossomed into a harmonious blend of teacher and friend. Now, faced with betrayal, she was likely heartbroken. Furthermore, with Lu Sheng's high status aiding Xia Xuejin, Qingwan would likely find her path obstructed. Why had the Prime Minister not yet extended a helping hand? If he did not act soon, Qingwan would suffer. Since the Prime Minister was otherwise occupied, perhaps he could assist her himself. After all, judging by her jests, she had even misinterpreted her own situation. He had merely gone to watch the drama unfold. After all, it was not every day that a Grand Earl's estate fell from grace overnight. If he did not seize this opportunity, it might not arise again. Then, there was the matter of Xia Xuejin, who he truly despised. Perhaps he could take the chance to strike a blow. Who could have predicted that he would find himself embroiled in the drama? Truly, it was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Equally vexed was Zhongyuan Yidianhong, who, after escorting Qingwan back to the Prime Minister's residence, stormed into a secluded alley and kicked open the gate of a courtyard without a word. Daoren, come out. Explain yourself. Did you steal the disguise technique I obtained from Qingwan and give it to that simpleton, Xia Xuejin? At that moment, a figure clad in Taoist robes, exuding an ethereal presence, was savoring something, completely unperturbed by the intrusion. I merely acted according to the rules of the Jianghu, collecting payment for resolving issues. Your ways may be unrestrained, but the matter at hand must still be addressed. I shall return her payment to you. Only then did Daoren lift his gaze. It is not merely about the money. This is the will of the sect leader. Upon hearing sect leader, Zhongyuan Yidianhong's bravado diminished. Though skepticism lingered, would the sect leader concern himself with such trivial squabbles between two girls? Daoren sneered lightly. Do you truly believe this is merely a matter of two girls squabbling? Then what is it? He still felt unconvinced. These two girls are but pebbles probing the depths of an abyss. The real war occurs in the court and within the royal family. Zhongyuan Yidianhong was momentarily taken aback, but then plopped down onto a stool, sulking. I have no interest in your intrigues. I am no longer participating in this. With that, he stormed out, even kicking the door in his wake. Old fool. May you suffer losses for your folly. In contrast to the other male protagonists, who were either enraged or taken advantage of, he remained an outsider, silently observing the unfolding events. That night's incident at the Liang residence was truly perilous. The ensuing days promised to be even more tumultuous. While the male protagonists were weighed down by their thoughts, Qingwan relished her situation. Having been strictly ordered by her father to remain indoors, lying around so much that she felt she might become paralyzed. With nothing to do, she decided to cash in on today's card, claiming rewards was the way forward. Though she had previously utilized her reward skill points to save the leading lady, she had acquired exceptional surgical skills. When she returns, should things go awry, being a surgeon would be quite delightful. After all, the operating room is a treasure trove. From today onwards, I shall no longer attend the academy. I am officially becoming a small wealthy woman frequenting entertainment districts. What bliss! During this period, I hope the female lead focuses on her career and does not hinder my progress. Of course, if she could refrain from seeking me out for trouble, that would be even better. I could indulge myself for a few more days. However, enjoyment aside, there are serious matters to attend to, such as dealing with Nangong Muyun. As the saying goes, once the male lead is sufficiently wounded, the female lead can wreak havoc across the 3 realms. If the male lead remains unscathed, how can the female lead showcase her halo of compassion? According to the plot, I must ensure that Nangong Muyun incurs the Emperor's suspicion, placing him in jeopardy of being ousted from his position as heir apparent. Only then can the female lead, adorned with her halo of benevolence, forge her path through adversity. By the way, I nearly forgot to ridicule the old tutor. Hilarious. At this moment, Lu Sheng is left bewildered. Why does the ridicule directed at him invoke such laughter? A foreboding sensation washes over him. Surely, Qingwan cannot be plotting some foolish scheme against him. As expected, subtitles reappear. The old tutor confessed to the female lead, declaring, "You are not merely the flaw in my privileged life, but the oxygen that eludes my suffocating existence. Even if you reject me, please remember, you are the reason I breathe." Hilarious, yet utterly nauseating. Still, I can't help but laugh. Who would have guessed that the usually solemn old tutor could be so sentimental? What will I do when I see him next? Lu Sheng, reading the subtitles, feels a chill run down his spine. I choose death. Chapter 40. System upgrade. Upon witnessing Qingwan's mockery of Lu Sheng, the other male leads erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Who would have thought that the impeccably dressed and serious tutor could possess such romantic inclinations? Given his deep affection for Xia Xuejian, he ought to claim her swiftly to prevent further mischief. Once more, the subtitles appear. The most dedicated among them is undoubtedly Zhongyuan Yidianhong. Not only did he assist the female lead in deceiving the Liang family, but he even shared my disguise techniques with her. I believe the title of first dog should be reassigned to him. At this moment, Zhongyuan Yidianhong has a multitude of expletives swirling in his mind, uncertain whether to voice them. The 9th prince observes his companions being mercilessly ridiculed and laughs until he can barely breathe. Yet, in the next instant, he finds himself on Qingwan's list of targets. "My prince, you are fully aware of my feelings for you, yet you brazenly inquire about my well-being when you know I can hardly be well without you. The 9th prince, bring me a servant. From this day forth, anyone with the surname Xia is prohibited from coming within 10 meters of me." Unbeknownst to him, the prince has been acting strangely since that incident involving Qingwan's drugging and Xia Xuejian's timely intervention. Could it be that the prince has developed feelings for her? But his pride prevents him from admitting his affection for a lowly concubine, thus leading to his erratic behavior? Indeed, it must be so. Just moments ago, Lu Sheng and his companions were the subjects of laughter, but upon seeing Nangong Muyun on the verge of being confessed to by Xia Xuejian, they erupt into thunderous laughter. "O 9th prince, may you find solace in your plight." Meanwhile, Qingwan, oblivious to the fact that her mockery has been relayed to those she ridiculed, eagerly anticipates the romantic developments between Xia Xuejian and the 9th prince. The two should have shared an intimate moment previously, but fate intervened. This time, the outcome seems nearly certain. I wonder if the 9th prince is well endowed, but according to the plot's design, he must be. Or else how could he be the male lead? The greatest allure of a male lead in a sweet romance is his cold, domineering demeanor, ruthless nature, and most importantly, his prowess. One night of passionate encounters is merely child's play. Yet, despite the laughter, Lu Sheng remains steadfast in his belief that men know men best. If Xia Xuejian has pursued the 9th prince so persistently, surely he cannot harbor an aversion so profound that it would prevent her from becoming part of the 9th prince's household. Thus, Lu Sheng is convinced that the plot Qingwan has mocked is utterly implausible. He also firmly believes that the chances of her plans coming to fruition are non-existent, especially with Zhongyuan Yidianhong in the mix. While he cannot speak for others, Lu Sheng is certain that he will never confess to Xia Xuejian, especially not in such a revolting manner. This wretched story is on the verge of collapse. Let it crumble, and may we all part ways amicably. Just then, Yi Qingwan burst through the door. Red, what are you up to? Zhong Yuan Yidianhong is left in a state of shock.
Red?
Who is she referring to? Surely not me. What a joke. Desperately attempting to convince himself otherwise, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong finds Yi Qingwan casually resting her arm on his shoulder. Red, I'm calling you. Why the days? Zhong Yuan Yidianhong grits his teeth, suppressing the urge to snap. I am Zhong Yuan Yidianhong. This is his final act of defiance. Oh dear, your name is far too lengthy. Red is so much cuter. Yi Qingwan exclaims, playfully pinching his cheeks. Adorable, yet devoid of sense. She cannot fathom why a notorious rogue would possess such baby fat. Let us go. Where to? To deliver some snacks to Brother Muyun, of course. I've heard he has recently gained the Emperor's favor and has been tasked with presiding over this year's year-end festival. He must be exhausted. So, I prepared some treats to reward him. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, witnessing her radiant smile, immediately feels a sense of foreboding. Reward? A gesture of goodwill with no ulterior motive is rarely innocent.
Could it be poisoned?
Indeed, his instincts prove correct. Yi Qingwan has come today to stir trouble for the ninth prince. He has basked in glory for long enough. It is time for the Emperor's suspicions to be addressed. Furthermore, she is still the ninth prince's devoted follower, and after so many days of absence, her loyalty may draw unwanted scrutiny. She must put in the effort to win him over again. Without her advances, how could the protagonist dismiss her so heartlessly?
Yet.
I must voice a complaint. I can tolerate being a devoted follower, and I understand rejection, as that is the very nature of the role. However, must the humiliation be so crude? Why is it always public shaming, accompanied by those tawdry scenes of voluntary sacrifice? It is utterly repulsive, though it is merely acting. I am still a girl, and it feels quite unfair. The last time, I nearly lost my reputation, and this time, who knows how the ninth prince will torment me. My head aches.
Ding.
Check-in successful. Triggering system upgrade. Reward, 4 skill points, 2 charm points, and 400 taels of gold. Skill points can be exchanged for various skills too. Mind reading, animal communication, plant communication, and communication with inanimate objects. System interjection. No need for an exhaustive list. Figure it out yourself. Yi Qingwan. System. You are truly a character, the most lackadaisical system I have ever encountered. Skill exchange explanation. Each lasts for 2 minutes, consuming 4 skill points per use. Charm points can be exchanged for flirtation, hip swaying, butt lifting, and chest puffing, each requiring 2 charm points. For smile. What sort of reward is this? Is the system attempting to mold me into a seductress? Yi Qingwan turned her head to gaze at her own posterior, envisioning its seductive sway. A jolt of electricity surged from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. Help! What manner of system is this? While it is often said that a plethora of skills is never a burden, she couldn't shake the feeling that, given the system's peculiar nature, these bizarre abilities would inevitably come into play. Chapter 41. The female supporting character's dark transformation. Though the system may lack compassion, she could not afford to act unjustly. The performance must be executed with the utmost diligence. Thus, she soon found herself at the entrance of the ninth prince's residence. Hong, you retreat for now. I shall enter alone. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong remarked, let us be candid. The name Hong is rather effeminate. Can we at least refrain from using it in public? Have some consideration for my dignity. Yi Qingwan shot him a disdainful glance.
Scram.
A spy seeking dignity? Very well, he acquiesced. Yi Qingwan strode confidently inside. Well known to the guards as the audacious young lady, none dared to impede her, and they could only discreetly inform others. Before long, she encountered Wei, who was being forcibly pulled away by the guards. I seek my brother Muyun. Wei's expression was far from pleasant. He frowned and said, Miss Yi, unfortunately, my lord is currently in a discussion with the Minister of Rights. Perhaps you could visit another day? Though, as a mere servant, he had no authority to dictate his master's affairs. Wei harbored a strong disdain for Yi Qingwan. Not only did she cling to their prince with relentless fervor, but she even resorted to despicable tactics such as drugging, all in her pursuit to enter the royal household. Utterly shameless. In contrast, Miss Xia, despite her humble origins, was pure-hearted, kind, and exceptionally clever, especially towards their prince, wholeheartedly devoted, and having risked her life on several occasions to save him. Such a woman was truly deserving of his affection, particularly after her cunning triumph over the Liang family, a legendary feat indeed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the more he disdained Yi Qingwan, the more exhilarated she became. Look at this. Another character diligently adhering to the script. Oh, dear brother Wei, you are veritably my kin. I thank your entire family. I am aware he is in a meeting, which is precisely why I fear he may be hungry, so I prepared some snacks for him. With that, Yi Qingwan boldly entered, while Wei attempted to block her. Miss Yi, the prince has already instructed that no one is to be seen during his meeting. He spread his arms to obstruct her. However, as he did so, a sudden sharp pain shot through his foot.
Ah!
Instinctively, he bent over to clutch his foot, hopping on one leg. Yi Qingwan paid him no mind, skipping past him. You dare to obstruct me? Perhaps you should inquire if your master remembers the weight of that brick on his head. Upon entering, she found the 9th prince engrossed in discussion with the Minister of Rights. Upon her entrance, he immediately halted, fixing his gaze upon her.
Yevin kan similet inkratetingli.
Placing a food box on their documents. Brother Muyun, you must be weary from your deliberations. I have prepared a delectable treat for you. She presented a serving of lotus cake before him, then assumed a stable stance, bracing for his tempestuous reaction. Come now, strike it from my hands. Let me witness your manly vigor. You could even drop the entire platter upon my head, should you wish. I am unfazed. My resolve is firm. The 9th prince glanced at the delicacy, then back at her poised stance, eagerly awaiting retribution, and recalled her earlier jibes, his brow furrowing in discontent. What trouble is this? Just wait. Once I conclude my discussions with the Minister of Rights, I shall partake with you. As he spoke, he reached out and affectionately patted her head. Yi Qingwan was taken aback by the soft touch atop her head, caught entirely off guard, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her eyes widening in astonishment. What are you doing? I intended for you to drop the cake upon my head, not to pat my head. Surely, you must know the difference. Drop upon my head comprises 4 words, while pat my head consists of merely 2. The original plot dictated that Yi Qingwan would deliver pastries to him, only for him to disregard her offering and audaciously drop a platter upon her head, prompting her descent into darkness as she plotted against him, leading to his fall from favor and the emperor's suspicion. Now, what was she to do? Without the cake being dropped upon her head, what rationale could she have for her dark transformation and subsequent schemes against him? Nangong Muyun, you insufferable scoundrel, could you not cooperate even once? Is this not a form of bullying? What is it? Are you still hungry? If so, let us abandon the meeting and indulge in the pastries. Observing her flustered and distressed demeanor, the 9th prince felt a sense of satisfaction. If I allow you to succeed once more, I, Nangong Muyun, shall write my name backward. With that, he dismissed the Minister of Rights and his companions. Please, you may leave. Yi Qingwan watched as the Minister of Rights and others filed out, utterly dumbfounded. With the guests gone, how was she to endure public humiliation? This plot development was utterly absurd. At this moment, she longed to pin him to the ground and deliver a few stinging slaps to rouse him. Brother, could you perhaps regain your senses? You are the aloof, proud, and disdainful male lead, the one whose heart and mind are solely occupied by the female lead. How can you display such tenderness towards another woman in her absence? Do you intend to establish a harem? The more she pondered, the more it seemed plausible. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly show concern for the female lead in secret while displaying such gentle affection towards her, the supporting character? How disgraceful. What are you muttering about? Are you not hungry? Come, let us eat the pastries. Yi Qingwan cast him a disdainful glance. You wretched man. Eat, and perish from gluttony. By the way, it seems there was a misunderstanding regarding the Prime Minister. He hasn't prohibited you from seeking me, has he? My father. Misunderstand me?
Yevin kwan pauset, sudani enliktenet.
No wonder he seemed transformed today. It was due to her father's warning. This made sense, as he still needed to feign allegiance to the Prime Minister's household. That dog of a man truly excels at acting. Yi Qingwan moved closer, and to her surprise, he opened his mouth, inviting her to feed him. I must inquire whether your teeth are strong enough to warrant such a request. I could shatter your jaw with a mere bite. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since she must embrace darkness today, and if he refuses to cooperate, she licked her lips, hesitating slightly. What if he retaliated by striking her mouth askew? To hell with it. For the sake of breaking free from this cycle, I shall take the plunge. Brother Muyun, I truly love you dearly. In this life, I shall marry no one but you. So please accept me. With that, she leaned in to kiss him. Of course, she ensured her lips were tightly sealed. Her first kiss was already lost, and she would never kiss the same man a second time. As their lips met, a sharp pain shot through her mouth.
Ouch.
I hit your teeth. She instinctively covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at him. Brother Muyun, do you so despise me? To avoid kissing me, you would bite me instead. Her forceful kiss and subsequent retreat took less than 3 seconds. In the 9th prince's eyes, it was merely a fleeting moment. He was still processing the events when he saw her tearfully accusing him, momentarily flustered. I did not mean to. I merely reacted slowly. Perhaps you could kiss me again? Nangong Muyun, I have bared my heart for you, risking my family's legacy to aid you. Yet in your eyes, I am but a worthless beggar. And you would sooner choose a lowly concubine than give me a glance. Do you truly think that Yi Qingwan cannot find a suitor? That I am clinging to you for dear life? I do not. The ninth prince, upon realizing she was genuinely upset, felt at a loss. I care not for your denials. Once my transformation is complete, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Prepare yourself. Yi Qingwan delivered her ominous declaration and turned to leave. Oh yes, the dark transformation was a success. Chapter 42. The male lead becomes increasingly perverse. Yi Qingwan's dark transformation was a resounding success, and she prepared to make her swift exit. But the ninth prince was genuinely anxious, rushing forward to position himself before her. Please allow me to explain. I truly did not intend to bite you. I merely failed to react in time, and what I wanted was for you to be caught off guard. Yi Qingwan, however, had no intention of listening. Listen to your explanation? What good would that do for my darkening state? She commanded sharply, step aside. Even the ninth prince was momentarily taken aback, and she herself was stunned. This was seemingly her first time, as a supporting character, reprimanding the male lead. Yet, why did it feel so exhilarating? Ha ha ha. Nangong Muyun was left speechless, astonished that she was genuinely angry. Qingwan, I truly did not. I absolutely did not. Yi Qingwan was disinclined to hear a single word. Her only desire was to escape. Thus, she pulled out a line she had cherished for years, reminiscent of the sweet and naive female protagonist. I want to listen, I want to listen, I want to listen. She pushed him aside and charged toward the door. But in a moment of panic, he cupped her face and kissed her. Yi Qingwan felt her face immobilized, and then Nangong Muyun's visage loomed large before her. Before she could react, a chill swept across her lips. They both found themselves staring wide-eyed at one another. Her mind buzzed, and she felt as if it had crashed. He actually kissed me? He dares to kiss me? Has he been watching too many domineering CEO dramas, learning to forcefully kiss someone? Yi Qingwan raised her hand, intending to slap him away, to show him why flowers bloom so vividly, but halfway through, she abruptly halted. Wait a moment, wouldn't that ruin her character? She was the supporting character, the male lead's devoted admirer. If he kissed her, she should be elated. Yet, she couldn't summon any joy, not wanting to encourage his advance, nor daring to push him away, leaving them locked in their awkward embrace. In truth, it wasn't much of a kiss. Just their lips lightly touching, and it seemed Nangong Muyun was equally hesitant to move. What to do, what to do. This was disastrous. The male lead had forcefully kissed the devoted female supporting character, shattering his own character's integrity. If Yi Qingwan continued to pretend she didn't see this, it would be as if she had let the floodgates open to the Pacific Ocean. Her mind raced, desperate to find a way to steer the plot back on course. Yet, after searching frantically, she discovered she was utterly helpless. This Nangong Muyun had truly caught her off guard. Who could have anticipated that the aloof, woman-hating lead would dare to kiss a devoted supporting character? What could he possibly gain from this? Is his mind slightly unhinged? Female protagonist, please come to my rescue. The ninth prince, previously flustered, observed Yi Qingwan appearing even more flustered and helpless, which instantly calmed him, even eliciting a smirk. Look at you. Can't continue your act anymore? Go on, keep performing, let me see how you intend to proceed. However, his amusement was short-lived as Yue suddenly burst in. Your Highness. Upon hearing Yue's call, Yi Qingwan instantly perked up. A savior. Yi Qingwan, how dare you humiliate my lord again? You are utterly shameless. Well said. Well said. Truly, Yue. You are my savior. I shall ensure the system rewards you later. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingwan leaped aside, pointing an accusatory finger at the ninth prince and Yue, indignantly stating, Nangong Muyun, so this was your scheme, pretending to accept me, only to have your servant come to humiliate me? I, Nangong Muyun, am truly a victim of circumstance. You will all pay for this shame. I shall ensure you repay it tenfold. After delivering her lines, Yi Qingwan dashed away, leaving the ninth prince in a state of bewilderment, casting a fierce glare at Yue. Yue paused, realizing the prince was indeed angry. It was no surprise. How could the prince not be incensed after such disrespect? How foolish to allow that woman entry. Yue blamed himself for failing to protect his lord, completely oblivious to the fact that the prince was upset because Yue had disrupted his plans. It is all my fault for not keeping an eye on that woman, subjecting the prince to this indignity. You should be more vigilant. Indeed, I shall ensure there will be no next time, even if she were to threaten my life. I wouldn't allow her to set foot in the prince's residence. The ninth prince merely sighed, too weary to engage in further disputes. Knowing that Yue wouldn't comprehend his feelings, he dismissed him with a wave. After being expelled from the study, Yue still felt a sense of guilt. Convinced the prince felt deeply humiliated, hence his anger. Unacceptable, he had to find assistance for the prince. Thus, he penned a letter, urging swift delivery to Xia Xuejian. He embellished the account of how Yi Qingwan had forcefully kissed the prince, adding that the prince was still furious. Xia Xuejian, still recuperating, smashed the medicine bowl in her hand upon reading Yue's plea. Yi Qingwan, you shameless woman, how dare you resort to such tactics again? However, with her injuries, she was unable to confront Yi Qingwan. Fortunately, Yu's medical skills were remarkable, and her wounds were healing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before she would fully recover, and then she would settle both new and old scores with Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan, you wait. I will ensure your total disgrace and ruin. Unable to visit the ninth prince to offer comfort, she wrote a letter, instructing a maid to deliver it, filled with words of solace and encouragement. However, the maid returned to report that the letter had been intercepted before reaching the prince's residence and was torn to shreds on the spot. Who did this? The maid shook her head in distress. I do not know. Those people just said that anyone with the surname Xia is forbidden from approaching the ninth prince. Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejian instantly deduced that Yi Qingwan was behind it. How dare she place her own people near the prince's residence? This Yi Qingwan was becoming increasingly audacious. However, her arrogance pleased Xia Xuejian. The more brazen Yi Qingwan was, the more it indicated her desperation.
Ye Qingwan.
You await my recovery. I shall deal with you and the Xiang residence next. At this moment, Yi Qingwan had just fled from the ninth prince's residence. Her heart racing, fearful she might lose her marriage. As for Xia Xuejian's accusations of replacing people, she was completely unaware. She had not placed anyone. Those were the ninth prince's own arrangements, meant to ensure Xia Xuejian never appeared before him again. As Yi Qingwan exited the ninth prince's residence, Zhongyuan Yidianhong immediately approached her. How was it? Not great, heading home. Yi Qingwan was disinterested in conversing with him, hastening to access her complaint panel. This lunatic ninth prince. How dare he kiss me? He is meant to kiss Xia Xuejian, the true female protagonist. Is he out of his mind, mistaking me for Xia Xuejian? Or is it simply that he is overcome by lust, willing to kiss any woman? Fortunately, I was clever enough to steer the plot back on course, thus achieving my own darkening. Yet, it felt rather lonely to have darkened without any real gain. All she received was a forceful kiss from the male lead. Alas, it was truly vexing. This male lead was as bewildering as a ghost, not professional in the slightest. Chapter 43. Is it possible that more than one person can hear the complaints? Zhongyuan Yidianhong, also in the carriage, overheard Yi Qingwan's grumbling and couldn't help but chuckle.
So,
she was kissed forcefully. No wonder she looked as if she had been fed something unpleasant. What are you laughing at? Yi Qingwan asked, her curiosity piqued. Finding him rather peculiar, Zhongyuan Yidianhong, sensing his smile fade, replied earnestly, Nothing, I just saw a little girl outside being bitten by a dog.
Ye Qingwan.
Was being bitten by a dog truly so amusing? Forget it, she had no mood to engage with him, so he could laugh as he wished. Simultaneously, Lu Sheng was also privy to the complaints. He didn't laugh but instead fell into an unusual silence. He had initially been the most rational among the male leads, adopting a perspective of watching the drama unfold and avoiding risks, trying to follow the plot's trajectory. Even when he had felt murderous intent towards Xia Xuejian on several occasions, his reason had kept him in check. He was acutely aware that the very fabric of this novel's universe dictated that the female protagonist must not perish. Her demise would spell the end for both this world and himself. However, today, observing the peculiar behavior of the ninth prince, he found himself beset by doubts. Earlier, he had discerned that the ninth prince harbored feelings for Yi Qingwan that diverged from mere friendship, yet the prince was prudent and not given to lasciviousness. His desires for women were rather modest. It was utterly inconceivable that he would act impulsively enough to forcibly kiss Yi Qingwan. Thus, the prince's actions today must surely stem from some deeper motivation. Could it be that he was already aware of Yi Qingwan's intentions for seeking him out today? Was he deliberately obstructing her? This notion began to crystallize. Yet, how could the ninth prince ascertain Yi Qingwan's objectives? Could it be that he possessed the ability to perceive her inner thoughts? At this realization, Lu Sheng felt a jolt run through him. Indeed, if he could see it, then perhaps others could too. There was no stipulation that only he could possess such insight. Narrowing his eyes into slits, he summoned Shur, who, keep a vigilant eye on the ninth prince over the next few days. Observe if he exhibits any unusual behavior. My lord, you wish for me to undertake this? Shur, who was taken aback by the gravity of the task, he immediately complied without further hesitation. Lu Sheng's motives for this endeavor were twofold. First, to ascertain if the ninth prince could indeed perceive the inner musings, and second, to observe how the prince's character had evolved and whether such transformation would yield any repercussions. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan had begun to learn the art of managing the Xiang residence alongside her mother. Not only to alleviate her mother's burdens, but also to prepare herself for a future wherein the estate might face decline, necessitating her self-sufficiency. After all, possessing diverse skills could only serve her well. Nonetheless, her primary objective in taking on the role of steward was to swiftly create opportunities for the female protagonist. Given her current ineptitude, uncovering any clues within the nearly flawless Xiang residence would prove exceedingly challenging. It must be said that the premise of this novel encapsulated the shortcomings of all domestic idol dramas. The plot was lacking in intelligence, the character archetypes were uninspired, and the protagonist's success was entirely reliant on the antagonist's blunders. During the protagonist's recovery, the plot advanced little, indicating that aside from the two main female characters, all others were mere fillers without purpose. One might even borrow a phrase from Zhong Kuei, rubbish that ought to be discarded into the refuse heap. The female lead did not disappoint Yi Qingwan. Once her injury healed, she hastened to seek out the ninth prince. However, before she could approach the royal residence, she was halted by a throng that forbade her from advancing another step. It must be Yi Qingwan again, Xia Shui exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Yet there was no alternative. Fortuitously, she encountered Yue, who had been out shopping, and quickly beckoned him over to inquire about the ninth prince's well-being. Since the last incident in which Yi Qingwan had besmirched him, the prince had remained in a foul mood, and merely speaking of it set Yue aflame with indignation. Xia Shui shared his ire, but felt powerless, as she could not approach the royal residence. Thus, she settled down with Yue for tea. Expressing her gratitude for his timely warning, Yue, somewhat bashful, kept his gaze lowered, finding himself inexplicably enamored with the female protagonist. He could not fathom why, but his heart would race at the mere sight of her, and even a distant glance could brighten his days for weeks. Miss Xia, you need not stand on ceremony with me. I have always believed that only a virtuous lady such as yourself deserves the affection of our prince. Do not be so formal. Simply call me Shuejian. Should Yi Qingwan dare to trouble the ninth prince again, be sure to inform me at once. Yue, unable to raise his gaze, nodded fervently and tentatively called out, Shuejian? Xia Shui smiled in response, yes. Tell the ninth prince that I have uncovered a flaw within the Xiang residence. Soon, I shall bring down both the Xiang patriarch and Yi Qingwan. Yue stole a glance at her smile, and in that moment, it felt as if 1,000 fireworks had erupted in his heart, dazzling to the point where he could scarcely look away. Nervous, he could only nod repeatedly. Observing his demeanor, Xia Shui covered her mouth with a laugh and even gifted him the pastries she had prepared for the ninth prince. Yue, taken aback by this kindness, felt his affection for Xia Shui deepen. Such a benevolent girl deserved his utmost support in ensuring her union with the prince. Should the prince ever learn of Yue's sentiments, he might well deliver a thorough reprimand. After parting ways with Yue, Xia Shui did not hasten to return home. Instead, she sought out the mysterious figure in black from her previous encounter. Though she remained unaware of his identity, she recognized that he had been instrumental in her recent triumph over the Liang family. Particularly, his skills in disguise were nothing short of breathtaking, achieving a level of realism that left her in awe. Moreover, she had confirmed that he was indeed allied with the notorious Zhongyuan Yidianhong, providing her with remarkably accurate information about Yi Qingwan, so precise it was as though he were privy to Yi Qingwan's very thoughts. This is the Xiang residence's gift list from previous years. See if there is anything of use. The figure in black handed her a list. It was entirely customary for officials to exchange gifts, provided the amounts were modest enough to avoid implications of corruption. However, the sheer volume of the gifts listed for the Xiang residence was staggering. Nearly 3/4 of officials had bestowed gifts upon them. While there were no grand sums or rare treasures noted, the number of officials alone indicated the patriarch's considerable influence in the court, overshadowing even the princes and subtly challenging the emperor's authority. This was precisely the sort of situation the emperor dreaded. It could be exploited to great effect. Even in the absence of concrete evidence of bribery against the Xiang family, should the emperor perceive them as guilty, their fate would be sealed. To fabricate a crime is no challenge at all, Xia Shui mused, her mind racing with plans. Meanwhile, as Xia Shui worked tirelessly, Yi Qingwan was busy with her own musings. Haha, I just thought of a delightfully amusing plot twist. At the sound of her familiar, yet chilling laughter, the male protagonists immediately braced themselves. What ridiculous scenario would unfold this time? Boda, please spare me. Let it not befall me. Each of them silently prayed. Chapter 44. Will the male and female lead succumb tonight? Yi Qingwan smiled, as even the king of hell would steer clear of her. The trepidation of the male protagonists was palpable. I am willing to drown in despair, even if I am scorned by 1,000. Drown in despair? Who is this about? The male protagonists recoiled, bewildered by the increasingly risque nature of the plot. Could such a novel truly circulate in the marketplace? I have always been cautious, but for the prince, I would sacrifice everything, even my life. Oh, it is the 9th prince. This has nothing to do with us. Lu Sheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to grab some peanuts, eager to listen attentively to the unfolding drama. The 9th prince ground his teeth in frustration. Why must it always be me? Yi Qingwan, have you run out of ideas? Why persist in writing me into your narratives? The 9th prince was both irate and terrified. This time, it was not his intention to oppose Yi Qingwan, but rather a genuine fear that gripped him. Unable to remain seated, he hastily summoned his personal guards. Fetch the carriage. I shall take up residence in the palace for a few days. I refuse to believe it. I shall retreat to the palace, and Yi Xia Shui cannot possibly manifest wings to follow me. As long as I remain hidden, let us see with whom she chooses to drown. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingwan, the 9th prince had retreated to the palace to evade Xia Shui while she continued her musings. It seems Xia Shui has obtained the Xiang residence-s gift list from me. That Zhongyuan Yidianhong has truly proven invaluable. After acquiring the gift list, she will systematically dismantle the officials who bestowed gifts, coercing those she can sway to her side. Lu Sheng has played a significant role in this. As for drowning, it shall likely occur tonight, with Xia Shui having invited the 9th prince for an evening beneath the blooming flowers, a veritable tableau of star-crossed lovers. I truly wish to refrain from disturbing them, yet, Your Highness the 9th prince, do not blame me. It was merely by chance that I stumbled upon the scene of your downfall. I assure you, I had no desire to witness such inappropriate matters, as they are quite capable of inducing unsightly ailments. Nevertheless, in order to intensify my disdain for you two scoundrels, I must embrace the role of the villain, otherwise succumbing to disgrace merely due to a royal household's humiliation seems rather unreasonable. Alas, in the dead of night, I must position myself in advance. Despite the chill in the air, upon making his way to the palace, the 9th prince, upon hearing my critique of the narrative, was so startled that he abandoned his carriage and galloped into the palace on horseback. He feared that a mere second's delay would force him to encounter the likes of Xia Xuejian in her descent. Meanwhile, Zhongyuan Yidianhong found himself equally vexed. What was this absurd gift list? He had done nothing wrong. Why did all the blame fall upon him? He was a flower thief, not a common criminal. And he adhered to certain principles. He would not stoop to petty thievery. The most content among them was Lu Sheng for this time. The plot seemed to concern him not at all. However, he harbored doubts. Would the 9th prince truly fall for Xia Xuejian? Given the events of the past few days, it was clear that the 9th prince held an intense aversion to her. How could he possibly succumb to her charms? It seemed improbable, unless he were under some spell. At this moment, the 9th prince arrived at the palace gates and dismounted, his anxious heart finally finding a modicum of peace. My goodness! Xia Xuejian is indeed a malignant presence. He quickly adjusted his attire, preparing to enter the palace, when Yue rushed after him, panting, Your Highness, wait for me. The 9th prince turned to glance at him, and Yue, breathless, continued. Miss Xia requests your presence tonight. She claims to have something of great importance to discuss. Something of great importance?
He scoffed.
Surely, it cannot be anything less than her disrobing before a man. I shall not go. Inform her that I wish never to see her again. With that, he strode into the palace, relieved at his cleverness. Even if Xia Xuejian possessed extraordinary abilities, she could not possibly enter the royal palace to ensnare him. Watching his master depart, Yue felt a mix of urgency and helplessness, and he hastened back to convey the message to Xia Xuejian. Could it be that the prince has other pressing matters? Yue pondered. I cannot say, he replied, but he appeared quite anxious. Perhaps His Majesty has summoned him urgently. Xia Xuejian gazed at the sun dipping below the horizon, contemplating what urgent matters could possibly concern the emperor at this hour. Generally, external officials were forbidden from entering the palace after dark. Suddenly, she thought of Yi Qingwan. Could it be that she was aware of the meeting and had devised some scheme to ensure the emperor summoned the prince, thus preventing their encounter? Is there anyone else who knows of our meeting? Does Qingwan know? Yue considered this deeply before smacking his forehead. Indeed. On my way back from the Xia estate, I encountered a servant from the Xiang residence who was out shopping. That must be it. That wretched Yi Qingwan surely knew she could not obstruct the prince directly. So she persuaded the emperor to summon him away. Yue shared her indignation. Indeed, it must be her. That woman is utterly detestable, always obstructing you. Xia Xuejian felt conflicted. However, I have arranged to meet with those officials willing to abandon the darkness for the light. If the prince does not attend, they may not trust me. What shall we do? The prince has already entered the palace, and judging by his demeanor, he will not emerge anytime soon. Yue was equally anxious, unable to bear the thought of Xia Xuejian suffering any distress. Perhaps I should go? Yue suddenly suggested. You? Xia Xuejian furrowed her brow. Indeed. My stature resembles that of the prince, and I am familiar with his mannerisms. If I don his attire and you assist with my appearance, I should be convincingly similar. If necessary, I can hide behind the screen and converse with them. They should not suspect anything. Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejian found it plausible. As most of these officials were local dignitaries who visited the capital only once a year, many of whom had never even seen the ninth prince in person. Even those who had, likely only glimpsed him from a distance. She arranged for the figure in black to assist Yue in his disguise, ensuring he would be unrecognizable. Very well, come with me. I shall prepare you. The two quickly set their plan into motion. Meanwhile, the ninth prince, comfortably settled within the palace, reveled in his perceived triumph, convinced the narrative was on the verge of collapse. Even if Yi Qingwan possessed remarkable skills, how could she fabricate a false version of herself to ensnare Xia Xuejian? The thought of Yi Qingwan's flustered expression brought him joy. But truthfully, I am curious. What will she do when she cannot find me? Will she stomp her feet in frustration? Or will she unleash a torrent of curses? Perhaps I should sneak a peek? Chapter 45. The scene of infidelity having undergone a transformation courtesy of the figure in black and donned the ninth prince's attire. Even Xia Xuejian was momentarily taken aback, nearly mistaking him for the prince himself. How strikingly similar. She marveled. Yue, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride, replied in the prince's tone, "Shall we depart, Miss Xia?" Unable to contain her amusement, Xia Xuejian laughed. "Even your tone is identical." She instinctively took his hand, leading him to the carriage they had prepared at the entrance. Though she knew he was not the true prince, the sight of his remarkably similar visage stirred something within her. As she held his hand, she mentally accepted the notion that he was indeed the prince, as they should share such intimacy. News of Xia Xuejian boarding the carriage hand in hand with the ninth prince quickly reached Lu Sheng, who furrowed his brow in disbelief. "Are you certain you did not miss C?" Sure, who confidently nodded. "Master, there can be no mistake. That person is indeed the ninth prince. Not only do they share an identical appearance, but their mannerisms are also indistinguishable." Lu Sheng still found it hard to believe. "Did you not tell me that the ninth prince hurried into the palace? How is it that, after such a short time, he is now outside the palace with Xia Xuejian?" Sure, who was equally perplexed, but insisted he had seen it with his own eyes. Perhaps the prince's entry into the palace was merely a ruse? In truth, he may have used it as cover to meet with Miss Xia? What? How does that make sense? Simultaneously, Yi Qingwan learned of the ninth prince's hand-holding with Xia Xuejian. Concerned that the prince's crumbling persona might diverge from the plot, she was selecting tools to ensure his compliance, contemplating whether to strike him unconscious and drag him to Xia Xuejian's chambers. This novel is titled A Marriage Born from a Single Night, yet they complicate such an act with convoluted plots. If it were a modern romance, the male lead would have climbed into the female lead's bed by the first episode. Why the hesitation? After all, they are destined to share the same fate. Upon learning that the ninth prince had already become entangled with the female lead, she set down her hammer, exclaiming in exasperation, "What nonsense! Hand-holding in broad daylight, will they not plunge into the depths of depravity by nightfall? Indeed, it seems no man is immune to lust." Stretching her limbs, she continued, "It is now my turn to make an appearance. I have yet to experience the thrill of catching someone in the act. What is the procedure? Do I simply charge in and tear her clothes off?" At that moment, the ninth prince was preparing to scale the palace wall from the cold palace, intending to glimpse Yi Qingwan's anxious expression when he was startled by her remarks. Nearly losing his footing. "What nonsense is this? I am still within the palace. When did I hold Xia Xuejian's hand in broad daylight? By the heavens, Yi Qingwan, you wretched little imp, do not slander me. Just wait until I find you. I shall not rest until you are dealt with. As he swiftly scaled the walls of the cold palace and then leapt over the walls of the minister's residence, Yi Qingwan found herself alone, as if the bustling world had vanished. At this moment, she was lying in wait with Zhong Yu and Yidianhong, poised at the very spot where the male and female protagonists were destined to succumb to their fates. The thrill coursed through her veins. The plot was about to reach its second climax. Zhong Yu and Yidianhong shared her excitement. What could be more exhilarating than catching a couple in the act, brazenly tearing a woman's garments? This was far more stimulating than seizing a bride. Moreover, it afforded him the perfect opportunity to confront Xia Xuejian, a confrontation he had long anticipated. Xia Xuejian and Yue, who had disguised himself as the ninth prince, arrived at their destination. Following the prearranged plan, Yue, feigning the identity of the ninth prince, welcomed the officials who had come to pledge their allegiance. It wasn't long before a consensus was reached, with all expressing their willingness to serve the ninth prince. Although swearing loyalty to a royal prince carried significant risks, at least the prince was a contender for the throne, far superior to the chancellor, whose power, no matter how great, could only ever secure him the title of chancellor. Besides, given the emperor's current conduct, it was evident he had harbored suspicions of the chancellor for quite some time. It was only a matter of time before he sought to eliminate him. Were they merely waiting to meet their demise by refusing to seek a more virtuous master? Furthermore, they now held leverage over the ninth prince, rendering any reluctance to pledge allegiance utterly impossible. With a preliminary alliance established, Xia Xuejian began to orchestrate their next steps, urging them to swiftly ascertain the chancellor's influence across various regions, identifying his loyalists, and eliminating them one by one. The officials departed, each tasked with their mission. Once they were gone, Xia Xuejian and Yue emerged through another exit, their actions shrouded in secrecy. Xuejian, you are truly exceptional. My lord is fortunate to have your assistance, Yue remarked, his tone increasingly reminiscent of the ninth prince. Xia Xuejian, unwittingly, began to perceive him as the ninth prince, thinking, this is merely my duty. And we have only just begun. If we are to topple the minister's residence, a long journey lies ahead. Next, I must win over Lu Cheng, for he shall be our greatest ally. As they conversed, they inadvertently strolled into a pavilion, at the end of which lay a serene lake. This place was often frequented by talented scholars and beautiful maidens, making it an ideal spot for romantic rendezvous. At that moment, a night watchman passed by, and seeing the two engaged in whispered conversation, he couldn't help but mutter, these two truly adore poetry, even at this late hour. After mumbling, he continued on his way, only to suddenly catch sight of Yi Qingwan and Zhong Yu and Yidianhong hiding behind a tree, momentarily taken aback. These two share the same fervor. Not far from them, they encountered the ninth prince, who appeared equally bewildered. There seemed to be an abundance of poetry enthusiasts tonight. Just as he voiced his thoughts, Lu Cheng, accompanied by Shi Hu, walked past, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded as he remarked, with such a group of eager young talents, the literary world will surely flourish. Fortunately, the literary world could not speak, for otherwise, it might have bled profusely. Brother, I assure you, this has nothing to do with me. Yi Qingwan and Zhong Yu and Yidianhong observed the pair from a distance, and Zhong Yu and Yidianhong could not contain his impatience. When are we going to catch them in the act? He was almost bursting with anticipation as he tied a black cloth around his eyes, though it allowed for some vision. The details would remain obscured. What are you doing? Yi Qingwan asked, utterly perplexed. Ripping clothing, of course. I shall handle the tearing, while you take care of watching, he replied without a trace of hesitation. Yi Qingwan found herself speechless, but soon realized this behavior aligned perfectly with his character. Despite being an undercover agent, he gradually devolved into the devoted lapdog of the female antagonist, viewing no one but her with any regard. Let us wait a little longer. Once they begin their descent, we shall make our move. I will unleash a torrent of curses upon Xia Xuejian, denouncing her shamelessness and stripping her of her dignity, she planned. Soon after, the male protagonist would strike her in defense of the female protagonist, casting her into the lake as they departed, leaving her with a burning resentment towards the pair, vowing to ruin their lives. Chapter 46 Help. There are two ninth princes, fully prepared. Now we await their downfall. One cannot deny the ninth prince knows how to play the game. Under the cover of darkness, he lures the female protagonist to a secluded spot, free to indulge his desires. Indeed, he plays well. Alas, he could hardly have imagined that I, his noble lady, had already secured a prime vantage point to witness his performance.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Qingwan, akin to an eager spectator, anxiously awaited the unfolding drama. even feeling her pockets for snacks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a small stool, ready for the spectacle to commence. But upon checking her pockets, she found them empty. Oh no! I forgot to bring anything. With a gentle elbow nudge to Zhongyuan Yidianhong, she murmured, "Hey, do you have any sunflower seeds? Share some with me." "I have no sunflower seeds, but would you like some peanuts?" he offered. "Yes, please." He then handed her a handful of peanuts, and she graciously thanked him. However, just as she spoke, she sensed something amiss. "Old man," Lu Cheng abruptly covered her mouth, whispering, "Shoo, don't make a sound. We'll be discovered." Yi Qingwan pried his hand away and lowered her voice. "What are you doing here? I thought you were avoiding me. I was worried you might misunderstand me. So I came to explain. But upon seeing you sneaking out, I followed," he replied. Yi Qingwan was taken aback. "What? I can't believe you would come here just to explain. The male protagonist finally has a chance to succumb, and you're bringing unwanted attention. Look over there. Isn't that the ninth prince with Xia Xuejin?" Lu Cheng pointed, feigning innocence. Yi Qingwan immediately played along, a lone man and a lone woman. In the dead of night, what else could they be doing? Surely not reciting scriptures. Lu Cheng nodded sagely. "That makes sense. Here, have a peanut and watch closely." As he popped a peanut into her mouth without regard for her consent, he continued, "Didn't you suspect I liked Xia Xuejin? I'm merely observing how my beloved interacts with another man under the moonlight." Yi Qingwan was dumbfounded. She wished to check his forehead to see if he had a fever. How could he remain so composed while the woman he fancied was on the verge of being seduced by another? Truly, he was a person of great potential, capable of understanding the broader picture. So, she decided to ignore him. After all, today was the stage for the male and female protagonists. He was merely a filler in the narrative, and as long as he didn't interfere with their descent, everything else was of little consequence. However, that foolish Zhongyuan Yidianhong had run off on his own without so much as a word to her. Truly, he excelled in nothing but cowardice. As the two munched on peanuts, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, an unknown presence suddenly squeezed between them. "Excuse me, could you shift over a bit and make some space?" When they finally caught sight of the newcomer, Yi Qingwan and Lu Cheng's jaws nearly dropped in disbelief, staring in horror. You. Yi Qingwan glanced back and forth between the newcomer and the pavilion, her words tumbling out in disarray. You. He, what do you mean by you? The ninth prince had finally pushed his way through, casually swiping a handful of peanuts from Yi Qingwan's palm. "What are you watching?" It was only then that Yi Qingwan realized, wait, are you a shadow clone? If this one was the ninth prince, then who was in the pavilion? A ghost? Or had she misremembered the timing of the protagonist's descent? "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be busy disrobing Xia Xuejin?" The ninth prince replied nonchalantly. "You've misunderstood. That appears to be our Yue. Yue." Yi Qingwan craned her neck, squinting intently at the figure in the pavilion for an extended moment and, to her astonishment, realizing that it indeed appeared to be Yue. Had she truly made an error? Was it not today? What a waste of expression. Yet that foolish Yue had no business wandering around in his lordess attire. Such antics squandered her precious time. Just as she contemplated leaving, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Even if it was not today, Xia Xuejin would never be on a date with Yue. Moreover, the scene of their date was witnessed by the second male lead, a devoted admirer of the female protagonist, alongside the male lead. How could the female protagonist face the male lead and her infatuated admirer after this? The crux of the matter is that neither of them displayed the slightest hint of anger. What a farce. Then why are you here?
Ye Qingwan inwitted.
All the while racing to devise a countermeasure. She could not allow the plot to unfold in this manner. She had to rein it back. "I went to the residence to find you, but couldn't he locate you? So I followed the traces and discovered your peculiar penchant," came the reply. Yi Qingwan. What peculiar penchant, you old man? She harbored serious doubts that these two were sent by the system to torment her. The system declared, "The people must have their retribution. Your punishment is I." "Brother Mu Yun, look, the woman you admire is secretly meeting with a rogue. Why don't you confront this pair of scoundrels?" She aimed to provoke him, intending to terminate the situation. The female protagonist needed to maintain her composure. She absolutely must not lose herself in front of the male lead and the second male lead. Yet the ninth prince remained unmoved. "I don't like her." "You don't like her?" Yi Qingwan felt a headache coming on. "Why do you resemble a hopeless case? You're talking nonsense. Didn't he refuse me for her?" The ninth prince saw no issue with his words. However, Lu Sheng incessantly gestured for him to retract his statement, nearly blinking his eyes out. Yet the ninth prince remained oblivious. Confirming their connection through glances, it was evident they were not of one mind. As anticipated, The moment the ninth prince finished speaking, Yi Qingwan was instantly relieved. Oh, so you have other women? The ninth prince. Where did that come from? From where did I acquire another woman? Yi Qingwan paid no heed to his claims of other women. She seized this lifeline to stir up trouble. How else could she continue her descent into darkness? Thank you for the gift of a head, my friend. Which shameless woman dares to seduce you? One Xia Xuejian is not enough. You found another? Do you truly think you can justify this? The ninth prince. I see now. No wonder my servants saw your family's way seeking out Xia Xuejian early this morning. It seems you've conspired together, plotting against me? Plotting? What are you saying? What have I conspired against you? You are simply being unreasonable. Yi Qingwan scoffed. What have I plotted against you? You still refuse to admit it? You've long conspired with Xia Xuejian, having Wei impersonate you, parading with her to attract my attention, making me mistakenly believe you were up to no good, prompting me to confront you. Then you could emerge with your entourage, slandering me as unreasonable and deranged, seizing the opportunity to accuse me and my father before His Majesty, the ninth prince. You, Yi Qingwan, are clearly enacting your own narrative, yet you dare to slander me? Have you no sense of conscience? Chapter 47, The Male Lead. The best scapegoat. Yi Qingwan saw the tide turning and aimed to firmly place the blame on the ninth prince. Having endured enough of this ludicrous tale, the ninth prince directly exposed her. Yi Qingwan, this is all your own plot. Cease your slander against me. Yet, the words that escaped him were, yes, it was indeed my doing. The ninth prince. Lu Sheng. Yivingvan? As soon as the words left his mouth, the three of them were left dumbfounded. The ninth prince was astonished because he had not intended to say that. Lu Sheng was bewildered, realizing that this ninth prince was a true ally of misfortune. He had not committed the act, yet he acknowledged it. Wasn't he this precisely what Yi Qingwan desired? Yi Qingwan was stunned, contemplating whether the ninth prince truly intended to proceed in this manner. Oh my, what a cunning man! Thankfully, I have the system to protect me. By chance, I have unraveled his devious schemes. Eek! This person is too terrifying. System, I want to go home. However, since he had admitted it, Yi Qingwan could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. She immediately sprang up, her indignation palpable. Oh, you pair of scoundrels. You are indeed conspiring against me.
Nangong Kmuyun.
After all these years of unconditionally loving you, pouring my heart out, I never expected you to be so heartless, plotting against me, and even our residents. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you, and as for Xia Xuejian, you tell her that I, Yi Qingwan, will not rest until I have avenged myself. With that, she beckoned Zhongyuan and Yidianhong, and together they flew away with grace, leaving behind a dumbfounded ninth prince and a shaking Lu Sheng, who was utterly bewildered. The plot was careening towards an uncontrollable direction, only to be salvaged by Yi Qingwan, truly a master of the craft. Of course, the most commendable was the ninth prince, who played the role of a perfectly inept ally. Had it not been for the knowledge that he too was ensnared by Yi Qingwan's schemes, Lu Sheng might have suspected him to be her undercover agent. Lu Sheng then patted his shoulder, wishing him well, before turning to leave. At this moment, the most bewildered was Xia Xuejian. When Yi Qingwan leaped up to declare her intentions, she was leaning against Wei's shoulder, genuinely believing him to be the ninth prince, which prompted her emotional outburst. Who could have anticipated that the ninth prince and Lu Sheng would suddenly emerge from behind a tree? Your Highness, let me explain. It's not as you perceive. Leave. The ninth prince did not spare her a glance, turning away. Yi Qingwan, you explain yourself to me. You heartless wretch. Boldly lying before my very eyes. Yet, Zhongyuan Yidianhong, the notorious flower thief of Diyu, though not particularly skilled, possessed exceptional lightness of foot. By the time he escaped, not a trace of the two was left to be found. Infuriated, the ninth prince cursed under his breath. I have never endured such humiliation, only to have this matter placed upon my shoulders in front of me. Yi Qingwan had finally managed to weave that thread of the plot back together. Why linger? Wait to be toyed with by this group of male leads? She not only had to run, but had to do so with great speed. Upon returning to the residence, she immediately locked all her doors and windows. After a moment's thought, she felt that was insufficiently secure, so she pushed a table against the door, ensuring absolute safety. Phew. It's not easy to darken one's heart. Time for a little venting. This time, it's absolutely necessary. Damn it, surely this wretched system is sabotaging me. How else could the old tutor and the ninth prince know where I am? It must be that dog of a system leaking information. I knew something was off with these men. It turns out the system is meddling. You better not let me catch you slipping up, or I swear I'll make you pay dearly, you wretched system. The innocent system retorted, I did not leak information. You did it yourself. Thinking back, that was a close call. I nearly fell into their trap tonight. Thankfully, I am intelligent, exceptionally clever, utterly brilliant. Forget it. In any case, I am exceedingly clever. Before Nangong Muyun, he placed the blame squarely on himself, and I successfully darkened my heart, completely severing ties with him. Even if he reacts now, it's of no consequence. I have already cut ties with him. I am heartless. I am cold. I am unreasonable. I do not care. I have completely darkened my heart, utterly severing ties with Nangong Muyun. I shall no longer be an infatuated fool. I will make them pay. As an aside, the male lead is truly unfortunate. The future princess has been deceived by her own close aide. Ahem, you know what I mean. Aside from these few male leads, he was also present, though he had remained incognito. While he was temporarily unrelated to the main plot, upon hearing that Sister Xuejian was entangled with the ninth prince, only to discover that she was not with the ninth prince, leaving him with feelings that were hard to articulate. At this moment, the ninth prince had just returned to the palace, still fuming, when he came across Yi Qingwan's scathing remarks, inciting him to hurl the teacup on the table, shattering it to pieces. Trembling in fear, Yue immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, Your Highness, spare my life. The ninth prince glanced at him, not intending to make things difficult, for he was not truly angered. However, he was perplexed by Yue's actions. What were you doing today? Your Highness, I did not mean to impersonate you. I merely wished to assist you. Assist me? The ninth prince furrowed his brow. Did Xia Xuejian instruct you to don my attire and masquerade as me? Where has she taken you? Yue had been mute until now, but upon hearing the prince blame Miss Xia, he immediately retorted, No, Your Highness. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Xia. It was my own impulsiveness. Are you implying she was unaware of your deception? Understanding that deceiving the prince was unwise, yet driven by his affection for Miss Xia, he gritted his teeth and confessed, Yes, I feigned being Your Highness to win her affection. If you wish to punish someone, let it be me. Do not blame her. The ninth prince could see through his lie instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? You take the blame for everything, yet you fear not for your life? He was indeed terrified, but as long as Miss Xia was unharmed, he felt his death was inconsequential. Your Highness, go ahead and end my life. It is all my fault. I have wronged you. He continued to bow repeatedly. The ninth prince, observing his pitiful demeanor, found it difficult to comprehend. Is your affection for her truly that profound? Yue hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage to respond. Indeed, Miss Xia is intelligent, perceptive, and deeply devoted to Your Highness, always strategizing for your benefit. Such a loyal and compassionate woman is rare in this world, Your Highness. Do not let misunderstandings lead to the loss of such a remarkable lady. The ninth prince thought to himself, this novel is truly toxic. Does every man who breathes feel compelled to love Xia Xuejian? That wretched author, I shall one day unearth you and make you pay dearly. Chapter 48. The loyal minister of the male lead. Your Highness, please end my life. It is I who have wronged you. Yue pressed his forehead to the ground, desperately seeking death. He seldom referred to himself as a servant in front of the prince, for the prince had never treated him as such. Orphaned from a young age, it was the prince who had taken him in, raised him, and provided him with an education, even allowing him a life more comfortable than that of many young masters. Yet, he felt he had ultimately betrayed the prince. Seeing Yue's tearful visage, the ninth prince's heart softened, and he found it difficult to truly kill him. Enough, rise. Yue thought he had misheard, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at the prince, reluctant to stand. Your Highness, are you no longer angry? The ninth prince had never truly harbored anger towards him. If he genuinely loved Xia Xuejian, so be it. He had no intention of competing for her affections. A fickle woman like her was hardly worthy of his regard. Yet the betrayal stung, especially for someone so trivial as her. Go retrieve your contract from the steward. From now on, we shall part ways and have no further relations. Upon hearing this, the light in Yue's eyes dimmed instantly. Being cast out by the prince felt worse than death itself. Your Highness, please do not expel me. I shall never see Miss Xia again. He had never intended to compete for her affections. He understood he was unworthy and dared not entertain such desires. Perhaps he had simply been caught up in the role of the prince for too long, losing control momentarily. Crawling on his knees to the ninth prince's feet, he lifted his tear-stained face in pleading. Yet, the ninth prince remained resolute. Yue, we are not of the same path. Do you comprehend? If you continue to linger by my side, you will only commit greater transgressions. I wish for a day when I will not have to take your life myself. Therefore, depart and live your own life." Yue shook his head in despair, unable to grasp the meaning of being on different paths. He belonged to the prince in life and would be his ghost in death. The ninth prince, though not heartless, wiped the tears from Yue's face. "Stop crying. A man should not weep so. Take your contract and shed your lowly status. Seek a respectable living, marry, and start a family. Your Highness, I know you hold a deep affection for Miss Ya. I assure you, I will never again appear before her. Please do not cast me away." The ninth prince felt a wave of nausea. "Who told you I have any feelings for her? Which of your eyes saw me harboring such affection? You all display such foolishness in my presence. Be silent. If you dare mention Xia Xuejin again, I shall end your life this very moment." Yue was taken aback, for the prince's tone bore no hint of jest. He realized the prince was truly done with him. Though heartbroken, he refrained from further entreaties. It was his own fault. How could he presume to covet the prince's woman? The prince's mercy in not killing him was already a kindness. He had no face left to remain at the prince's side. After bowing deeply twice, he wiped the tears from his face and finally said, "Your Highness, take care of yourself. I am leaving, and I can no longer look after you." The ninth prince turned away, not glancing back. Only upon hearing the sound of Yue's departing footsteps did he sigh, "May you leave the palace and distance yourself from that harbinger of misfortune, Xia Xuejin." However, Yue clearly squandered the prince's goodwill. Upon leaving the palace, he immediately sought out the Xia residence. Upon learning that he had been expelled by the ninth prince, Xia Xuejin felt a surge of panic. Yue was the prince's most trusted aide, having been by his side since childhood. If the prince was truly not furious, he would never have cast him out. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of guilt. "I am so sorry, Yue. It is my fault that you have been misunderstood by your prince. Previously, Qingwan always chastised me as a harbinger of misfortune, and I thought her excessive. But now, it seems I have indeed caused you harm. Miss Xia, do not say that. This matter has nothing to do with you. It is my fault. I should not have impersonated my prince, creating such a misunderstanding." Yue believed all of this was his own error. Not only had he angered the prince, but he had also caused Miss Xia to be misunderstood. "Nevertheless, Miss Xia, I am certain my prince harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, he would not have been so furious." Xia Xuejin was beginning to doubt whether the ninth prince truly held her in his heart, as she had sensed a growing distance between them. Thus, when Yue made his assertion, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. "Is that true?" "Of course it is. I have been with the prince since childhood. I know him best. He would never interfere in my affections, even if I were to pursue the daughter of a prime minister. As long as I do not cause trouble. It is only with you that he exhibits such anger." Hearing Yue's logical analysis, Xia Xuejin's anxious heart found solace. But soon her worries returned. "It is one thing to dare to speak, another to dare to believe. But now he has misunderstood me." When it came to last night's events, she found it difficult to express herself, unsure of why she had acted in such a shameless manner. Yue reassured her. "It is all right. Although my prince has a cold demeanor, he will not easily relinquish that which he values. As long as you clarify the situation, all will be well." Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejin's tears transformed into a smile, and she nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Yue. I must take my leave now. Where will you go?" Yue gazed at the familiar streets behind him, a wave of sorrow washing over him. "I do not know. I will go wherever fate takes me." Feeling sympathy for him, Xia Xuejin offered, "My family is in need of a gatekeeper, if you do not mind." She hesitated, embarrassed, for Yue had been the ninth prince's trusted aide. How could he possibly accept such a position? To her surprise, Yue readily agreed. His thoughts were simple. He felt he owed the prince and sought to atone for his misdeeds, yet the prince had forbidden him from remaining in the palace. Now he remains at the Xia residence, attending to Miss Xia on behalf of the prince, thus allowing the prince to pursue his endeavors without any concerns. There is no need to worry about Qingwan making things difficult for Miss Xia. If Qingwan were to hear this, she would undoubtedly applaud him. "What a clever little genius you are, truly a trusted aide to your prince." However, one wonders whether the prince would regret not having eliminated him on the spot upon discovering this. Chapter 49. The Male Lead. Why am I being targeted again? Could we perhaps choose someone else? That night was unbearable for everyone. Even Qingwan found herself restless, fearing that the foolish ninth prince might burst in at any moment to settle the score with her. Initially, when the ninth prince acknowledged that he had deliberately orchestrated the encounter between Xia Xuejin and Yue, she believed him. However, upon reflection, it simply did not add up. If he truly wished to ensnare her, he could have directly gone on a date with Xia Xuejian, providing ample reason for her to create a scene. Why go through such convoluted measures? Thus, she was somewhat complicit in unjustly attributing blame to him, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet one must wonder, if he did nothing wrong, why accept it so readily? His acquiescence was astoundingly decisive, leaving her utterly astonished. At that moment, the system was quietly basking in its own glory. "Miss, please open the door. You must not despair." The maid rushed in early weeping.
Despair?
"I am quite well. Thank you. Never have I felt more liberated." She opened the door and inquired, "What troubles you?" Upon seeing her unscathed, the maid immediately burst into tears and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Miss, it's such a relief to see you safe." "Yevingvan. Shouldn't I have something wrong? Wait, let me check the plot again. Perhaps I overlooked something." The maid, still sobbing, began to chatter, "Miss, please do not harbor any thoughts of that debauched ninth prince. The master and mistress will surely find you a husband 100 times better." "What on earth? What have I missed?" "Do not be afraid, for the entire capital now knows that he spent the night secretly meeting with that little illegitimate daughter of the Xia family. They are the ones who should be ashamed." "What? Are you certain you heard correctly? The one who met with Xia Xuejin late at night was the ninth prince. Not Yue?" "What Yue? Miss, have you lost your wits? You witnessed it yourself and even quarreled with the ninth prince, vowing never to interact with him again." The maid looked at her with concern. "Miss, you cannot still be thinking of him. That would be quite unbecoming of you." "How am I to hold my head high among the maidservants?" After confirming the information, Yi Qingwan burst into laughter. "Who spread such rumors? They are truly masterful. I hope they continue." "All right, enough. You may leave. I wish to sleep a little longer." After dismissing the maid, Yi Qingwan immediately opened the complaint panel. "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I wonder who spread these rumors. They're simply brilliant, love it. Though the male leads are rather disappointing, the bystanders have certainly stepped up, ensuring my plot is well arranged. From this day forth, I shall rise from being a mere servant. I shall no longer be a sycophant. I intend to purchase the entire display of fireworks in Dayu to celebrate my newfound freedom." The male leads. Is the antagonist this affluent? Upon reflection, as a time traveler, she found herself unable to return home, without anyone to confide in. Subjected to the whims of the plot while playing the role of a hopeless sycophant, it was indeed a dismal existence. Yet, despite her plight, why did she remain so optimistic, like an exuberant rabbit? As a diligent worker, Yi Qingwan reveled in her joy and promptly immersed herself in her villainous endeavors, continuing to vent her frustrations. "I am no longer Yi Qingwan. I am Nuhilu Yi Qingwan. And I must create some chaos to announce to the world that I have embraced my darker side. But what shall I do? Should I scold the ninth prince or throw rotten eggs at the Xia residence? What is the next main plot point? Ah, yes. A minor scheme to ensnare the ninth prince, making him temporarily fall from the emperor's grace. Then let us embrace the darkness, Pikachu. Meanwhile, the ninth prince, just awakening. Can we negotiate? Could you perhaps target Lu Qing first? I'm quite exhausted from all this attention." Just as Yi Qingwan finished her tirade, the system rewards arrived. However, truth be told, aside from the 450 taels of gold, she had no desire for the skill points granted by the system, nor did she want that poisonous charm value. She hadn't even redeemed the last batch. Now, they forced 4 more points upon her. Fine. Let us create some chaos first. I'll deal with this annoying system later. System. Hong Hong jumped in from the window, her face flushed. What now? We must confront that scoundrel Nangon Luyun. Not only does he pursue women, but he does so with 2 at a time. I demand he pays the price. Hong Hong, truly a master of performance. What performance? A muffled voice echoed in Yi Qingwan's ear, sounding less like a person and more like an inner thought. Hong Hong. Is she unwell? Who is unwell? You dare insult me? Yi Qingwan confirmed that the voice emanated from Hong Hong, and she pointed at him, ready to strike. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong was taken aback. That was my inner thought. How could she hear it? Suddenly, Yi Qingwan realized something and promptly fell silent. Can I hear his thoughts? Telepathy? I didn't redeem that. Is the system automatically granting me skills? She recalled that skill points could not be stacked. She had tested it before. So, how had she forgotten? She opened the panel once more to chastise the system. Damn it, foolish system. How dare you redeem skill points for me, without my consent? 4 skill points only grant me a minute of telepathy. It should be utilized wisely, you know? Who wants to hear Zhong Yuan Yidianhong's trivial thoughts? Just useless chatter. Zhong Yuan Yidian Hong. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Yi Qingwan's response, he leaped out the window, disappearing from sight. Once he was a considerable distance away, he cursed Yi Qingwan. Do you possess telepathy? You must be the daughter of Buddha himself, receiving everything. Moreover, what did he mean by trivial thoughts? Every word he uttered was of great value. Clearly, she was unappreciative. However, if she could read his thoughts, he could no longer speak freely in her presence. It would be trivial if she heard him insult her. If she discovered he could hear her complaints, she might resort to extreme measures to silence him. The other male leads who received Yi Qingwan's complaints were aghast. What? She has telepathy. Who can compete with her now? At that moment, the most unfortunate was the ninth prince. Faced with a female antagonist who not only knew the plot in advance, but also possessed telepathy. What was he to do? Help! Chapter 50. The female lead's ally arrives. Although unaware of Hong Hong's errand, Yi Qingwan paid it no mind. It was better for him to leave, lest she hear him cursing her, for she feared she might not resist the urge to snap his neck. It appears that telepathy is not always a blessing. System. Are you profiting while pretending to be modest? The telepathy could only last a minute, so by the time Yi Qingwan stepped outside, the ability had already faded. Meanwhile, Hong Hong had been lurking at the door, waiting stealthily. Why was he always so secretive? Was it a remnant of his past as a flower thief? In truth, Hong Hong was merely concerned that her telepathy had not yet dissipated, so he tentatively cursed her in his mind. Yi Qingwan, I am your father. Upon seeing her unresponsive, he stood tall. Oh dear, how pitiful. A renowned flower thief, having navigated the romantic arena for over 20 years, now frightened by a mere girl. What shall we do now? Let us go procure quinine at a high price. Quinine frowned, perplexed. Why is everyone acquiring quinine? What exactly is quinine? Quinine is a medicinal herb, renowned for its efficacy in treating malaria. Though she nodded in a semblance of understanding, she pondered why it was being acquired when malaria was currently absent, yet she refrained from inquiring further, for she had ample funds. So, how much are we paying for it? 1 won, Yi Qingwan mused, recalling that in the narrative, Xia Xuejian had acquired it for 3 won. They could not offer more than that, lest the female protagonist miss an opportunity to outshine the malicious supporting character. Only 1 won? That's Xia Xuejian, a mere 5th-rank official's illegitimate daughter, managed to acquire it for 3 won. How could you possibly compete with her? Red Hong thought to herself, feeling exasperated at such stinginess.
Pa.
How dare a lowly concubine compete with me? Don't you ever mention the name Xia again in my presence, or I shall hand you over to Meng Tao. Though Yi Qingwan spoke in anger, her heart was elated. Red Hong was indeed a dedicated male lead, perpetually creating opportunities for the female protagonist to humiliate the wicked supporting character. She adored such a diligent male lead. If only the 9th prince could be half as reliable, Xia Xuejian would have long been in his grasp. Alas, she thought, she would not dwell on that disappointing fellow. Meanwhile, Xia Xuejian had begun amassing quinine in significant quantities, having recently learned from the men in black that the Jiangnan region would soon face flooding. This annual disaster not only devastated the populace, but also facilitated the outbreak of an infectious disease. In previous years, the court could only allocate funds for disaster relief, lacking any effective measures against the disease. The men in black had provided her with a prescription specifically for treating the illness, with quinine being the most crucial ingredient. Armed with this knowledge, she immediately set about acquiring it in bulk. When the floods hit and malaria spread, she would deliver the prescription along with the quinine to the 9th prince, thereby earning him great merit and further solidifying his standing with the emperor, as he garnered more respect and allies within the court. In the following days, Wei had become her invaluable assistant, diligently managing the acquisition process. As a lowly concubine's daughter, Xia Xuejian's monthly allowance was meager. However, thanks to Wei's substantial rewards from the prince over the years, he had left her with a generous settlement before his departure. His generous support was a tremendous boon to her efforts. Miss, I've heard that Yi Qingwan is also acquiring quinine. Could it be that she has obtained the prescription? Wei expressed his concerns. Yet Xia Xuejian scoffed dismissively. Impossible. The person who provided me with the prescription assured me that it originated from the legendary healer known as Sai Huadua. Apart from us, no one else possesses this prescription. Yi Qingwan must have caught wind of my acquisition and is deliberately trying to thwart me. What is her purchasing price? Despite her bravado, Xia Xuejian felt a twinge of worry. Their funds were limited, and if Yi Qingwan truly meant to compete, they would undoubtedly be outmatched financially. 1 won, Wei replied.
Oft.
Upon hearing that Yi Qingwan was only offering 1 won, Xia Xuejian burst into laughter. Ha, just 1 won? I thought she was wealthy beyond measure. Turns out she's just a fool. Her disdain for Yi Qingwan deepened. How could a daughter of the Prime Minister's household be so miserly? After instructing Wei to continue with the acquisition, she departed to meet the men in black as arranged. I see you've been thoroughly bullied by that little girl Yi Qingwan, and her schemes have led the 9th prince to misunderstand you, remarked one of the men in black. Xia Xuejian felt discomfort. Are you here just to gloat? I'm here to assist you. Assist me? Xia Xuejian was skeptical of the mysterious figure's altruism. Unperturbed by her wariness, the man continued. In a few days, Sai Huadua will be passing through the capital. If you wish for your prescription to gain recognition, you may require his assistance. You can persuade Sai Huadua to help me? Xia Xuejian was taken aback. Sai Huadua's medical prowess was famed even among neighboring kingdoms, and countless emperors had sought his expertise, yet had been rebuffed. Do you think I jest? The man in black replied nonchalantly. Xia Xuejian felt a surge of excitement. If she could enlist Sai Huadua's aid, it would render Yi Qingwan's efforts futile, and none indeed would dare oppose her. Truly, I am favored by the heavens.
Ye Qingwan.
Your misdeeds shall be your undoing, and now even fate conspires against you. When will the esteemed elder arrive? In just a few days, he assured her. And your acquisition of quinine should be nearing completion. How may I express my gratitude? Xia Xuejian was no fool. She recognized that no one offers assistance without ulterior motives. The man in black regarded her with a suggestive gaze, making her uneasy, prompting her to adjust her attire discreetly. His laughter boomed in response. Miss Xia, you overthink. I have no interest in your kind. Xia Xuejian frowned. What do you mean by my kind? Yet the man in black offered no reply, turning to leave, infuriating her further. Clearly, those who mingled with such rogues were not of good character. Within 2 days, Lu Cheng received a decree from the emperor, announcing that the esteemed Sai Huadua would soon enter the capital and designating him as the envoy to welcome him. Lu Cheng was bewildered. Had not Sai Huadua remained in seclusion for decades? Why the sudden arrival? Could it be due to Xia Xuejian? Chapter 51. The protagonist's fortuitous encounters. Lu Cheng's suspicion of Xia Xuejian stemmed from her recent and inexplicable acquisition of quinine. He had consulted the chief physician of the Tai hospital, who informed him that quinine was of little use, having only seen it once in a fragment of a prescription attributed to Sai Huadua. Now that Sai Huadua was set to arrive in the capital, the coincidence was too striking. Even if Xia Xuejian had not summoned him, she was undoubtedly connected to this turn of events. What perplexed him was how a mere 5th-rank official's illegitimate daughter could possibly know someone as illustrious as Sai Huadua, much less elicit his assistance. Was this the hallmark of a protagonist who, when cornered, always attracted the aid of great figures? Soon, the day of Sai Huadua's arrival arrived. His entourage consisted of a simple carriage driven by a young boy, presumably his apprentice, while a man and a woman followed on horseback, both clad in swords and appearing to be protectors of the elderly physician. Although it was unlikely anyone would dare harm him, there was always the potential for someone to attempt to abduct him for their own healing. Unbeknownst to all, the 2 individuals were in league with He Daoren, tasked with safeguarding the elder and, simultaneously, assisting Xia Xuejian unconditionally. Though they did not know her personally, it was easy to discern her background. She was a rival to Yi Qingwan, both vying for the affections of the 9th prince, with Xia Xuejian evidently winning his favor. Should they help the 9th prince ascend to the throne, she would undoubtedly become the empress. Xia Xuejian was indeed a formidable character, captivating not only the eldest son of the Tai hospital, He Yu, but also garnering the silent support of the current Grand Tutor and the 9th prince. She was no ordinary individual, which explained why the leader had chosen her. Lu Cheng had arrived early to greet them outside the city. Yet Xia Xuejian surprisingly arrived before him. Indeed, it was she who had summoned the esteemed healer. Lu Cheng was quite reluctant to establish any connection with Xia Xuejian, so he sensibly stepped aside to maintain a distance. Otherwise, she might mistakenly believe that he harbored a secret affection for her. This woman always possessed an odd sort of confidence. After a brief wait, the elderly gentleman finally arrived. Xia Xuejian was the first to greet him, bowing humbly in respect. The old man, upon seeing her, appeared as if he had encountered a long-lost friend, personally assisting her to rise. Please, get up, dear child. He scrutinized her for a while, smiling benevolently. Indeed, you resemble your grandmother when she was young. Grandmother? Everyone present was taken aback. Xia Xuejian had such a connection with the old man? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow even tighter, pondering how Xia Xuejian, despite her lackluster traits, had such an impressive lineage. Could this be what Yi Qingwan referred to as the protagonist's halo? Yet, Xia Xuejian herself was equally perplexed. She had never met her grandmother, let alone her grandmother's friends. However, given this newfound connection, she accepted it with a sense of comfort, believing that the old man would undoubtedly favor her in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, the old man suddenly quipped self-deprecatingly, "It seems this old man has become obsolete and is no longer worthy of your esteemed attention?" Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had stood a bit too far away. It was inevitable. He truly did not wish to be within 10 meters of Xia Xuejian. However, as a loyal minister, he had no choice but to steel himself and approach, respectfully bowing to the old man. "Your Excellency, you flatter me. I am Lu Sheng, sent by His Majesty to welcome you." So it was the esteemed Grand Tutor Lu Sheng, who, despite his youth, held a prominent position in the court. Truly a remarkable achievement. The old man graciously acknowledged this. Lu Sheng spoke these words, yet internally he felt a twinge of unease. The old man had not ventured out for 50 or 60 years, and yet he was able to articulate Lu Sheng's title with such ease, signifying his astute awareness of court affairs. This was indeed a troublesome figure. One could only hope he was merely passing through, and not a helper summoned by Xia Xuejian. Otherwise, Yi Qingwan would be in significant trouble. The old man regarded Lu Sheng with evident satisfaction, glancing between him and the obedient and sensible Xia Xuejian, his face displaying a look of contentment. Lu Sheng understood this expression all too well. The old man presumed he shared a close relationship with Xia Xuejian, which infuriated Lu Sheng. Yet, as a minister, he could not display his irritation, suppressing it with great effort. It appeared that the last incident with Liang Yuanbo had not taught Xia Xuejian a lesson. Very well, she should await her reckoning after the old man was sent off. Lu Sheng was already on edge daily, and recently, Yi Qingwan had truly begun to act as if she had turned to darkness, not only avoiding him, but also outright refusing his visits. This was utterly exasperating. What did her dark turn in front of the 9th prince have to do with him? Was he to suffer for her choices? "Your Excellency, the winds outside the city are rather strong. Shall we not enter the city first? Allow me to escort you to your accommodations. His Majesty is hosting a banquet tonight to welcome you." "That would be most kind of you, Lord Lu," the old man replied without hesitation. One could hardly deny a Grand Tutor accommodation, with his esteemed status, even if the current emperor personally came to greet him. He would graciously accept. "By the way, will the 9th prince be attending the banquet hosted by His Majesty?" the old man inquired just before entering the carriage. Lu Sheng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xia Xuejian. Naturally, the 9th prince is favored by His Majesty for such a significant occasion as welcoming you. It would be remiss to exclude him. Very well, the old man expressed satisfaction, then inquired further, "Will any daughters from the Xiang residence be present?" The only daughter from the Xiang residence was Yi Qingwan, and why would she need to be involved? Was it to humiliate her? "I have heard that Miss Yi has been unwell and may not be able to attend," Lu Sheng interjected, shielding her from the inquiry. However, the old man seemed unyielding. "Unwell, you say? That is fortuitous. Let her come so that I may examine her." "Lu Sheng, I had forgotten about that." "Then allow me to inquire," the old man replied as he climbed into the carriage. Lu Sheng led the way for those coming to greet the old man, with the old man's carriage in the middle and his protective entourage following behind. Thus they entered the city in a grand procession. The townsfolk, unaware of the visitors' identities, speculated that anyone personally welcomed by the Grand Tutor must be a person of great significance. Once the old man was settled, Lu Sheng proceeded to the palace to arrange for the evening's banquet. Although he was reluctant as the Grand Tutor, such matters typically fell under the auspices of the Ministry of Rites, yet His Majesty had entrusted him with the task out of regard for the old man, leaving Lu Sheng with no choice but to comply. Moreover, all matters concerning the old man in the capital would require his oversight. Should anything go awry, or if the old man were dissatisfied, Lu Sheng would be the first to face the consequences. It was indeed a case of being mired in trouble without having tasted the lamb. Xia Xuejian was a constant source of concern. Did she not feel content unless she stirred up some trouble? Had she been reincarnated from a chicken essence? There seemed to be an endless stream of issues. Chapter 52. Riding on Coattails? As news of the old man's arrival in the capital swiftly reached Yi Qingwan, she became excited, eager to voice her thoughts. Who would have thought that the eminent healer would make such an early appearance? I expected it would take longer. It seems even the protagonist has her struggles, forced to reveal her trump card ahead of time. The old man is specifically here to deal with me on Xia Xuejian's behalf. I can hardly wait to witness the spectacle, curious as to how such a revered figure will address me. Surely he won't resort to the same bluster as Xia Xuejian. Shouting threats at me? That would be beneath him. Such a distinguished personage would strike with lethal precision when he does decide to act. Besides the old man, it seems two individuals from different sects have also arrived. The man appears rather handsome, though he possesses a cold, merciless demeanor, capable of killing without a second thought. Yet, in the end, it seems all have succumbed to the protagonist's charm. The protagonist is fortunate, surrounded by sycophants, unlike me, who is only hong as a lackey. And even he is utterly incompetent, failing to flatter me. Humph, how disappointing. Moreover, the protagonist's acceptance of that male assassin has inadvertently established an even more formidable female antagonist. A woman who was once devoted to the assassin, only for him to call off their engagement for the sake of the protagonist. One must wonder, why does the protagonist consistently disrupt other people's romances? Was she a thunder god in her past life, fated to sever the ties of lovers? Lu Sheng, while preparing for the banquet, suddenly caught sight of Yi Qingwan's complaints, confirming his suspicions that the eminent healer's arrival in the capital was indeed to bolster Xia Xuejian, easily dealing with Yi Qingwan. Yet he was uncertain how the revered healer would proceed. However, someone of such high stature would likely refrain from employing underhanded tactics. It was merely that Yi Qingwan, in her misguided belief of having turned to darkness, might find herself in a chaotic state of affairs. Furthermore, she had a penchant for theatrics, previously attempting to pin blame on the Ninth Prince for actions he had not committed, and now, with such a splendid opportunity laid before her, she would undoubtedly seize it to her advantage. In short, the outcome remained uncertain.
Meanwhile,
Yi Qingwan was also strategizing against the Ninth Prince, contemplating how to induce a loss of favor from His Majesty. Would she resort to revealing dark secrets, perhaps accusing him of treasonous intentions? He had a premonition that tonight's banquet would not unfold peacefully. Yi Qingwan was certain to face consequences, particularly from the eminent healer. What should he do tonight? Should he continue to watch from the sidelines with his peanuts, or should he lend a hand? Lu Sheng was still deliberating on whether to assist Yi Qingwan when she began to criticize him. By the way, upon discovering that Xia Xuejian had such a connection with the eminent healer, the old man was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that a seemingly frail woman could be acquainted with someone of such high esteem? Truly a remarkable young lady. Her admiration for her grew increasingly. She was indeed worthy of his attention, possessing both cunning and capability. Joining her and the Ninth Prince's faction, her rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. Lu Sheng, upon reading the subtitles, nearly erupted in expletives. Yi Qingwan, for heaven's sake, can you not utter a single kind word? Do you perceive me as so superficial and vile? It seemed he had begun to grasp his own role in this world, a lovesick admirer of the female lead. Devious and unscrupulous, willing to resort to any means to ascend the ranks.
damn.
Such a wretched character portrayal, even pigs would disdain to consume it.
Yet,
He could not deny that if he were to miss Yi Qingwan's sarcastic remarks, he might indeed feel a twinge of desire when faced with a figure as esteemed as the great doctor, Master Sai Huadua, and develop a profound curiosity about anyone capable of enlisting such a man. Thus, that trashy novel was not entirely devoid of merit. It was just that he felt inexplicably discontented at this moment. Preparing for the banquet, Lu Sheng personally visited the Prime Minister's residence and, after meeting with the Prime Minister, made a beeline for Yi Qingwan. Tonight, His Majesty is hosting a banquet, and it is his wish that all the dignitaries of the capital attend, including you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan immediately thought the old emperor was up to some mischief. There was never a good outcome from his feasts. It was either a betrothal arrangement for some minister's son, or a subtle coercion to relinquish military power. Lu Sheng's visit to her home couldn't possibly indicate the emperor's interest in her father, could it? Yi Qingwan quickly calculated the timeline of events in the plot and realized her understanding. It was indeed directed at her. Instantly invigorated, she maintained an air of haughty superiority. My lord, should you require anything in the future, merely send a servant with a message. There is no need for you to come in person. I believe it is best to preserve our current relationship, lest we invite misunderstandings. Lu Sheng, utterly speechless, thought to himself, what does your quarrel with the Ninth Prince have to do with me? Are you out of your mind? Nevertheless, he patiently advised, be cautious tonight. Master Sai Huadua seems to harbor some enmity towards you due to his connections with Xia Xuejian. Yi Qingwan's spirits soared at this news. Finally, the trashy novel had offered her a chance to strike back at the female lead. Look at how oppressed the heroine has become. Yet, she quickly cleared her throat. regaining her imperious facade.
Puffed.
That lowly concubine could ever establish a connection with Master Sai Huadua? I wager she is merely a clingy parasite to the old gentleman. When he sees me tonight, he will promptly reject her and favor me. As these words left her lips, she nearly retched at the absurdity of her own dialogue. What rubbish! How ordinary and self-assured must I be to utter such nauseating lines. Yet, in her quest for validation tonight, she felt compelled to deliver such bravado, for it would only serve to amplify the satisfaction of her later humiliation. Lu Sheng, uninterested in playing along with her theatrics, quipped, "So, does that mean you intend to attend?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I? I shall not only attend, but will do so in grand attire, dazzling all and allowing Master Sai Huadua to witness the true elegance of Yi Qingwan." With that proclamation, she slammed the door, effectively shutting Lu Sheng out. He barely avoided being struck by the door, pondering, with such dramatic flair, why not join a theater troupe? If she were to take the stage, he would be the first to support her. Once Lu Sheng departed, she promptly penned a letter, instructing her maid to deliver it to the esteemed ladies of the capital, insisting they all attend the banquet that night, and vowing to show Xia Xuejin a thing or two. After completing her preparations, Yi Qingwan eagerly began to adorn herself. If she was to be thoroughly humiliated by the female lead, she must first escalate the animosity, for the more ostentatious she appeared now, the more devastating the backlash would be later. When all was set, and the time for the banquet approached, she settled into her carriage, ready to head to the palace. However, at that moment, a skeletal, bloodless hand reached in and drew aside the curtain. "Miss, would you mind granting me a ride?" Yi Qingwan looked up to see a frigid visage, resembling a block of ice shaped into a human face. Without a moment's hesitation, she yanked the curtain closed. "Mind?
Get lost.
Am I a rideshare service or a taxi? Do you think you can just hop on? What madness." Chapter 53. Xingmu joins the scene, Zhang's influence intervenes. The female lead is finally poised to receive her well-deserved comeuppance. As the flowers wilt, dear heroine, this time with the help of the esteemed doctor, you must truly deliver. I have high hopes for you. Please do not disappoint me. Just as she was offering her silent prayer, an unexpected hitchhiker barged in, only to be promptly ejected. "Is my carriage one that any passerby can simply board? Have you lost your mind?" The enigmatic figure, known as Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, was momentarily taken aback. Although unfamiliar with him, the palpable aura of menace surrounding him was unmistakable, especially emanating from his hand, indicative of a master swordsman. Even after years of traversing the martial world, he had encountered few with such a sharp presence. As Yi Qingwan expelled the intruder, she suddenly perceived a flash of cold light, and the curtain fell with a swiftness that suggested it had been severed with precision, as if cut with a ruler. No mere tremor of the hand could achieve such neatness. Yi Qingwan paused, sensing the power of the individual before her, though she had never wielded a sword herself. "Hong Hong, someone is trying to kill me. Why aren't you standing in front of me?" "Sister," Hong Hong replied, with such a formidable character. "My refraining from simply tearing off the carriage roof to flee is already a testament to my loyalty. You expect me to stand in front of you? I am here to be an undercover agent, not a target." Yi Qingwan shot him a disdainful glance, but she understood that the person did not intend to harm her. Otherwise, the curtain would not have been the only casualty. Besides, she recognized him as a member of her sect, holding a prominent position as the right-hand man of the sect leader. He was the very one initially destined to marry the female antagonist, only to be thwarted by the cold-blooded killer Xia Xuejin. Yet, he was not supposed to make an appearance at this juncture. There were still 2.5 chapters until his arrival.
Why was he here now?
"Hurry along. Go marry your bride. What are you doing here? Playing cards with me? If you show up now, the plot will unravel, and I have exerted immense effort to steer it back on course. Furthermore, if you do not cultivate a relationship with the other female antagonist, how will she go berserk when you are undermined by the heroine? If the other female antagonist remains calm, how will I join forces with her against you? Do not squander my best ally. I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Yet, no matter how fervently Yi Qingwan prayed, this man showed no intention of departing and audaciously introduced himself. "I am Xingmu."
Ye Qingwan retorted.
"I do not care if you are Xingmu or Jupiter. Get out. Do we know each other?" "We do now," he replied. Yi Qingwan, exasperated, thought, "You must be a self-invited guest, barging in unannounced." She was at her wit's end, seeking counsel on how to rid herself of him swiftly. This man was a heavyweight in the narrative, directly responsible for transforming the other female antagonist into the heroine's sworn enemy, an unyielding rivalry. However, with his premature appearance, Yi Qingwan, as the current foremost antagonist, could not afford to engage with him, and she even detected a hint of the shadow of Nangong Muyun within him, stirring an unexpected sentiment. But the issue remained. His role had not yet arrived. If he appeared now, the plot would surely spiral into chaos. Xingmu? I recall that name belongs to the vice leader of the Huainan Mountain sect? Indeed, that is me. Someone, fetch the authorities.
Ye Vinkvan Sudani shouted.
There is a madman impersonating the vice leader here. Vice leader, is it? Then off to the dungeon you go, you wretched fool. Xingmu, taken aback by her madness, quickly countered Miss Yi. Why must you be so inhospitable? I merely wish to catch a ride. I have told you, do not interfere. Are you not acquainted with the esteemed Mr. Sai Huadua? I am the one responsible for escorting him this time. If you could accompany me for a while, I might speak a few flattering words on your behalf in front of him. Wouldn't that be delightful? I would be splendidly beautiful. As if to say, fairness be upon your grandmother's legs. What I desire is not to be introduced to the old gentleman, but rather to ensure he does not look down upon me, deeming me coarse. Spare me your meddling. However, according to the original characterization, upon hearing that the other party could facilitate her introduction to the esteemed gentleman, her reaction was one of excitement, and she graciously accepted his kind offer. How utterly vexatious. Thus, she shed her previous indifference and, with a radiant smile, inquired, Can you truly speak favorably on my behalf in front of the old gentleman? Naturally, he replied. Then I am in your debt. Sir Xingmu, Yi Qingwan stifled the urge to strike him and gave a slight bow in return. What, pray tell, does he wish to achieve? Even if he appears on the scene prematurely, why does he seek me out instead of the leading lady? What scheme is he concocting? This scene is entirely absent from the original narrative. Though apprehensive about this unexpected intrusion, she resolved to face the situation head-on. Let us change to a different carriage, she proposed. The carriage curtains had been severed by him. We cannot traverse the street with the doors ajar, 2 men and a woman inside. What an improper sight. Yet Xingmu countered, there is no need for such trouble. With a deft flick of his sword, the curtains billowed up, and in swift succession, he hurled 3 throwing knives, which thudded into the carriage curtains, pinning them to the roof, as if nothing had transpired. Yuan Hong and Yi Qingwan exchanged silent glances. Darn it, we cannot compete. The events occurring within the carriage were soon conveyed to the minister, who remained skeptical. Are you certain you did not mistake him for someone else? Is he truly the vice-sect leader Xingmu of the greatest sect in the martial world? He claimed as much himself, and I saw him escorting Mr. Sai Huadua yesterday within the city, the servant replied. Upon hearing this, the minister's expression brightened, and he expressed his contentment, saying, Excellent. While the sect consists of martial figures, their influence spans the entirety of DU, and they share deep ties with Mr. Sai Huadua. If Wanner cultivates a good relationship with them, it will herald a new era for our household, providing an avenue for support and survival. He instructed, Prepare the horses. We must enter the palace at once. He needed to advise his beloved daughter to refrain from indulging in her whims and to treat the esteemed Sir Xingmu with the utmost respect. It would serve as a safeguard for her when he was no longer around. Once in the palace, he quickly sought out Yi Qingwan. Wan, did you encounter the esteemed Sir Xingmu today? Indeed, he introduced himself as Xingmu. Then it is settled. Since fate has bestowed such a splendid opportunity upon you, you must seize it and foster a good rapport with him for future support. Father, why should I rely on him? I have you and mother. However, Yi Qingwan internally mused. Rely on him? He might very well be my undoing instead. You do not comprehend. Just heed your father's counsel. He would not steer you wrong. Would he? Very well, father, I understand. My dear father, if only you knew that heaven has orchestrated Xingmu's arrival for my misfortune. Yet, she could not voice her concerns to him and chose to acquiesce. Rest assured, father, regardless of what transpires, I shall never allow anyone to harm you or mother. Yi Qingwan affectionately embraced her father. Her words were heartfelt. Despite being a traveler from another realm, her parents had treated her with such kindness that she had long regarded them as her closest kin. Thus, she would never permit anyone to endanger them. Not even the leading lady. Chapter 54. I may not be able to defeat you, but had I the means, you would have perished long ago. Upon hearing Yi Qingwan's words, the minister chuckled, yet he did not take them to heart, recognizing her youth and naivety. He had occupied the position of minister for far too long and had incurred the dissatisfaction of many, including the emperor, who had begun to harbor suspicions. He feared he could not protect her for much longer, wishing only to carve out a path for her before his own downfall. Father, why not retire to the countryside? We need not worry about sustenance. Why endure such hardship? Yi Qingwan genuinely wished to shield him from the palace's power struggles. Moreover, he stood little chance of success. After all, the protagonists possessed an aura of destiny, and their family was destined to serve as mere stepping stones on the male lead's path to success. Given this, why not withdraw gracefully and preserve their lives? You are still young. There is much you do not understand. The political arena is a tumultuous whirlpool, where each step taken is fraught with peril. The adage, a general's success is built upon the graves of countless others, weighed heavily on him. Throughout his tenure as minister, he had bloodied his hands with the lives of many, whether for the late emperor or the current one. He could scarcely count them all. You wish to leave?
It is not so simple.
The current emperor will not permit anyone who knows his secrets to leave the capital alive. To him, only the dead can keep secrets safe. The imperial family is notoriously heartless, and this has been the case since time immemorial. Very well, let's not dwell on such matters. Just heed your father's advice and cultivate a good relationship with Sir Xingmu. And what if he seeks to oppose me?
Qingwan invited cautiously.
The minister's expression hardened. Then you must yield to him, as long as he does not seek your life. You must endure. Oh, Yi Qingwan replied reluctantly. I am no ninja turtle. Seating yourself is imperative. I must meet the emperor, the minister concluded before departing. Yi Qingwan watched her father's tall figure recede. Though aged, his noble bearing remained intact. In his youth, he must have captivated countless young maidens. Her mother recounted that even the princess had been enamored with him. But his heart belonged solely to her mother, prompting him to orchestrate the princess's marriage alliance. Such ruthlessness. No man is truly a man without a touch of cruelty, she mused, appreciating his resolve. Had he been 30 years younger, the 9th prince's position as the male lead would have been jeopardized. Just as Yi Qingwan settled into her seat, an icy presence took the seat beside her. What is he doing here again? Does he have no other place to sit? Why must he persist in bothering me? Yi Qingwan rose to change seats, only for him to hurl a sword onto her table, startling her into inaction. Yet, inwardly, she cursed him thoroughly. How dare you, a vice-sect leader, bully a defenseless woman? Have you no shame? Isn't entry into the palace, without a sword, prohibited? Yi Qingwan inquired curiously. Indeed.
So you shall safeguard it for me.
Should any assassins appear, hand me the sword immediately. Such words would make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. He was not merely a regular fellow. He was a fool. And when the assassins come, I shall take the opportunity to plunge it into the emperor's dragon chair and frame you for the deed, providing you with a complimentary execution package. Turning her back on him, she opened her panel to vent her frustrations. Xingmu, you should count your blessings that I cannot defeat you now. Otherwise, I would lie in wait on your return path, a sack over your head, and thrash you mercilessly. You forego nurturing your bond with your fiancé and refuse to act as the leading lady's gallant protector. I can tolerate that. But why do you persist in seeking to ruin my day? Have you never been scolded in your life? You are insufferable. Were it not for the fact that I must endure the leading lady's humiliation tonight, I would have no desire to be here. This fool's presence infuriates me. Yet another unnecessary distraction that diminishes my own role. Lu Zheng was busy directing the ministers to take their seats when he caught sight of the complaint panel. Instantly invigorated, Xingmu sought out Yi Qingwan, and he has riled her? Excellent. He is the first person who has provoked her yet remains untouchable. But why is he neglecting the old gentleman to pursue Yi Qingwan? Could it be he can hear the complaints? Why did Lu Zheng harbor such doubts? His appearance was quite unusual. Not only did he arrive ahead of schedule, but he also sought out Yi Qingwan immediately upon his arrival.
Xingmu,
having long dwelled in the martial world, had never set foot in the capital, and logically, he should not have been acquainted with Yi Qingwan. It was improbable that he would find her with such precision. Not only did he locate her, but he also seemed intent on opposing her at every turn. Wasn't this the most instinctive reaction of male leads upon witnessing ridicule? Thus, it was evident that Xingmu could perceive the criticism. This development was astonishing. As the deputy leader of one of the most powerful sects in the martial world, if he were to become one of the male protagonists in this narrative, wouldn't the ensuing plot inevitably intertwine with the martial factions? Moreover, it would involve a formidable force capable of rivaling the imperial authority. Lu Cheng was increasingly perplexed by the unfolding storyline. The 9th prince, equally astonished by this turn of events, was primarily focused on his ambition to seize the throne. He had been diligently preparing for this endeavor, but had never considered involving the martial world. Although the martial practitioners may not wield power comparable to the imperial court, they were renowned for their loyalty and acted with far greater agility than the court, often appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Should they choose to intervene, The situation could become exceedingly difficult to manage. In the midst of his worries, a young maid approached Yi Qingwan, presenting her with a note. Upon opening it, Yi Qingwan burst into laughter at the contents, which conveyed a message of anticipation for the evening, promising that his beloved Xuejian would endure severe humiliation and lose all semblance of dignity.
Furthermore,
It declared that everyone would come to recognize her as the most deserving woman to become the future empress of Dayu. The ninth prince chuckled and shook his head in amusement, eagerly awaiting the performance she had promised. Did she genuinely believe she had succumbed to darkness? How earnestly she delivered her threats. In truth, the prince wished to convey that she need not prove anything to him. He had always held her in high regard. Yet she insisted on stirring up trouble. Despite his overt affections and evident interest, she chose to feign ignorance, attributing bizarre accusations upon him, as if she were attempting to steer the plot herself. Now, it seemed she intended to frame him, jeopardizing his standing with the emperor. Yet if he thwarted her plans, would she not weep? The memory of her brazen fibs, accusing him directly, was indeed a source of exasperation. However, allowing her to succeed would mean that all his hard-earned efforts would be in vain. To put it plainly, as the illustrious ninth prince of Dayu, why must he endure such tribulations? Chapter 55. Xingmu exuded the charm of an overbearing CEO. Although Yi Qingwan was reluctant, she concealed the sword belonging to this foolish man, lest the emperor mistakenly perceive her as an assassin. She had no desire to meet an untimely demise, especially with the potential for her entire family to face dire consequences. Xingmu, in his foolishness, thought that by openly hiding his sword, he was protecting her from capture. Yi Qingwan smiled outwardly, while inwardly she fumed, mentally unleashing a torrent of mockery. I swear you won't die on me. Red, now disguised, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Qingwan's quips. She shot him a glare, questioning why he seemed to find amusement in her plight. Could it be that he could hear her banter? Yet she quickly dismissed this notion. If he could, he would have dealt with her long ago, given that she had often directed her criticisms at him. Turning back to Xingmu with a cheerful demeanor, she said, Indeed. My father mentioned that the esteemed Sir Xingmu is a valued guest, and I should treat you well. So, what do you think of me? You are utterly unimpressive. With a countenance as cold as ice and behavior as foolish as a man who calls a mere photograph a treasure. Nevertheless, she feigned admiration. Sir Xingmu, your martial prowess is exceptional, your righteousness admirable, and your charm undeniable. Truly, you are a paragon among men. Otherwise, the sect leader's daughter would not be captivated by you. Oh, you refer to my junior sister? I merely regard her as a sister, he replied. At that moment, Yi Qingwan longed to kick him away. His feelings for her were of no concern to her. She was utterly indifferent. Could you kindly keep quiet? Noticing her silence, he pressed on. Aren't you curious why? Yi Qingwan wished she could remove his head. I have no interest in your family affairs. Clearly, they had quarreled. Girls, after all, often lacked security and tended to sulk. A bit of coaxing would surely mend things. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable, he remarked. Indeed, I understand. Now, could you please be silent? Yi Qingwan felt utterly drained. Mediocre at best. Then, why not teach me? Yi Qingwan retorted, but before she could refuse, Xingmu declared, It's settled then. This evening, I shall intrude upon Miss Ye's residence for a visit, and I would be grateful for your guidance. Surely, Miss Ye wouldn't turn away a distinguished guest like me? Yi Qingwan wanted to slap herself. Can I retract that distinguished guest comment? Is it too late? Red was in stitches, reveling in the rare sight of Yi Qingwan being rendered speechless. This deputy leader was undoubtedly the most entertaining individual he had ever encountered. If it weren't for the circumstances, Red would have eagerly sought to befriend him. Brother, you needn't consult her. First, teach me. Your knack for conversation is lethal. I'm willing to pay tuition, 1 bride, or 2 if necessary. At this moment, Yi Qingwan felt utterly trapped, as if there were no escape routes. She had gone through this cycle countless times. How had she not realized how troublesome Xingmu truly was? Hadn't he previously ignored her entirely? Had he taken the wrong medicine this time? Even if his character had not truly collapsed, since in the original text, he had no affection for the sect leader's daughter, who was merely his junior sister. She had never before noted his incessant chatter. It was immensely irritating. Who could reign in this nuisance? Just as Yi Qingwan pondered her escape, Lu Qing approached them. Sir Xingmu, your seat is beside the old gentleman. Allow me to escort you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan lifted her gaze to the venerable tutor, her eyes brimming with grateful tears. Old tutor, you are practically my kin. I vow to refrain from scolding you in the future, or at least reduce my tirades. Xingmu smiled upon seeing Lu Cheng, relenting in his teasing of Yi Qingwan, and rose to follow him. However, after taking a couple of steps, he turned back with a playful glint in his eyes. I shall visit your home tonight. Yi Qingwan exclaimed, I am not returning home tonight. Without awaiting her response, Xingmu laughed heartily and departed. How delightful it was to discover that stories could be so entertaining. Now that he was within the narrative, he could indulge in the fun. Long before Yi Qingwan contemplated breaking off her engagement with the ninth prince, he had been able to see peculiar subtitles. At that time, he had been preoccupied with sect matters and unable to leave, silently observing and anticipating his moment of entrance. Yet, as the story unfolded, it became apparent that he had no role to play, prompting him to take action under the guise of protecting the old gentleman and to engage in a deeper exchange with Yi Qingwan. This interaction, however, revealed that he was also one of Xuejian's suitors, and he would need to leverage his sex influence to assist her, willingly becoming a stepping stone on her path to success. This role left him utterly displeased. As a dignified deputy leader of a sect, how could he abandon his ambitions and career merely to help a woman ascend to the throne, then to retreat from the martial world, concealing his accomplishments and name? Why should that be his destiny? He felt that the original author had intentionally diminished his character to pave the way for the female protagonist's success. Hence, he resolved to correct this oversight, crafting a character that befit his status as the deputy leader. As for the consequences of such alterations on the world, that was of no concern to him. They are children of the rivers and lakes, living with a sense of nonchalance. It is said that life is indeed precious, and love even more so, yet, for the sake of freedom, both can be cast aside. As Xingmu departed, Yi Qingwan could no longer restrain herself and began to vent her frustrations to the system. In truth, aside from the rewards, she had more grievances to express.
Oh,
System of mine, look at this madness. These people have lost their wits, and you remain idle while I can no longer endure this. This girl cannot continue with this farce. That foolish Xingmu has finally left. Is he missing a few screws? And to think he would come to my home tonight? At least you hold the position of deputy sect master. Have you no shame? What sort of man visits a young woman's home at such an hour? Is this harassment, or are you simply a lecherous fiend? No, I must seek out Master Meng how to guard my home tonight. If that imbecile dares to venture into the Xiang residence, I shall have him caught and given a good thrashing. Nothing too severe, just enough to leave him incapacitated. Wait a moment, I nearly forgot. This Xingmu is a masochist. The more you hit him, the more he revels in it. As he himself put it, for the first time, a woman dares to strike me. You have successfully captured my attention. ISNT, this just the typical narrative of a domineering CEO?
wow.
It seems this trend has been in vogue since ancient times. How revolting. Her tirade elicited laughter from Hong Hong and the others, who were taken aback by the unexpected revelation of the deputy sect master's peculiar proclivities, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden secret. Only Xingmu furrowed his brow, vexed by the foolish author who depicted him in such a distasteful manner.
Ye Qingwan, silence yourself.
Cease your mockery, or I shall set fire to the palace, and we shall all perish together. Chapter 56. Lu Cheng's machinations. Perhaps Yi Qingwan experienced a moment of conscience. After her jests at Xingmu's expense, she felt a twinge of pity for him and continued, well, I shall refrain from ridiculing him further. He is a pitiful soul. After all, though he serves as the deputy sect master, he is essentially the husband chosen for the sect leader's daughter, groomed from childhood for this role. He must be ruthless and heartless, killing as one slices vegetables, devoid of parents, kin, or even the capacity for love and hate, reduced to a mere machine of slaughter. With no emotions, everything revolves around the sect, and no one has ever regarded him as human. Thus, he harbors no affection for his junior sister, as he despises being controlled and subjected to an arranged marriage. Upon encountering the female protagonist, who, like him, is bound by fate yet dares to defy it, he instantly falls for her. This makes sense. People, having weathered storms themselves, strive to provide shelter for others. However, his junior sister is genuinely devoted to him, and he exploits her, inciting her to turn against her father, betray the sect, ultimately leading to her demise. In her last moments, she pleads for him to inscribe wife of Xingmu on her tombstone. Fate seems to favor the afflicted.
Thus,
I cannot forgive that dimwit Xingmu for casting aside his devoted junior sister to become a mere stepping stone for the female protagonist. What utter foolishness. Forget it. I can't be bothered to criticize him any longer. He may do as he pleases as long as he doesn't appear before me again. As for his junior sister, when I encounter her next, I must counsel her to abandon that fool. There are countless handsome men out there. She must not hang her hopes on a single tree. After her outburst, Yi Qingwan suddenly pondered whether the system possessed a potion of forgetfulness. If it did, she would exchange for it and, once the performance concluded, administer it to her junior sister to ensure she completely forgets that imbecile. It's splendid for us girls to be beautifully independent. What need have we for men? Having overheard Yi Qingwan's grievances, Xingmu found himself devoid of any appetite. The more she criticized the plot, the more absurd it became. While it was true he had no affection for his junior sister and was dissatisfied with the sect's constraints, he had never contemplated betraying the sect. Nor had he ever considered exploiting his junior sister, inciting her to defy her master and rebel against the sect, ultimately leading to her tragic fate. Could such despicable acts truly be attributed to him? Could he even stoop so low? Xingmu's heart was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Naturally, he did not wish for such events to transpire. However, if left to fate, who could guarantee that they would not occur? He could not claim to be a murderer, but his methods were indeed ruthless, and it was a fact that he had been merciless. Who knew whether he might one day become utterly lost under his master's relentless pressure? No, he would not allow the events of her tirade to unfold. It seemed the time had come to share his true feelings with his master. Perhaps his master would understand him. At this thought, Xingmu found himself chuckling, a self-deprecating laugh.
How could that be?
His master was crafting him in his own image, making him the epitome of cold-heartedness. How could he possibly heed his words? Yet, he resolved to give it a try. After all, what if a miracle occurred? As the banquet was about to commence, ministers and their families began to arrive, taking their seats according to the arrangements made by Lu Cheng, with those of higher rank or greater renown seated closer to His Majesty, and the others following suit. The elderly gentleman, as the honored guest, sat alongside the Prime Minister, positioned even slightly ahead of him, highlighting his esteemed status. His Majesty and the Empress were the last to be seated, as was customary. Today, Yi Qingwan adorned herself in an extravagant crimson robe, radiating opulence. Had she not feared execution, she might have donned a dragon robe to the banquet, flaunting her presence. The other noble daughters, following Yi Qingwan's lead, were also attired in resplendent garments, as she emphasized the need for grandeur, eschewing any modesty or scholarly airs. Xia Xuejian, a lowly fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter, understood that the more ostentatious their dress, the more her own purity would shine through. To ensure her ability to stand out amidst the throng of noble ladies, Yi Qingwan had exerted considerable effort. If she could not outshine Yi Qingwan, she might as well throw herself at a tofu block and end her existence. For living would be a waste of air. As most settled into their places, His Majesty was about to declare the banquet open when the elderly gentleman suddenly clasped his hands and addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have an old friend who has passed away many years ago. Today, upon seeing her granddaughter, I wish to bring her into the hall. Might I have your permission? Such a minor request was readily granted by His Majesty, who responded with a smile. If the esteemed gentleman holds her in such regard, she must be a talented beauty of great renown. Please bring her forth, so that I may behold her. As he spoke, a young woman clad in a simple blue robe gracefully approached. Though her attire was unadorned, her beauty was undeniable. Amidst a crowd of ostentatious noble daughters, she did not appear out of place. Rather, she radiated a rare purity, as though a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Whose daughter is she, such exquisite beauty? We have never seen her before. Yet, many recognized this young illegitimate daughter and were bewildered. She the lowly fifth-rank girl from the Xia family? How did she find herself here? In such a significant court banquet, even her father would not disregard eligibility. How could this illegitimate daughter possibly enter? Could she truly be the granddaughter of the old gentleman?
Impossible.
Someone quickly dismissed. If she had such connections, the Xia family would have soared to greatness long ago, rather than languishing as a fifth-rank family for decades. Indeed, the consensus was that she must have leveraged her relationship with the ninth prince to gain entry. They had not forgotten her late-night rendezvous with him. These derisive whispers reached Xia Xuejian's ears as she passed, yet she remained unfazed. Laugh at me now, will you? One day, I shall have you all kneeling at my feet, respectfully addressing me as your Majesty. After bowing to His Majesty, she took her seat beside the elderly gentleman, who regarded her with the warmth of a grandfather, his eyes filled with tenderness. The earlier disparages of her humble origins immediately fell silent, their hearts aflutter with trepidation. She hadn't overheard them, had she? Once Xia Xuejian made her entrance, Lu Qing emerged, Your Majesty, all is prepared. We may commence the feast. Excellent. The Emperor, in high spirits today, lifted his cup towards the venerable gentleman. I raise a toast to you, sir. To my esteemed ministers, today is a family banquet. So do not stand on ceremony. With his task temporarily fulfilled, Lu Cheng respectfully withdrew, leaving everyone curious as to why the Grand Tutor had not arranged a seat for himself. Where would he sit? Unperturbed, he directly approached Yi Qingwan and casually remarked, "There's no more room. Let us squeeze together." A peanut lodged in Yi Qingwan's throat nearly choked her. Was the Grand Tutor deliberately trying to provoke her? At a royal banquet, each family had a designated seat. How could a mere outsider squeeze in with her? Did he not realize this implied to the world that she had an intimate connection with him? As expected, his audacious act successfully captured the attention of everyone present, including the Emperor. Yi Qingwan felt as though she had suddenly become the target of scrutiny. Chapter 57. The protagonist's grand gesture as she watched the Grand Tutor settle beside her, sharing a seat that appeared increasingly ambiguous. Yi Qingwan's mind buzzed, leaving her momentarily blank. She could no longer concern herself with the potential collapse of his carefully crafted persona. Her priority was to swiftly extricate him from her side, lest her own image be tarnished. Now transformed into the darkened version of Nuhila Yi Qingwan, how could she possibly share peanuts with her foe? Was this even remotely acceptable? What sort of villain would be so magnanimous? She had to act, to ensure that these onlookers felt the full weight of her transformation. Calm down. How is this scene portrayed in the original text? Yes, she recalled that in the original narrative, Lu Cheng, as the host of the banquet, was supposed to be seated next to Xia Xuejian. To vent his frustrations on Yi Qingwan, he had deliberately seasoned her drink with an excessive amount of salt, assuming she would not dare to retaliate at a royal gathering. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Qingwan had boldly slapped him across the face. However, according to the original text, I should be delivering a slap to the Grand Tutor right now, yet he is sitting right beside me, the table laden with my favorite fruits. And even the beverage has been replaced with my beloved plum wine. Such thoughtfulness makes it impossible to strike him. But if I don't hit him, how can I showcase my rebelliousness and transformation? With him beside me, failing to act will only muddle my intentions. Lu Cheng continued to transfer the fruits served by the maid into Yi Qingwan's plate, but upon hearing her intent to strike him, he abruptly halted, gazing at her with a pitiful expression, as if to plead, "Look at how charming I am. Can you truly bring yourself to harm me?" Yi Qingwan met his gaze. Her brow furrowed deeply as she wrestled with her thoughts. After a long moment, she exhaled, indeed finding herself unable to act. Then, with a determined stomp, she swept the plate from his hands and exclaimed loudly, "Grand Tutor, I am aware of your disdain for me. Must you resort to such nauseating tactics?" Lu Cheng.
Oh,
Is she starting another unreasonable commotion? At this moment, the ninth prince quietly observed the unfolding spectacle, thinking, yes, let Lu Cheng experience this for himself. Before Lu Cheng could inquire further, Yi Qingwan continued, I am the only daughter of the Prime Minister. Surely, the Grand Tutor lacks the standing to share a table with me. With that, she rose and, in full view of the gathered assembly, departed to sit beside her father, leaving Lu Cheng bewildered in the wind. Am I being attacked for no reason? Upon witnessing Yi Qingwan's actions, the onlookers were further incensed by her conduct. They had long heard tales of the Prime Minister's daughter, arrogant, ignorant, and capricious, once attempting to seduce the ninth prince with poison, and now casting aspersions on the Grand Tutor? What audacity! Grand Tutor Lu, the youngest in his rank, held a position among the highest officials and was favored by the emperor. He could marry a princess if he wished. What was a mere daughter of the Prime Minister worth? Given her tarnished reputation, it was a stroke of luck that the Grand Tutor even acknowledged her. How could she dare to deem herself above him? Such delusions of grandeur. Though Lu Cheng felt embarrassed, it paled in comparison to being slapped, and he could at least take solace in her apparent conscience. His years of educating her had not been in vain. Yi Qingwan was equally anxious, her legs trembling with apprehension. Fearing the Grand Tutor might seize her and demand an explanation, or worse, seek the Emperor's sanction for marriage, which would spell her doom. Fortunately, he seemed cooperative, his persona not collapsing entirely. With her bold outburst, she had decisively severed ties with the Grand Tutor. From this moment on, should he wish to clarify anything or mend their relationship, it would be impossible. After all, he was a dignified Grand Tutor, publicly humiliated in such a manner. How could he continue to associate with Yi Qingwan without losing face in the court? Simultaneously, witnessing Yi Qingwan's audacity, The others instinctively began to distance themselves from her. Her path toward darkness was now irrevocably set, leaving no room for retreat. This was precisely what Yi Qingwan desired. The more they looked down upon her, the more it confirmed her successful transformation, bringing her closer to fulfilling her mission and returning to reality. This made her genuinely elated. As for her father, please don't be upset. It's just me. Yet before she could offer comfort, her father turned to her instead, saying, "You did well, my dear. The Grand Tutor has severed ties with our household. It is wise for you to keep your distance. You're not angry?" The Prime Minister chuckled affectionately. "Why should I be angry? Lu Cheng's previous schemes against our old allies left me unable to seek redress due to my position.
Now,
You have provided me with a measure of satisfaction." He laughed heartily, clearly genuinely pleased, not merely feigning amusement. "And if the Emperor were to take issue with this? Then I would say, love is a natural sentiment. If my daughter disdains the Grand Tutor, the Emperor cannot compel her otherwise." Yi Qingwan nearly gave him a thumbs up. Truly, experience is invaluable, and cunning is something that ages well. She found herself increasingly grateful to have such a protective father. With his robust support, how could she not stride confidently? Indeed, as the Prime Minister anticipated, although the Emperor disapproved of Yi Qingwan's boldness, matters of the heart were beyond the purview of others, and he swiftly moved to dismiss the incident. He then engaged in conversation with Sai Huadua, gradually steering the topic toward malaria, a devastating infectious disease that claimed tens of thousands of lives annually and ravaged numerous villages, with some regions even experiencing county-wide outbreaks. The court was at a loss in the face of this epidemic, and the Emperor sought to procure a remedy from the esteemed elder, not aiming for a complete cure. Even a measure to control its spread would be a monumental achievement. Upon hearing the Emperor's request, the elder wasted no time, stating, "Your Majesty, I have come specifically regarding malaria. The disease strikes swiftly and stealthily. For centuries, countless wise individuals have exerted themselves in vain to find a remedy. I have dedicated years to research without success, and I find it quite shameful." As Yi Qingwan realized the narrative was reaching this critical juncture, she eagerly interjected, "Your Majesty, I possess a remedy that can entirely cure malaria. Please consider it." Without waiting for the Emperor's approval, she excitedly rushed forward to present the prescription. The head eunuch, initially poised to reprimand her, caught sight of the Prime Minister's displeased expression and quickly altered his tone. "Miss Yi, allow me to handle this." "Very well, take it." Yi Qingwan handed over the prescription, which the head eunuch presented to the Emperor, who then passed it to Sai Huadua, who, of course, could not comprehend it. Sai Huadua cast a glance at the prescription, his brow immediately furrowing. He looked at Yi Qingwan, then at the Emperor, and finally spoke hesitantly. "This prescription can indeed cure malaria." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could Yi Qingwan present a prescription that even the esteemed Sai Huadua had been unable to decipher? It seemed utterly implausible. Just as the onlookers began to regard Yi Qingwan with newfound respect, Xia Xuejian suddenly interjected, "But this prescription does not belong to Miss Yi. She stole it." Gasps of disbelief swept through the audience. "Stolen? Surely not." Her words swiftly dragged Yi Qingwan from the heights of admiration into the depths of disgrace. Chapter 58. The protagonist's clever manipulation. Yi Qingwan, upon hearing Xia Xuejian's interruption, nearly betrayed her amusement, but feigned outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at her and exclaimed, "Xia Xuejian, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Xuejian disregarded her indignation and turned directly to the Emperor, stating, "Your Majesty, I possess evidence to prove that this prescription is fraudulent." The Emperor frowned and inquired, "What evidence do you have? Present it." The crowd leaned forward, curiosity piqued, as they awaited Xia Xuejian's proof. With an air of calm, Xia Xuejian retrieved an old yet well-preserved piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, please compare these two prescriptions." The Emperor quickly examined them side by side and confirmed they were indeed identical. He pressed on, "What is the meaning of this?" Xia Xuejian's confidence surged as she shot a triumphant glance at Yi Qingwan. "Your Majesty, this prescription was passed down from my maternal grandmother to my mother. While sorting through my mother's belongings today, I discovered it. Upon finding this prescription, I meticulously copied it and dispatched it to my grandfather with utmost urgency, seeking his judgment on its authenticity." At this revelation, all eyes turned to Sai Huadua, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it was upon receiving this prescription that I decided to come to the capital." The Emperor, now half convinced, continued to probe. "Then how did this prescription end up in Yi Qingwan's possession?" A chorus of spectators echoed, "Yes, how did it come to be in her hands?" Xia Xuejian cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingwan, declaring, the bearer of the prescription encountered bandits on their way back to the city. Strangely enough, these bandits showed no interest in material wealth or life, yet they specifically seized that prescription. Is that not a curious coincidence? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan grasped Xia Xuejian's implication that she had orchestrated a ruse, disguising her agents as bandits to steal the prescription. Thus, it seemed that she was indeed the target of Xia Xuejian's scheme. Just the day before her acquisition of quinine, a man named Heartwarming, claiming to be from a sect, had approached her with a prescription for treating malaria. He had wept as he spoke of its potential to benefit countless lives. But due to his status as a wanderer, he implored her to deliver it to the emperor on his behalf, to save the populace from peril. Yi Qingwan, however, was not easily swayed. She recognized Heartwarming as the master of the notorious Zhongyuan Yidianhong, a maverick who seldom adhered to sect rules and thus refrained from sect affairs. Yet, as the protagonist was aligned with the sect, it was clear that Heartwarming was in cahoots with her. His sudden gift of a prescription could not be trusted. Nonetheless, as the villainous antagonist, her intention was to provoke the protagonist into a blunder, so she accepted the prescription, believing it to be false. She anticipated presenting it, only to be exposed by the protagonist, who would then reveal the genuine prescription, thus earning a claim. In truth, the prescription was indeed flawed, as the dosage of quinine was grossly incorrect. Such a high dosage would not only fail to cure malaria, but could also prove fatal. While eliminating the host might seem a thorough solution, one would prefer to consider other alternatives if possible. Who could have anticipated that the protagonist had orchestrated such a grand performance, casting Yi Qingwan as the villain intent on deceit and manipulation? The crime of deceiving the emperor was no trivial matter. Truly, one must applaud this protagonist for her ingenuity. She had even managed to embellish her own narrative, making the plot far more riveting than the original tale. One couldn't help but wonder where one could find such a celestial ally. Were it not for the situation, Yi Qingwan would have relished the opportunity to commend her. Bravo, sister. You have finally risen to the occasion, becoming a formidable protagonist in your own right.
Yingfan.
What more could you possibly say? No, I have nothing to say. Yi Qingwan shook her head vigorously, fearing that any delay in her denial might tempt Xia Xuejian to retract her claims. The crowd, upon hearing her prompt admission, erupted in outrage.
She stole it.
She openly admits to theft. Who would have thought that a lady of the esteemed Xiang residence would resort to such underhanded tactics to claim credit? How utterly despicable. This tarnishes our noble lineage. Xia Xuejian, taken aback by Yi Qingwan's unhesitating admission, regained her composure and pressed, Do you admit to stealing the prescription? To deliberately deceiving His Majesty? I admit it 100 times over, Yi Qingwan replied, turning to the emperor. Your Majesty, this entire affair is the result of my own misguided obsession. I implore you to impose a severe punishment as a deterrent. Otherwise, chaos will ensue, and the state shall be thrown into turmoil. The emperor was taken aback. Xia Xuejian thought, has she lost her senses? Is she truly mad? Your Majesty, please imprison me and sentence me to exile. I shall leave on the morrow. Yi Qingwan had even predetermined her own punishment. What other villain could be as considerate as I am? The emperor opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. He was bewildered by someone who would sentence themselves. He turned his gaze to the Chancellor. Minister Yi, what do you propose? The Chancellor hastily knelt, pulling Yi Qingwan down with him. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. It is my failure to educate my daughter, and I have brought shame upon your ears. I beseech you to punish me. He bowed deeply but quickly added, however, I respectfully request that your Majesty investigate thoroughly. Even if my daughter is willful and headstrong, she would never dare to deceive the emperor. Father, please do not plead for me. Yi Qingwan interjected, desperate to halt his interference. Your Majesty, this is solely my doing. It has nothing to do with my father or the Xiang residence. I beg you to punish me alone. Qingwan, be silent. The Chancellor reprimanded her sternly, clearly anxious. The emperor was left flustered by Yi Qingwan's antics, uncertain of whom to believe. Having witnessed countless grand spectacles, he had never before encountered someone so eager to self-impose exile. This woman had truly opened his eyes. As Lu Sheng observed the emperor's indecision, he seized the opportunity to advocate, Your Majesty, this matter is too peculiar and warrants further investigation. Perhaps it would be wise to detain Yi Qingwan until the truth is uncovered, and then dispense justice. Just as Lu Sheng finished speaking, the 9th prince chimed in, Father, I too believe that the Grand Tutor's words hold merit. Yi Qingwan's behavior is erratic, and her statements cannot be trusted. Yi Qingwan retorted, What do you mean my words are untrustworthy? The accused has already confessed. Is that not sufficient evidence? You all seem to be afflicted with some form of madness. I advise you not to provoke me. Should anyone dare impede my confession today, I shall unleash Hong Hong to seize their spouse tonight. Consider this a fair warning. Chapter 59. A prelude to the plot. The Emperor, witnessing both Lu Sheng and Nangong Muyun advocating for Yi Qingwan, pondered their reasoning. While she may be insignificant, her ties to the Chancellor warranted caution. After all, this was not the time to sever ties with the Chancellor. Thus, he decided to navigate this situation with care. At the behest of Lady Lu, Yi Qingwan was first detained while the circumstances of the matter were investigated, after which a verdict would be rendered. Having spoken, the order was given for Yi Qingwan to be taken away, and Lu Sheng was instructed to conduct a thorough inquiry into the incident. As for the Chancellor, having imprisoned his daughter, it was prudent to offer him considerable solace at this juncture. This is the delicate balance of power between sovereign and minister. There was no need for Minister Yi to be overly concerned. Lady Lu was adept in her dealings and would undoubtedly uncover the truth, ensuring that no injustice befell the beloved. Given the current situation, this was the best course of action, and the minister could only humbly express gratitude for the emperor's favor. In truth, he was acutely aware that, while this incident seemed directed at Wana, the true target was, in fact, himself. For how could Xia Shui, a mere illegitimate daughter, possibly summon the esteemed Dr. Sai Hua Tua? Moreover, the prescription for treating malaria appeared under suspicious circumstances, rendering the entire affair exceedingly complex. Once the gathering dispersed, Hidaran appeared at the inn where the esteemed Dr. Sai was being hosted. The old doctor was evidently agitated. Was this your design? Hidaran stood respectfully at the side, head bowed, hands clasped before him. Esteemed doctor, this is the will of the sect leader. I dare not defy it. So, you dared to deceive me? The doctor stood up in anger, pointing a finger at him, ready to unleash a tirade. But his inherently gentle nature prevented him from cursing, leaving him to simmer in frustration. Observing the old man's precarious state, Hidaran rushed to support him, only to be pushed away. Do not touch me. You have committed such vile deeds, and now you wish to enlist my aid? This is utterly outrageous. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. Falsely accusing that young girl is but a ruse to manipulate the Chancellor's paternal affections, compelling him to admit guilt, thereby providing you with an opportunity to usurp the Chancellor's position. That young lady of the Yi family, though her actions are reckless, would rather bear the burden of injustice than allow any blame to fall upon her father or the Chancellor's household. She is a paragon compared to your ilk. As the old man continued his tirade, he grew weary and returned to his seat, leaning on the table. You may leave. I owe your sect a debt, and today it is repaid. Hidaran, thoroughly chastised, could only depart in a huff. Shortly thereafter, an apprentice entered, intending to pour tea for the irate old man, but was seized by the doctor. Are you also a member of the sect? The apprentice, realizing the situation had been exposed, collapsed to the ground. Master, your disciple acknowledges his error. The old man closed his eyes and sighed deeply. So, your daily reports about that young girl of the Xia family, lamenting her grievances and how she was bullied by the Yi girl, were merely to instill a negative impression of her in my mind, so that when the matter arose, you could make things difficult for her? Master, you too shall depart. Do not return to the mountain gate. With that, he expelled the apprentice, who knelt at the door, pleading for mercy, but to no avail. Dr. Sai Hua Tua, having devoted his life to healing and helping countless individuals, had always been magnanimous, particularly towards his disciples. However, when it came to matters of principle, he could not afford to be lenient. Such a person of questionable character, if left within the sect, could spell endless troubles in the future. The truth is, this incident could hardly be blamed on him, as everything he reported was accurate and witnessed firsthand. Prior to his arrival in the capital, he had indeed received a letter and prescription from the young lady of the Xia family and had studied the contents of the prescription before deciding to travel to the capital. His motives were twofold: to spare the common folk from the scourge of malaria, and to support the young lady of the Xia family, wishing to shield her from further indignities at the hands of the Yi girl. Thus, he had explicitly requested the Yi girl to attend the banquet in the palace, intending for her to witness his connection to the Xia girl and hope she would refrain from further tormenting her. Little did he know, he was merely a pawn in their game, ultimately causing harm to the Yi girl in the process. What folly it was for him to remain in the capital, with no face left to show. Consequently, he left the city alone that very night, not returning to his sect but wandering the world, seeking a home among the four seas. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan found herself imprisoned once more. This place was familiar to her, having spent a night there previously. Greetings to all the officers. Her cheerfulness might lead one to believe she was arriving for a new post. Qingwan, feeling at ease, plopped down in her cell and removed her gold hairpin, handing it to the officer. Please fetch me a roast chicken, and the rest of you may enjoy some wine. The officers, already wary of her, realized she might be released again soon and deemed it wise not to offend her. They remembered her previous insistence on staying, so they quickly accepted her request, hurrying to procure the chicken and wine, even releasing her to join them at the table for a hearty meal. Qingwan soon discerned that Lu Sheng and the Ninth Prince were likely interceding on her behalf to set the stage for future developments. As previously mentioned, while the prescription could indeed treat malaria, its effects were rapid and intense, rendering it harmless for robust individuals. However, for those afflicted with malaria, already weakened by high fevers and chills, such a potent remedy could lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was clear that she, the villainess, would bear the blame for any ensuing chaos. Hence, she could not be exiled just yet. She must endure further humiliation and capture to keep the narrative intact. As for Lu Sheng and the Ninth Prince, one might argue they were indeed misguided, seemingly opposing her at every turn, though their intentions were, paradoxically, aligned with the unfolding plot. Each time they clashed, the storyline nevertheless managed to circle back to coherence, a curious phenomenon indeed. Thus, Qingwan concluded that the integrity of her character mattered little. What was essential was that the narrative aligned perfectly, leading to a satisfactory resolution for all involved. Sated and content, she returned to her cell, where the officers kindly provided her with 2 blankets, a mattress and a cover, exhibiting a remarkable level of compassion. The treatment in this prison was surprisingly humane. In the dead of night, as she slept soundly, an overwhelming itchiness disturbed her slumber, prompting a yawn and her eventual awakening. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an imposing face intently staring at her.
Ah!
A ghost. Chapter 60. The male lead's persona returns. Qingwan, peacefully resting in her cell, was abruptly awakened by the presence of a large face looming before her, nearly giving her a heart attack. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the stoic figure of Xingmu. Are you out of your mind? Why are you here in the middle of the night, lurking in a prison? She exclaimed.
What do you want?
Qingwan yearned to kick him, but she knew she was no match for him. She resolved that her next skill point would be devoted to acquiring the Dugu 9 swords, envisioning the day she would triumph over this peeping Tom. I can help you escape. You can return to the sect with me. Qingwan stared at him in disbelief. Thank you, but I will not go. I take full responsibility for my actions and refuse to be a coward. Let me leave. Have you lost your senses? I have worked hard to place myself in this prison, and now I am on the brink of exile. If I leave with you now, how can I return as a victor? Just go away and stop causing me trouble. Xingmu remained silent, genuinely perplexed by her. She knew she was wronged, yet she accepted it so readily, as if admitting to a crime would result in her losing everything. Moreover, even if she acknowledged her guilt, it would be treason against the emperor, or at worst, merely an excessive thirst for glory, resulting in a few lashes, nothing more. Yet here she was, condemning herself to exile. He mused that if she were not afraid of pain, she might even petition the emperor for his execution. Truly, she was a peculiar woman. Are you certain you want to leave? If you don't go now, you may miss your chance. Xingmu asked once more. Qingwan, however, was resolute. I will not leave. Furthermore, that sect is a disorganized place. It is beneath me to even consider going there. I'm berating you. Go ahead. Be angry, roar, and wish to stab me to death. Yet, Xingmu merely pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, I believe you are right. Such a place is indeed unsuitable for dwelling. It was my oversight. I shall find a comfortable place and purchase a residence for you. With that, he vanished in a flash. Yevingvan? This person is utterly lacking common sense. Can't he discern between good and bad? Forget it. Regardless, this young lady is about to shoulder the blame again, be exiled, then return in glory to annihilate these avian creatures. They can do as they please for now. Upon returning to the estate, the Ninth Prince instructed his servants to prepare some food and headed towards the prison. Qingwan was indeed remarkable. She frequented the prison more than her own home. However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered Xia Xuejian, who was drenched in dew. Clearly having waited for a long time, the Ninth Prince felt a surge of annoyance. Hadn't he arranged for someone to prevent the Xia family from approaching the royal residence? What on earth were they doing? His irritation dissipated when he noticed Yue lurking beside Xia Xuejian, and he instantly understood. This Yue, truly bewitched. had already been given a chance by the prince, and was now prancing around on the prince's sore spot. "Prince, are you going to deliver food to Qingwan?" Xia Xuejian inquired tentatively. Although she found it hard to believe, the prince had unexpectedly pleaded for her in front of everyone tonight, which was utterly baffling. But after a moment's reflection, she grasped most of the situation. Originally, their target was the prime minister, yet Yi Qingwan had cunningly taken all the blame upon herself, leaving the prime minister unscathed. Thus, even if Yi Qingwan were truly incriminated, as long as the prime minister remained in power, the emperor would not press too harshly against her. Knowing that the charges would not amount to much, the prince naturally could not afford to offend the prime minister further. It was a strategic plea, both to inform the prime minister that this matter had nothing to do with him, and to create an illusion that the prince still cared for Yi Qingwan. This way, the prime minister would continue to trust the prince and refrain from making any moves against him. "Do you have any objections?" The ninth prince replied coldly before turning away, feeling vexed at the mere thought of spending another second with her. Xia Xuejian, however, assumed the prince was blaming her for her incompetence and hurriedly apologized. "Your Highness, this time I was unprepared and nearly compromised your plans. I acknowledge my mistake." The ninth prince had initially intended to ignore her, but upon witnessing her self-absorption, he decided to clarify matters. "Miss Xia, I shall state this unequivocally. In the past, I indeed held a modicum of affection for you, but now I find you exceedingly distasteful. So much, so that the mere sight of you robs me of sleep for 3 days. Hence, I hope you will keep your distance from me." With that, he glanced at Yue. "This is your final opportunity. Should you ever presume to act on your own accord again in the name of our past friendship, I will have you executed without hesitation.
Consider this wisely." With that,
he mounted his horse and departed. Xia Xuejian felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing the prince's words, her head spinning and nearly losing her footing. Yue swiftly caught her. "My lady, do not be disheartened. The prince is only jesting." He gestured with his eyes, indicating someone was observing them from afar. Xia Xuejian secretly glanced over and indeed saw a shadow flit by, heading towards the prison.
Who was that?
It appeared to be a guard who had been following Yi Qingwan, known as Hong Hong. In an instant, Xia Xuejian was certain. Her previously shattered heart rekindled with hope. She had been careless, failing to notice she was being followed. Fortunately, the prince was astute, otherwise, she would have truly fallen into Yi Qingwan's trap. It was also her impatience. At such a critical moment, she should have maintained her distance from the prince to avoid arousing suspicion from the prime minister. "Let us not meet the prince for a while to avoid raising the prime minister's doubts." Yue nodded, assisting her into the carriage, and they quickly departed. Once Xingmu had left, he recalled that she might be hungry, so he purchased a few buns on the way back, intending to give them to her. However, he unexpectedly ran into the ninth prince and had to hide momentarily. The prison guards, knowing better than to obstruct the ninth prince, escorted him directly to Yi Qingwan's cell. Just as she was settling in for sleep, she heard a commotion and cracked her eyes open, only to find the foolish Nangong Muyun. She promptly closed her eyes again, feigning sleep. "What is this fool doing again? If he is here to watch my misfortune, I welcome him at any time, but if he has come to bring me food, I thank him and his entire family." Yi Qingwan pretended to be asleep, and the ninth prince, not being a fool, discerned her ruse and sighed in resignation. "I swear to the heavens, I truly did not set you up last time." "Then did you this time?" Yi Qingwan leapt up, her tone challenging. "If that is the case, we need to have a serious discussion." The ninth prince. "Here we go again. Can't we go a single day without quarreling?"
This time it is not me.
"I know it's not you. It's your dear sister, Xia Xuejian." Yi Qingwan retorted sarcastically, even bursting into song. "How many dear sisters do you have? Why does each one appear so haggard?" The ninth prince, now exasperated, replied, "As the dignified ninth prince of Dayu, I humbly come to this prison to bring you food, and you offer not a single word of thanks, instead resorting to sarcasm? Do you think I have no temper?" With that, he raised his voice. "Yi Qingwan, that's enough. I have tolerated you for far too long."
"Oh.
Finally speaking the truth, are we? You've endured me for so long. Well, don't endure then. Do I even care for you?"
Qingwan retorted defiantly.
Standing with her hands on her hips. "In the past, I fawned over you for the sake of the plot. Now, I have darkened my heart. If you think you can gain any advantage over me, I no longer carry the surname Yi." Chapter 61. Xingmu meets Xia Xuejian. The ninth prince was thoroughly infuriated by her, yet unable to best her in a verbal contest, could only point at her in frustration. Managing to stammer out, "You shrew." Yi Qingwan seized the moment. Yes, that's right. This is precisely your aloof, disdainful male lead persona. Had you acted this way from the start, we could have wrapped up this story sooner, saving everyone from their commute home. Indeed, I am a shrew. I know you've always looked down on me. If you weren't relying on the support of my family, you probably wouldn't even spare me a glance. It's quite the burden for you, Ninth Prince, to feign kindness while harboring disdain for me. You truly are wronged. The Ninth Prince, pointing at her, struggled to find words, desperately wishing to retort but unable to utter a sound. Finally, he muttered, I can't argue with you. If you wish to eat, then do so. He turned and left. Watching him storm off, Qingwan couldn't help but give a triumphant gesture behind him. Good news, good news. The Ninth Prince's character remains intact. He still despises me, the wicked female antagonist. Let us celebrate. Just as she was reveling in her victory, Xingmu silently entered. Startled, Qingwan jumped back. Are you a ghost? Can you not walk without making a sound? What brings you back? Xingmu held 2 buns in his hand. I feared you might be hungry, but it seems I have brought too many. If you know it's too much, then leave quickly. The male lead has finally returned to normal, and you're going mad again. Can't I just serve my time in peace? I see the Ninth Prince treats you rather well. Why do you push him away? Qingwan felt an urge to punch him. You are the deputy leader of the sect, not the deity of love. Mind your own business, lest you end up bald. He is not genuine. I have long seen through it. His kindness toward me stems not from affection, but from a desire to curry favor with my father, leveraging my family's power to rise. Thus, the more he is kind to me, the more he needs my father's support. When he is unkind, it merely indicates he temporarily does not require my father's assistance. No matter how hard I try, he will never like me and will only grow to detest me more. Xingmu was astounded. This logic was invincible. If he treats you well, it means he does not like you. If he treats you poorly, it also means he does not like you. Hence, regardless of what the Ninth Prince does, it all reinforces the notion that he does not like you. This theory was simply impeccable. Even the deity of love would weep.
No wonder.
Regardless of how the plot twists and turns, you can always weave it back together. Perhaps you should consider starting a publishing house and penning stories. You would undoubtedly captivate the entire realm of Diyu. Xingmu wandered not far from the prison when he spotted Lu Cheng, who seemed to have just emerged from the palace, and approached him. Your Excellency, the Grand Tutor, he greeted. Young hero Xingmu, what brings you to this desolate street at such a late hour? Lu Cheng inquired. Xingmu understood perfectly well that a curfew was in effect, prohibiting anyone from wandering about. However, he chose not to engage in that line of conversation, instead stating, I have a question I wish to pose to your Excellency. To inquire is an honor. I would be glad to alleviate your concerns. Young hero Xingmu, Lu Cheng replied. If you had a childhood betrothed whom you had no desire to marry, how would you proceed? Before Lu Cheng could respond, the distant sound of hoofbeats and wheels approached, and upon turning, he noticed a carriage bearing the insignia of the Xia family. The answer arrives unbidden, Xingmu remarked as the Xia family's carriage halted before them. Shortly thereafter, Xia Xuejian gracefully alighted, offering a slight bow upon noticing the 2 men. Young lady Xia Xuejian greets your Excellency, the Grand Tutor, and young hero Xingmu. Xingmu remained aloof, his icy demeanor instilling a sense of trepidation. Xia Xuejian had long since sensed this chill, since their first encounter. Xingmu had never regarded her directly. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Young hero Xingmu, have I inadvertently offended you in some way? If so, I sincerely apologize. As the leading lady, she understood the importance of appearing demure and considerate, believing that politeness and humility would serve her well. Xingmu, however, showed no sign of softening. You are overthinking this. I am simply not inclined to exhibit warmth toward strangers. If my demeanor displeases you, feel free to leave. His bluntness cut through the air, omitting any respectful title for Miss Xia. As the deputy leader of his sect, and a man of the martial world, he was forthright and unpretentious. He would not engage in the duplicity common among officials. Moreover, he believed that the narrative revolved around Xia Xuejian, and that avoiding her would hinder the unfolding of his own story. Xia Xuejian was momentarily taken aback, but maintained her facade of composure. She had heard tales of the cold-hearted deputy leader Xingmu, known for his unyielding demeanor towards all. Thus, she felt little offense, responding with a smile. Young hero Xingmu, you jest. How could I dare to question your judgment? The scene before them was observed by a nearby onlooker, who hastened to inform Qingwan. Is it true? You did not missee it. They are truly conversing, and Xia Xuejian appears to be in good spirits? Qingwan exclaimed, pacing restlessly in her cell. Initially, She had feared that Xingmu's premature appearance would lead to trouble, but it now seemed her worries were unfounded. They were clearly in cahoots. One plays the role of the benevolent, while the other dons the mask of the villain. It seems they are merely putting on a performance for me. She mused with delight. Yet, Hong Hong felt her optimism was unwarranted and interjected, but I noticed that Xingmu seems rather indifferent. Were it not for Lu Cheng's presence, I would wager he might draw his sword against Xia Xuejian. Yi Qingwan's joy dissipated within moments. Is it truly so? Has Xia Xuejian offended him? This female lead, whom I praised for her cleverness, has now committed a folly by incurring the ire of Xingmu. He speaks of murder with utmost seriousness, not as a jest. In truth, Yi Qingwan felt a twinge of panic and urgency. Would these two ever form a connection? Would Xingmu's character remain intact? This will not do. I must devise a means to assist them, for even dry tinder requires a fierce flame to ignite. Hong Hong, take me to see my father. Now?
En question.
Incredulous. Are you attempting a prison break? You were just pleading to be let in, and now you wish to escape? No wonder the ninth prince remarked upon your erratic behavior. He was quite astute in his observation. Enough chatter, let us move swiftly, Yi Qingwan urged. With no choice but to comply, Hong Hong acquiesced. Father, can you contact the Grand Master of our sect? Upon returning home, Yi Qingwan wasted no time in posing her question. Her father, somewhat taken aback, replied, I can, but the Grand Master is a figure of the martial world, and I hold little rapport with him. What do you intend to accomplish? Rapport is unnecessary. In fact, such ties might hinder the undertaking of this morally questionable endeavor. Chapter 62. The entrance of the second female antagonist. Father, I have discovered that the deputy leader Xingmu met with Xia Xuejian late last night. It is evident that they have established contact. Otherwise, do you believe a mere low-born girl could orchestrate such a meticulous plan against us? Are you suggesting? Indeed, it is precisely as you surmise. This entire affair appears to be orchestrated by our sect from behind the scenes. Her father pondered for a moment before nodding. I, too, have harbored suspicions, yet I remain puzzled as to why our vast sect would suddenly involve itself in courtly affairs, especially in support of a mere illegitimate daughter. Because she is the leading lady. Who else should they support? The protagonist, after all, often encounters myriad fortuitous events. Surely you have heard tales of individuals who, despite plummeting from cliffs, manage to master unparalleled martial arts, or of those who, while drowning, fortuitously encounter a handsome savior? There are countless such stories. Perhaps you should indulge in more tales to grasp the concept. Now that our sect has resolved to oppose us, we cannot remain passive. And what do you propose we do? Her father inquired. Let us leverage Xingmu. He has already met with Xia Xuejian. We shall embellish this occurrence and spread the word. I believe the Grand Master would be more than willing to eliminate Xia Xuejian. Upon hearing this, her father paused, gazing at his precious daughter with a blend of unfamiliarity and profound concern. His dear daughter had once been so carefree, yet now she felt compelled to retaliate against those who threatened her. It was a failing on his part as a father for not safeguarding her better. Yet, he also felt a sense of pride in her growth. At least she now possessed the awareness to defend herself.
It was a promising sign.
Very well. This strategy of striking from afar is quite astute. My precious daughter has matured and can now protect herself. Yi Qingwan beamed and playfully clung to her father. A tiger father does not raise a dog of a daughter. Her father chuckled heartily at her antics.
Pray tell, what is your plan?
Quite simple. We shall disseminate rumors throughout the capital, employing a bit of silver to hire a laundress to gossip while she washes clothes. I assure you, within a day, news of their rendezvous will spread throughout the city. You may doubt the power of light, but you must believe in the tongues of distant relatives. Just inform them that the two met last night, and they will be more than capable of fabricating tales of their nocturnal escapades. Her father was not only pleased but nearly applauded in delight. She not only understood how to utilize rumors as a weapon but also knew precisely whom to target for dissemination. Those women, preoccupied with their domestic affairs, thrived on gossip and would never trace the source. Brilliant! While rumors may not serve as tangible evidence, they could never be entirely dispelled. Once uttered, they would etch themselves indelibly in the hearts of those who heard them, much like a scar that, despite seeming inconsequential, would ache in times of turmoil. Thus, once this thorn embedded itself in the heart of the Grand Master's cherished daughter, it would leave an indelible wound, one that would be revisited time and again, inflicting deep pain. The Grand Master, a man of considerable insight, would undoubtedly recognize the gravity of the situation. To prevent such a calamity from occurring, he would not spare Xia Xuejian, ensuring that no threat would remain to haunt his daughter. And so, The plan was set in motion. As soon as Yi Qingwan departed, her father summoned the old steward to execute the scheme. Indeed, within a day, the entire city was abuzz with rumors concerning Xia Xuejian and Xingmu. Initially, few were acquainted with Xingmu, yet upon catching sight of him, many could not suppress their curiosity and stole glances. Undeniably, he was a striking figure. It was no wonder that the young lady from the Xia family was clandestinely consorting with him in the dead of night. At that moment, the gallant Xingmu remained blissfully unaware of the gossip swirling around him. Meanwhile, far away in Huainan Mountain, the Grand Master of the sect mysteriously received word of the rumors, without any corroboration. Merely a letter regarding the scandal between Xingmu and the young lady from the Xia family. Naturally, the Grand Master was not one to readily accept such hearsay. Yet he understood that rumors are akin to a subtle dagger, striking unseen. He resolved to take action. Where is Qingqing? Reporting to the Grand Master. The junior sister seems to be practicing her swordsmanship on the back mountain. Very well, seal off the news. Discussion of this matter is strictly forbidden within the sect. Those who defy this order shall be expelled. This cannot reach Qingqing's ears. Understood. As the messenger prepared to depart, he was called back by the Grand Master. I recall that Zhongyuan Yidianhong is also in the capital? Indeed, Grand Master. Have him return to the sect. Yes. Zhongyuan Yidianhong had been specifically dispatched to the capital by the Grand Master. He seldom appeared in the sect, and most were unaware of his affiliation, including Xingmu. At this moment, Zhongyuan Yidianhong was still in slumber when something suddenly landed on his face, claws digging into his skin painfully. He quickly sprang up, realizing it was a pigeon from the sect. Ah, it's you again. If you drop something on my face next time, I shall stew you. With that, he forcefully removed the bamboo tube from its leg, his actions overly rough, causing the pigeon to flap its wings desperately before narrowly escaping with its life. Upon reading the message, he immediately grew displeased. You expect me to act as an undercover agent, and now you summon me back? What do you take me for? Am I so easily swayed? That foolish Grand Master, abandoning his role as a dignified leader to serve as a sycophant for that foolish heroine. Could it be that he has some connection with Xia Xuejian? Perhaps Xia Xuejian's mother was his first love? Nevertheless, he took flight back to the sect that very night, thankful for his stamina. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure such exertion. Grand Master. Back already? The Grand Master was surprisingly amiable towards him. Yet, Hong Hong was impatient. Did you not summon me back? Speak quickly. I have recently heard some rumors. Are they concerning the romantic entanglements of Deputy Sect Master Xingmu? Hong Hong chuckled. I never imagined the Grand Master enjoyed gossip. The Grand Master's demeanor shifted, his tone slightly more severe. Honger, how do you speak to your elder? Zhongyuan Yidianhong rolled his eyes. I never recognized you as an elder. You insisted on claiming kinship, did you not? Unable to restrain himself, he muttered. My father passed away long ago. Who knows if you truly are? You. The Grand Master was incensed, but chose not to dwell on it. His own parents had passed years ago, leaving him with the responsibility of caring for Zhongyuan Yidianhong. Yet he had been preoccupied with sect affairs and had not given him the attention he deserved. It was understandable that he did not recognize him as an elder. Now, what exactly is going on? Zhongyuan Yidianhong did not conceal the truth. It's nothing serious. I merely encountered them on the street, and they chatted for a while. From what I observed, Xingmu has no interest in Xia Xuejian. And what did they discuss? How would I know? I was eavesdropping, not eavesdropping while standing between them. Hong Hong was extremely vexed. The Grand Master had no means to contend with him and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. You may return to your own affairs. Hong Hong did not bother with pleasantries and turned to leave. However, before he could exit, he heard the Grand Master call after him. This matter must not be disclosed to Qingqing. Understood, understood. Enough with the nagging. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the vivacious Qingqing bouncing towards him. Brother, what matter must you not tell me? Well, uncle, you shouted it out yourself. Don't blame me. Chapter 63. The second female antagonist appears to be quite ill. Ning Qingqing, age 16 or 17, was lively and forthright, embodying the spirit of a martial wanderer, albeit lacking in feminine grace, which explained Xingmu's disinterest in her. Upon seeing Zhongyuan Yidianhong, she instantly leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, clinging to him entirely. Quickly tell me, what are you hiding from me? If I tell you, your father will kill me. Hong Hong attempted to pry her off, but she clung on like a vice, unyielding. Get down, you're a young lady now. Don't hang on to men so carelessly, it will lead to trouble. Ning Qingqing, however, was utterly unconcerned. You are my brother. How can I not cling to you? Even if I am a seasoned woman, you are still my brother, so I can cling. Hong Hong rolled his eyes. Must I say it? Are you heavy? You still haven't told me what you're hiding. Do you truly wish to know? Of course. Ning King affirmed vigorously. Hong Hong pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth, for according to Yi Qingwan's observations, that scoundrel Xing Mu would ultimately disappoint Qingqing. It would be best to inform her early, allowing her to dispel any hopes. Thus, he recounted the entire story to her. Upon hearing it, Ning Qingqing immediately jumped off him. You're lying. I don't believe it. My senior brother would never do such a thing. She firmly believed in her senior brother's character. Her betrothal to him had been arranged since childhood, and she had long regarded herself as his wife. Adhering to the principle that a wife should not doubt her husband, Hong Hong scoffed. Indeed, women in love are often foolish. Believe it or not, he retorted, preparing to leave. But she tugged him back. Come back. Who is that Xia Xuejian? Hong Hong spread his hands. 10 taels of silver. Money grubber. Ning Qingqing gritted her teeth, but still paid. The Xia family in the capital is a minor branch of a 5th-rank official family. Upon hearing Xia Xuejian's background, Ning Qingqing's slight worries evaporated immediately. So, she is merely a minor concubine, and from an official family at that. My senior brother would certainly not fancy her. Not necessarily. You have yet to witness the formidable power of a heroine's halo. Do you wish to hear more? I have plenty of information. 10 taels, a fair deal. Ning Qingqing pledged her sword as collateral. Tell me. I'm not short on money. Hong Hong nodded in agreement. You may have plenty of money, but you lack sense. Though Xia Xuejian is of humble birth, she possesses extraordinary fortune, garnering assistance from many, including our sect, which continues to support her. Additionally, she is surrounded by numerous men, including the 9th Prince of Diyu, the current Grand Tutor, and your senior brother Xingmu. She is indiscriminately unleashing her charm. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingqing finally frowned. Why do I feel this woman is utterly shameless? She won't spare any man? Hong Hong gave her a thumbs up. Well said. Given your astute criticism, I shall generously offer you a piece of information. There is a woman, akin to you, who is currently in the capital scheming to eliminate that shameless woman. Who? The daughter of the Xiang family, Yi Qingwan. Ning Qingqing recognized the name. I have heard that Yi Qingwan has her sights set on the 9th prince, to marry into the royal family. She once attempted to drug him, but was thwarted, and the one who intervened seemed to be Xia Xuejian. Their tale had long since spread from the capital to the martial world, and at the time, she had thought Yi Qingwan to be utterly shameless. Having failed to drug him, she shifted all blame onto Xia Xuejian, targeting her. Yet now that the situation was personal, she found herself able to comprehend Yi Qingwan's actions. If this Xia Xuejian dared to entice her senior brother, she would be far more ruthless than Yi Qingwan. She would sever Xia Xuejian's hands and feet and cast her into a snake pit, ensuring her suffering. That Yi Qingwan. She isn't coveting my senior brother, is she? Hong Hong chuckled. Do you truly believe your senior brother is a deity? Does everyone need to adore him? It was your senior brother who approached her, but from my observations, she seems to harbor no interest in him, and even wishes to beat him. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingqing immediately felt displeased. Do not speak nonsense. My esteemed senior brother is a paragon among men. Countless chivalrous women and daughters from martial arts families are enamored by him. As for me, Yi Qingwan, a sheltered lady who has never stepped out of the courtyard, I would surely captivate my senior brother at first glance. Hong Hong nearly burst into laughter, retorting, You think you're so important? If you keep this up, you'll have even the cows soaring into the heavens. My eyes are clear. If it weren't for Yi Qingwan's desire to steer the plot, your illustrious senior brother would have spent the night at her residence last night. Even someone as dim-witted as you could be rendered senseless. Spare me your delusions. To her, he is worth less than a blade of grass. Although Ning Qingqing harbored a dislike for Yi Qingwan's disdain towards her senior brother, she ultimately decided that, compared to the scheming Xia Xuejian, she would rather count Yi Qingwan as a friend. Thus, she penned a letter, entrusting it to Hong Hong to deliver to Yi Qingwan, along with a special elixir from their sect as a token of friendship. Naturally, Hong Hong was too clever to deliver it directly to Yi Qingwan, opting instead to slip it to her discreetly before making her escape. Upon awakening and reading the letter, Yi Qingwan was immediately amused. This daughter of the sect indeed possessed a genuine character, daring to seek friendship with her. Friendship was delightful, and Yi Qingwan reveled in it. Especially since they both played the roles of villainous female antagonists, joining forces to navigate the plot was undeniably appealing. However, as she continued to read, her amusement waned. Ning Qingqing had the audacity to ask for her assistance in caring for Xingmu and even entrusted her senior brother to Yi Qingwan, assuring her of his safety. How dare you? I may have no interest in him, but your senior brother is hardly a man of integrity, who seeks to spend the night at my home upon their first meeting. He is nothing but a fool. It seemed Yi Qingwan had misjudged Ning Qingqing's capabilities. How foolish of her. Moreover, aside from her doubts about Ning Qingqing's intellect, Yi Qingwan felt a twinge of anxiety. According to the original plot, the matter concerning Xingmu was to be handled by the Grand Sect Master first. A considerable amount of time passed before Ning Qingqing realized that her intersection with Yi Qingwan would come sooner than expected. Yet, if one were to argue that this plot development was flawed, it was not. The original storyline dictated that Ning Qingqing discovered the affair between Xia Xuejian and Xingmu, leading to her furious alliance with Yi Qingwan against Xia. There was nothing amiss, merely a slight adjustment in the timeline while the outcome remained consistent. Hence, it should not pose a significant issue. After all, no two leaves are identical, and even twins differ in subtle ways. Chapter 64. The protagonist's successful alliance with Xingmu. Yi Qingwan draws out the second female antagonist, and she is elated to immediately vent her frustrations. How can one deem another as having a serious ailment? That is simply called vision. As she began to express her grievances, the male protagonists paused their tasks, each filled with apprehension, pondering who it would be this time. Vision is typically a commendable term. However, when uttered by Yi Qingwan, it certainly was not a compliment. Indeed, within moments, a tempest of sarcastic remarks ensued. The daughter of the sect, Ning Qingqing, dares to send me a letter requesting that I care for her fiancé? Is she not simply delivering her man into another woman's arms? Truly, a child of the martial world, unconcerned with trivial matters. Fortunately, I hold no interest in that cold statue of a senior brother. Otherwise, she would become the first woman to personally send her husband off to another. This is inconsequential. Xingmu's presence was intended to make Ning Qingqing the stepping stone for the protagonist Xia Xuejian to marry into the royal family. Her intelligence should not pose a problem. As long as I perform my part of the narrative well, when the malaria medicine plot unfolds, I can take the opportunity to slander the protagonist, only for her to heroically save countless lives once more. After which, I shall naturally be the one to be slapped in the face and take the blame, ultimately liberating myself by falsely accusing the ninth prince and Xia Xuejian of treason. Everything aligns perfectly, seamlessly adhering to the original narrative. Who could fail to commend such a splendid execution? This was indeed exhilarating. Everything was proceeding systematically, a true comfort. After venting her frustrations, Yi Qingwan stretched lazily, realizing that it was time for her release. Her father seemed to have found two bandits to take the blame, confessing to having stolen the prescription but failing to deliver it to her, opting instead to sell it for profit. While this reasoning was preposterous, the bandits adamantly insisted it was their doing, absolving Yi Qingwan of any wrongdoing. The emperor, unable to act against the chancellor for the time being, had no choice but to release Yi Qingwan. In truth, if she did not need to follow the plot, she could enjoy her life as the daughter of the prime minister, which would be quite delightful. Alas, the system does not permit such freedom. Should she deviate from the narrative, the system would annihilate her, her father, and her mother, forcing the plot to restart. How utterly vexing. Miss Yi, you may leave now. Very well, I apologize for the disturbance these past few days. I shall treat you all to drinks next time. Yi Qingwan bid farewell to the guards and strutted out of the prison. The first order of business upon her release was to return home, bathe, change clothes, and then seek out Lord Xingmu to ensure he was well cared for and not led astray by any unscrupulous women. Young Master Xingmu, your little junior sister has asked me to take good care of you. She also entrusted me with a message. Do not engage with any restless individuals. As she spoke, Yi Qingwan deliberately cast a provocative glance at Xia Xuejian. I mean you. Xia Xuejian, quick to grasp the implication, approached them with a sarcastic tone. Who would have thought that the esteemed daughter of the prime minister would heed the commands of the sect's eldest lady? TSK, that tactic is a bit too juvenile. Yi Qingwan paid Xia Xuejian's sarcasm no heed, instead cheerfully declaring, the eldest lady of the sect has declared that I am now her friend. Humph, Xia Xuejian scoffed. She had already ascertained that the mysterious figure aiding her was from the sect, establishing a mutually beneficial partnership. Even if the eldest lady of the sect held misconceptions about her, she could not oppose the entire sect. Furthermore, the sect's ambition to dominate the martial world necessitated the court's assistance, and currently, only her family's ninth prince could provide that. Thus, she felt no fear towards the sect. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation, with neither party superior to the other. Indeed, she could forfeit the sect's support, but the sect could not afford to lose her. Consequently, she regarded the eldest lady of the sect with indifference. You seem quite fond of making friends. What a pity your judgment is lacking. These friends you have gathered may not be able to save you in the end. Afterward, she turned to Xingmu, saying, Young Master Xingmu, I know you do not wish to marry Ning Qingqing. Rest assured, once our grand plans are realized, I shall help you annul the engagement. Once I ascend to the throne, that will be but a mere formality. Xia Xuejian's current thoughts were straightforward. Xingmu was a man of potential, but he belonged to the sect. His assistance stemmed solely from their affiliation, and should she sever ties with the sect in the future, he would undoubtedly return to them. To claim such a talent for herself, her strategy was to help him achieve what the sect could not, such as annulling his marriage. Upon hearing Xia Xuejian's words,
Ye Qingwan spirit soared.
Truly, she was the protagonist, bold and impressive, already in collaboration with the sect, yet eager to undermine their interests. What audacity! But it was precisely such boldness that would allow her to attract someone like Xingmu. Moreover, the female protagonist is remarkably astute, immediately identifying Xingmu's Achilles heel. Is it not true that his utmost grievance against the sect lies in his betrothal to Ning Qingqing? The protagonist's offer to assist him at this juncture is akin to a timely rain, simply splendid. Agree to her, agree to her, agree to her. Yi Qingwan nearly cheered for her. Xingmu cast a dispassionate glance in her direction, stating, My engagement with junior sister was arranged by the sect master. This implicitly conveyed to her to step aside, as she was not his match in authority. However, Xia Xuejian seemingly failed to grasp this, retorting instead, Are you suggesting that the grand sect master coerced you? If so, you can confide in me. The icy expression on Xingmu's face contorted into a frown, exuding exasperation. Was this woman delusional? When had he ever claimed to be coerced? Her imaginative leaps were nothing short of baffling. It was as if confidence itself had become a malady. And she ought to consult with the renowned Hua Tua. Such unreasoned confidence was utterly perplexing. Even now, Xingmu struggled to comprehend how the original author of the novel managed to craft the female protagonist into such a loathsome character. What an utterly dreadful persona. With so many lives lost, how was she still alive? Xingmu found her presence irksome and lacked the patience to engage in rational discourse. Hence he turned to Yi Qingwan. Were you not supposed to take care of me? I am hungry. Let us dine.
Come.
Yi Qingwan readily complied, leading him away. Lu Sheng observed this unfolding drama with a smirk, preparing to depart as well. Yet, Xia Xuejian caught sight of him and hurriedly called out, Lord Lu, please wait. Is there something you need? Regarding the matter at Liang Manor, I am exceedingly grateful for your gallant assistance, Lord Lu. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Grateful to me? Are you certain? Indeed. If you have the time, I would be honored to treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Lu Sheng chuckled, drawing closer to whisper. Last time, when you were stabbed by Liang Yuanbo, I clandestinely poisoned you in the dead of night. Xia Xuejian was rendered speechless, her countenance paling visibly. The very person who had nearly led her to ruin at the hands of bandits was none other than him. Lu Sheng, pleased with her stunned reaction, brushed past her and strode away. Even after Lu Sheng had distanced himself, Xia Xuejian remained in shock, grappling with the bewildering turn of events. How could this be? Hadn't he always been assisting her? Why then, had he never intended to side with her? What if the prior assistance from the Minister of Justice, who had assured her that he was merely acting on Lu Taifu's behalf? Her mind was a tumult of confusion, and her head throbbed painfully. Yet, as she pondered, a sudden epiphany struck her, illuminating the tangled web of events. The Minister of Justice's assistance had indeed been genuine, but concurrently, he had been aiding others as well, such as Yi Qingwan and the bandits of Phoenix Mountain. The entire affair had originated with the bandits of Phoenix Mountain, suggesting that Lu Sheng harbored some undisclosed secrets with them. No wonder he had arrived so fortuitously during the bandit purge, exterminating them without leaving a single survivor. It was a calculated move to eliminate witnesses. At that moment, she had inadvertently uncovered the bandit's secrets, prompting Lu Sheng to fear her discovery and thus sought to expose her, intending to have the bandits deal with her. Although his plan had ultimately failed, the bandits had perished, and he had refrained from pursuing her further. However, with the downfall of Liang Yuanbo, he had seized the opportunity to manipulate her against the old court officials, aligning himself with his own interests. Yet, after toppling Liang Yuanbo, he had grown wary of the Minister of Justice's potential betrayal, hence the poison. Yes, it all made sense now. But if he had not divulged these truths, she would have remained oblivious. Why would he choose to confess? Was he testing her? to see how she would navigate this revelation and respond to his actions. If she were to hold a grudge and treat him as an adversary, would he then align himself with Qingwan? Conversely, if she were magnanimous and overlooked his past transgressions, would he stand by her side and collaborate? The more she contemplated, the more she felt this to be the case. Lu Sheng was indeed a formidable character, his cunning deeply entrenched. Had she faltered and confronted him, the consequences could have been dire. A cold sweat broke out on Xia Xuejian's forehead at the thought. Did this mean she had successfully passed his test? If so, what further challenges might he devise to evaluate her? She felt a thrill of anticipation. Lu Sheng's willingness to test her indicated he was a valuable ally. With Lu Sheng on her side, their odds against Qingwan had significantly improved. With the matter clarified, her spirits lifted. Her initial goal had not been Lu Sheng but rather the elusive Zhongyue and Yidianhong. Currently, with Qingwan and Xingmu absent, Zhongyue and Yidianhong remained oblivious, dozing in the courtyard. Today marked the occasion of the banquet hosted by Master Shi, attended by many guests. As a notorious flower thief, Zhongyue and Yidianhong preferred to keep a low profile in crowded gatherings. Xia Xuejian found him and presented a box of pastries, stating, "I noticed you hadn't eaten all day. You must be famished. I brought you some treats, though I'm unsure if they suit your taste." Yidianhong did not accept the offering, merely regarding her with a quizzical expression. Xia Xuejian did not press the issue, setting the pastries down and sitting beside him. "I hear you are keen on toppling the minister's residence." Yidianhong responded with a perplexed look. "Who told you that?" "I intend to sleep with his wife tonight. I suspect that with your solitary efforts, it may be quite challenging. Considering the minister's century-old foundation is not easily shaken. Why not join forces?" Yidianhong shot her an incredulous glance, but remained silent. Xia Xuejian, undeterred, continued, "It's clear you do not wish to remain as Qingwan's spy indefinitely. You need not play the spy, for I have already placed my people within the minister's residence. I am privy to all their news. By staying close to Qingwan, you risk falling into peril. The likes of her, with such capriciousness and arrogance, could easily decide to betray you to the authorities." Yidianhong let out a heavy sigh, resigned to the inevitability of forming a connection with this foolish female protagonist. "I do not require a little girl to dictate my actions. Listen to me, it would be best if you occupied yourself with needlework and refrained from embarrassing yourself." After stating this, he attempted to leave, but Xia Xuejian called him back. "I have yet to finish speaking. Why are you so hasty to reject me?" Yidianhong contemplated for a moment before replying, "Very well.
Go on.
You wish to see the minister's residence fall, and I share that ambition. Our objectives align, and I possess a superior understanding of the minister's residence, along with a greater number of allies. Collaborating with me will yield benefits for you." Yidianhong bowed his head in contemplation for a prolonged period before finally asking, "How do you envision my assistance?" "Quite simply, regarding the matter of the malaria. Haven't you already triumphed in that regard? What further role do I play? I wish to ascertain what further schemes Qingwan may have in store. She is far too familiar with her own machinations. If she had no backup plan, she would not be so sprightly upon her release." Thus, she remained convinced that she was concealing ulterior motives, ready to exploit the situation to her advantage. Sometimes, even Xia Xuejian cannot help but admire Qingwan. She resembles an indestructible cockroach, able to swiftly recover from any setback and rise to fight once more. Regrettably, they are not kindred spirits. Otherwise, Xia Xuejian would gladly befriend her. The fault lies with Qingwan herself for her unfortunate birth into the Prime Minister's household. She has just been released, so I am still unaware of her ulterior motives. In all honesty, Qingwan said little, merely stating that she would take the blame herself, though she did not elaborate on how she would do so. "If she makes any moves, could you inform me immediately?" Xia Xuejian inquired tentatively, then reassured him, "Rest assured. I shall not disclose anything to anyone. Even if she finds out, you may come to me. I will arrange for your protection." Hong Hong felt quite conflicted. Offering a temporary evasion. Let me observe for a while. Chapter 66. Hong Hong betrays. After dismissing Xia Xuejian, Hong Hong ventured into the dark night, traversing the rooftops of others. He felt immensely torn, for the task assigned by his sect was to aid Xia Xuejian in toppling the Prime Minister's residence. Although he bore no affection for the sect, the Grand Master was his uncle, sharing the same bloodline. No matter how reckless he might be, he could not turn against his own kin. Furthermore, the original plot dictated that he should act accordingly, yet he gradually lost sight of his mission and objectives amidst Qingwan's jests. However, Xia Xuejian's initiative to seek him out indicated that the narrative was beginning to shift towards him, and it was time for him to make a decision. On one side stood his uncle, and on the other, the seemingly innocent Yi Qingwan. It seemed that aiding either would be a betrayal. As he walked, he spotted Yi Qingwan dining alone at a small, shabby noodle shop. Without her companion Xingmu, she sat by herself, watching the proprietor serve her a steaming bowl of noodles. She eagerly rose to receive it, her hands cradling the bowl. The heat caused her to grimace, yet she was reluctant to abandon the dish. Finally, she carefully placed it on the table, releasing her grip to cool her earlobes, yet despite the scalding, she continued to smile like a simpleton. He mused that had she not felt compelled to mold her persona according to the narrative, she would likely be a carefree little girl, seeking a secluded paradise to live a blissful life with her parents. Observing Yi Qingwan momentarily shed her character to be herself, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong suddenly realized that he too should reclaim his true self. Why must he adhere to the sex demands? Why must he obey his uncle? Simply because he had disregarded his parents' wishes in the past, insisting on marrying Shuang, which resulted in their untimely demise filled with regret. Thus, he had been burdened with guilt over the years, subconsciously believing he ought to heed his uncle's counsel. Yet, was his uncle's guidance infallible? No, it was not. He was aiding an ambitious and unscrupulous woman, Xia Xuejian, who merely sought to exploit the sect. Moreover, that wretched novel had crafted such a selfish and avaricious protagonist, and he certainly did not wish to live by the standards it imposed. Life is but a fleeting century or so. Who decreed that one must follow a prescribed path? Who possesses the authority to dictate his life? No one. Not even a novel. Even if altering the plot might lead to the world's demise, so what? It is better to live freely than to suffer in silence until death. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong resolved to live authentically, guided by his innermost thoughts. As for being an undercover agent, he would still play the part, but not as Xia Xuejian's spy. With clarity of mind, he leaped down joyfully. What are you eating? I want some too.
Qingwan.
Drenched in sweat from her meal, did not even lift her head, raising her hand instead. Boss, another bowl of noodles, with extra meat. Humph. At least you have some conscience knowing to add meat for me. Hong Hong, with a proud expression, leaned closer. Since you have a bit of conscience, I shall share a secret with you. Yi Qingwan cast a sidelong glance at him. Hong Hong, it's not that I look down on you, but you truly have no secrets from me. However, seeing his excited demeanor, she could not bear to dampen his spirits and feigned curiosity. What secret? Hong Hong beckoned her closer. Come here, and I'll tell you. In harmony with his joy, Hong Hong, feeling rare happiness, insisted on her cooperation.
Qingwan Lianetin.
And Hong Hong whispered, Xia Xuejian just contacted me, asking me to be her informant. Puffed. Yi Qingwan spewed her soup all over Hong Hong's face. She could hardly suppress her frustration, as if she wanted to crack open his skull to see if it housed a switch for idiocy that occasionally activated. What the hell are you talking about? You are the heroine spy. How do you expect me to handle this? Initially, Hong Hong thought Yi Qingwan would be pleased. Instead, she appeared furious, as if she wished to tear him apart. Why did you tell me? Yi Qingwan genuinely did not understand, and had to ask. You better think carefully before speaking. Be cautious not to invite calamity upon yourself. Hong Hong felt wronged. He had meant well, yet instead of praise, he was met with a face full of soup. Because I find her quite intolerable. Qingwan. She is the heroine. Why do you dislike her? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she scrutinized him with a sideways glance. This isn't some sort of spy game, is it? You and Xia Xuejian conspired together, and you came to inform me that she is recruiting you, only to act like a virtuous maiden, vowing not to betray me, ensuring I believe you one turn against me, so you can comfortably play the spy? Yes, it must be so. He was sent by the sect and had already been colluding with Xia Xuejian, previously stealing my disguise technique for her use. Most of the intelligence from the Prime Minister's residence had been relayed to her through him.
Now,
he suddenly comes to tell me that Xia Xuejian is only just recruiting him? How contradictory is that? These two are quite cunning. Yi Qingwan felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. Hong Hong, I underestimated you. You even know how to play dirty. You two have mastered the art of subterfuge. She realized the absurdity of the situation. Just for your disdain towards her, I believe you. Your discernment is remarkable. Unlike those blind fools Nangong Muyun and Lu Sheng, the two clueless individuals remained oblivious. After speaking, she shamelessly transferred the meat from her bowl into his. Here, eat more. All this meat is for you. Truly, besides my parents, no one treats me better than you. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong should have felt elated, yet an inexplicable unease lingered. Was she too easily trusting? Shouldn't she question his intentions? Moreover, were her motivations for wanting him to eat more meat genuinely altruistic? And not simply because she could not eat it herself? Yi Qingwan said nothing, ultimately addressing his doubts with a satisfied burp. Hung hung, indeed. You are truly something. I retract my previous assessment of you. You are no innocent little girl, but a cunning and ruthless schemer. I shall now seek out Xia Xuejian. I will become her spy and bring about your downfall. Chapter 67. Prepare the medicine. The show is about to begin. Yi Qingwan savored her meal contentedly. After Hong Hong finished, they stealthily returned to the residence of Lord Ten, as it would be inappropriate to simply depart while he was entertaining guests. They were not the only ones returning. Even Xingmu and Lu Sheng, who had left early, reappeared at the estate. As the banquet concluded, guests exchanged farewells and prepared to depart. Strangely, these aristocratic youths, who had previously treated Xia Xuejian as invisible, surprisingly approached her to bid farewell, engaging in lively conversation. As for Yi Qingwan, everyone chose to ignore her entirely, merely glancing past her without a shred of acknowledgement. Those who did offer a nod did so with the faintest of gestures, devoid of even a smile. It was abundantly clear that she had been ostracized, effectively cast out from this social circle. Presently, their affections lay squarely with Xia Xuejian, who not only enjoyed the favor of the Ninth Prince, but also boasted the esteemed support of the venerable Dr. Sai Huadua. Moreover, she had recently made a prominent appearance before the emperor, heralding a future brimming with promise. Although Yi Qingwan had the backing of a chancellor father, it was unlikely that such a dignified official would dare to act against a fragile woman like Xia Xuejian. Furthermore, the chancellor found himself in a precarious position. Any move he made could easily be construed as a misstep, potentially providing grounds for accusations to be levied before the emperor. Should that occur, the chancellor's residence would be in dire jeopardy. Thus, they concluded that the chancellor's influence would soon wane, leaving them untroubled by any impending retribution from his house. Such is the nature of human affairs. When the warmth of companionship dissipates, few recall the previous chancellor's name. This was precisely the outcome Yi Qingwan had sought. Her portrayal as the malevolent antagonist was firmly established, to the point that she nearly felt compelled to indulge in another round of drinks. Yet, these fools mistakenly believed she was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Yi Qingwan, on the contrary, relished their distance, preferring they refrain from dragging her into their trivialities, as they had so often done in the past. What was it to her that they pointed out the Western clock, or the exotic plant with thorns, claiming she had surely never seen such wonders? A mere wall clock and a cactus, she mused. Surely they were unaware of the existence of mobile phones, where knowledge is often curtailed by ignorance. While they lamented her current plight, Yi Qingwan was blissfully asleep at home, even rolling over in her slumber. She awoke only when the sun had risen high, stretching languidly as a splendid day began anew. Oh, little second son, shouldering your satchel to school, unafraid of sun or storm, only fearing the teacher's scorn for your lack of knowledge. How pitiful! What a wretched tune! The cacophony struck her like a hammer, lacking any semblance of taste. Casting a disdainful glance at the source of the noise, she returned to her duties. Take this prescription and prepare the medicines. Once ready, package them neatly for safekeeping. Hong Hong, clutching the prescription written in a scrawl that resembled a child's scribbles, struggled to decipher a single character. How can you not fear someone mistaking the medicine with this handwriting? How many packages do we need? Just prepare as many as required, Yi Qingwan instructed. Perplexed by the purpose of the task, Hong Hong inquired, what is this for? Yi Qingwan nonchalantly replied, it is a prescription for treating malaria. Realizing Hong Hong was unusually inquisitive today, previously, he would follow her orders without question, she quickly deduced the reason for his curiosity. You wish to ensure the details are clear for Xia Xuejian's covert operations, don't you? Of course, I shall provide every detail. She meticulously detailed each ingredient and its dosage, to the extent that even Hong Hong questioned her excessive specificity. Indeed, these prescriptions were crafted with the intent of undermining Xia Xuejian. As she had previously indicated, the original prescription was flawed, bound to cause complications for the patients. Thus, by preparing these alternatives, she could offer her own version of the remedy, and should any issues arise, the blame would fall on Xia Xuejian's original concoction, while she presented the true prescription as a lifeline. After all, the heroine must not falter. All blame must rest upon the wicked antagonist, thus showcasing the heroine's cleverness and capability. Hong Hong quickly delegated the tasks, finding the procurement of medicines beneath his station as a skilled thief. Lounging in a wicker chair while indulging in grapes was far more befitting. Yi Qingwan, initially inclined to rest, reconsidered and resolved to continue the narrative. Sighing, she remarked, Hong Hong, Why did those individuals at last night's banquet greet me as if I were a harbinger of pestilence? They once fawned over me, vowing eternal friendship. Yet their affections have vanished as swiftly as the wind. A grape lodged in Hong Hong's throat nearly choked him. Sister, your realization comes rather tardily, does it not? You are only now reflecting on last night's events? And did you not celebrate when they disregarded you, nearly bursting with glee? Yet, he played along with her theatrics. These individuals are but fair-weather friends, swaying with the breeze. Do not concern yourself with their opinions. Yet they were once mine. How dare Xia Xuejian seize everything that rightfully belonged to me? Her indignation spurred Hong Hong into action. Then I shall go and eliminate Xia Xuejian at once. Startled, Yi Qingwan lunged to grasp his leg, yanking him back from the precipice of impulsive action.
What?
You despise her, do you not? If I eliminate her, everything reverts to you. Brother, I was mistaken. Utterly mistaken. Please, let us refrain from such drastic measures for now. She may yet serve a purpose. Do you not wish for her demise? Hong Hong teased, reveling in the notion of Yi Qingwan's predicament. Behold, the day has come when I, the little red of Zhongyuan, shall have my revenge on Yi Qingwan. Everyone look at me. I have risen. Yi Qingwan stood tall, proclaiming, to kill her would only benefit her. I must ensure her torment is prolonged, rendering her life unbearable. Very well, Hong Hong relented. Yi Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, if a spy could perform their role so convincingly, next year's Oscar for Best Actor should undoubtedly go to him. Or she would not watch. Meanwhile, the emperor had commanded the preparation of medicines for malaria based on Xia Xuejian's prescription, specifically designating Lu Sheng for the task, a clear opportunity for him to earn great merit, indicative of the emperor's trust in him. However, Lu Sheng felt a twinge of unease as he entered the storeroom for the medicines and found himself face-to-face with Xia Xuejian. She too noticed him, approaching with a smile. Lu Sheng, she began, does the 9th prince know of your actions? Upon seeing her, Lu Sheng was immediately struck by an ominous premonition and quickly turned to Xingmu, saying, Young hero Xingmu, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lu Darren, Xia Xuejian called out, hastily pursuing him. Are you in such a hurry because of a pressing matter? Lu Sheng realized evasion was futile, and so he stood his ground. For he was the esteemed Grand Tutor. What had he to fear from her? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Such words are too harsh, Lu Darren. I merely observed that you seemed rather solitary, perhaps in need of companionship. Lu Sheng thought, what kind of nonsensical dialogue is this? Who penned such drivel? You are the one who feels lonely. Your entire family must feel the same. Yet Lu Sheng maintained the decorum befitting his position. Does Miss Xia believe that as a public servant, I should embrace every passing acquaintance? You misunderstand me. That was not my intention. I merely thought at your age, a kindred spirit might be appropriate. Listening to her insipid words, Lu Sheng found himself momentarily at a loss for response. I need not a kindred spirit as long as it is not you. Noticing his silence, Xia Xuejian assumed she had struck a chord with him, giggling softly, Lu Darren, I know you are still contemplating. Regardless of your deliberations, please trust that I am your most worthy collaborator. Though you hold the esteemed position of Grand Tutor and command the Imperial Guard, the truth is, you wield very little real power. Most of your subordinates, save for those you have personally promoted, remain loyal to the Chancellor. Regardless of whether you aspire to advance further or seek absolute power, the Prime Minister stands as your formidable obstacle. Only by toppling him can you hope to ascend the ranks. Therefore, collaborating with me would yield you countless benefits without a single detriment. She expounded at length. Yet Lu Sheng barely registered her words, regarding her as a mere babbler. It was only when he noticed her incessant buzzing that he lifted his gaze to her. Are you finished? Good. Then I bid you farewell. He turned to leave. My lord, Xia Xuejian interjected, spreading her arms to block his path. Are you certain you won't reconsider? Not at all, Lu Sheng retorted with unwavering resolve. Yet, I alone can assist you, she pressed. Unnecessary, he countered, thwarting her words once more, and then posed a question of his own. Is it true that you labor so diligently for the 9th prince, yet he remains oblivious to your efforts? Xia Xuejian was taken aback by his inquiry. Indeed, the 9th prince was unaware, but she was confident he would eventually recognize her earnest intentions. She would ensure that all obstacles on his path to the throne would be cleared away. Thus, Lu Sheng harbored doubts about her? Doubts regarding her lack of support from the 9th prince? It all made sense. No wonder he had remained noncommittal. Once she adeptly resolved the matter of the malaria, receiving the emperor's commendation, she would certainly inform the 9th prince of everything. At that point, She had no fear that Lu Sheng would not obediently join their ranks to bring down the Prime Minister's residence. With this thought, she smiled with confidence and turned to see Xingmu gazing absently at the sky. She approached him and inquired, "Xingmu, do you have something troubling your mind?" Xingmu glanced back at her, perplexed, and asked, "May I pose a question to you?" "Of course, if I can assist you, I shall do so with utmost diligence." "Why do you provoke such disdain? Is there a secret to it? Can you teach me?" Xia Xuejian was momentarily bewildered by his words. Did he mean to say he found her detestable?
But why?
She distinctly recalled treating Xingmu with utmost courtesy, even offering to help him dissolve his engagement. Hadn't he enjoyed their interactions back then? Throughout her life, she had always been regarded as a well-mannered and charming young woman. Never had anyone so bluntly declared her annoying. Could it be related to the engagement? "I have already pledged to you, should you agree to assist me, once the matter is resolved. I shall certainly help you annul your engagement with Ning Qingqing. Although the Grand Master is formidable, once you voice your request, I will fulfill it." Xingmu regarded her coldly, offering an emotionless compliment, impressive, before departing, leaving Xia Xuejian in a state of confusion. Was he acknowledging her? Yet, why was there not a shred of warmth in his demeanor? With her questions lingering, she approached Xing Chen, who had been diligently working nearby, and asked, "Xing Chen, what is the matter with Xingmu today? He seems rather distracted." Xing Chen, being Xingmu's junior sister, was tasked alongside him to escort the esteemed healer, Si Huadua, to the capital under the Grand Master's orders to assist Xia Xuejian in her endeavors against the Prime Minister's residence. Though she hadn't interacted much with Xia Xuejian, they had developed a decent rapport since arriving in the capital. "Is that so?" Xing Chen replied, glancing at her senior brother. "Oh, you might be mistaken. My senior brother is always like this, aloof and indifferent to everyone, save for matters concerning the sect." "Then he came to the capital solely for the Grand Master's instructions?" Xing Chen, unaware of the deeper implications, responded, "That should be the case. Otherwise, why else would he come? Even if there were other matters, someone of my status would never be privy to them." Xia Xuejian pondered for a moment before softly asking, "Are you aware of Xingmu's engagement to Ning Qingqing?" Xing Chen, innocent and oblivious to the probing nature of her question, laughed. "Of course, everyone knows about that engagement. It was arranged when my junior sister was born. Who in the sect is unaware? Has he never opposed it, given his position as deputy master?" "Oppose?" Xing Chen furrowed her brow in confusion. "Surely you jest? Most of us in the sect are orphans, rescued by the Grand Master. Without the sect, many of us might have perished from hunger or cold. The Grand Master not only gave us life, but also nurtured us. Especially for my senior brother, the Grand Master treats him better than his own son, and to ensure he can inherit the position, he arranged for my junior sister to marry him. What could he possibly oppose?" As Xing Chen spoke, she seemed to realize something, warning Xia Xuejian, "You must not entertain any notions regarding my senior brother. Otherwise, I will be the first to oppose you. There are plenty of good men in the world. I advise you to cherish your life." "What are you saying?" "I'm merely concerned for your senior brother's happiness," Xia Xuejian retorted, slightly annoyed. "Would you wish him to endure a lifetime of torment with someone he does not love?" Xing Chen was suddenly put in a difficult position. She too could see that her senior brother might genuinely not hold affection for her junior sister, as he was always cold and distant in her presence, particularly gloomy and even stifled. Chapter 69. Ning Qingqing's assassination blacklist. Xing Chen truly could not bear to see her senior brother in distress. "However, I have no authority in this matter. If he does not resist, what can I, an outsider, do?" Seeing Xing Chen's demeanor, Xia Xuejian became increasingly convinced of her thoughts. Xingmu indeed did not favor Ning Qingqing, and this represented the perfect opportunity to win him over. She must seize this chance. "We are good friends. Your matters are my matters, and your senior brother is my senior brother. I cannot stand idly by while he suffers." Xing Chen's expression darkened. "What do you intend to do?" "Worry not. I mean no harm. Just observe, and should I genuinely be able to aid your senior brother, you must remember to stand by my side." For now, she was not a match for the Grand Master, but in the future, once she held the reins of power, neither the Grand Master nor the entire martial world would dare to oppose her. Xing Chen listened in silence, feeling a chill at the gravity of the conversation. If the Grand Master were to catch wind of this, they would all face dire consequences. Yet, the heavens are fair. Though they discussed their concerns with trepidation, they had secured the qualification to access Ning Qingqing's assassination blacklist. This assassination list was, of course, a gift from Qingwan. The Chinese value reciprocity in all matters. Ning Qingqing, upon perusing the contents of the pigeon post, was incensed and slammed her fist on the table. "How? Outrageous. This Xia Xuejian dares to covet my senior brother. She must have grown too complacent in her life and wishes to experience the taste of paralysis. You, go to the capital immediately. From now on, report every move Xia Xuejian makes. Yes, miss. Her personal maid, Linger, swiftly vanished from the room. At that moment, Xia Xuejian remained oblivious to the fact that all her actions were under Ning Qingqing's watchful eye. Meanwhile, Xingmu had lost all interest in his tasks and, after exchanging a few words with Xing Chen, departed the storeroom. The next time he was seen, he lay soundly asleep on Yi Qingwan's bed, his hands clasped around his sword, the mark of a true swordsman's discipline. Yi Qingwan sat by the window, cradling her forehead in despair as she gazed at the frozen figure sprawled across her bed, feeling utterly despondent. Brother, I share a life and death bond with Ning Qingqing. Although it may be Xia Xuejian's life at stake, it is still a life. You frighten me with your actions. I cannot bear this. My head is throbbing. How did I end up with such a neurotic? Why don't you go and properly prepare the medicine, taking the opportunity to discover the heroine's kindness and intelligence, thereby gradually succumbing to her charms, rather than coming here to sleep? You are truly an ungrateful child. At this rate, I fear you will not only drive the Grand Master to his wit's end, but will also be the cause of my demise. It simply cannot continue like this. If he remains asleep any longer, when Hong Hong returns, she will find herself in an irredeemable situation, as if she had plunged into the Yellow River. Thus, she cautiously approached him step by step and gently nudged his shoulder. Xingmu Xiaojia? Xingmu Xiaojia? Wake up, it's time to eat. Yet, just as she leaned down to call him, he rolled over, pinning her down onto the bed with his sword placed firmly at her back, a rather precarious situation. Surely, he wouldn't resort to indiscriminate violence in his slumber, would he? She attempted to push him away, but not only was she unsuccessful, his sword tightened its grip, eliciting a gasp from her. Easy now, you're pressing against the back of my head. After this incident, she resolved never to disturb a sleeping swordsman again, for the consequence was lying flat on the bed with a sword at her back, frozen in place. However, they were now both lying on the same bed. Although nothing had transpired, what would Ning Qingqing say if she found out? Would she not obliterate her? Brother, please wake up. Ning Qingqing and I are good sisters, bound for life. I plan to collaborate with her in confronting the female lead in the future. Your current state leaves me at a loss. In the midst of this, she pondered whether it was possible that Xingmu was being deliberate, intentionally creating a semblance of intimacy to provoke misunderstandings with Ning Qingqing, thereby directing all animosity towards her and diverting attention from Xia Xuejian. This was utterly ludicrous. Was he attempting to shield himself behind her? While this notion aligned perfectly with his character, she was not yet a match for Ning Qingqing. Would it be too much to ask for the plot to slow down a bit until she had mastered the Duga Nine Swords? As she contemplated this, the person beside her stirred, and for reasons she could not fathom, Yi Qingwan instantly closed her eyes and feigned sleep. Perhaps it was a desperate instinct for survival, a silent plea to convey that she knew nothing and had seen nothing, urging him to leave promptly. When Xingmu awoke and noticed someone lying beside him, he appeared utterly bewildered. Leaning closer, realization dawned upon him. Oh, this is the residence of the Xiang family. I must have dozed off. Ye Qingwan. Brother, let us discuss this. Next time you find yourself in a stupor, please go to the Xia residence. Do you realize that your mere admission of having dozed off nearly cost me my most steadfast ally? Hey, Yi Qingwan, wake up. Xingmu sat up and nudged her. Ye Qingwan? You're awake now and still here. Why call me? Do you wish for me to stay and dine with you? Finding herself unable to rouse her, he reached out and tugged at her ear. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Ye Qingwan climate.
Xingmu chuckled. You're awake? You are so deeply asleep that I couldn't wake you. Yi Qingwan. Well, you should thank me for protecting you here. Otherwise, in such a deep slumber, you would be oblivious to an assassination attempt. Yi Qingwan. Then I shall extend my gratitude to your entire family and wish you a lifetime devoid of 4 dishes. She knew that the mischievous Xingmu was being intentionally provocative, fully aware that she was pretending to sleep, but still insisting on rousing her. His intellect was rather unconventional. If it had been Nangong Muyun, he would have simply walked away, yet Xingmu, knowing she feigned sleep, insisted on waking her. Yi Qingwan was left with no choice but to play along, stretching her limbs and saying, Xingmu Xiaojia, you're awake? I saw you sleeping so soundly, and didn't want to disturb you. Well, thank you. No need to be so polite. I promised Ning Qingqing I would take good care of you. Yi Qingwan smiled broadly, while internally cursing. That Xia Xuejian insisted on having me break off my engagement with the little junior sister. If you continue this chatter, I may very well lose interest in sleep. Her heart raced with excitement. The female lead had indeed initiated contact, extending her hand to the realm of Xingmu, Prince Jiawang, Lu Cheng, the Xiang residents, and Xingmu. With such diligent efforts from the female lead, who could resist? However, she maintained an outward demeanor of surprise, pondering what she might intend. Xingmu, equally adept at the art of performance, innocently shrugged. I have no idea. It perplexes me as well. It seems she has a particular concern for my happiness after marriage. Well then, your life as a devoted admirer is about to commence. Yi Qingwan nearly burst into laughter. The female lead truly was formidable. Indeed, men are unreliable. Advancing in one's career relies on us women. Chapter 70. To strike you is one thing, to choose a day is another. Though she was reveling in delight, she still feigned indignation. She must have developed feelings for you. That shameless woman, not satisfied with seducing Nangong Liyun, even dares to pursue Xingmu Xiaojia? How brazen! She should consider her own station. How could she dare covet someone as esteemed as Xingmu Xiaojia, the esteemed deputy leader of the sect? What audacity! Fear not, Xingmu Xiaojia. I will draft a letter to Miss Ning, urging her to confront that wretched Xia Xuejian. She began to rise from the bed to write, but Xingmu stopped her. If you dare inform her, when she arrives, I will reveal that you have shared a bed with me. You truly are a delightful little creature, aren't you? A dung beetle on the road, pretending to be a little jeep, I see. Yi Qingwan twisted her wrist, producing a cracking sound. Dare to threaten me? You clearly have not witnessed the prowess of Neo Hulu Yi Qingwan. What do you mean? Threatening me? I, Yi Qingwan, a distinguished daughter of the Xiang family, have lived for over a decade without anyone daring to threaten me. Yes, I am threatening you. What will you do about it? Do you wish to fight? Yi Qingwan grinned and shifted to the edge of the bed, beckoning him. Come, step down first. Xingmu smirked, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and stepped down from the bed. Turning to face her. I'm down, what now? Then, Yi Qingwan stood up on the bed, her height perfectly aligned with his, grasping his shoulders and pulling him forward. She assessed the position, finding something amiss, and adjusted him slightly to the right. After a thorough appraisal, she finally declared, this position is just right. Xingmu maintained his disdainful smirk. Just right? What does that imply? Is she attempting to challenge me? Just then, he felt a gust of wind brush past his ear. Before he could react, a sharp sound echoed, and a fiery pain exploded on his face. Yi Qingwan had controlled her strength, ensuring she wouldn't incapacitate him. But it would undoubtedly leave his face swollen for 3 days. Caught off guard, Xingmu stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Yi Qingwan in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily evaded such speed and force, yet the thought that Yi Qingwan would actually strike him had never crossed his mind. Consequently, he had made no preparations whatsoever and had received her slap squarely. At that moment, Yi Qingwan sat on the bed, shaking her hand. Xingmu Xiaojia, you truly are a martial arts master. Your internal strength is formidable. Even the flesh on your face is so resilient that my hand is now sore. Her words left listeners uncertain whether she relished the moment or was genuinely in pain. Xingmu remained in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend that she had indeed dared to strike him. Yi Qingwan shot him a glance, as if to say, of course I struck you. Do you expect me to choose an auspicious day for that? After delivering her blow, Yi Qingwan continued with her admonishment. Miss Ning genuinely harbors feelings for Xingmu Xiaojia. As her good friend, I naturally extend my heartfelt congratulations regarding your union. Moreover, I believe Miss Ning is generous and wholeheartedly devoted to you. A woman so loyal and affectionate should be cherished by you, Xingmu Xiaojia. Furthermore, as the daughter of the grand sect leader, cultivating a good relationship with her is undoubtedly advantageous for my family. Do you truly think a mere man could shake my resolve? As she lectured him, Xingmu gradually grasped the reality that this woman had genuinely slapped him. How could the esteemed deputy leader of the sect be struck by a mere woman? I offer you a chance at redemption. Apologize to me. Xingmu still possessed a modicum of rationality. He generally refrained from striking women. However, if this particular woman initiated the altercation, the circumstances would be entirely different. Yi Qingwan would never deign to apologize to him. After all, she was the wicked female antagonist, designed to be obstinately unreasonable and irreconcilable with him. Moreover, what grounds did she have to apologize when it was he who acted unjustly, invading her bed and threatening her? Upon witnessing Yi Qingwan turn away, refusing to meet his gaze, her expression seemed to convey that she was indifferent to whether he killed her or not. But an apology from her was out of the question. Indeed, she brazenly drew her sword and pressed it against her neck, declaring, "If you wish for death, I shall oblige." With a deft twist of her wrist, the blade was poised to slice through her throat. At that critical juncture, a shadow darted from the bed like lightning, and by the time Xingmu regained his composure, the bed was already devoid of anyone.
Qingwan,
Who had been waiting for death on the bed, had somehow moved to the center of the room, being held in the arms of Zhongyuan Yidianhong. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Zhongyuan Yidianhong, both furious and incredulous, scolded him. "Are you out of your mind? You threatened to kill her as if it were nothing? Do you think this is akin to slaughtering a pig?" He continued, "I had given her a chance." Zhongyuan Yidianhong remained incensed. "What age are you both at? Why are you quarreling with her? She merely slapped you, did she not? Here, let me give you one back." With that, Zhongyuan Yidianhong set Yi Qingwan down and leaned his face toward Xingmu, inviting him to strike. Xingmu stared at him for a long while before sheathing his sword with a swift motion and brushing past Zhongyuan Yidianhong, leaving the Xiang residence. In truth, he had never truly intended to kill her. He merely sought to intimidate her and discern the thoughts of this female antagonist who knew the entirety of the plot. Would she choose to adhere to the original script, even at the cost of her life, or would she, a spineless wretch, abandon the narrative to plead for her life? His probing was motivated by a deep-seated disdain for the sect and the life the sect leader had orchestrated for him. His feelings for the junior sister were not as simple as they seemed. He had attempted to cultivate them, yet matters of the heart are often beyond human control. Especially after hearing her complaints, his desire to escape the sect intensified. He yearned to explore the vast world and inhale the air of freedom. He refused to remain a mere tool serving the sect for eternity. Nonetheless, he had to concede that Xia Xuejian had made a valid point. With his solitary strength, he could never extricate himself from the sect. Even if the sect leader permitted his departure, the clan elders and the junior sister would never allow it. He required external assistance. Unfortunately, the forces available to him were limited, either Xia Xuejian or Yi Qingwan. He would undoubtedly reject Xia Xuejian, for he found her quite distasteful. And her ambitions were too numerous. He could not trust that she would not act against the sect. He merely wished to escape, not to destroy it. Thus, he turned to Yi Qingwan, using their recent interactions to test her character, capabilities, and resolve, with the primary question being whether she would be willing to assist him. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingwan would possess such audacity, so unafraid of death, daring to strike him despite knowing she could not win. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone so brazen. Chapter 71. The protagonist's perilous dance with death. Xingmu found himself deeply conflicted regarding the fiercely defiant Yi Qingwan. Her fearlessness, even in the face of death, marked her as someone capable of achieving great things, and such a person was inherently reliable, unlikely to engage in treachery. Yet, given her unwavering commitment to the original narrative, it seemed improbable that she would assist him. According to her grievances, he was destined to become Xia Xuejian's underling, ultimately paving the way for her success. Consequently, as a diligent female antagonist, she could not accept his defection from the narrative to align with her. It was indeed quite vexing. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, having already been terrified into submission, collapsed onto the ground as soon as Xingmu departed.
Goodness.
She had narrowly escaped with her life. Aware that Xingmu was a madman, she had not anticipated he would be so dangerously unhinged. Threatening to kill her over a mere slap, her thoughts drifted to Nangong Muyun, that man who had nearly lost his life at her hands yet bore no grudge. Indeed, not all men were human. However, she had felt compelled to act. Xingmu's character had deteriorated to the point where even the king of hell could not bear to witness it. Had she not applied a strong remedy, it would have been impossible to correct his course. Now, it seemed he would relish tearing her apart, which illustrated that her method, while perilous, was effective. Yet it was also quite life-threatening. A method well utilized, but she vowed not to employ it again. Zhongyuan Yidianhong confirmed that Xingmu had truly departed and would not return, collapsing onto the ground as well, giving Yi Qingwan's head a sharp poke. "Are you tired of living? Have you grown weary of the mundane world, and wish to wander into the underworld?" For being reprimanded, Yi Qingwan harbored no anger. Instead, she pouted and clung to his arm, playfully saying, "Oh, how was I to know he could actually kill? Please don't be mad. I'll treat you to Yihong Tower."
Get lost.
"I have no interest in such places. I prefer virtuous women," he retorted, lifting his hand to shove her away. However, as he moved, a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm, Glancing down, he noticed it was covered in blood. He must have been wounded by Xingmu's sword while rescuing her. Qingwan noticed too, and immediately grew anxious. "You're hurt?"
Let me see how severe it is.
She quickly tore open his clothing to reveal the wound. And upon seeing it, she was utterly shocked. It was so deep that the bone was visible. That scoundrel Xingmu, did he truly intend to kill? Zhongyuan Yidianhong was still one of his sect's members. That lunatic would pay for this once his narrative concluded. Yet there was no time for cursing now. She hastily cleaned the wound, stitched it up, and bandaged it. In an era without anesthesia, after nearly 10 stitches, the pain caused Zhongyuan Yidianhong's lips to turn purple. The more she looked, the more heartbroken she became, especially realizing he had sustained this injury for her sake. Guilt washed over her, her nose tingled, and her eyes grew warm as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing her tears, Zhongyuan Yidianhong was momentarily stunned. "Why are you crying? It's not as if it's your injury. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Had I known he would act so violently, I would have apologized earlier." For the first time, Qingwan felt that this abominable plot was utterly ridiculous. If one day this dreadful storyline compelled her to harm those around her, she would set fire to the entire DU, including that wretched system, and bid everyone farewell to oblivion. Zhongyuan Yidianhong found her reaction amusing and ruffled her hair, reassuring her, all right, it's not a big deal. I've been wandering the Jianghu for over 20 years, enduring countless injuries. This little scratch is nothing more than a peanut to me. If you're crying over this, when I eventually die, you'll surely follow me to the grave." Qingwan smacked her hand over his mouth. "Shut up. Death, death, death. Mention death again, and I'll sew your mouth shut." Tsh, he scoffed at her. "Actually, Xingmu held back. Otherwise, with his skill, I would have lost this arm long ago." Zhongyuan Yidianhong seemed to see through her thoughts, purposely informing her not to hold a grudge against Xingmu. Although he was not familiar with him, he had some knowledge of sect affairs. Had Xingmu truly intended to kill, they would both have perished that day. Qingwan, however, shot him a glance. I couldn't care less whether he held back. Regardless, I've made a formidable enemy. His character as the male lead has been firmly established. Upon witnessing her expression, Zhongyuan Yidianhong realized that this rascal was once again adhering to the narrative. Damn it, in your mind, am I worth merely 2 minutes? Couldn't you at least feign a bit more sorrow? What a blow to the ego. Yet he could understand why she struck Xingmu. Had he been in her position, after finally straightening out the characters and smoothing the plot, he would have acted similarly. Suddenly, Xingmu burst forth without any warning, completely disrupting all his meticulously laid plans. His composure threatened to unravel. The thought of physically confronting Xingmu flitted through his mind, even contemplating more drastic measures. In comparison, the slap that Xiaoya delivered to Xingmu seemed remarkably restrained. Truly, Xingmu was perplexing, behaving like a simpleton, neglecting the enchanting heroine to instead provoke Xiaoya, thus inviting his own misfortune. Upon returning to the inn, Xingmu splashed water into a basin and gazed into the mirror, noting with dismay that one side of his face had swollen considerably. The force behind that slap was indeed formidable. Was this Qingwan a veritable powerhouse? How could a young lady possess such strength? It appeared that this woman should not be trifled with lightly in the future. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be? It is I, Xia Xuejian. Young hero Xingmu. I seek your audience. Xingmu, filled with pent-up rage, instinctively extended his hand toward the sword resting on the table. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, rising to crack open the door just a sliver. What is it? To her surprise, Xia Xuejian found the door only ajar, indicating he had no intention of allowing her entry. With a teasing tone, she remarked, Young hero Xingmu, do you fear that this humble lady might consume you? Not convenient, he replied. I have matters concerning Miss Ning. Is this a suitable time? Xia Xuejian's smile widened. Confident in her leverage, Ning Qingqing was Xingmu as Achilles' heel, and she knew exactly how to exploit it. However, she remained blissfully unaware that she was treading a precarious line. Xingmu scrutinized her for a prolonged moment before finally relenting, fully opening the door to allow her entry, then promptly shutting it behind her without stepping further inside. May I speak now? What happened to your face? Xia Xuejian finally noticed his swollen cheek. Xingmu turned slightly. Xia Xuejian, did your mother not teach you that one should not stare at what does not concern them? With a nonchalant shrug, Xia Xuejian abandoned pretense, directly handing him a piece of paper. This is a letter intercepted for Miss Ning. Xingmu opened it, revealing a detailed account of his recent activities, even noting his frequent visits to the restroom. As he read, his grip tightened, reducing the paper to mere dust that scattered to the floor. You're being monitored. And it is your junior sister, Ning Qingqing, who is responsible, Xia Xuejian informed him. Now, will you consider collaborating with me? Chapter 72. Ning Qingqing is about to strike. Very well, you may return and await my news. Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejian erupted into laughter. Xingmu had finally conceded. Indeed, a man of his caliber would never permit others to surveil him. This Ning Qingqing had inadvertently done her a tremendous favor. She owed her a personal thank you at the earliest opportunity. Once Xia Xuejian departed, Xingmu slammed the door shut, his frustration boiling over. How dare she enter his room in the dead of night, fully aware that he was being watched by his junior sister. With such intellect, how did she even manage to survive? Why had no one eliminated her? As Xingmu had anticipated, the news of Xia Xuejian's late-night intrusion into his room swiftly reached Ning Qingqing. Enraged, she resolved to descend the mountain and eliminate that shameless girl. How dare she set her sights on her senior brother? Surely, she had never faced the consequences of her actions. However, she was intercepted by Linger, who cautioned Miss. Please calm yourself. If you descend, the sect leader will surely learn of your intentions. So what if he knows? She was the one who approached my senior brother first. Do I not deserve an explanation? Miss, that is not my intent. If you go down, the sect leader will become aware of the deputy sect leader's situation. And that could lead to dire consequences, Linger warned, her tone measured. Ning Qingqing contemplated this for a moment before finally relenting. Then go fetch my brother for me. Linger looked utterly defeated. Miss, even the sect leader cannot command him. How can I persuade him? She muttered under her breath. Besides, with his exceptional skills, I may not even find him. I care not. You must retrieve him for me, or I will go down myself. Ning Qingqing was driven to the brink of irrationality. With no other option, Linger reluctantly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and gazing out at the vastness of the Jianghu, she felt overwhelmed. Where was she to begin her search? The title Central Plain Scarlet was not just for show. Suddenly, she recalled Hedarin. Thus, she resolved to seek him out. While Central Plain Scarlet might dismiss her, Hedarin would not dare to do so. As expected, with a little pressure, Hedarin divulged everything about Central Plain Scarlet, allowing Linger to enter the Prime Minister's residence with ease. Upon entering, she couldn't help but marvel at the simplicity of the grand residence. Not only was the decor austere, but there were scarcely any guards, let alone formidable ones. Why was it that those in the Jianghu, who possessed even a modicum of skill, could come and go freely? If the Prime Minister truly had such overwhelming influence, then surely his officials would not be living in destitution. It made no sense. As she approached Yi Qingwan's chamber, a sudden gust of wind swept past her, startling her into dodging instinctively. When had someone arrived? She hadn't sensed a thing. It turned out to be a master of considerable prowess, whose level was too high for her to detect. Just as she contemplated leaving, a chill ran down her neck as a dagger pressed against her throat. One more step and her life would be forfeit. Yet, she remained composed, recognizing the figure before her. Cousin, it's me, Linger. Zhongyuan and Yidianhong raised an eyebrow and yanked away her mask, confirming her identity. What brings you here, sneaking about? The young lady sent me to find you. Linger replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She had no desire to be stealthy. But one could not waltz into the Prime Minister's residence in plain sight. What do you want with me? Zhongyuan and Yidianhong sheathed his dagger, his impatience evident. How had he ended up with such an annoying cousin? Linger relayed the situation as it was, and with each word Zhongyuan and Yidianhong grew increasingly exasperated. Are there no other men left in the world? Why must she pursue that cold-blooded killer? Cousin, please return just this once. If you refuse, I will have no explanation to give.
Linger pleaded, her expression sorrowful.
Left with no other recourse, she resorted to appealing to his emotions. She had to obey the young lady's orders, but had no means to persuade her cousin, who was beyond her reach. Very well, I understand. I shall return shortly. From now on, if you need to contact me, let Hedarin relay the message. Do not come back here. With that, Zhongyuan and Yidianhong lightly leaped onto the rooftop. Linger felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, tears pricking at her eyes. Truly, she was fortunate to have such a kind cousin. Zhongyuan and Yidianhong, with his exceptional agility, returned to Huainan Mountain that very night, finding himself in Ning Qingqing's chamber, sipping tea. Ning Qingqing, still asleep, stirred at the sight of a dark figure and, startled, quickly recognized her brother. Elated, she sprang from her bed, wrapped in her quilt. Brother, you're back. Speak quickly. What news do you bring? Zhongyuan and Yidianhong sighed, unable to suppress a complaint. Women are truly troublesome. Nothing much. I merely wish to inquire about Xia Xuejian's recent activities. Why do you want to know? Just tell me. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong extended his hand. 100 taels. Ning Qingqing seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly producing a silver note and slapping it into his palm. I'll give you 1,000 taels. All I desire is for Xia Xuejian to perish. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong raised an eyebrow, astonished. Good heavens, are you aware of the gravity of your request? You've misidentified your target. It's not Xia Xuejian who is your concern, but Yi Qingwan. However, he said nothing of this, instead imparting the information she sought. It appears she is involved in concocting a remedy for a malady. The southern regions have begun experiencing flooding, and it is likely she will be dispatched there to distribute medicine. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingqing's face immediately broke into a sly smile. Oh, I see. Now I know what I should do. It was evident that she harbored no good intentions, prompting Zhong Yuan Yidonghong to inquire, what do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Lives are at stake. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. I am not a heartless killer. Ning Qingqing retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. What do you take me for? As long as I exercise caution. Zhong Yuan Yidonghong wore an expression that conveyed his skepticism regarding her assurances. No matter, I shall take my leave. After saying this, he handed her a letter. Could you kindly deliver this to Yi Qingwan for me? Zhong Yuan Yidonghong grasped the letter, feeling a mix of emotions. After all, her senior brother Xingmu had already taken refuge in Yi Qingwan's bed, yet she still considered her a confidant, urging Yi Qingwan to take good care of Xingmu. What sort of absurdity was this? She was essentially donning the green hat herself. He began to comprehend why Yi Qingwan was willing to risk being harmed by Xingmu, severing ties with him entirely. While Yi Qingwan regarded her as a sister, she was entangled with the very object of Yi Qingwan's affections. How utterly scandalous. Let it be, he thought. In matters of women, men should refrain from interference. I shall only fulfill my duties and answer Qingqing's inquiries. That is the safest course. If, perchance, the situation escalates in the future and she questions me, I can simply state, you never asked. How clever of me. Chapter 73. The betrayal of Hong Hong. Yi Qingwan received yet another letter from Ning Qingqing, her heart heavy as she opened it. She began by expressing her gratitude for the care bestowed upon her senior brother before launching into a tirade against the shameless actions of Xia Xuejian. Following this, she reiterated her unwavering trust in Yi Qingwan, requesting her assistance in caring for Xingmu, and concluded with a proposal to forge a sisterly bond. Yi Qingwan felt as though her emotions were akin to the raging waters of the New River, swift and steep, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. Sister, please do not burden me with his care. I have already looked after him to the extent of sharing a bed. You must muster your strength and keep a close eye on him yourself. Your senior brother is truly no paragon of virtue. For your sake, I have nearly sacrificed my own life. Her thoughts were tumultuous, so complex that she could not refrain from a bit of sarcasm to alleviate her distress. The recent plot developments have me quite riled up. I find that the male protagonists are becoming increasingly troublesome, and none more so than that lunatic Xingmu, whose mind seems to be a chaotic enigma. As the leading man, instead of pursuing the female lead, he has come to my abode, and worse yet, he has taken to my bed. Are all these wandering souls so shameless? At that moment, another wanderer from the rivers and lakes overheard her complaints and could not help but protest. We wanderers do not accept blame. This wretched being not only disregards a plot but also seeks to push me to the brink of demise, leaping back and forth with abandon. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, I slapped him across the face, provoking him to the point of nearly slaying me. Now that this has transpired, he should not seek me out again, should he? I sincerely hope he doesn't, for I will strike again. After all, Ning Qingqing has already unilaterally forged a sisterly bond with me. Engaging with her man? Am I even human? Ah, right. Today marks a significant event. I must emerge to take the blame, thus solidifying the accusation of neglecting the lives of the common folk for personal gain, a scandal that shall spread throughout Diyu. Then the female lead shall emerge to turn the tide, rescuing the people from peril. Everyone will praise her for her bravery, wisdom, caution, and compassion. And she will achieve renown, becoming a living bodhisattva in the hearts of the populace. As for me, the wicked female antagonist, I shall be thoroughly humiliated, ultimately enraged and falsely accusing the ninth prince of treason. Yes, treason, the sort that leads to confiscation of property and bloodshed. But Nangong Muyun, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You have forced my hand. At this moment, the ninth prince, upon hearing her grievances, interjected. When have I ever forced you? It has always been you who has orchestrated against me. Very well. You wish to slander me? Then do so well. I have even prepared evidence for you. Should you lack proof, I can provide some. Just watch as I am charged with treason and executed. If you prevent my demise, you shall be the one to bear the blame." Simultaneously, Lu Sheng, also privy to her complaints, felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he become inconsequential? After all, he was the second male lead. Surely he deserved some screen time. However, he quickly dismissed his disappointment, as the unfolding drama was hardly appealing. Let them love whom they will. The important thing is that, even without a role, I shall still make an appearance. For the Emperor has commanded me to oversee the malaria treatment, ensuring my involvement. Even without a role, I shall merely observe. Shirhu, please prepare me a bag of peanuts. Shirhu, slightly puzzled, replied, "Master, you seem to have developed a fondness for peanuts lately. Indeed, for merely watching the drama is rather monotonous." Shirhu. Meanwhile, Hiyu, who had long felt overlooked, began to question why he had never been given a role. Since the onset of these complaints, he had yet to appear. Was he not the male lead after all? Thus, throughout this struggle, he had remained entirely absent from the narrative. Why had he been allowed to overhear the complaints? Was it merely for his entertainment? Unfortunately, his thoughts did not reach Yi Qingwan, who was preoccupied with her own urgent matters. Yi Qingwan secretly examined the prescription prepared by Xia Xuejian and her associates, and indeed, she was to take the blame. The potency of this concoction was far too intense. Even a healthy person would break into a profuse sweat, let alone someone frail from prolonged illness. However, she stumbled upon something intriguing. Hidden behind the storeroom were some drugs packaged differently from the external prescriptions. Upon inspection, she discovered they were the very formulas she had previously asked Hong Hong to prepare. Indeed, this Hong Hong was a double agent, adept at playing both sides. She deserved commendation. Such dedication among supporting characters is rare. Clearly, she must treat Hong Hong well moving forward, for he was a reliable bridge on her path to success, providing steadfast support. Moreover, further praise was warranted for our female lead. She was both intelligent and prudent. Unsure of the efficacy of her own prescriptions, she prepared some herself, ensuring that if any issues arose, she could present her own concoction as the legitimate one, casting the blame for any fatalities onto Yi Qingwan. Such cleverness deserves commendation. A wise individual always leaves themselves a means of retreat. At this moment, Hong Hong remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly taken on a tremendous burden. Although he had indeed transcribed the prescription for Xia Xuejian, he had secretly altered several ingredients. While he had no knowledge of the specific effects of these herbs, he believed that any changes would surely alter the efficacy. Upon receiving the prescription, Xia Xuejian showed no suspicion and joyfully declared, "You have finally chosen to collaborate with me. Your decision is wise, for I shall soon bring Yi Qingwan down. However, should she uncover anything that could be detrimental to you during this time, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you," Hong Hong replied, though his heart was eager to witness her misfortune. How could she not notice that the prescription had been altered? Did she truly aspire to heal the world? It serves her right for her impending calamity. In the days that followed, Zhongyuan Yidonghong reveled in his recent success. Basking in self-satisfaction until he encountered Yi Qingwan's complaints, "I have discovered that Hong Hong has betrayed me, and I am utterly delighted. Previously, I believed Hong Hong to be rather cowardly and not particularly clever, but now I realize my grave error. He is indeed exceptionally astute, even correcting the erroneous names of several herbs I had intentionally included. Truly remarkable. However, Hong Hong, while I truly wish to reward you as a wicked female antagonist, I have noticed your betrayal, and thus I must express my displeasure. Nevertheless, rest assured, dear sister, I remain loyal. I shall assist you in rectifying this situation, attributing your actions merely to a well-intentioned mishap." At this moment, Hong Hong wished fervently to sever her own hand for her impulsiveness. Wronged. She felt more unjustly treated than Do-E herself. "Mother, they are so treacherous. They are all bullying me. I want to go home." In Chapter 74. Upon acquiring the medicinal formula, Xia Xuejian harbored no suspicions whatsoever. She deliberately handed the formula to the cloaked figure for scrutiny. The figure was taken aback, for this formula surpassed their own creation in efficacy. Its potency was gentle yet undeniably effective. He concluded that Yi Qingwan must indeed be the genuine article. Thus, he conspired with Xia Xuejian to orchestrate a switch, substituting their counterfeit formula for Yi Qingwan's authentic one, fully intending to place the blame upon Yi Qingwan when calamity struck. Initially, they could have destroyed their own formula and quietly replaced it with Yi Qingwan's, but that would not result in any mishap, and without a mishap, they could not frame Yi Qingwan. Hence, they opted for the ruse of substitution. especially for Xia Xuejian. The thought of wielding Yi Qingwan's formula to claim credit while subsequently framing her with a fake one thrilled her immensely. One could only imagine the expression on Yi Qingwan's face upon realizing her formula had been misappropriated, with Yi Qingwan bearing the brunt of the blame. Such retribution would surely satiate Xia Xuejian's pent-up resentment. Upon hearing Yi Qingwan's sarcastic remarks, Zhongyu and Yidianhong arrived at the Xiang residence, his face clouded with regret and vexation. Only to find Yi Qingwan watching him with a mischievous smile. His countenance darkened instantly, knowing this impudent girl was undoubtedly mocking him internally. It infuriates me. Could she not finish her tirade in one breath? Instead, she divided it into segments, leading me to believe that the document was genuine, when in fact. Reflecting on this, he felt the urge to slap himself. Had he known better, he would not have acted so presumptuously, thinking himself clever. Yet, upon further consideration, he realized he could hardly blame himself, for she had long since deemed him a double agent. Once he handed over the items to Xia Xuejian, he would surely solidify his position as an undercover operative. Moreover, knowing Yi Qingwan as he did, even if he withheld the items, she would find a way to mend the storyline, regardless of the circumstances. Once she fixed her sights on him as an undercover agent, there would be no escaping her grasp. Now, he felt as though the narrative he had previously scripted, of him fleeing while she pursued, had unexpectedly landed upon his own shoulders. Wronged. Helpless. This wretched novel. This absurd plot. One day, he would tear down this farce. Soon, the distribution of medicine commenced. Prior to this, the floods in Jiangnan had escalated to alarming levels, prompting numerous refugees to seek shelter in the capital. Lu Sheng had long since ordered the construction of temporary tents outside the city to accommodate the displaced. Their basic needs for food and shelter were temporarily assured, as the emperor had dispatched disaster relief officials to manage the situation efficiently. However, as the displaced settled in, illness began to manifest, with local physicians diagnosing it as malaria. Thus, Lu Sheng and his team transported the pre-prepared medicines from the city, preparing the remedies on-site and distributing them to the afflicted. Naturally, the esteemed Xia Xuejian, as the architect of this medicinal initiative, was present, personally overseeing the preparation and delivery of the remedies. Such benevolence drew a significant crowd, as a delicate young lady, who ought to have been enjoying a life of luxury, labored tirelessly, unafraid of contagion, to assist the sick. Who could fail to commend Xia Xuejian for her beauty and kind heart? Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan arrived, albeit at a considerable distance. After all, hers was a private endeavor, and she could not afford to be ostentatious. Yet even with this modest approach, her presence drew attention, particularly from Xia Xuejian, who approached her.
Monsieur,
Do you also know how to prepare medicine? Not at all. Yi Qingwan arrogantly gestured toward her maid, shall see, but they do. As an antagonist, how could she possibly engage in such hands-on endeavors? She required others to undertake the labor while she reaped the accolades, thereby ensuring her reputation as a name-dropper. Lu Sheng stood nearby, requesting peanuts from the attendant, having prepared in advance. Observing the prolonged exchange between the two women without any substantive progress, he grew weary. Why not just settle your differences in a duel? I have yet to witness a female brawl.
and you? Can you fight?
Yi Qingwan scoffed. You clearly lack understanding. Xia Xuejian chuckled. You may consider yourself useless, but do not assume everyone shares your ineptitude. I could treat ailments, not just concoct medicines.
Qingwan.
Disinterested in their verbal sparring, ascended a table and called out to the crowd, everyone, do not trust this woman. At her tender age, she claims to possess a formula that even the esteemed Dr. Sai Huadua could not procure. Would you dare consume the medicine she concocts? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to doubt the value of the medicine in their hands. Although the distribution was sanctioned by the emperor, they could not help but worry. After all, it was not the emperor who would be drinking the remedy. They began to whisper among themselves, could this medicine be problematic? Noticing the growing skepticism, Xia Xuejian climbed onto Yi Qingwan's table, assuring the crowd, do not believe her. This formula has indeed been recognized by Dr. Sai Huadua himself, and I have personally tested it. There are no issues whatsoever. If you doubt me, then surely you must trust Dr. Sai Huadua. He has not ventured out for decades and only came to the capital recently to present this formula. If it were false, how could he have presented it to the emperor? Hearing that the formula was presented to the emperor by the esteemed Dr. Sai Huadua, the crowd felt a degree of reassurance, and the commotion gradually subsided. Yi Qingwan's loyal maid, witnessing the situation, quickly climbed onto the table, shouting at Xia Xuejian, you are talking nonsense. This formula was not presented to the emperor by the esteemed doctor, it was provided by you, and all the ministers present can attest to that. Oh my dear Cui Cui, you are remarkably bold. You are truly my idol. Yi Qingwan was taken aback by her maid's unexpected bravery. This timid girl had surprised her greatly. She had unwittingly assisted in advancing the plot, providing Yi Qingwan with a significant advantage. As expected, upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. This was not presented by the esteemed doctor, but rather a mere maid? Are they toying with our lives? Some voiced their intentions to discard the medicine. Lu Sheng, sensing the escalating tension, swiftly intervened. Ladies, while you may quarrel, do not jest with disaster relief. Everyone, please calm down. This formula was indeed presented to the emperor by Miss Xia, but it was also reviewed by Dr. Sai Huadua, who personally confirmed its efficacy in treating malaria. Though the refugees may not grasp the intricacies of political maneuvering or comprehend Lu Sheng's esteemed status, they recognized his efforts since their arrival in the capital, tirelessly working to provide them with shelter and sustenance. Thus, they held genuine respect and trust for Lu Sheng. And upon hearing his words, they refrained from further uproar. With the situation under control, Lu Sheng leaned closer to Yi Qingwan and whispered, "Cease your antics and return home." Yi Qingwan replied incredulously, "Return? Are you certain? If I do, these thousands of refugees may not see the light of day tomorrow." Chapter 75. Yi Qingwan's second plan. Yi Qingwan was certainly not going to leave, even if it weren't for the sake of the plot. There were thousands of lives at stake. To stand idly by while they perished would be akin to being worse than a beast. Lord Lu, if there is an issue with the prescription from Xia Xuejian, can you truly bear the responsibility for so many disaster victims? Before Lu Sheng could respond, Xia Xuejian immediately interjected, "I am here. Should anything go awry, I am willing to pay with my life." "Pay with your life?" Someone in the crowd retorted. "And how many lives do you possess, Miss Xia? Can they match the lives of these thousands?" Yi Qingwan thought, "Who is the big mouth? What indiscreet truths are you uttering? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the protagonist? I advise you to be wise and leave at once." At that moment, an imposing figure emerged from the crowd, revealing itself to be the valiant young hero Xingmu. "Oh, it's merely him. Then, please continue. But why was he here again? Was he destined to stir up trouble wherever he went?" Upon seeing Xingmu step forward, Lu Sheng noticed the slight swelling on one side of his face and instantly recalled Yi Qingwan's earlier remarks. Cough, that was quite a blow. Yet he feigned concern, asking, "Xingmu, what happened to your face?" "It's nothing, just an unfortunate encounter with a dog." Lu Sheng's expression shifted to one of understanding. A rather fierce dog, I presume?" Indeed, even a tigress would think twice before approaching. Xingmu had never held any fondness for Xia Xuejian, and now she was repeatedly treading on his sensitive nerves. Did she think he was oblivious to her constant surveillance? He merely chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her to believe herself astute. This woman was not only self-righteous but also insidious and hypocritical. Her petty schemes were as transparent as daylight. Consequently, he would not assist her, let alone be manipulated by her. He was well aware that she had pilfered Yi Qingwan's prescription, which meant their formulas were identical. The one who administered the remedy first would claim the accolades and bask in the triumph. Did she think he would allow Xia Xuejian to steal the limelight? Xia Xuejian gazed at Xingmu, perplexed. Hadn't they reached an agreement? Why was he now reneging to assist Yi Qingwan? "Xingmu, I am genuinely confused as to why you are continually targeting me. Have I offended you, or is there a misunderstanding between us? I sincerely wish to help these disaster victims and hope you will not obstruct me. We can resolve our misunderstandings later." Hope. Xia Xuejian had the patience of a saint, attempting to reason with Xingmu at such a critical moment. Surely she would hurl a shoe at his face. With so many guards behind her, why would she cower? Yi Qingwan began to comprehend why Xia Xuejian was cast as the protagonist. Her benevolent and tolerant nature, coupled with her magnanimity, was indicative of someone destined for greatness. I concede, I am outmatched. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Xia Xuejian was simmering with indignation. Xingmu was a madman, inexplicably antagonizing her since his arrival, opposing her at every turn without cause. Had she offended him in any way? She had even assisted him on several occasions. Did he possess no gratitude? Or was it all a deliberate act? Perhaps he was performing for Ning Qingqing, who had been keeping a close watch on him. If she discovered him becoming too chummy with another woman, it would likely drive her into a frenzy. Recalling the intercepted letter intended for Ning Qingqing, which detailed her interactions with Xingmu, it all began to make sense. Clearly, she had underestimated the situation and would be more vigilant moving forward. While Yi Qingwan awaited Xia Xuejian's retort, she remained oblivious to the fact that Xia Xuejian was unwittingly assisting her in resolving Xingmu's narrative. If only she knew, she would be overjoyed and would likely award her the title of Best Actress on the spot. Male leads, take note. This is the essence of a protagonist's self-cultivation. You should all aspire to this. Stop being so preoccupied with trivial matters. She earned her role through merit, not by monetary means. Regardless of Xia Xuejian's protests, Xingmu resolutely insisted that Yi Qingwan administer the remedy first. Xia Xuejian found herself at a loss. After all, he and Xingchen were responsible for escorting the elder into the city, and it was not her place to dictate who would take charge. Ultimately, she had to yield. Very well, since you, young hero Xingmu, have such trust in Miss Yi, let us allow her to proceed with the remedy. But did she think this would defeat her? You are gravely mistaken. The protagonist shall not falter. However, if Miss Ye's remedy fails, who will be accountable for the lives of over 10,000? I will, Yi Qingwan declared, having waited long for this moment. I shall bear the consequences alone. If my remedy falters, my life shall be forfeit. What does it mean to say if the remedy fails? It is certain to fail, is it not? Alas, the disaster victims may have to endure some hardship. But fear not, I shall exercise great care, ensuring none of you lose your lives. Upon hearing Yi Qingwan's audacious claims, Xia Xuejian could not help but laugh. This time, she did not hinder her, but easily yielded her position. Then, Miss Yi, please proceed. I trust you will not disappoint us. For reasons unknown. Even though this was merely a performance, Yi Qingwan found Xia Xuejian's sardonic demeanor rather odious. Were it not for her status as the protagonist, she might have kicked her into a dung pit. Yet, she restrained herself, directing those around her to prepare the medicine and distribute it to the afflicted disaster victims. Yi Qingwan refrained from participating directly, for how could a wicked supporting character like herself sully her hands? That would be utterly contradictory to her fierce and ignorant persona. At that moment, she unexpectedly spotted Nangong Muyun. Wasn't he absent from today as seen? Why was he here? Did the prince have so little to do that he could spend his days courting love instead of addressing state affairs? Could romance truly lead to a peaceful realm?
No.
She must deliver some sharp jibes. Has the 9th prince overindulged in salt, or is he simply that idle? With no role to play, why has he made an appearance? And that madman Xingmu, truly toxic, insisting I go first. Thankfully, I have prepared a second plan. I shall employ the original prescription of Xia Xuejian. It is a pity for these disaster victims, who have done no wrong yet must endure such torment. Once I am publicly humiliated by the protagonist, I shall secretly compensate them with some silver. Regardless, someone will undoubtedly face humiliation today, followed by the classic sequence of imprisonment and exile. At that moment, Xingmu, overhearing her complaints, felt utterly bewildered. Yi Qingwan, you are indeed a rare talent, possessing a second plan? You are the only person I have encountered who diligently seeks their own demise. If only you channeled this determination and resolve towards rebellion, the empire of Dayu would be yours for the taking. Why bother with reality when you could simply ascend as a female emperor? Isn't that more appealing? Chapter 76. The protagonist finally shines. Yi Qingwan continued her musings. The grand performance is about to commence. When my remedy fails and chaos ensues, the protagonist shall step forth, heroically turning the tides. Such grandeur will elevate her character to celestial heights, akin to the golden light of Avalokiteshvara, captivating all the male leads who would fall hopelessly in love with her. Once all the male leads had fallen for the female protagonist, the treachery of the 9th prince was fortuitously revealed, leading to his imprisonment. In a moment of audacity, the female lead boldly declared her willingness to sacrifice herself, enacting a tale of beauty rescuing the hero, which profoundly moved the 9th prince, ultimately capturing his heart. Everything proceeded with remarkable smoothness and perfection, and as the days dwindled, the time for her triumphant return drew ever closer. The anticipation was palpable. At last, it was her turn to inflict some trials upon the male and female leads. The 9th prince, however, was distinctly displeased with this jesting, questioning how it was so effortless to win his heart. Yi Qingwan, noticing the prince's sour expression, assumed he was there to support Xia Xuejian and chose to ignore him, turning away as if he were invisible. Don't fret, my friend. Soon your darling Xia Xuejian will rebound spectacularly. Just wait and see her flourish. To her surprise, he approached her, demanding, "Get up. I have something to ask you." Yi Qingwan frowned, thinking, is he unwell? Is he seeking trouble so soon? My dear fellow, not to belittle you, but in a war of words, I could easily outlast you without uttering a single curse. Hence, It would be wise for you to depart while I am still in good spirits and uninterested in hurling insults at you. I have embraced my darker side as Nuhili Qingwan, and I shall not yield to you. I fail to comprehend why you stubbornly insist that it was I who rendezvoused with Xia Xuejian that night, when it was clearly Yue. Is there truly a distinction between you and Yue? Were it not for your consent, would Yue dare don your attire and impersonate you to pursue Xia Xuejian? It baffles me. Since you despise me so thoroughly, why do you continue to perform theatrics before me? You once sought to leverage our family's influence. Yet now your sister Xia Xuejian possesses considerable power, having garnered aid from her sect and the emperor's favor, which rivals our standing. Go and seek your eternal union with her. The ninth prince was utterly speechless. You are fabricating charges against me. Fabricating charges? Would you like me to enumerate how many times your 10th brother has visited the Xia residence recently? That is my 10th brother. What concern is it of mine? Though you share the same mother, you claim it does not concern you, yet it pertains to me? Yi Qingwan offered him no opportunity to counter, resolutely determined to twist the narrative in her favor. Do not presume that I would relent. Even if 10th brother had not visited, I would adamantly assert that he had. I am indeed cold-hearted, ungrateful, shameless, and willfully troublesome. As their dispute escalated, a sudden cry of distress echoed from ahead, quickly followed by a cacophony of anguished screams, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst the throng, Xia Xuejian took command, instructing, "Quick, assist them inside. Those who have not taken the medicine should refrain from doing so. It is counterfeit." Yi Qingwan, infuriated, exclaimed, "What is happening?" Yet internally, she was already celebrating her loyal servant Cui Chui's cleverness, thinking, "Well done, my dear Cui Chui. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I shall reward you with a chicken leg upon our return. No, a lamb leg." However, outwardly, she feigned outrage, pursuing Xia Xuejian with accusations. "It is impossible. My medicine cannot possibly be flawed. Xia Xuejian, you must have tampered with it." With a disdainful glance, Xia Xuejian swiftly commanded her assistants to prepare acupuncture instruments, evidently custom-made and uncommon, likely bestowed upon her by the esteemed healer, Master Hua. Impressive indeed. Our female lead has mastered acupuncture in such a short span. Just a few days ago, she learned this art, Yi Qingwan mused. Before commencing her treatment, Xia Xuejian cast a sly smile in her direction, then began her work. Yi Qingwan was tempted to shout her encouragement, "Hasten, gather around. The female lead is about to showcase her prowess. The potency of these medications is too intense. The patients, already weakened, cannot withstand such overwhelming effects. Therefore, the antidote has become a poison, and without timely intervention, death is imminent." As Xia Xuejian explained while performing acupuncture, her technique appeared almost supernatural, radiating brilliance. In that moment, Xia Xuejian seemed to transcend mortal bounds, enveloped in a celestial glow. The astonishment of the imperial physicians surrounding her only accentuated her remarkable abilities. Is that not Master Hua's famed 9 needles? His disciples are scattered worldwide, yet none have grasped the true essence of the technique. How is it possible for one so young to have done so? Could she possibly be the recipient of his complete teachings? The ambience was charged with awe, and Yi Qingwan took mental notes of their names, vowing to ensure their presence at future grand displays of skill. Xia Xuejian, not one to disappoint, swiftly extracted a silver needle, and the patient suddenly expelled a mixture of vomit and blood, clearly having regurgitated the tainted medicine. Following this, she administered her own concoction, successfully stabilizing the individual. At that moment, Xia Xuejian was glistening with sweat, her face visibly weary, yet she pressed on relentlessly to assist the next patient. After a series of such interventions, those who had been on the brink of death were revived, even the first of them able to rise and express their gratitude. Those she had saved knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We owe our lives to the lady's mercy. We shall repay this kindness in our next lives. Please rise. It is the duty of healers to alleviate suffering. Stand up," Xia Xuejian urged, assisting them to their feet. Witnessing the scene, other victims joined in, exclaiming, "She is truly a bodhisattva." A selfless savior surrounded by grateful citizens created a scene of profound emotional resonance. Were it not for her current role as a malevolent antagonist, Yi Qingwan would have been compelled to kneel and cry out, "Miss Xia, your heart is as kind as that of a bodhisattva." Yet, truth be told, she never anticipated Xia Xuejian's mastery of the 9 needles, as this was not depicted in the original narrative. These individuals would not perish. The royal physician would soon prescribe an emetic to alleviate their distress. Nevertheless, Xia Xuejian's display of prowess was undeniably remarkable, achieving a perfect score. Once her display concluded, Xia Xuejian swiftly turned her attention toward Yi Qingwan, demanding, "Miss Yi, do you have anything left to say?" Yi Qingwan immediately adopted a demeanor of feigned contrition. Though she remained defiant, "What do you wish for me to say? They are not dead, are they? My medicine is simply potent. The effects can be intense initially, but they will soon recover. I have yet to chastise you for meddling and disrupting my treatment." As the onlookers witnessed the undeniable truth before them, their outrage at Yi Qingwan's shamelessness ignited. "How outrageous! You were at fault and nearly caused a tragedy, yet you show no remorse. Indeed, Miss Xia assisted you in remedying your blunders, and you dare to slander her? Have you no shame?" "Precisely. As a daughter of the Xian family, do you think you can trample on lives with impunity? Today, if you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation, we shall confront His Majesty." Recognizing the rising tide of public sentiment, Lu Sheng attempted to intervene and pull her away, but Yi Qingwan quickly perceived his intentions. "You think I am going to leave now? Am I the one who is unwell, or is it you?" Thus, she hastily feigned a state of acute distress. Clutching her chest, You, she exclaimed, while surreptitiously stuffing a pre-prepared blood packet into her mouth, then pretending to gasp for air. Finally, with a dramatic flourish, she spewed a mouthful of blood, which splattered across the face of Xingmu, standing not far in front of her. Yes, there was no doubt this was intentional, after all. "Who dared to bully my dear Hong Hong? Unable to defeat you, I shall, in my final moments, shower you with blood. Surely you can understand that, right? After all, who would quibble with a dying person?" Miss Cui was the first to react. After a brief moment of confusion, she rushed forward to catch the faltering Yi Qingwan. "Cui, quickly, catch her. It hurts terribly if she falls." However, Cui was evidently a moment too late, as Hong Hong swiftly darted behind her, bracing Yi Qingwan's collapsing form with her shoulder, then leaping away with her on her back. The onlookers were left staring at their retreating figures, utterly helpless. In the realm of lightness, Hong Hong had never been defeated. Perched on Hong Hong's back, Yi Qingwan laughed heartily, "Haha. At last, the leading lady has finished her performance. What a grand spectacle! Let us applaud our heroine. Thank you, Hong Hong, and our audience on the mountain." Naturally, she also felt inclined to commend herself for her impeccable performance. "If I am not crowned Best Actress at the Oscars this year, it must be due to bribery among the judges. Other leading men cheer for the heroine, be amazed, be astonished, and kneel before her pomegranate skirt. With the instigator, Yi Qingwan, having fled, the crowd of aggrieved citizens remained, filled with righteous indignation, utterly at a loss. Should they seek justice? How could they, when the culprit had escaped? This was not how it should be. Typically, at such a moment, they would rush forth to punish the wrongdoer and deliver her to the authorities. Why did she leave so abruptly, with no one attempting to stop her? Did they truly feel a bit disappointed? Lu Sheng, present at the scene, noticed the bewilderment on the faces of the citizens and Xia Xuejian. He quickly organized the soldiers to calm the crowd and resumed normal operations, distributing medicine and porridge, restoring tranquility as if the earlier chaos had been but a dream. Yet Xia Xuejian understood that this was no dream. She had just experienced her moment of glory, dazzling everyone. From a despised illegitimate daughter, she had transformed into a formidable healer capable of turning the tide. With pride, she gazed at the gathered ninth prince and others, as if awaiting accolades. However, once Lu Sheng had everything in order, he didn't even spare her a glance, appearing utterly indifferent as he walked away. Xingmu, with a disgruntled expression, wiped the blood from his face, casting a glance at her but only muttering a cultural insult. "Fool." He then crossed his arms and turned to leave. The ninth prince sighed deeply, shook his head, and also departed. Having left earlier, Hong Hong felt a profound disappointment. She had anticipated a clash between the two women, yet it had merely devolved into a battle of words. What a bore! Observing the reactions of the others, Xia Xuejian's face darkened. She bore an expression akin to someone suffering from a decade-long constipation. What were their reactions? Why were they so apathetic, even disdainful of her? Did they not find her remarkable? Should they not be cheering for her? She had single-handedly turned the tide, after all. Was that not impressive? What was the matter with them? What were they thinking? I have achieved this much, elevated my status to such heights. What more do they want from me? Why had the situation diverged so drastically from her expectations? Just then, a waist suddenly squeezed through the crowd, hurrying over to whisper urgently in her ear, "Miss, it's bad news. The master has been captured by the Jinui." "What?" Xia Xuejian reacted with great intensity, anger seeping into her voice. On what grounds do the Jinui arrest people at will? Someone has reported your father for corruption, claiming he embezzled disaster relief funds. Xia Xuejian was rendered speechless. How could this be? Father is merely a fifth-rank official. He was involved in the disaster relief, but he was just a runner. The relief funds would never reach his hands. Wei had no answers to provide. The situation had already unfolded, and the reasons were now irrelevant. They needed to find a solution. Xia Xuejian quickly regained her composure and asked, "Do you know who reported him?" Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "It was the eldest lady of the sect, Ning Qingqing." Ning. Xia Xuejian felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. Disregarding her decorum, she erupted. Awe. The onlookers, who had previously seen her as an embodiment of benevolence, now stared at her in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired.
Yet,
She was no longer in the mood to maintain her facade of serenity. Confusion consumed her. How could Ning Qingqing act so swiftly? Hadn't her previous reports indicated that Xingmu was resistant to her? Should she not be targeting Yi Qingwan instead? Why was she coming after her? What had gone wrong? Though perplexed, Xia Xuejian swiftly composed herself, instructing Wei, "Go to the Ministry of Justice and inquire about the evidence for the accusations." To clear her father's name, she needed to first ascertain the basis of the attack against them to formulate a counter-strategy. After delivering her orders, Xia Xuejian turned her gaze back to the disaster relief scene, which had returned to normalcy, her emotions in turmoil. Just moments ago, she had made a significant impression. And now she should be basking in accolades. Why had everything changed so abruptly? At this moment, the most distressed was Xia Xuejian. After finally making a grand appearance before everyone, not only was there no applause, but now her own family was on the verge of collapse. This was beyond her expectations. However, the situation had already transpired. Lamenting and regretting was futile. She had underestimated Ning Qingqing, who was indeed a formidable adversary. From the outset, she had aimed to undermine her father. In the grand estate, glory and misfortune were intertwined. If her father fell, not only would her efforts to aid the disaster victims be overshadowed, but her own safety would also be compromised, leaving her without a foothold in the capital. Therefore, her immediate priority was not to pursue the matter of Yi Qingwan's counterfeit medicine, but to clear her father's name. Having established an alliance with the Minister of Justice, she quickly drafted a copy of the evidence and handed it to Wei for delivery to Xia Xuejian. After reviewing it, Xia Xuejian discovered that the official responsible for the disaster relief had indeed embezzled funds, although the court had allocated hundreds of thousands of taels for disaster relief. Only a mere 30,000 taels remained by the time it reached the local magistrate's office. With no alternative, the magistrate could only procure inferior rice and cotton clothing. And the daily disaster relief porridge was so sparse that it was hardly recognizable. It was worse than the usual washing water for rice. The cotton clothing was stuffed with leaves, leading to widespread starvation and freezing among the disaster victims, who eventually could no longer endure the suffering, resulting in riots that destroyed the magistrate's office and even led to the deaths of several officials sent for disaster relief. The situation escalated, and the magistrate could no longer suppress the outcry, prompting a report to the court. The emperor, infuriated, executed several officials responsible for the disaster relief, and her father, as a participant, was also detained for questioning. However, there was no direct evidence to implicate him in corruption. It was clear that he was an innocent victim. This was the crux of her dilemma. If the emperor had evidence, he could punish the guilty parties, but without any proof against the officials, they would all face the same punishment, an utterly terrifying prospect. Now, she had to devise a way to prove her father's innocence while simultaneously demonstrating the guilt of those officials. For only then would the emperor release the innocent. Xia Xuejian currently finds herself in a state of distress. After arduous efforts to reach her present circumstances, just as she began to see a glimmer of hope, she was unceremoniously cast back into disgrace, her reputation tarnished. Anger swells within her. Yet she dares not confront Ning Qingqing directly. After all, her primary support derives from the sect. Should she bring their animosity into the light, the sect would undoubtedly turn against her. The cost outweighs the benefit, thus, she must endure. Xia Xuejian feels an overwhelming sense of injustice. What has provoked Ning Qingqing to orchestrate such malicious schemes against her? Dear sister, I have not sought out your esteemed brother Xingmu. Have I? We have exchanged but a few words, not exceeding 10 in number. Is this truly warranted? I have never encountered such a deranged woman. In stark contrast to Xia Xuejian's ire, Yi Qingwan revels in her indulgences at the Yihong Tower, savoring delectable delights, while maidens attend to her, massaging her shoulders and legs. They frequently inquire if she feels cold or hot, adjusting their pressure with meticulous care. As for her loyal maid Tsue, she has long since been released from her servitude, assisting in procuring a residence and land for her, allowing her to enjoy a taste of the genteel life. Why not indulge while she can? It is likely that misfortune awaits her soon, for once the emperor concludes his relief efforts, he will redirect his focus toward her, ready to impose punishment, exile, and imprisonment as necessary. It would then be prudent for her to find a scapegoat, perhaps framing Nangong Muyan for treason, so that while she faces exile, he is confined, leaving the remainder to our illustrious protagonist's performance. Just as she was caressing the delicate hand of a young maiden, the steward approached her. The fact that the esteemed steward personally sought her out indicated the gravity of the matter at hand.
Je Qingwan hastili komposet herself, shedding her karefri demeanor.
And followed him home with utmost respect. Her father had been awaiting her return in the study, and upon seeing her, he first had a servant present her with a warming pot to soothe her hands before speaking. I am aware of today's relief efforts and medicinal distributions. Forgive me, father, for I have brought you trouble once more. She had anticipated a furious outburst, perhaps even punishment or confinement, yet to her surprise, he replied, "This is not your fault." Who could have foreseen that such a young and unremarkable concubine's daughter would possess such profound medical knowledge, rivaling the renowned Hua Tuo's unique technique of the 9 needles? Thus, even with my presence, we have suffered a setback. We underestimated this young lady. Nonetheless, I must admit I am astonished that you have befriended the esteemed Ning Qingqing. You have done exceedingly well. However, I am curious. How did you come to establish contact with her? Yi Qingwan dared not divulge too much. Some matters were best kept from her father's involvement. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. That gentleman Xingmu is Miss Ning's fiancé. She entrusted me with his care. And through those interactions, we became friends. The steward nodded in approval. Excellent. Nurture that relationship. In comparison to Xingmu, Ning Qingqing is the biological daughter of the sect's Grand Master. Fostering a good rapport with her will be far more advantageous than currying favor with Xingmu. However, your ruckus outside the city has already spread like wildfire. The emperor is currently preoccupied with dealing with a swarm of corrupt officials, and thus has no time to address you. However, once the corruption cases are resolved, he may turn his attention to you. Prepare yourself mentally. Father, I understand. The steward nodded again. That is good to hear. Do not worry excessively. I will ensure matters are settled before the emperor takes notice of you. Father, please. There is no need for concern on my behalf. I am quite capable of handling things myself, Yi Qingwan insisted, kneeling before him. I implore you, heed my advice, refrain from interfering in the protagonist's affairs. Let's live our lives peacefully and joyfully retire, shall we? The steward fell silent for a moment, finally relenting. If you wish for me to refrain from meddling, I shall do so. However, should you find yourself unable to manage, remember to seek my assistance. Do not be too proud. Thank you, father. She expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. Allow me to show my appreciation. With that, she performed 2 respectful bows, leaving the steward somewhat bewildered by her actions, still processing what had transpired as she exited. Now, has my precious daughter truly become so filial? Kneeling and bowing at every opportunity. Chapter 79. Is Hong Hong also a transmigrated? Yi Qingwan did not relish the act of kneeling. Yet with a father who could neither strike nor scold her, it was her only recourse. After the moment of panic, she returned to her chamber, intending to calm her nerves with some peanuts. Oddly enough, she found herself inexplicably fond of them lately, despite having previously disliked them. Just as she contemplated this peculiarity, Hong Hong leaped through the window, startling her into covering her eyes. Though Hong Hong frequently entered unannounced, Yi Qingwan was unaccustomed to seeing him without a shirt today. What are you doing, Hong Hong? Are you some sort of exhibitionist? Yet, she could not help but notice his sculpted abs, a striking six-pack. Peering through a narrow gap between her fingers, she could not resist glimpsing his physique. I simply wish to discern what antics he is up to, not out of desire for his form. Surprisingly, Hong Hong did not refute her. Instead, he retrieved a willow branch from his back, presenting it to her. Yi Qingwan soon realized that he carried an assortment of willow twigs, uneven in thickness and length, some still adorned with leaves, clearly hastily gathered from a tree. What is your intent? She inquired, genuinely perplexed by his actions. Hong Hong appeared somewhat disheartened. Is it not obvious? I come to offer an apology. The medicinal formula was given by me to Xia Xuejian. An apology. Not only do I fail to see it, but I also suspect you are merely jesting with me. Observing the thin twig in her hand, Qingwan adopted a mockingly amused expression. For an apology, one would expect something more substantial, would they not? Where is the proper offering? Hong Hong earnestly pointed to the flimsy twig in her grasp, asserting with conviction, there it is. Qingwan, exasperated, glanced between him and the twig. So, is it you seeking forgiveness, or is it this twig? Somehow, it seems this twig would have a better chance of surviving than you. Furthermore, that is not the crux of the matter. How can you confess so readily? According to the original storyline, I should be the one to expose your betrayal, leading to a fierce confrontation where you stubbornly deny your actions until I ultimately forgive you for your misguided intentions. Yet here you are, confessing before I even utter a word. What am I to do now? If you have already admitted guilt, how can I proceed with the narrative? Am I to simply let you go? Or is it even possible to drive you away? But I cannot afford to lose you. You are the only one who serves my interests in this farcical tale. Would you condemn me to navigate this absurdity alone? Wait a moment, something feels off. As a double agent, why would he expose himself before I even begin to suspect him? If he is aware of my doubt, he would simply distance himself. Why would he choose to confess to me? If he wishes to remain, he should adhere to the original plot, denying everything until he successfully earns my trust. Regardless of the decision he makes, whether to endure punishment or face expulsion, he is bound to experience one of the two. However, his act of self-detonation leaves him with no outcome but to be severely beaten and subsequently ousted, thus suffering both fates. What does he hope to achieve? Has he grown weary of the mortal realm and yearns to explore the underworld? Qingwan finds his behavior particularly perplexing, as if he has anticipated my own predictions. And you know what that implies. Could it be that he has gleaned some insights, perhaps regarding the original plot? But how could he possibly know? This script is not circulating within this world. Could he, too, be a traveler from another realm? Qingwan decides to test the waters. Hong Hong. The king covers the tiger. Hong Hong. Not responding? Shall I try again? Moving, I am moving. Hong Hong. Has she had a stroke? Noticing his complete lack of reaction, even showing signs of potentially knocking himself unconscious, Qingwan falls into contemplation. It appears he is not a traveler. Since you are not a traveler, why engage in self-detonation? Your actions complicate matters for me. You male protagonists are all a source of anxiety. Could you not perform a good deed and grant me a way out? I find myself in a dire situation. I fear I may be the first traveler in this world to be driven to death by the male leads of the story. Now, how should I handle him? He has already self-detonated. If I do not impose some consequences, it would not only violate my character, but also render me less than ordinary.
Why?
Qingwan tosses the question back to him. Why did you betray me? I wish to know the reason. I did not betray you. I merely sought to teach Xia Xuejian a lesson on your behalf by feigning to provide her with a prescription, altering a few ingredients in the process. Unexpectedly, I ended up creating an authentic one. Qingwan is on the verge of tears. With your performance, I cannot respond appropriately, little brother. I am the wicked female antagonist. Quite wicked indeed. Could you at least exhibit a hint of fear? But at this point, she can only go along with it, pretending to be quite angry as she declares, considering it is your first offense, and you have saved me multiple times, I shall let you off this time. Should there be a repeat, I shall account for both the new and old debts. Hong Hong sticks out his tongue, relieved to have acted preemptively, thus avoiding a beating. Just as he breathes a sigh of relief, Qingwan adds, however, the nation has its laws, and families have their rules. A small punishment is still necessary to establish my authority in the residence. Damn it, after all this I still have to take a beating? Zhong Yuan Yidian Hong fixates on Qingwan, stealthily reaching for a pouch of intoxicating fragrance at his waist. Should I simply take her out and return her tomorrow? I shall revert to my previous profession, let others play their foolish games without me. After much hesitation, he finally takes a deep breath, extends his hand, and drags over a long bench, positioning it upside down, and lies across it. Yingvan? What are you doing? Hong Hong. Impatiently. Aren't you going to hit the bench? Hurry up, I'm not dressed, and it's a bit cold. When did I say I would hit you? Qingwan is utterly speechless. I merely wanted you to stand at the door and loudly proclaim, Miss, I was wrong, Hong Hong. Why didn't you say so earlier? In the future, communicate such matters sooner, or it might jeopardize your innocence. He then stands, puts on his outer garment, and as she wished, stands on the rooftop at the entrance, shouting loudly, Miss, I was wrong. Qingwan naturally hears this and bursts into laughter. She begins to understand why the brides who were taken by Hong Hong would wait for him so long after being returned, with such an irresistibly charming character. Who could fail to adore him? They never intended for this, but Hong Hong is simply too endearing. Chapter 80. Master 10 points the way for Xia Xuejian. Although Hong Hong may be a bit off-kilter, the plot is generally proceeding in accordance with the original narrative. Presently, the entire capital is aware that Yi Qingwan resorted to using counterfeit medicine in her pursuit of merit, ultimately relying on Xia Xuejian to turn the tide, only for her to succumb to anger and faint from blood loss. Xia Xuejian, on the other hand, has become renowned as a miraculous doctor, the true heir of the legendary Hua Tuo, with her medical skills receiving high praise. Those seeking her services nearly trample the threshold of the Xia family. However, she is currently preoccupied with thoughts of rescuing her father, who remains imprisoned, unraveling the corruption surrounding the disaster relief grain. Determining who is responsible and the extent of the embezzlement proves to be no easy task. Even the emperor is at a loss, compelled to take drastic measures. As an outsider to the political arena, she finds herself at an even greater disadvantage. Just as she feels hopeless and anxious, Master 10 unexpectedly sends someone to invite her to the palace. His mother has been ill for several months, showing no signs of recovery and recently deteriorating further, leaving the imperial physicians at a loss. Having heard of her exceptional medical skills, they seek her assistance in the palace. Master 10 is the biological brother of Master 9, and his mother is also the mother of Master 9. Thus, she must be treated. Moreover, if she can gain entry to the palace, she might gather more information regarding the disaster relief grain. This presents a dual opportunity, and why would she not seize it? She readily agrees and follows Master 10 into the palace. Miss Xia, please come in. Master 10 personally guides her. To be honest, he now holds a measure of admiration for Xia Xuejian. He recalls their first encounter at a banquet in the residence, where Master 9 introduced an unassuming girl as his future princess, and he had dismissed her without a second thought. Yet, unexpectedly, in such a short span, she has shed her identity as a lowly concubine, accomplished significant feats in disaster relief and malaria treatment, and has now acquired impressive medical skills. Her rapid growth is simply astonishing. He realizes he had misjudged her. Fortunately, Master 9 possesses a discerning eye, maintaining a relatively close relationship with her, even sparking rumors of their clandestine meetings at night. Whether true or not, it is evident that Xia Xuejian has an interest in Master 9. As for Yi Qingwan, her current notoriety is simply unbearable. Thankfully, Master 9 firmly refused to fulfill his engagement with her, for marrying a woman of such poor reputation would surely tarnish his name. Thus, between Xia Xuejian and Yi Qingwan, he favors Xia Xuejian, this extraordinary woman. She is inherently remarkable, and he senses that she may have the backing of a sect, with a promising future ahead. Should she indeed have support from a sect, then not only Xia Xuejian but even the minister himself would need to exercise caution. Xia Xuejian remains humble and courteous, despite being the one summoned by Master 10. I am grateful for your assistance, Master 10. Upon entering the palace and arriving at the residence of Master 9 and Master 10's mother, the decor is not ostentatious, but possesses a certain charm, indicating that their mother is a refined individual. However, she is gravely ill now, appearing rather haggard, devoid of her former vitality. Xia Xuejian refrains from further conversation, promptly checking her pulse, discovering it is not a severe illness, but rather a result of prolonged emotional distress, leading to physical debilitation over time. She first administers acupuncture, then prescribes a remedy, advising that it be taken for 7 days. After that, she will return to perform acupuncture once more and adjust the prescription. Within approximately a month, she should recover fully. Your Highness must also find ways to alleviate your worries. Do not overthink, Xia Xuejian advises. After receiving the acupuncture, the princess feels significantly relieved. Her spirits lifted, prompting her to sit up with the help of her maid, eager to converse, having been unable to raise her eyelids just days prior. Such remarkable medical skills at such a young age. You are truly astute, the princess praises. You honor me, Your Highness. If you feel well enough, you may take short walks within the palace daily to aid in your recovery. The princess nods, refraining from further words. Seeing his mother's condition improve, Master 10 expresses his deep gratitude to Xia Xuejian, repeatedly thanking her, acknowledging that Master 9 has an excellent eye for talent in finding such a gem. As she was escorted out of the palace, the 10th prince spoke up. Forgive my boldness, but it seems that Lord Xia has become entangled in a scandal regarding disaster relief embezzlement. I wonder how things have unfolded? Xia Shui, perceptive as ever, discern the 10th prince's intent. He sought to reciprocate her kindness in treating his ailment. Thus, she did not withhold the truth, recounting the events leading up to the situation and vowing on her life that her father would never engage in corrupt practices. The 10th prince believed her. After all, Lord Xia was a seasoned bureaucrat, adhering to the principle of seeking no merit but avoiding mistakes. He would not achieve anything grand, yet he would not err significantly either. Given his temperament, even if the opportunity for corruption arose, he would lack the audacity to pursue it, especially considering that his official rank did not meet the threshold for such misconduct. Consequently, he promised to intercede with the emperor on her behalf and offered her a clear path. Embezzlement of disaster relief provisions typically involved multiple layers of corruption, with nearly everyone involved compromised. You might investigate how much relief grain remained when it left your father's hands. This way, your target would be significantly reduced. Upon hearing this, Xia Shui experienced a moment of enlightenment and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, 10th prince. Though he appeared to have done nothing, his words had clarified her thoughts. No wonder everyone claimed that the 10th prince excelled in strategy. Compared to the 9th prince, he possessed a deeper cunning. And it was evident now that their assertions were indeed true, earning her admiration. By the way, 10th prince, has the 9th prince entered the palace today? 9th brother is preoccupied with the sacrificial rites. He visits our mother after the morning court session and is thereafter seldom seen. You likely won't encounter him today. No matter. The more occupied the 9th prince is, the more it indicates his favor with his majesty, which is a good sign. The 10th prince smiled, recognizing her understanding. Such a woman was indeed fit to join them in their endeavors. After escorting her out of the palace, the 10th prince took his leave, returning to attend to their mother. Since the 9th prince was unavailable, he would remain by her side daily, as she was his only family left. As for the emperor, it was better left unmentioned. After Xia Shui departed, the 9th prince arrived at the inner palace to visit their mother. Noticing her improved spirit, he felt a weight lift from his heart. After exchanging a few words with her, he was called away by the 10th prince, who recounted the day's events concerning Xia Shui's treatment of their mother. What do you need her for? There are numerous imperial physicians in the palace, surely more capable than she. If the palace physicians were effective, our mother's condition would not be so erratic. Besides, what harm is there in my seeking her assistance? Do you not have feelings for her? This could also strengthen your bond. The 9th prince responded with confusion. Are your ears merely for decoration? When did I ever express affection for her? I find the characters in this narrative generally lacking in intellect. Chapter 81. The 9th Prince's Revelation Naturally. The 9th Prince bore no ill will towards his younger brother. He was merely an innocent victim of the original narrative's toxicity. However, certain truths needed to be clarified today. Younger brother, perhaps I was not clear before, leading to your misunderstandings about my relationship with Xia Shui. While I do not hold it against you, I must now explicitly state that I deeply dislike Xia Shui. If possible, I would prefer never to hear the name Xia again. As for the supposed rendezvous you heard about, it was not me. The one meeting her was Yue, who has since been expelled from the royal residence. You can verify this with him. He is currently serving as Xia Shui's attendant. The 10th prince was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected twist. He struggled to process it. 9th brother, what do you say regarding your earlier decision to run to the Xiang residence to annul your engagement with her? That was my error. I was ignorant and reckless. I deeply regret it now. Were I to relive that moment, I would certainly watch her be crushed by a carriage without intervening. Who could have anticipated that my careless action would result in such a calamity? Although the 10th prince found it difficult to grasp his brother's sudden shift in attitude, he acknowledged that the 9th prince had been diligently managing state affairs for their father, demonstrating a level of competence inconsistent with a state of mental disarray. You truly do not harbor feelings for Xia Shui? Not only do I not like her, but I also find her presence irksome. The 10th prince nodded, cautiously probing. Then, who do you favor? This question caught the 9th prince off guard. After a prolonged silence, his face flushed as he stammered. I do not particularly favor anyone, but I do find Yi Qingwan somewhat agreeable. The 10th prince was utterly astonished. Had his brother lost his memory? How could he possibly have developed an affinity for Yi Qingwan, whom he had previously despised to the point of attempting to humiliate her by forcing her to annul her engagement with a random common girl?
Now,
He was claiming to think well of her? 9th brother, your mood swings are rather unpredictable, aren't they? The 9th prince felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Who could foresee matters of the heart? Had I known I would eventually come to like her, I would have fallen for her at first sight, avoiding all this convoluted drama and returning to square one.
Yet,
While he returned to his starting point, Yi Qingwan continued to stride forward, creating a rather uncomfortable situation for him. Ninth brother, do you still intend to rely on Xiangyi? Or is he coercing you? If so, let me know, and I shall confront him. The 10th prince remained skeptical. It was hard to believe such a sudden change could occur. He had once fervently declared that he would rather forgo the throne than marry Yi Qingwan, and now he had compelled the 10th prince to abandon the Xiang family as a support. How could such intense dislike transform so rapidly? Please, refrain from expanding your thoughts and stop your baseless speculations. What I am expressing now is my sincerest sentiment. The 9th prince, having witnessed the imaginative capabilities of individuals like Yi Qingwan, Xia Shui, and Yu Wei, grew wary whenever he observed others deep in thought. These individuals seemed to possess an uncanny ability to connect events, regardless of their relevance to the original plot, leading him to suspect that Yi Qingwan's storyline persisted solely due to her own imagination. As long as she believed it to be true, it was so. Her perception disregarded his own perspective entirely. However, the more he attempted to clarify, the more bewildered the 10th prince appeared. If you like her, then simply admit it.
Why must you justify it?
Moreover, she is not the one you have feelings for, so what does it matter what you say to me? The 9th prince, irritated by the 10th prince's incredulous gaze, grew frustrated with the scrutiny. He decided to leave, exiting the palace and heading straight to the Xia residence. Xia Shui, having not seen the 9th prince for quite some time, was taken aback by his sudden visit. Your Highness, what brings you here? The 9th prince tossed a pouch towards her. This is for you, payment for your treatment of my mother. You are the physician, and we are the patients. Let us settle our accounts and remain square, so do not go around claiming familiarity between us. Xia Shui fumbled for a moment before managing to catch the pouch, initially uncertain of its contents, only to discover it was money, her fee from the 9th prince. Your Highness, what is this? Xia Shui was bewildered by the unexpected reprimand, feeling a hint of grievance. This is the second time I have explicitly told you that I deeply, deeply dislike you. The mere mention of the name Xia sends shivers down my spine. I hope you will no longer harbor any fantasies about me. Furthermore, please suppress those peculiar flights of fancy. What I am expressing now is a true reflection of my thoughts. I have no desire to protect you. In fact, I would rather see you perish sooner rather than later. Take a look in the mirror. You have truly achieved a level of being universally reviled. With that, the 9th prince felt a sense of relief wash over him. He is the 9th prince of Du, perpetually arrogant, unable to tolerate your existence. And there is no need for him to conceal his disdain. Their quarrel was quite raucous. After all, it was merely the prince's venting of his displeasure. Yet it still attracted a multitude of curious onlookers from among the servants. The 9th prince had actually graced their Xia residence with his presence. Typically, those who visited were of similar rank to the master, and even the occasional distinguished guest, like the 10th lord, would only meet at the entrance, never daring to tread within the estate. Yet here was the 9th prince, visiting specifically to see the 6th young lady. The spirit of gossip ignited instantly within the Xia residence, with individuals abandoning their tasks to gather, either near or far, to witness the unfolding drama. They had no knowledge of the specifics of the conversation, only that the 9th prince had personally come to seek the 6th young lady. It appeared that the two truly shared an ambiguous connection, as the 9th prince's actions had thrust their relationship into the open. One could not help but wonder if the 9th prince was eager to showcase this to Miss Yi. Xia Shuejian, holding a pouch of silver, was momentarily stunned. Your Highness, I merely treated the Empress's ailment. What have I done to deserve such humiliation? At this juncture, the 9th prince found himself somewhat at a loss. After all, she had assisted his mother, achieving some measure of success, and had done nothing wrong, yet he had come here to unleash his fury. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters, for the characters in this narrative were all rather eccentric. If he were even slightly courteous, they would concoct an elaborate love story in their minds. He had truly reached his limit. Chapter 82. If I cannot win your love, then I shall possess your being. Although Xia Shuejian had indeed done no wrong this time, and one could argue that the 9th prince owed her a debt of gratitude for curing his mother, the prince was exhausted by the confines of this narrative. Regardless of his actions, the onlookers would invariably interpret them as mere theatrics. It was as if they were poisoned by delusion. Hence, he resolved to clearly and unequivocally convey to Xia Shuejian and to all present that he harbored no affection for her. Indeed, he found her quite distasteful. You have not erred in your actions, and I am grateful for your assistance in treating my mother. Thus your kindness is a debt owed to you by me. However, as for feelings, there are none. I harbor not a single sentiment for you. Faced with the prince's barrage of criticisms, Xia Xuejian, although bewildered, could not refrain from defending herself. Your Highness, are you still holding a grudge over our previous encounter? If so, I can send Yue away from the Xia residence. I shall never see him again. At that moment, Yue, who was standing outside holding food, silently lowered his head, realizing that in the presence of the prince, he was utterly insignificant. He suddenly felt as though he were the butt of a joke. The ninth prince chuckled at this. Do you know why I so despise you? Xia Xuejian shook her head, for her intentions had always been for his benefit. Because you appear docile and devoted, yet you are the most heartless of all. Yue nearly suffered a fatal beating for your sake, and from a trusted confidant of a prince, he fell to the rank of a mere fifth-grade official. He is deeply devoted to you, and yet you would so easily cast him aside. Do you believe that anyone without utility is expendable in your eyes? Xia Xuejian was rendered speechless by his harsh words, hastily retorting, Isn't it all for your sake? I do not wish to abandon him, but since you do not favor him, I cannot keep him. For you, I would sacrifice my life, let alone anything else. The ninth prince raised his hand to halt her nauseating confession. Do not attribute everything to me. I have but one head and cannot bear such a heavy burden of guilt. From now on, let us part ways. As for my mother's treatment, you need not trouble yourself. I have already summoned the most capable disciple of the esteemed Dr. Sai Huadua, who will arrive in the capital tomorrow. I have also instructed my 10th brother not to disturb Miss Xia any further. I hope you will show some self-respect and refrain from interfering with him for any reason. Xia Xuejian's expression darkened, but the 10th lord, how could he? Are you truly incapable of discerning? My 10th brother's previous politeness towards you is merely a misunderstanding. I have now made my feelings abundantly clear to him, and he will no longer have any entanglements with you. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourself. With that, the 9th prince turned and left without a backward glance. To say she was foolish would not be an exaggeration. It was merely an accurate reflection of her inability to grasp the truth, still indulging in her own fantasies. As long as she could conjure her own narratives, it seemed no one could possibly dislike her. Truly, even ghosts would fear her. The 9th prince, in a fit of confusion that night, had disregarded the proprieties between genders and social ranks, bearing his intentions as he entered the abode of a mere 5th-grade official to confront a lady. However, having made his feelings clear, he felt a sense of relief. He had spoken so harshly that it was only a hair's breadth from striking her. Surely, she could not still convince herself that this was for her own good? If she could still fabricate such notions, then she ought to cease to exist, lest she bring misfortune to others. Upon exiting the Xia residence and returning to the royal manor, he overheard the servants already gossiping about his late-night visit. A sudden chill ran down his spine as he recalled Yi Qingwan's warnings about being framed. Was he not inadvertently laying the groundwork for Yi Qingwan's schemes? Allowing her to fabricate tales of clandestine meetings with Xia Xuejian, leading to her fury and desire for vengeance against him? It was a complete disaster. These two women, one with an astonishing capacity for imagination and the other with a silver tongue capable of turning black into white, could even resurrect the dead with their words. What sins had he committed to be entangled with such individuals? As expected, by the following day, news of the 9th prince's nocturnal visit to seek out Xia Xuejian had spread throughout the capital. Had it not been for the disaster-stricken populace blocking the streets, it was likely the entire day you would have known. Have you heard? Last night, the 9th prince actually took it upon himself to visit the Xia residence and even entered the inner courtyard to meet with Xia Xuejian. Indeed, I heard. It is said that they had quite the quarrel. What was the argument about? It seems the 9th prince was displeased that Xia Xuejian sought out the 10th lord instead of him, and he was furious. Is he jealous? Surely he is. The gossipers spun the tale further, their imaginations running wild. If the 9th prince were to hear such rumors, he might unleash a massacre, leveling the capital in his rage. While the public clamor suggested the 9th prince was infatuated with Xia Xuejian, consumed by jealousy, only Xia Xuejian herself understood that he was not jesting. And his words cut deeply, leaving her perplexed and sorrowful. Yet she continued to reassure herself that the 9th prince's actions stemmed from his profound affection for her. Hence his anger. Love breeds accountability, indeed. He did not wish for her to treat the empress, fearing she might think he sought to exploit her. Even if that were not the case, it mattered not. She adored him, and regardless of his feelings, as long as she devoted herself to helping him, he would eventually recognize her worth. Furthermore, she was determined to grow stronger, so that one day, she would become an undeniable presence in his life. One he could not ignore. Perhaps one day, she would make him forever reliant upon her, much like the current prime minister, who, despite the emperor's wariness, could not act against him, and instead depended upon him. Thus, Xia Xuejian believed that as long as she became powerful enough, the prince would remain by her side. Not out of affection, but because she occupied the esteemed position beside him. If she could not become the one he loved, then she would become the one he could not do without. For her, the outcome would be the same. The details were inconsequential. Upon this realization, Xia Xuejian regained her composure and summoned Yue, who had seemingly refrained from appearing before her all day, likely due to having overheard the events of the previous night. I sincerely apologize for last night. I was overly anxious and perhaps a bit indiscreet. I was merely concerned that the prince might misunderstand, which is why I felt compelled to clarify our relationship. This was for your own good, as I feared the prince might create difficulties for you. Surely, you do not take it to heart? In response to Xia Xuejian's apology, Yue appeared rather disinterested, merely bowing his head and stating, "Miss, there is no need for you to explain. What you said is undeniably the truth. Yue, I never intended to hurt you. I was simply flustered myself last night." She reassured him. "I understand, miss. You need not dwell on it," Yue replied empathetically, even turning the tables to comfort her. Observing that he truly bore no ill will, Xia Xuejian felt a weight lift from her heart. "Then you may return to your duties," she instructed. "Yes, Mississippi." Yet, once outside, a shadow of despondency clouded Yue's face. Glancing upward, he noted the overcast skies, concluding that sunlight was unlikely to break through. He recalled the prince's words from the previous night. Some individuals, while appearing loyal and affectionate, are, in truth, devoid of genuine sentiment. Perhaps Xia Xuejian was merely a facade of innocence. Who could truly know her inner thoughts? At this moment, Yue found himself reflecting on his feelings for the young lady, realizing that they were not as profound as he once believed. She did not seem to be the paragon he had imagined. The news of the Ninth Prince's clandestine meetings with Xia Xuejian spread swiftly, reaching Qingwan's ears within a day. The instant she heard the tidings, her spirit soared. "Heavenly deities, you have been exceedingly gracious to me. This is a timely stroke of fortune. I had been fretting over that foolish Nangong Liyun, who repeatedly sought to explain himself. If I had continued to ignore him, would it not have been excessively contrived? Now, however, he is sneaking away to rendezvous with Xia Xuejian in the dead of night. What a splendid turn of events. It is as if he has delivered me a lifeline. If he is to indulge in such clandestine escapades, surely I can drag him down with me before my demise. And it would be justified, would it not? Of course, it is justifiable. If you act unjustly, I shall reciprocate in kind. What is done in return is not deemed impolite. When the emperor questions her about it, she can feign a desire to atone and accuse the Ninth Prince of treason. Cornered, he would have no escape. Only for the heroine to descend like a celestial being, rescuing the protagonist from dire straits, thereby illuminating her own heroic stature. The heroine is truly remarkable, propping up the crumbling edifice and reversing the tide of misfortune, once again showcasing her extraordinary talents, prompting ambitious individuals within the sect to gradually detach themselves and pledge allegiance to her. The balance of power within the sect would begin to shift, marking a pivotal moment. It is from this juncture that the heroine would cultivate her own independent strength, no longer relying on the sect or the Ninth Prince. The heroine is on the verge of rising to prominence. Let the male leads tremble in anticipation. I am utterly delighted. Today, I shall extol the virtues of the Ninth Prince to the system. He is truly a considerate darling, more attentive than the courtesans of the Red Chamber. I adore him. Ha ha ha. The Ninth Prince is simply too delightful. I am smitten. Why do I suddenly perceive him as less foolish? No, next time I present him with a treasonous banquet, I must include a little fish treat as a bonus. Meanwhile, the Ninth Prince, upon witnessing the jests, felt a pang of frustration in his chest. Indeed, this little rascal had begun to exploit the situation again. Others looked on in confusion. What is troubling the Ninth Prince? Speak up, we are curious. The elder statesman, seizing a handful of peanuts, mused. Though he had no part in the drama, observing the performances was far more entertaining than the intrigues of the court. The Ninth Prince is once again clandestinely meeting with Xia Xuejian. Is this not forcing me into a situation where we are both doomed? But fear not. You shall come to no harm. Our heroine will descend like a deity to rescue you. Although you may endure suspicion from the emperor for a time, even potentially face confinement, you must have faith in your sister Xuejian's capabilities. There is little that can thwart her. Within 2 months, she will have you entirely liberated, and at that juncture, you would owe her your devotion. Ninth Prince, I would prefer to remain confined. I speak solely for myself. I extend my gratitude to Xia Xuejian and her entire family. The others, however, were quite animated, speculating whether the ninth prince would indeed pledge himself to her. Considering how well she treated him, would he dare to remain unmoved? Especially the elder statesman, who, had he been able to voice his thoughts, would have inquired of the ninth prince's sentiments and perhaps even urged him to simply accept Xia Xuejian, for she had laid bare her heart to him, a loyal and devoted young lady. Would it not bring solace to all? If the ninth prince were to learn of these musings, he would surely roar in exasperation. If she is so splendid, why do you not pursue her yourself? To which Lu Sheng would innocently retort, I would, but she does not deem me worthy. The ninth prince was driven to frustration. Yet, amidst the chaos, the plot remained rather lacking in substance. Treason among princes has always been a grave offense in the emperor's eyes, even if falsely accused. It plants a seed of suspicion within the emperor's mind, a thorn that, once extracted, splatters blood, while if left embedded, it causes persistent agony. Rather than allow the emperor to remain in a state of perpetual anxiety, it would be far better to eliminate the threat entirely. Such ties can only be severed by death. They cannot be resolved by mere words. Of course, all of this is disregarded in the presence of the heroine's aura. At this moment, the ninth prince no longer wished to resist. If escape were impossible, he would simply lay back and observe how Yi Qingwan would frame him. He had ceased to demand anything, merely hoping that her accusations would bear a lighter hand and that her excuses would be less absurd. So transparent that everyone would see through her attempts to fabricate a crime against him. Following his complaints, rewards from the system arrived, gold to be saved for when she returned, transforming her into a veritable wealthy lady, one who could even afford bodyguards. System, grant me a set of the Dugu 9 swords. I shall obliterate that fool Xingmu.
Ding.
The first level of the Dugu 9 swords has been successfully credited. Please check your account. Is the Dugu 9 swords divided into levels?
What do you mean by that?
The system responded. The Dugu 9 swords are a high-level sword technique requiring numerous skill points. Your current skill points suffice only for the first level.
How dare you?
Mind your words. Swearing once incurs a penalty of 4 skill points. Upon hearing of the penalty, Yi Qingwan swallowed her retort, reformulating her words until they became a jumble. You are so cute. However, this is rather excessive. The Dugu 9 swords have 9 levels? If the first level requires 8 skill points, then all 9 would demand 72 skill points. And skill points cannot be stacked. Your arithmetic would make a capitalist weep. The system. It is beyond my control. You cannot tolerate me, yet you cannot eliminate me either. In the midst of this, the system vanished without a trace. Yingvan. So now I must contend with both the male leads and the system? It is clear that within this narrative, I am at the very bottom of the food chain. System. May your lineage be cursed, never to bear offspring, and may your descendants be numerous, all of them filled with the crimson seed. Chapter 84. Male leads, beware. I am about to frame the ninth prince. After mastering the first level of the Dugu 9 swords, she felt quite satisfied. With his skill, she could at least survive 10 exchanges under Xingmu's command. Enough of this. My employer beckons me to labor. Yi Qingwan gathered her emotions, suddenly engulfed in fury, sweeping all the fruits and snacks from the table to the ground, banging on the table and shouting, hum hum, summon me. Hum hum promptly leapt down from the rooftop, her gaze falling upon the chaos that lay before her, and her forehead was instantly adorned with black lines of exasperation. The drama queen was at it again. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance and asked, what happened? Go. Immediately find a few people and bring me the steward of the ninth prince's residence bound. Hum Hum was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be capturing the ninth prince? Why bind his steward? What is this all about? Do I need to explain myself when I undertake a task? Reluctantly, Hum Hum complied, though she muttered under her breath about the young lady's peculiar tastes, pondering how much older the steward was. Soon enough, the steward was brought before Yi Qingwan, tightly bound and with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Yi Qingwan sat before him wielding a small whip, one foot casually resting on a chair, exuding the air of a female bandit. The steward trembled at the sight of her, too frightened to resist. Do you remember me, steward? I am the young lady of the Xiang residence, Yi Qingwan, the one you particularly despise. The steward thought to himself that while he might be significant, he was certainly not forgetful, and therefore nodded obediently. Good, you remember. I present you with 2 choices. First, hand over the evidence of Nangong Muyun's treason, and I shall grant you a chance at life. Second, I shall execute you on the spot. Upon hearing her intent to slander the prince, the steward hastily shook his head, feeling that he would be betraying the prince if he did not keep his neck intact. What is this young lady thinking? Can one joke about treason? Such an accusation could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. While the prince might not go that far, the entire residence would face dire consequences. Not speaking, are we? Yi Qingwan remarked, gesturing to Hong Hong. Take him to the heavens and drop him until he becomes a puddle of flesh. Also, ensure that his entire 9 clans are exterminated. The steward nearly lost his breath at her words, hastily bowing his head in supplication, but was left utterly speechless. Yi Qingwan ripped the cloth from his mouth and inquired, "Have you reconsidered? Miss Yi, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but I possess no evidence myself. Regardless of whether the prince would engage in treason, he might not divulge anything to me. I know he won't tell you," Yi Qingwan replied. "You know this yet still bind me? Still pressuring me for answers? Thus, I require your cooperation." "How should I cooperate?" The steward seemed to grasp her intentions. "You do not mean for me to slander my own prince, do you?" "Precisely. How perceptive of you."
Qingwan fine surprise.
"I relish collaborating with intelligent individuals." The steward felt as though he might succumb to despair, thinking, "I do not wish to collaborate with someone I deem lacking in intelligence." Treason was no trifling matter, with only the two of them, devoid of any evidence, relying solely on words to implicate the prince. Did she think this was childish play? "Please, if you desire to perish, do not involve me." Yi Qingwan dismissed his protests and handed him a letter. "This contains evidence of your prince's collusion with foreign powers, attempting to conspire against the throne. Hold on to it, and when I expose him, you shall testify, understood?" "Understood, but it seems rather unreliable. Miss Yi, I believe this plan lacks stability. Perhaps we should reconsider?" Yi Qingwan waved her hand dismissively. "No need for reconsideration. My plan is flawless. Just follow my instructions and remember, no tricks." She pointed to her eyes and declared, "I am watching you. Should you attempt any deceit, I will annihilate your entire family." The steward thought to himself, "I do not wish to deceive. But the evidence you provided is insufficient." Yi Qingwan was acutely aware that this fabricated evidence could not substantiate claims of the 9th prince's treason. She had never intended to secure such a conviction. After all, he was the male protagonist. How could she allow him to be cornered, preventing his eventual rise? If he were unable to recover, the narrative would come to an abrupt halt, forcing her to start anew, a prospect she found daunting. Should the system fail, she would be the first to crumble. The steward, feeling his life was precariously at stake, hurriedly arranged for his family to escape the city under the cover of night before the situation escalated. The 9th prince, naturally, sensed the stewardess' unusual behavior and speculated that Yi Qingwan had begun her machinations. However, he was perplexed as to why she would choose such an unreliable steward to implicate him, bypassing his loyal subordinates. Surely, seeking out someone more competent than a mere steward would make more sense. As fate would have it, not long after, Xia Xuejian, with the assistance of the sect and the Minister of Justice, successfully unearthed the main conspirators and accomplices behind the embezzlement of disaster relief funds. Those uninvolved were promptly released, including her father, who found himself on the list of those set free. The emperor, recognizing their integrity and the injustices they had suffered, rewarded each with a promotion. Her father was no longer of the 5th rank, but had ascended to the 4th. The Xia family erupted in jubilation, and Minister Xia finally began to regard his previously inconspicuous daughter with newfound respect. Xia Xuejian's status in the household soared, even surpassing that of the legitimate eldest son.
Now,
Minister Xia entertained the notion that perhaps his daughter could one day ascend to the role of empress. Meanwhile, the emperor finally found the time to deal with Yi Qingwan. He had long been aware of her charitable efforts outside the city, but had been too preoccupied to address her actions. Now that he had a moment to spare, he intended to rectify the situation. Previously, he had failed to leverage her actions to undermine the chancellor. This time, he would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Thus, during court proceedings, he launched a tirade against the chancellor, vociferously demanding accountability. Yet the chancellor, seasoned in his role, simply replied, "I am unaware." Following this, he added, "My daughter is mischievous. I implore your majesty to temper your wrath." With that, he trivialized the entire affair as mere childish antics, as it had not caused significant uproar, inciting the emperor's fury to the brink of apoplexy. At this moment, Minister Xia, having conferred with Xia Xuejian, boldly stepped forward to enumerate the calamities of this situation, elevating it to the level of life and death, and civil unrest. The chancellor cast a sidelong glance at him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Ah, Minister Xia, your fervor is commendable. I had not realized you possessed such eloquence. Had I known, I would have dispatched you as an envoy to foreign lands to reclaim land for our great you." Minister Xia understood the chancellor was mocking him. Yet having made the decision to oppose him, he felt no trepidation. Thus, he beseeched the emperor, "Your Majesty, this matter arises from the conflict between my daughter and the chancellor's daughter. I dare to request that they confront one another in court. I oppose this. The court is no marketplace. Do you believe this is a venue for such trivialities?" At the mere mention of Yi Qingwan, the chancellor grew anxious, fearing the child would confess under pressure. Chapter 85. Nuhila Yi Qingwan was finally exiled. Minister Xia's suggestion aligned perfectly with the emperor's desires. Having them confront one another was far preferable to listening to the chancellor dismissing the matter as mere childish mischief. Thus, the emperor hastily summoned all involved parties. Soon, both Xia Xuejian and Yi Qingwan arrived at the court. As Yi Qingwan entered, she wore a beaming smile, appearing as if she were on a leisurely stroll. The assembled ministers and the emperor were left puzzled. Why was Yi Qingwan so cheerful? Did she not comprehend the impending calamity? Yet it was unlikely she lacked awareness. The emissaries delivering the edict would have certainly clarified matters. So, why did she continue to smile? Was she truly so daft? Only Lu Sheng, fully aware of her performance, watched with a knowing gaze, shaking his head in resignation, while casting a look towards the ninth prince, as if wishing him good fortune. The ninth prince, however, wore a troubled expression, as if bracing for impact. Yi Qingwan was indeed bringing her absurd script to life. At that moment, the ninth prince beckoned to a waiting court eunuch, one whom he had discreetly placed in the palace long ago but had yet to employ. The eunuch hurried over, inquiring, "Your Highness, do you have any commands? Take this royal decree and summon all my guards to the outskirts of the city, stating that it is my command," replied the ninth prince. The eunuch looked perplexed. "Your Highness, if they inquire about their purpose outside the city, what should I say?" After a moment of contemplation, the ninth prince suggested, "Simply inform them that the scenery beyond the city walls is quite splendid, and I have instructed them to enjoy the view." The eunuch, still bewildered, questioned, "Your Highness, is there some urgent matter that requires the guards to be relocated?" Though merely an eunuch, he had been entrusted by the prince to be close to the emperor, thus he was no ordinary servant but a confidant. And his concern grew upon witnessing the prince's unusual demeanor. With thoughts of Yi Qingwan's impending actions weighing heavily on him, the prince sighed, "It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that I will soon be falsely accused of treason. By relocating the guards, I aim to prevent any impulsive actions on their part. It would be disastrous if a fabricated accusation of treason turned into a genuine one. Not only would Yi Qingwan find herself in a predicament, but I would as well." The eunuch, upon hearing this, was nearly struck with terror. Who would dare to act so boldly? "Your Highness, do you have a plan in place?"
Indeed.
"Simply follow my instructions," the prince reassured him. The eunuch, feeling somewhat relieved, took the royal decree and departed discreetly. Once the eunuch was gone, the ninth prince felt a weight lift from his shoulders, thinking, "Very well, Yi, I have even relocated my guards for you. If you cannot frame me now, then you are truly inept." At this juncture, Xia Xuejian was already confronting Yi Qingwan. While it was labeled as a confrontation, it was more of an unidirectional tirade from Xia Xuejian, with Yi Qingwan kneeling on the ground, fixated on the accusations hurled at her. At times, she even worried about Xia's thirst and contemplated offering her a cup of tea. After Xia Xuejian concluded her accusations, she finally remembered to inquire about Yi Qingwan's perspective. "Miss Yi, do you have anything to add?" Yi Qingwan shook her head. "No, you have covered everything comprehensively." Xia Xuejian was taken aback. "What is going on? Shouldn't she be vehemently refuting my accusations? Why does she appear to be so content?" The assembled ministers, including the emperor, shared her confusion. Is she not going to resist at all? By accepting her fate so passively, it feels as though we are ganging up on her, which leaves a sense of guilt lingering. However, Yi Qingwan did not allow them to dwell in guilt for long, as she suddenly declared, "Wait." Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejian and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, she intended to defend herself. But why did they feel relieved instead of anxious? How peculiar. As everyone awaited Yi Qingwan's justification, she stated, "Miss Xia, you seem to think your accusations are insufficient. Besides the lives I have taken, I have also feigned death. In truth, I did not spit blood that day. It was merely an act. Your Majesty, this constitutes treason against the Emperor. She too must be held accountable," she added. The Emperor was momentarily taken aback, and Xia Xuejian was speechless, while the ministers stared in disbelief. Had she lost her mind? What was her intent? Why did she not resist? The more they observed her, the more they felt she was brewing something formidable, which was unsettling. Seeing the emperor staring at her like a fool, devoid of anger or accusations, Yi Qingwan paused briefly, then cautiously reminded him, "Your Majesty, it is time to punish this humble woman." The emperor, upon receiving her reminder, recalled the purpose of summoning her to the palace. He promptly cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, then erupted in fury. "How dare you, Yi Qingwan? You are utterly audacious, not only in taking lives, but also, what was it again? I was so astonished that I forgot to listen." Yi Qingwan quietly prompted him, "Also for treason against the emperor." "Yes, treason against the emperor. What do you have to say for yourself?" Yi Qingwan's performance reached its zenith. "Your Majesty, all of this is my fault. I am guilty of treason and of taking lives, crimes that provoke the wrath of both man and deity.
I am willing to die.
But I implore your Majesty not to hold the House of Xiang accountable. I shall bear all the blame." Perhaps her exaggerated lamentations rendered the emperor momentarily dazed. "There's no need for such theatrics. Very well, since you confess your crimes, I shall show leniency and not pursue the faults of the House of Xiang. However, you are guilty beyond redemption and shall be exiled." Exiled? Oh joy, I am finally to be exiled, she thought, elated at the long-awaited prospect of exile. "Look, everyone, I am to be exiled. Come congratulate me. I shall soon return as a victor." Overwhelmed with excitement, she could not suppress a mischievous smile, until she noticed the odd looks from those around her, prompting her to quickly suppress her smile and adopt a mournful expression. "This humble servant accepts the decree. And I thank your Majesty for sparing my life." This gratitude was genuine, as she had yearned for this moment for many episodes. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she might have set off fireworks in celebration. The emperor commanded, "Take her to the dungeons. She shall be exiled in 3 days." The 9th prince was bewildered. "What of the false accusations against me? Hurry up. You are to be imprisoned. If action is not taken now, when will it be?" As expected, just as the guards were about to escort her away, she suddenly leapt up. "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to address. I wish to exchange my merits for a reduction of my sentence." The expressions of the emperor and the ministers shifted to one of concern. What does she intend? What is it? Yi Qingwan immediately pointed at the 9th prince. "Your Majesty, I wish to expose the 9th prince's treacherous ambitions, his collusion with foreign powers, and his intent to rebel." At the utterance of the word rebel, the entire assembly tensed, their bodies rigid with fear and disbelief as they locked their eyes on Yi Qingwan and the 9th prince. Rebellion. The 9th prince in rebellion. Chapter 86. The 9th prince's imprisonment. Upon hearing the accusation of rebellion, the tension in the room escalated. Even the emperor was visibly agitated.
Ye Qingwan.
Treason is a grave matter. Do not speak carelessly. Supporters of the 9th prince promptly reacted, launching a barrage of counter-accusations against her. "Indeed, this child speaks nonsense. Your Majesty, I implore you to sentence Yi Qingwan to death." "I second this motion." The supporters were evidently anxious, their urgency palpable. To their astonishment, the 9th prince's supporters were numerous. It was clear that the protagonist's aura was indeed invincible. The 9th prince must be feeling quite lonely. Yi Qingwan, witnessing the crowd's reaction, was secretly delighted. "9th prince, quickly, defend yourself, argue with me, counterattack." Yet the 9th prince remained stoic, his hands tucked into his sleeves, silently observing her with a hint of derision in his eyes. Yi Qingwan thought, "What does this mean? Why are you not defending yourself? You are being wrongfully accused of rebellion. Should you not rise in my defense? Why do you appear to relish this spectacle?" Realizing his ineptitude, Yi Qingwan decided not to wait for him any longer and proceeded with her next line. "9th prince, I possess ample evidence. You shall not evade responsibility." The 9th prince replied, "I have not denied anything. I was merely waiting for you to perform." As Yi Qingwan sensed his silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, leaving her with a feeling of being trapped in a corner. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to press on. "Your Majesty, the sinner has witnesses." "Who?" The emperor could no longer remain passive. "The head steward from the 9th prince's residence." Upon hearing this, the ministers rushed to intervene, but the emperor dismissed them, commanding, "Summon him." A eunuch immediately announced, "Summon." The head steward soon entered, trembling and prostrating himself on the ground, afraid to even raise his eyes. After bowing before the emperor, he tremulously recited the words taught to him by Yi Qingwan, presenting the secret letter implicating the 9th prince in collusion with foreign powers. Upon receiving the letter, the emperor, who had been tense, seemed to relax significantly, his tone becoming considerably lighter. "What do you have to say for yourself?" The 9th prince then slowly knelt down, saying, "Father, I am wronged. His reluctance was palpable. Had this not been a matter of life and death, he might not have even bothered to claim innocence. While he remained unperturbed, his supporters grew anxious. Hastily kneeling in unison, "Your Majesty, this is a grave matter that cannot be treated lightly. Indeed, Your Majesty, the 9th Prince is benevolent and compassionate. He would never commit such treasonous acts. We implore Your Majesty to see clearly." Faced with such fervent appeals, the Emperor's previously softening expression turned suddenly ashen. Observing a third of the court kneeling, he slowly turned to regard his grown son. Unbeknownst to him, the 9th Prince had amassed considerable prestige, rivaling that of the Chancellor. Over the years, the Emperor had been preoccupied with nurturing new powers to counter the Chancellor, his thoughts solely focused on the latter, failing to notice that his well-regarded son had reached such heights. The Emperor's eyes darted, racing through myriad thoughts in a fleeting moment, his mind both chaotic and lucid. Chaotic was the realization of how his son had transformed from a neglected prince to the formidable figure before him. Lucid was the alarming recognition that his once innocent child was now gradually assuming the semblance of an emperor, subtly threatening his own sovereignty. Qingwan's unintended revelation had unveiled a different side of his son. With a third of the ministers prostrated before the throne, the emperor only gazed at the 9th Prince, remaining silent, which left the ministers in a state of uncertainty, exchanging anxious glances, without daring to speak. The 9th Prince, however, wore a mocking smile. Aware that his father was beginning to harbor suspicions, or perhaps was finally acknowledging him with trepidation. This was the nature of imperial power, the reality of familial ties within a royal lineage. Just yesterday, they had shared a bond of maternal affection, yet today, that bond was overshadowed by the realization of one's power exceeding the other's control, breeding mistrust. First, detain both of them. "We shall make a decision once the truth is uncovered," the emperor finally spoke. He was no fool. Only a wise ruler could ascend to the throne. He could easily discern the baseless accusations in Qingwan's vile letter, yet it served as a reminder that his son was no longer the unsteady child of yore. "Your Majesty," the ministers attempted to plead, but with a mere gesture, the emperor silenced them. "Lu Aiqing, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure a thorough investigation." The command for a comprehensive inquiry carried a peculiar tone, not harsh, but rather flat and devoid of emotion, as if spoken by a statue devoid of life. Lu Sheng accepted the edict, taking the letter of accusation, his brow furrowing in concern. The letter was quite pedestrian in its approach. Beginning with a bold assertion, "You aided me in seizing the throne. Let us share the world." Alas, Qingwan, as a villainous, should possess a modicum of cunning. Lu Sheng, despite his annoyance, realized that not only had Qingwan entangled the 9th Prince in a significant predicament, but she had also implicated herself beyond redemption. Such a transparent fabrication was clearly a false accusation, yet the emperor insisted on a thorough investigation. What more could he uncover? It was evidently a riddle meant to perplex him. Meanwhile, the 9th Prince and Qingwan were confined together in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Normally, the prince would occupy a luxurious cell, but he insisted on staying adjacent to Qingwan. The guards, having learned from previous encounters with Qingwan's comings and goings, understood that these high-profile individuals were merely experiencing a temporary setback, likely to be released soon. Thus, they dared not neglect their duties, allowing the two to reside as they wished, as long as they did not attempt to escape. "Are you satisfied now? I'm sharing a cell with you," the 9th Prince remarked. "You deserve it. After all, you conspired against the throne," she retorted. "Go on, act innocent," he challenged. "It is clear you are the one who schemed against me." "Indeed, I have conspired against you," Qingwan boldly admitted. "Finally, you have the courage to question me. I had so much dialogue prepared from the original script that I didn't get to say. If only you had cooperated sooner, this scene would have concluded. Look at the leading man from the neighboring production. He has already wrapped for the day and off to dinner, while you linger here." In Chapter 87, the narrative takes a darker turn, with Qingwan declaring her intent to not only frame him but also to eliminate him, ensuring he would never see his beloved Xuejian again. As she began her monologue, she lamented, "You think I don't know you visited her last night? You shameless couple, flaunting your affair so openly. Today, Xuejian accused me, and I suspect it was your doing. Accuse me all you want, but don't pin your troubles on me." The 9th Prince protested, clearly displeased. "Why must everything be blamed on me? You are fully aware of your own guilt, yet insist on placing it on my shoulders. Is that fair? Fair? I once followed you like a desperate dog, sacrificing my dignity while you boldly declared Xuejian was to be your future consort. Why did you not consider that unfair?" The ninth prince was momentarily at a loss for words. That was ages ago. Why bring it up now? You women are so fond of revisiting old grievances. Fine. I won't dwell on the past any longer. If I cannot have you, then neither shall anyone else. You say you don't like me? Very well. I shall ruin you. This time, she was determined to see how his beloved Xuejian would save him. Having completed her lengthy tirade, Qingwan felt a thirst and licked her lips. Observing this, the ninth prince filled a cup with water from his cell and offered it to her. What are you doing? At a time like this, you bring me water? You should be plotting my demise, she exclaimed incredulously. Am I not supposed to retaliate after your accusations? Do you perhaps suffer from Stockholm Syndrome? The more I insult you, the more excited you become. Soon, you might declare, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Woman, you have captured my attention. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. It seemed events were unfolding in an unpredictable direction. No wonder he had been acting increasingly strange. She had thought his character had collapsed, but it had not. He was simply no longer interested in the chase. Oh, this perverse man, she thought. How fortunate that she was soon to be exiled. Otherwise, she would be in danger. Will you drink? The ninth prince raised the cup. But Qingwan retreated to the furthest corner, eyeing him warily as she shook her head. What could she possibly be thinking? Could she not entertain a single rational thought? The script called for her to portray a wicked villainess, not a lunatic. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xuejian was in a panic, having never anticipated that Qingwan would resort to such desperate measures. Now, with her plans unraveling, she was frantic. She could not allow the ninth prince to come to harm. If he were to fall, all her efforts would be in vain. This Qingwan was a disaster, intent on dragging the ninth prince down with her even as she faced her own demise. At that moment, in a nearby corner, Zhongyu and Yidianhong sat eating, unfazed by the commotion, showing no inclination to intervene. Stop eating and think of a solution, Xia Xuejian exclaimed, her frustration palpable. As a person from the Jianghu, what could I possibly do? Hong Hong replied, exasperated. Xia Xuejian felt the urge to berate her, but recognizing the truth in her words, she redirected her ire. Then why didn't you inform me earlier about her plans to frame the prince today? I did tell you. I advised you against entering the palace for confrontation, but you insisted on going. Who can you blame for that? Hong Hong retorted. You. I nearly bit my tongue in anger. Xia Xuejian shot back. How was I to know that your warning against entering the palace meant this? I thought you were favoring Qingwan. Oh, you don't trust me? Hong Hong exclaimed, tossing aside her plow and rising to point an accusatory finger at her. Then why are you even collaborating with me? After saying this, she turned to leave. Realizing her choice of words had been inappropriate, Xia Xuejian quickly tried to salvage the situation. That's not what I meant. I was just flustered. Don't say I didn't guide you. The chief steward of the Wang residence seems to have left the city under cover of night. If you hurry, you might still catch him. Xia Xuejian's eyes lit up at this revelation. Indeed, how could she have forgotten such a crucial witness? If they could locate him and compel him to reveal the entire sequence of events, they might not fully clear the prince of suspicion. But at least they would have a direction to uncover the truth. Then why aren't you taking me to chase him? I can't go. I must stay at the Prime Minister's residence, or else the Prime Minister will suspect me. Hong Hong excused herself, secretly thinking, sister, who do you think you are? If it weren't for Qingwan sending me to relay the steward's whereabouts to you, I wouldn't even bother with you. With no other options and time of the essence, Xia Xuejian sought out Yue, and the two rode off to pursue the steward outside the city. They needed to catch him before he left the capital entirely. Otherwise, finding him amidst the vastness of the crowd would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As soon as they departed, Hong Hong followed closely behind, twisting her neck with a satisfying crack. I've wanted to deal with this foolish female lead for quite some time. Today, I finally found my opportunity. Zhongyu and Yidianhong discreetly tracked Xia Xuejian and Yue out of the city, and amidst a desolate grove, they stumbled upon a small thatched cottage flickering with distant lights. This had been prepared in advance by the Wang residence's steward. He had arranged for his family to stay there the day before entering the palace, waiting for him to escape the city and flee to the western regions. Accusing the prince of treason was a crime punishable by extermination of his entire lineage. Now, apart from the western regions, he had nowhere left to hide. Miss, look at that cottage, Yue said, pulling the reins of his horse. In this desolate area, it's unlikely anyone would live here. Something must be amiss. Xia Xuejian, equally exhilarated, was convinced the steward was inside. They dismounted and stealthily approached, uncertain of how many people might be with him. They couldn't afford to act recklessly. However, they remained completely unaware that two figures in black had quietly taken position nearby. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong and Ning Qingqing. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong was in no hurry. He waited until Xia Xuejian and Yue rushed into the cottage to subdue the steward before making his move. With a gentle flick of his fingers against the window, the candlelight was extinguished by a sudden gust of wind, plunging the interior into utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face.
Ah!
The steward's wife and daughter cried out in terror. Yue instinctively shielded Xia Xuejian, drawing his blade with vigilance. Who goes there? Show yourself. Outside, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong tapped Ning Qingqing on the shoulder. Two of them. Should be no problem, right? With their capability. Even 10 wouldn't pose a challenge. That's your responsibility now. Don't let me down. Then, a slender shadow crossed the threshold and entered. Xia Xuejian? After tonight, you might find yourself in hell. Chapter 88. Xia Xuejian is struck. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong entrusted Xia Xuejian and Yue to Ning Qingqing while he seized the opportunity to take away the steward and his family. He provided them with a sum of money, instructing them to follow the route he had outlined and leave the capital by night, never to return. Though they would be abandoning their homeland, the price offered by Yi Qingwan was sufficient to guarantee them a life of luxury and wealth. Once they escaped the capital, they could easily find a place to live in anonymity, transforming from commoners to affluent gentlemen. This deal was a tremendous profit for him. Unbeknownst to the steward, the one behind this arrangement was Yi Qingwan. He felt nothing but gratitude, believing there were still good people in the world. By the time he returned, Xia Xuejian and Yue lay on the ground, unable to rise. Ning Qingqing grabbed a nearby stool, ready to smash it over Xia Xuejian. Daring to seduce my senior brother. Let me see if I can't beat you to death, you little vixen. Hey! Zhong Yuan Yidianhong swiftly dashed forward to disarm her. Sister, I told you to beat her senseless, not to kill her. If you kill her, how will I explain this to Yi Qingwan? Let us go, Zhong Yuan Yidianhong urged, lifting the flailing Ning Qingqing and making a hasty exit. However, even as he carried her, Ning Qingqing managed to kick Xia Xuejian one last time. As they pulled away, Ning Qingqing finally calmed down, panting and covered in sweat, yet exhilarated. It had been some time since she had enjoyed beating someone so thoroughly. Have you lost your mind? I told you to supervise the beating, not to go all out. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong was genuinely frustrated, fearing that if she continued with such fervor, she might actually kill her. Ning Qingqing, however, remained unfazed. I was just supervising. I didn't go overboard. I merely ensured she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong smirked, nudging her head aside. Oh, you're so clever. Let us hurry. With that, he quickly shed his dark attire and returned to the thatched cottage. By now, Xia Xuejian and Yue had managed to support each other into a sitting position. Upon seeing someone approach, they instinctively grabbed a piece of broken wood for protection. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong lit a candle and announced, "It's me." As the light flickered on, two faces swollen like pig heads appeared before him, startling him into instinctively covering his cheeks with both hands. Wow, indeed, a fierce woman should not be trifled with. Yet he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh dear. If it isn't Miss Xia, how did you end up looking like a pig?" As he pretended to assess her injuries, he poked her swollen cheek, causing her to wince in pain. Ouch! Ouch, ouch. Oh, my apologies. Forgive my ignorance. I lacked gentleness, he said, a hint of mockery in his tone. But what happened to you? Xia Xuejian, with a piteous expression, struggled to articulate through her swollen face. I don't know which scoundrel ambushed us. Ambushed? Which scoundrel is so despicable? If I encounter them again, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. No, I mean, teach them a lesson. Zhong Yuan Yidianhong nearly burst with suppressed laughter. The steward had escaped, and Xia Xuejian couldn't hold back her tears. This time, it was a complete loss of both the lady and the soldier.
Uft.
Zhong Yuan Yidianhong, unable to contain himself, chuckled.
I'm sorry.
But I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Xia Xuejian's sobs became more intense, and Zhong Yuan Yidianhong turned toward the door, laughing quietly while attempting to stifle his sound, tears streaming from his eyes. Returning empty-handed, Xia Xuejian and Yue endured a severe beating, and upon returning home, they were mired in gloom for quite some time. Especially Xia Xuejian, who ached all over and couldn't even rise from her bed. Meanwhile, in her prison cell, Yi Qingwan fretted, wondering when Xia Xuejian would come to rescue her, the ninth prince. But according to the original plot, she should be devising every means to save the ninth prince right now. Yet, the ninth prince was filled with gratitude toward her. Why hadn't she come yet? She propped her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Little did she know, Xia Xuejian was equally desperate to come, but simply couldn't rise from her bed. Lu Cheng was quick to act, swiftly determining the source of the paper based on its material, color, and scent. This paper was of rather poor quality, specifically used for printing cheap novels, something even moderately affluent families would avoid due to its rough texture and poor ink absorption, let alone the Wang residence. In the capital, there were but a handful of publishing houses dedicated to printing scripts, and it was not long before one could ascertain how many individuals had visited their establishments to procure such specialized rice paper. Eventually, one by one, they were tracked down, and soon a teacher was located. He readily confessed that a young lady had offered a handsome sum for him to replicate handwriting and compose a clandestine letter, though he remained oblivious to its intended purpose. Lu Sheng did not press him further and departed after his inquiries. As for the steward, Lu Sheng had already discovered his flight from the city and had dispatched the Genie Wei to pursue him. However, whether they would succeed remained uncertain. Given the steward's audacity to frame the ninth prince, he was undoubtedly well prepared. The situation had been largely clarified. The accusations against the ninth prince were entirely baseless, and the work of Yi Qingwan's slander, devoid of any evidence. Lu Sheng reported the facts to the emperor, but noticing the emperor's hesitance to make a decision, he ventured to suggest, "Your Majesty, while there is no concrete evidence against the ninth prince regarding the alleged treason, the matter has incited considerable chatter among the court and the populace. It may be prudent to relieve him of the responsibility of presiding over the heavenly sacrificial rites." This proposal evidently pleased the emperor, who turned to him and inquired, "What do you think should be done, my loyal minister?" Since the ninth prince was no longer deemed suitable for such a solemn duty, it would be more advantageous to send him to Jiangnan to oversee disaster relief efforts. This would serve a dual purpose: to allow him to evade the storm of controversy, and to provide an opportunity to showcase his abilities, thereby quelling the rising dissent within the court. In truth, the reasoning was a mere facade, for the intention was to distance him from the capital and the center of power, relegating him to the sidelines. The emperor found this stratagem agreeable and immediately consented, instructing Lu Sheng to hasten the Ministry of Justice to expedite the exile of Yi Qingwan, this bane of the court. Lu Sheng took a moment to collect himself before departing on his errand. Before long, the resolution regarding the fates of Yi Qingwan and the ninth prince was announced. The ninth prince was to proceed to Jiangnan for disaster relief, while Yi Qingwan was to be exiled. Although she had not seen Xia Xuejian in recent days, the unfolding events seemed to align with her expectations. Yi Qingwan likely aspired to become the woman behind the prince. Ironically, she and the ninth prince were on the same path. What a predicament! Would she have to endure his company on the road to exile, pursued relentlessly while attempting to escape? A sudden urge to eliminate him surged within her. What to do? Time was of the essence. Chapter 89. Xia Xuejian ambushes Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan stood at the city gate, gazing at the ninth prince in the carriage beside her, rendered speechless. Fortunately, he was traveling by carriage while she was on foot. His pace would undoubtedly surpass hers. Lu Sheng had come to see her off, discreetly calling the two guards escorting her aside and slipping each of them a pouch of silver coins. "Take good care of her. Ensure she is neither cold nor hungry. Once you leave the capital's jurisdiction, procure a horse for her." It was the esteemed Grand Tutor. He then approached her, gently smoothing her disheveled hair and discreetly placing a key in her hand, the key to her shackles. He whispered, "Do not be too ostentatious. Wait until you are beyond the capital to unlock it." Yi Qingwan contemplated discarding it. What was the meaning of this? Shouldn't he be reveling in the misfortune he had dealt her father rather than offering her leniency? A strong desire to slap some sense into him arose. But before she could act, Lu Sheng grasped her hand and the key, halting her. "I will not allow you to die so comfortably. I want you alive, to torment the Minister of Rights at every turn." Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. This was more in line with his character, outwardly gentle yet cunning and ruthless beneath. She accepted his proposition with enthusiasm, mimicking his tone. "Rest assured, I will not perish. I shall return for vengeance. Those who have wronged me shall not find peace." Lu Sheng shook his head in resignation. "Very well, I shall await your return unharmed. Even a single hair missing, and I shall deny all accountability. Are you two done with your sentimental exchanges? Are we to remain idle?" The ninth prince interjected, unable to contain himself any longer as he observed their intimate whispers. Lu Sheng merely smiled, stepping aside to grant them passage. Thus, the two guards led Yi Qingwan southward, with the ninth prince's carriage trailing behind. As they passed Lu Sheng, the prince couldn't resist taunting him. "Minister Lu, you seem quite reluctant to part with Yi Qingwan. Why not accompany her into exile? Lu Sheng chuckled knowingly. Your Highness jokes. Your sister in snow is following closely behind. Take care of your health and do not overexert yourself. With that, he patted the prince's shoulder, sharing a moment of camaraderie. The ninth prince quickly turned to look back, spotting Xia's carriage hastening to catch up, and urged the driver, hurry, hurry. Despite Xia Xuejian's calls for the prince, her cries fell on deaf ears as they continued to forge ahead. Xia Xuejian wished to pursue, but her injuries had not yet fully healed. She had only managed to force herself into the carriage today. With each jolt, her discomfort intensified, and ultimately, she could not catch up. She lamented her inability to assist the ninth prince, feeling ashamed to face him. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng appeared to favor the prince, suggesting that he was already wavering in his loyalty. Otherwise, he could have seized this opportunity to eliminate the ninth prince entirely. Thus, she remained confident that Lu Sheng would eventually pledge his allegiance to the ninth prince. Yet, with the prince now under suspicion from the emperor and dispatched to Jiangnan for disaster relief, the court's influence would likely suffer significant losses. Qingwan was truly despicable. Initially, she had no intention of taking her life, but given her obstinacy and audacity to threaten the prince, she could not hold back her cruelty. Instead of hastily returning to the Xia residence, she sought out the contact within her sect, instructing him to find an opportunity to eliminate Qingwan along the way. She has been exiled. Is there really a need for such actions? You do not understand. Qingwan is not one to concede easily. As long as the minister's household exists, she will undoubtedly make a comeback. To live without worry, this menace must be entirely eradicated. Xia Xuejian squinted her eyes, revealing a fierce glint. The cloaked figure shrugged, saying no more before preparing to leave. Yet, just before departing, he returned with a smirk, advising Miss Xia. I advise you to keep your distance from our deputy sect leader. Some men are not meant for you to engage with, gesturing to her still bruised face. Xia Xuejian understood his implication almost instantly, her anger flaring as she opened her mouth to retort. However, the movement caused her pain, causing her to grimace. By the time she regained her composure, the figure had vanished. It was Ning Qingqing. How could it be her? What was this deranged woman plotting? Why was she targeting her? Xing Mu, can you not survive without this man? Xia Xuejian seethed, shoving aside a nearby wooden board in frustration. Just wait, one day, I shall repay you for this humiliation. Qingwan and the ninth prince leisurely exited the capital's jurisdiction, and she soon utilized the key given by the grand tutor to free herself from the shackles. The chains were heavy, stained with dark brown marks, reminiscent of dried blood. Did the officials lack basic sanitation? Following Lu Sheng's directives, the guards turned a blind eye to Qingwan's activities, permitting her to act as she pleased. Provided she did not attempt to flee. They even arranged for a carriage and ensured she was well fed and taken care of. The ninth prince, too, shared some of the fruit he had brought along with her, and both were astute enough to retreat to a corner, pretending not to observe one another. With such treatment, Qingwan began to question whether her exile was a punishment or a leisurely excursion. She had embarked on a solitary journey. However, having heard tales of the beautiful women in Jiangnan, each more enchanting than the last, she resolved to seize the opportunity upon her arrival. Once well-fed and content, she began to reflect on her situation. Considering the timeline, Xia Xuejian should be preparing to take action soon. Disguised as bandits, they will attempt to ambush me on the road, just as Hong Hong had planned to lead me into her clutches. Though I may not perish, it seems I shall suffer greatly at her hands. In a bid to humiliate me, she audaciously handed me over to those brutish men. Alas, though you are the protagonist, such behavior is truly beneath contempt. It's over. I am on the verge of losing my purity. Hong Hong, why not come yourself? I find the others somewhat ominous. At least you have those splendid six-pack abs. At this moment, the unassuming Hong Hong, trailing behind without revealing herself, was left bewildered. Such a small mind, yet a plethora of questions. Why is it always me? Why must these beastly plots always fall upon my shoulders? Could I not be granted a more dignified role? Nevertheless, if you truly desire my personal attendance, I could be persuaded. We are all old acquaintances after all. Negotiation should be straightforward. I do wonder, do you prefer the gentle approach or the domineering one? I'll let you in on a secret. I excel at both. Chapter 90. The chaos commences. Lu Sheng, upon overhearing the grumbling, was rendered speechless. This Qingwan, having been exiled, was still causing a ruckus. Sure who, my lord. Dispatch someone to the Xia residence to keep watch. If Xia Xuejian makes any move, inform me immediately. Yes, my lord. Sherhu accepted the command. As the number of individuals the lord needed to monitor had grown substantially, Meanwhile, the ninth prince, also exiled, was momentarily taken aback by the complaints. But soon a cunning plan formed in his mind. He alighted from his carriage and approached Yi Qingwan's vehicle. I wish to exchange carriages with you. Yingwan? Have you eaten too much salt and become idle? Is the royal carriage not more comfortable than this cheap, hastily procured one?
Why?
I find it uncomfortable. The ninth prince casually offered this excuse, unwilling to elaborate, confident that she would rationalize it herself. Yi Qingwan felt insulted. Uncomfortable? After nearly a decade of riding in that carriage, one would think he had developed some tolerance. Although unsure of his intentions, Yi Qingwan preferred to avoid conflict with him. He had a penchant for being forceful, a classic spicy girl. As long as she acquiesced to his whims, he would soon revert to his usual disdain for her. Having switched carriages, they continued their journey. After approximately 2 days, on a night spent under the stars in a desolate wilderness, a shadowy figure quietly approached Yi Qingwan's carriage. The figure lifted the curtain and peered inside, observing the slumbering occupant before gently tapping her on the crown of her head. Yi Qingwan awakened. I've brought you some wine from the Yihong courtyard. At that moment, the person beneath the cover stirred. Life is treating you well, even on the road to exile. There's wine to enjoy? As he spoke, a man's face emerged from below the covers, startling Hong Hong, who nearly tumbled from the carriage. What? Why is there a man here? Yi Qingwan is a man? Was it all merely cross-dressing? Panic surged within her as she realized something monumental had been uncovered. Yet, the man sat up, speaking in a mocking tone. Ah, still from the Yihong courtyard, you two have quite the arrangement. Only then did Hong Hong discern that this was the ninth prince, her brow furrowing in concern. How is it that you both share a carriage? Upon pulling back the covers, she discovered no one was inside, slowly piecing together the situation. You switched carriages? Is that unacceptable? Hong Hong shook her head. It was indeed quite acceptable. When Xia Xuejin arrives, you'll be bound and tossed to those burly men, which sounds even more delightful. You continue to sleep. I shall take my leave. Hong Hong attempted to slip away. Is Xia Xuejin coming? The ninth prince called out to her. Startled, she replied. How do you know? With an arched brow, the ninth prince answered. Yi Qingwan informed me. She actually told you? Just you? That fickle little thing, and here I was, worried about you being bullied in the night, coming to escort you away. You might as well let Xia Xuejin bind you. I can't be bothered. Do you have any concealed weapons? The ninth prince suddenly inquired, something subtle yet lethal. Ideally capable of severing the throat, a weapon that even Hua Tuo could not revive the victim from. Yes, I do, Hong Hong replied, puzzled. What do you need that for? The ninth prince replied nonchalantly, to kill Xia Xuejin. Hong Hong was taken aback. What did you say? Kill Xia Xuejin? That's out of the question. You are the male lead, and she is the female lead. You cannot murder your own wife. Yet he spoke so casually, as if remarking on the saltiness of a dish, blurring the line between reality and fiction.
Why?
Because she is insufferable. Do you not find her loathsome? The ninth prince wore an expression that suggested, we are both men. I understand. You, an undercover agent, sneaking out at night to fetch Yi Qingwan. We all know what's on your mind. What a double agent. This Central Plains Red has long since betrayed us, while only Yi Qingwan remains oblivious.
Indeed.
If she were not deluding herself, this farce could not continue. Yet, the ninth prince had grown weary of the charade. He wished no further entanglement with that woman named Xia. After this experience, he understood that power was but a fleeting illusion. No one could predict what tomorrow might bring, not even their own existence. Thus, one should live fully in the present. And at this moment, he desired nothing more than for Xia Xuejin to perish. Hong Hong found herself thoroughly flummoxed by the ninth prince. While she too held disdain for Xia Xuejin, if Yi Qingwan learned that it was he who had supplied the weapon leading to Xia's demise, he would likely be incinerated on the spot. To be honest, she was rather apprehensive. Thus, she handed him a silver needle. The ninth prince regarded the needle, which was scarcely thicker than an acupuncture needle, with a look that suggested disbelief. This can kill? Do not underestimate it. It is quite dangerous. It penetrates upon contact with blood. Once it pierces the flesh, it will swiftly travel through the bloodstream until it reaches the heart. Such weapons, often inconspicuous, possess immense lethality. This needle is extraordinarily sharp and easily concealed, allowing for an unseen kill. It ranks within the top 10 among concealed weapons. However, it has one significant flaw. It does not take effect immediately. Much like a slow-acting poison, it ingrains itself deeper with each breath until it finally reaches the heart. Such a vicious weapon is typically reserved for those with deep-seated enmity. Otherwise, one would disdain to use it. Is that not a bit too cruel? The ninth prince, while harboring animosity towards Xia Xuejian, did not wish to resort to such barbarity. To kill directly is one thing. Why subject someone to such prolonged suffering? Hong Hong shrugged. I have only this. Take it or leave it. With that, she turned and vanished into the darkness. The ninth prince, albeit hesitant, ultimately accepted the item, reasoning that it could not hurt to keep it. Meanwhile, Xia Xuejian and her men had already set an ambush not far away. Upon observing Central Plains Red depart from the carriage, lingering for an extended period, they swiftly concluded that Yi Qingwan must be within those two carriages. Pointing at one of the carriages, Xia ordered her cloaked figures. She is inside. Extract her without alerting the ninth prince. The black-clad figures nodded and swiftly advanced toward Yi Qingwan's carriage, moving stealthily. As they initiated their approach, Lu Sheng, positioned on a nearby hillside, signaled to the numerous individuals who had been lying in wait, and they surged forth, torches ablaze, encircling the assailants with a force of nearly 100. The black-clad figures immediately realized they had fallen into a trap and called out, "Disperse and retreat." In a swift motion, one of them leapt onto Yi Qingwan's carriage, urging the horses to break free. Shi and his men charged forth to intercept, but the startled horses surged forward, colliding with 3 men and forcing Shi to retreat. As the carriage sped past him, he managed to grasp the moving vehicle, his feet still on the ground, being dragged along. The black-clad assailant, noticing him, swung a knife at the hand gripping the carriage. Shi hastily released his hold, but his clothing had become ensnared by the carriage. He struggled fiercely, yet could not free himself, watching helplessly as the blade approached to sever his arm. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept by his ear, followed by a clang as the knife fell to the ground. The figure cloaked in black followed the direction indicated, only to behold Lu Cheng standing resolutely atop the hillside, drawing back his bowstring, and now nocking another arrow, aiming directly at him. Chapter 91. The Abduction of the Ninth Prince. Another arrow flew forth, piercing the throat of the black-clad assailant. Startled, the man hastily rolled into the carriage, but the arrow was swift and fierce as he attempted to turn. It struck his arm, the force of it sending him tumbling from the carriage. Lu Cheng unleashed 2 arrows in quick succession, followed by yet another that struck the sleeve of Shi, who felt the sudden release of tension and instantly freed himself from the carriage, quickly regaining his balance. However, the carriage continued its reckless advance, prompting Lu Cheng to hoist his bow and leap onto his steed, pursuing at a gallop. Meanwhile, the black-clad man, having been shot off the carriage by Lu Cheng, sprang back to his feet and, utilizing his lightness of body, sprinted after them. Observing the commotion from the sidelines, Xia Xuejian, upon realizing the ambush, discreetly slipped away. Yet, she was soon discovered by Lu Cheng's men, who dispatched several to pursue her. As for Hong Hong, ostensibly serving as Yi Qingwan's guard, she too had to give chase. Before long, they intercepted the fleeing Xia Xuejian and Yu Wei along the way. Upon recognizing that it was Zhongyuan Yidianhong, Xia Xuejian felt somewhat reassured. He was an undercover operative on her side, presumably there to assist in her escape.
Indeed.
Zhongyuan Yidianhong nodded at her, and Xia Xuejian immediately grasped his intent. Without exchanging a word, he acted before the approaching soldiers. Yu Wei attempted to intervene but was swiftly tossed aside by Zhongyuan Yidianhong, who then positioned himself before Xia Xuejian. Without waiting for her to speak, he kicked her out. Xia Xuejian, taken aback, fell to the ground in a most undignified manner, her injuries not yet fully healed, and now compounded by this harsh blow, she writhed in pain, unable to rise. Yet, her mind was acutely clear. Was such force truly necessary for a mere charade? Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the tumult outside. It wasn't until a mysterious assassin stealthily entered her carriage that she stirred. Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned. The assassin thought, "Is this not Yi Qingwan? How did she end up here? Who was that lying in the carriage earlier?" Yi Qingwan pondered. Who is this person? What has become of Xia Xuejian? Wasn't it agreed that she would personally bind me? Such laziness is unheard of for a protagonist. After a brief moment of shock, the assassin regained composure and resolved to bind her, raising his dagger and lunging toward Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan, bewildered, exclaimed, "What sort of fool are you? I am to be bound by Xia Xuejian, not by you.
Get out."
With that, she kicked him out with surprising force. Stunned by the blow, the assassin fell to the ground, incredulously staring at the carriage. How could it be that Yi Qingwan was so formidable? Clutching his shoulder where she had struck, he felt as though his bones might shatter. At that moment, Yi Qingwan emerged from the carriage, only to find chaos outside. Realizing the ninth prince's carriage was missing, she quickly understood the gravity of the situation. This was disastrous. Xia Xuejian must have mistaken the ninth prince for her and abducted him. How could this protagonist be so foolish? Shouldn't one check who lies within before binding them? Have they never heard of recognizing faces by their voices? Truly absurd. The assassin, noticing her momentary distraction, grew frustrated that her thoughts were not on him. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily picked up his knife, preparing to ambush her, but was met with her fierce glare. Leave. The assassin, frightened, halted, turned, and fled. Their intelligence had proven faulty. This Yi Qingwan was far from a helpless maiden. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with. After a prolonged skirmish, with some assassins dead and others fleeing, the soldiers began to restore order. "Miss Yi, are you unharmed?" they inquired.
Who are you?
"Where do these soldiers come from?" "I never reported to the authorities." "Are you merely meddling in affairs that do not concern you?" It was only after they identified themselves that Yi Qingwan realized they were under the orders of the old tutor. What was his intent? They had ventured far from the capital, laying ambush for the female protagonist. Had he not just threatened to make her life unbearable? What was this new game he was playing? Oh, the headache. And what of the other carriage? It has been plundered by bandits, and the Lord is pursuing them. We have dispatched most of our men to provide assistance. Rest assured, we will rescue the ninth prince, Miss Yi. Rest assured? How can I feel at ease? What if the old tutor fails to catch the ninth prince? Wouldn't Xia Xuejian's captive be the ninth prince? Yi Qingwan could already envision the expression on Xia Xuejian's face upon discovering that the man she had just assaulted and cast aside was none other than her own ninth prince. Surely, her head would be spinning with confusion. Yi Qingwan was deeply concerned for Xia Xuejian. She hoped she wasn't so foolish as to neglect to check who she had abducted. And as for the ninth prince, he had willingly exchanged carriages with her. She had not coerced him. He must not blame her for this predicament. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Xuejian was currently in no position to harm the ninth prince, for she had already been thoroughly beaten by Zhongyuan Yidianhong. Xia Xuejian no longer believed Zhongyuan Yidianhong was merely acting. He clearly intended to harm her.
But why?
They had been cooperating all along. She gazed up at the imposing Zhongyuan Yidianhong, her eyes filled with questions, as if silently inquiring the reason behind his actions. In truth, Zhongyuan Yidianhong had not contemplated much. He simply desired to strike her. During their last encounter in the thatched cottage, he had intended to deal with the prince's steward before returning to finish what he started. However, Ning Qingqing had struck too fiercely, causing him to refrain from further blows. Now, seizing this opportunity, he was determined to deliver a few more hits. Having satisfied his urges, he retrieved a pouch of sleeping powder, scattering it to incapacitate the two soldiers behind him. He then turned to the battered Xia Xuejian and Yue, urging, "We must flee quickly. The pursuers will be upon us." The simplicity of his statement left Xia Xuejian bewildered. "You are going to kill us? What are you saying, Miss Xia? We are partners. How could I possibly harm you?" Zhongyuan Yidianhong replied with feigned innocence, as if he had not just assaulted her. Yet Xia Xuejian remained skeptical. The force of his earlier blows had been far too severe to be mere pretense. "Did I strike too hard? Did I hurt you, Miss Xia?" Zhongyuan Yidianhong quickly explained. "I sincerely apologize. In our line of work, we fight with all our might. I momentarily forgot that you lack martial prowess. It is my fault. But as you can see, there were still two soldiers present. If I had not struck with sufficient force, they would have become suspicious. Can you imagine the shame of a martial artist who could not even subdue a weak woman? Surely you understand, right, Miss Xia?" His sudden reversal of roles and preemptive rhetoric left Xia Xuejian momentarily stunned, and she could only reluctantly choose to believe him for the time being. The pressing concern was to leave swiftly, so after expressing her gratitude to Zhongyuan Yidianhong, they assisted each other and departed in a hasty yet disheveled manner, leaving Hong Hong behind, nearly in stitches from laughter. Chapter 92. Lu Cheng's Regret. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng pursued the runaway carriage, with the black-clad man in the lead and Lu Cheng hot on his heels, sure who having been left far behind, nearly out of sight. As Lu Cheng rode, he notched arrow after arrow, each striking with precision. The black-clad man did his utmost to evade, yet Lu Cheng's arrows were too swift and accurate. After several exchanges, he was already wounded, his speed diminishing. Lu Cheng closed the distance, drawing another arrow, aiming meticulously at the back of the man's head, lingering without haste to release. The figure cloaked in black was acutely aware that Lu Sheng was predicting his movements. Reason dictated that he should not reveal all his maneuvers to Lu Sheng, yet instinct compelled him to evade as much as possible, striving to avoid any flaws that Lu Sheng might exploit. After traversing the martial world for so many years, he found himself uncomfortably pressed, as if he had cornered himself into a dead end. A primal urge drove him to shake off Lu Sheng swiftly. For he knew that within 10 breaths, Lu Sheng could unravel his every evasion and take him down. It was truly astonishing that a high-ranking Grand Tutor could possess such remarkable archery skills. With such accuracy and speed, he could assert that even their deputy sect leader, Xingmu, would not fare well in a chase here. This Lu Sheng was indeed formidable. Lu Sheng aimed for about 7 or 8 breaths. Then a sly smile graced his lips, as if to declare that this was the end of the line for his adversary. In the next instant, he released the arrow with a swift whoosh, propelling it directly towards the back of the black-clad man's head. The latter sensed a rush of wind and instinctively sought to dodge, but his body had already reached its limits, rendering him unable to escape. The terror of impending death widened his pupils, and in that moment, he truly understood the meaning of desperate struggle, hopeless and helpless. Just as he believed his demise was certain, a shadow streaked in from behind with astonishing speed, outpacing even the arrow. The figure grazed past the arrow just before it embedded itself in the back of the black-clad man's head, seizing him and hurling him onto a galloping carriage ahead. Lu Sheng immediately reined in the reins, although he had yet to discern the identity of the newcomer. It was evident that anyone who could outpace an arrow was not to be underestimated. Sure enough, once they came to a halt, he spotted Zhongyuan Yidianhong standing nearby. Lu Taifu, spare his life. I am merely following the orders of my sect. Lu Sheng said nothing, merely tugging the reins to head back. Zhongyuan Yidianhong had released the man and tossed him onto the carriage, indicating that the person inside was not Yi Qingwan. As for who it was, that was already clear. Upon his return, he indeed found Yi Qingwan perched atop the carriage of the Wangfu, her chin resting on her hand as she pondered her existence with a look of vexation. What are you doing here? Weren't you being abducted?
Liu Sheng feignait surprise.
Yi Qingwan shot him an exasperated glance. They kidnapped the wrong person and took away the 9th prince. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate.
Ye Qingwan retorted.
What are you regretting? The one who should be regretting is me. But wait, where is the 9th prince? Lu Sheng dismounted, handing the reins to Shi, who, casually stating, I didn't catch up, he fled too swiftly. His nonchalant tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. You didn't he catch up, and then what? Yi Qingwan was flabbergasted. The person inside is none other than the current 9th prince. You just gave up on him like that? Did you even ask his father? And then? Lu Sheng feigned confusion. Then I returned. If I couldn't catch up, what else could I do? Should I go missing like him?
Ye Qingwan hesitated.
I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Meanwhile, the 9th prince was being jostled in the carriage, thoroughly disoriented. He could have easily disembarked. It was not a difficult task, yet he chose to remain inside to see where they intended to take him. What did that Xia Xuejian truly want from him? The man in black, having narrowly escaped death, soon subdued the horses and took control of the carriage. Upon arriving at the designated location, he lifted the curtain to glance at the figure swaddled in a blanket, who was likely already dazed from the bumps of the ride. Having sustained injuries himself, he decided not to concern himself further with her, handing the carriage over to his subordinates to deliver her to Xia Xuejian before departing to nurse his wounds. Reflecting on the recent perilous encounter sent shivers down his spine. The image of Lu Sheng, bow in hand and a mocking smile on his lips, lingered in his mind. It was no exaggeration to say that after years of navigating the martial world, he had garnered a modest reputation and ranked among the elite. Today marked the first time he had been driven into such dire straits while being ridiculed by his adversary, a high-ranking Grand Tutor, no less a mere civil official. The absurdity was palpable. When Xia Xuejian arrived at the agreed-upon location, the black-clad man's subordinates had already bound the person and her blanket together. Upon her arrival, they handed her over and then withdrew. Xia Xuejian, though not severely injured, felt as if her bones had been shattered. It was no wonder that Zhongyuan Yidianhong was known for her fighting prowess. Each blow struck true, yet she deftly avoided vital points. While she would not die, the pain was excruciating, akin to torture. Xia Xuejian unleashed her pent-up resentment upon Yi Qingwan, delivering a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground, blankets and all. She considered advancing further, but the pain in her body hindered her from making sweeping movements, so she signaled to Yue, "This one is yours." Yue hesitated. He bore no grudge against Yi Qingwan and found it difficult to act against her, especially since she had not done anything wrong. After all, they were both on the road to exile. Seeing Yue's reluctance to act, Xia Xuejian urged, "What are you waiting for?
Get on with it."
Yue raised his knife. staring at the figure ensconced in the blanket for a long while, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Ultimately, with a clatter, he tossed the knife aside, exclaiming, "Miss, let it be. She has already been exiled. She can't harm you anymore. Useless." Xia Xuejian was infuriated, picking up the knife to take matters into her own hands. Yue quickly intervened. "If you kill her, the Xiang Yi will not spare you. But if you don't speak, the Xiang Yi won't know. Yet Zhong Yuan Yidian Hong will." Yue fervently dissuaded her. He had never contemplated killing Yi Qingwan. Xia Xuejian fixed her gaze on Yue, scrutinizing him for some time. "Fine, then you can violate her, and I will let her go." Yue was taken aback, glancing between the silent Yi Qingwan and Xia Xuejian, utterly shocked. "You choose one. Either you violate her, or I will kill her." Xia Xuejian provided no time for hesitation, compelling him to make a swift decision. Yue trembled all over. He had never committed such a heinous act. He simply could not bring himself to do it, yet if he did not act, Yi Qingwan would perish. Chapter 93. Did the ninth prince offer himself? Though Yue was also terrified, he complied, trembling as he loosened the ropes binding the blanket, murmuring softly, "Miss Yi, please don't blame me. I just want to save you." In the instant he untied the blanket, a sudden scream of terror escaped him as he fell to the ground, incredulously exclaiming, Wang Yi." Upon hearing Yue's words, Xia Xuejian swiftly turned around, only to see the ninth prince seated calmly on the ground, adjusting the blanket around him, a wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Miss Xia, what a refined interest you have. Why are you here, engaging in such frivolity instead of remaining in your Xia residence as a proper lady? Instead, you have taken the trouble to come to this desolate wilderness to entertain this Wang?" Xia Xuejian, utterly shaken, stammered, "Wang Yi, it's not what it seems. Please let me explain. I didn't expect it to be you." You didn't expect it to be me? But you certainly anticipated it would be Yi Qingwan." The ninth prince stood up leisurely, fixing his gaze upon her, reiterating, "Isn't that so?" Xia Xuejian found herself at a loss for words, unable to formulate an explanation. "Wang Yi, it was all the idea of a lowly servant. Please spare me." Yue hastily stepped forward to mediate, kneeling as he approached, seeking mercy. The ninth prince responded with a sharp slap, sending Yue sprawling to the ground, the impact causing a ringing in his ear and a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, indicating the strike was delivered with intent. Realizing the ninth prince had genuinely lost his temper, Xia Xuejian quickly sought to intercede. "Wang Yi, please, be silent. I will settle accounts with you later." The ninth prince's reprimand sent a chill through Xia Xuejian, rendering her motionless and paralyzed with fear. Even with great reluctance, Yue dared not resist. He struggled to rise, attempting to kneel as upright as possible. "Yue, this is all the servant's fault. You may strike him dead. Very well. Today I shall indeed put you to death, thus sparing you from any future heinous acts," replied the ninth prince, picking up the knife from the ground, poised to strike. "How could I have raised such a creature incapable of discerning right from wrong?" Yue closed his eyes, awaiting his fate without uttering a single plea. He recognized his grievous error this time, and felt a flicker of relief that it was the prince binding him, rather than Yi Qingwan. Otherwise, he would have committed an irreversible mistake, one that would haunt him for a lifetime. As Xia Xuejian witnessed the ninth prince genuinely prepared to kill, she instinctively reached out to intervene, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. The prince's knife hovered midair, ultimately not descending. After all, Yue had grown up by his side, and every aspect of his upbringing had been meticulously arranged by the prince. Such bonds of affection could not be severed so easily. Go to the frontier. Whether to fight on the front lines or serve as a rear guard, just leave this place and never return. Yue opened his eyes, his gaze already brimming with tears. He understood the prince could not bring himself to harm him, and thus bowed deeply, expressing, "May your highness take care. As for me, alas, I fear I shall never have the chance to meet you again in this lifetime." With that, he set forth on the path to the frontier alone. Meanwhile, Xia Xuejian clenched her fists, trembling slightly, uncertain of how the ninth prince would handle her. The prince turned, approaching her step by step, causing her to retreat until her back pressed against the wall, with no escape left. "Your Highness," Xia Xuejian gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Instead of treating her as he did Yue, the ninth prince grasped her wrist, compelling her to open her palm upward towards him. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Without a word, he opened his other hand and placed it atop hers. Xia Xuejian felt a slight sting in her palm, hastily withdrawing her hand to discover a drop of blood, the size of a needle's tip, seeping from her skin. "Your Highness, what is this?" Do not worry. It will not cost you your life, the ninth prince replied with a smile. You wish to be empress, do you not? Then strive earnestly. With that, he turned to leave. Since she desired to ascend to the throne, let her have her wish. As she endures the torment of illness, step by step claiming the empress's seat, witnessing something so easily attainable slip through her fingers, she may perish with regret. Initially, he thought such actions too cruel. But in comparison to her ruthlessness, this was merely a trifling matter. When she schemes and discovers that in the end, it was all for naught, one could only wonder if she would regret the dreams of empress she pursued today. Xia Xuejian felt a dull ache in her palm, and any slight movement intensified the pain, causing her heart to race with anxiety, uncertain of what the ninth prince had done to her. Yet recalling his words, she found some solace. His encouragement to strive meant perhaps he accepted her, even if not with genuine affection, as long as she devoted herself to supporting him. The position of empress could still belong to her. Her mind was in turmoil as she chased after the ninth prince for clarification, only to find Yi Qingwan and others in pursuit, led by the notorious Zhongyuan Yidianhong, who dismounted first, landing on the low wall outside the dilapidated temple. Following closely, Yi Qingwan was taken aback at the sight of the disheveled ninth prince, stunned by his appearance. Could it be? She tilted her head, her gaze drifting past him to the weeping Xia Xuejian, who clutched her wrist, eyes filled with tears, exuding a heart-wrenching aura. Goodness, this is a scandal, she exclaimed, realizing that the ninth prince had truly given himself to her. Though the circumstances differed, there was a certain similarity to be found. In moments like these, she would typically compose a few verses to express her delight. However, lacking education, she could only utter a casual exclamation of disbelief. Well done, ninth prince. Truly worthy of a leading man, indulging in role-play. To deal with an overbearing prince, one must be firm. I've learned something valuable. The ninth prince, observing Yi Qingwan's mischievous glances and knowing smile, instantly grasped the mischievous thoughts swirling in her mind. Annoyed, he gave her a light slap on the head. What nonsense is this? I have no such relationship with her. Yi Qingwan couldn't contain her laughter, playfully nudging him. Oh, come now, why are you so flustered? I didn't imply anything untoward. Be careful, or she might retaliate. Hearing her teasing tone, the ninth prince felt a surge of irritation, wishing to retort with a sharp bite. Gritting his teeth as he declared, you may not have said it, but you certainly thought it. Wow, how domineering. So now you're forbidding thoughts? Yi Qingwan covered her mouth, laughing as she walked away. At this moment, all she wanted was to burst into song. Recalling the lyrics, you are like a flame in winter, burning brightly and warming her heart. Chapter 94. Hong Hong begins to serve Yi Qingwan. This matter is far from over. A thunderous voice resonated from behind, yet instead of inciting concern, it sparked a wave of laughter, especially from Zhongyuan Yidianhong and Lu Sheng, who nearly doubled over in mirth. Yi Qingwan, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, apologies, system. I'm just too happy today, and momentarily lost track of the storyline. Is this against the rules? Ha ha. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just he is so amusing, like an innocent youth suddenly caught in a compromising situation. Upon returning to their encampment, Yi Qingwan resolved to continue the storyline, raising her whip to scold Hong Hong. Where on earth have you been? Do you realize I nearly died? Hong Hong replied, you've had the most comfortable time. Yet the ever-cooperative Hong Hong quickly pleaded, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Another time? Yi Qingwan pointed at him. Hong Hong hastily corrected, no more times. Absolutely no more. From now on, should anyone dare approach you, I shall deal with them. As soon as he finished, Lu Sheng arrived with food, sitting beside Yi Qingwan.
On m'en fait silent.
Yi Qingwan remarked, old tutor. Were you a member of a demolition team in your past life? You dismantle situations so effortlessly. Noticing both of them staring at him, Lu Sheng, bewildered, asked, what's the matter? Have I interrupted something? Yi Qingwan exchanged glances with Hong Hong, signaling him to take action. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you would deal with anyone who dared approach me? Go on. Yet Hong Hong shook his head rapidly, silently mouthing, I can't win.
Wow.
You little coward. It's one thing to admit defeat against Xingmu, the deputy leader, but now you can't even handle a scholar? Did you rely solely on your charm in your past adventures? Hong Hong protested. You haven't seen how formidable this scholar is. If it comes to a long-range battle, even our deputy leader might falter. Fortunately, he had never managed to reach the scholar's residence. Otherwise, the reputation of Zhongyuan Yidianhong would be at stake. Meanwhile, the ninth prince sat quietly across the way, simmering with anger, increasingly frustrated. Why had he gone to confront Xia Xuejian only to appear as if he was courting her? Were they all blind? Or was the narrative truly so powerful that it could distort the truth and confuse right with wrong? No, he must seek justice. The ninth prince strode over, pointing at Lu Xing's seat, declaring without hesitation, "I shall sit here." Lu Xing glanced at him, smiling as he stood to offer the seat. However, as soon as the ninth prince settled down, Qingwan rose and took a seat beside Lu Xing. Distancing herself from him, the ninth prince's irritation flared further. "What are you doing? Are you dismissing me? Now that you have your Xuejian sister, why do you still need me, the exiled one?" Once again, the banter resumed. The ninth prince ground his teeth in frustration, realizing that had he known better, he would have simply slain Xia Xuejian at the dilapidated temple instead of concocting such an elaborate scheme, which ultimately led to his own downfall. Years of unblemished reputation were ruined in an instant, and it was too late for regrets. Too late indeed. Just moments ago, he had intended to kill her. And if one wished for evidence, they could inquire of Zhongyuan Yidianhong. The ninth prince pointed at Hong Hong, urging him to testify. All eyes turned sharply to Hong Hong, who quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "Not me, I didn't do it, I know nothing." His vehement denial was clear. Qingwan scrutinized the ninth prince, her lips twitching slightly. Indeed, a man's words are often laced with deceit. Even in such dire circumstances, he refused to acknowledge his own guilt. Was this akin to pulling up his trousers yet refusing to take responsibility? Poor protagonist, entangled with such a scoundrel. Sighing softly, Qingwan lamented, "Ninth prince, I am already a banished criminal. I can no longer assist you, so there is no need for theatrics. Right, Hong Hong?" Once more summoned, Hong Hong lowered his head, sipping tea in silence. Whether or not it was an act remained uncertain, yet the ninth prince's desire to eliminate Xia Xuejian was genuine. He had acted decisively, even more ruthlessly than one might expect. What a ruthless bunch of men, each more merciless than the last. The world outside was perilous indeed. Perhaps it would be wiser to return home. Having eaten their fill, the group prepared to rest, with Lu Cheng ordering the setting up of tents, finally allowing them a night free from the confines of their carriage. Lying within the tent, Qingwan felt a rare sense of appreciation for the old marquis's thoughtfulness. As she was about to drift into slumber, a shadow appeared at the entrance of her tent. Qingwan lifted the flap, peering outside to find Hong Hong sitting there. Unable to restrain herself, she poked his back and questioned, "Hong Hong, why are you sitting at my tent's entrance at this hour instead of sleeping?" "To protect you," he replied. Qingwan mused, "Should I trust you or question your intentions?" Had Hong Hong gradually slipped into the role of an infatuated admirer? It made sense, given the progression of events. If he harbored no affection for her, the narrative could not possibly continue. Yet, why did she suddenly feel a twinge of pity for him? To fall for someone who does not return home, waiting for a door that remains shut. At that moment, Hong Hong was wholly absorbed in observing the subtle movements of the surroundings, completely unaware that in Qingwan's eyes, he had become her devoted admirer. Meanwhile, Xia Xuejian did not leave the dilapidated temple with the others. Instead, she sought to kidnap the ninth prince, though her initial target had been Qingwan, a mistake that proved costly. Lu Cheng's decision not to detain her in the Ministry of Justice was, in itself, quite merciful. So what audacity did she possess to follow them? Of course, his reluctance was not born of kindness, but rather a desire to avoid escalating the situation. Kidnapping the ninth prince was a grave offense that could have far-reaching consequences. Moreover, the fact that the ninth prince was captured in such a desolate place while he remained in the capital was telling. It indicated he was always vigilant regarding the ninth prince's movements. Should the emperor become aware of this, with his suspicious nature, even if he refrained from punishment, it would create a crisis of trust. Especially given that this incident involved Qingwan. It was likely the emperor would suspect a connection between him and the Xiang family that was anything but amicable. Thus, it was better to avoid complications. Xia Xuejian departed the dilapidated temple, swiftly escorted back to the capital by the subordinates of the black-clad figures. She instructed her maid to relay a message to Hiyu. As since her return from the temple, a dull pain had persisted in her hand, seemingly migrating upwards, filling her with unease. Could it be that the ninth prince had poisoned her? However, after administering the Huaju needles to herself, there had been no effect. In fact, her vigorous application had only hastened the pain's ascent. Hiyu soon entered through the back door, checked her pulse, and examined her wounds, his expression darkening significantly. "What is it? A slow-acting poison?" Xia Xuejian, observing his demeanor, sensed something amiss. Yet Hiyu shook his head, his face pale, hesitating on whether to disclose the truth. Chapter 95. What is Xingmu's determination to resist? Xia Xuejian, anxious, had never seen He like this before. After much deliberation, He suddenly donned a nonchalant expression. It's nothing serious, merely some infectious toxin that could lead to illness, but since you have already used the Huaju needles, you are not in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Xia Xuejian finally felt her racing heart settle. Did you attempt to abduct Yi Qingwan today? He's abrupt remark caught her off guard. How do you know? She asked, her guard instantly up. I saw it. Xia Xuejian paused, then conceded, that's right. Was this injury inflicted by her?
No.
It was the ninth prince. The ninth prince? He was taken aback. How could that be? Wasn't he the male lead? The male lead sought to kill the female lead? How had the plot twisted to this extent? Was Xia Xuejian still the protagonist? And did Yi Qingwan know that Xia Xuejian's life hung by a thread? Yu's heart stirred. If Yi Qingwan were aware, would she choose to intervene? Yet, one could not fault the ninth prince. It was the sex incompetence that had led to such a significant blunder, and his anger was justified. Furthermore, he had promised her that once he ascended to the throne, he would grant her the position of empress. With this thought, a smile graced Xia Xuejian's face. This was undoubtedly the greatest gain of the day, and the beating she had endured was not in vain. He opened his mouth, yet the words remained unspoken. The allure of power truly has the capacity to transform a person beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the spies within the Xiang residence had relayed the details of Yi Qingwan's ordeal to the Xiang family patriarch, who, upon learning of the assassination attempt on his cherished daughter, was instantly consumed by rage. Have you ascertained the identity of the perpetrator? It appears to be individuals from the sect, as well as that little illegitimate daughter of the Xia family. The Xia family again. They have been quite audacious lately, with no tiger in the mountain. The monkeys reign supreme? Why are you all still standing around? If Lord Xia is so idle, don't you think it's time to find him something to occupy his mind? The steward promptly understood. Yes, my lord. Lu Cheng and the others departed at dawn the following day, during which Shihu quietly informed him of Xia Xuejian's injuries. Who did this? Lu Cheng inquired. Shihu shook his head. The scene had been chaotic, and it was difficult to discern who had attacked whom. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Cheng ruled out Yi Qingwan. She would never spare Xia Xuejian, even if it meant her own demise. Thus, she was eliminated from suspicion. This left only two possibilities, Nangong Muyun and Zhongyuan Yidianhong. It must be Nangong Muyun, he concluded. Why him, my lord? The weapon used is a concealed weapon typical of the Jianghu, making Zhongyuan Yidianhong a more likely candidate. Shihu protested, puzzled. Lu Qing chuckled as he explained, because Zhongyuan Yidianhong had no motive to strike. He had already orchestrated two separate incidents against Xia Xuejian, indicating he merely wished to teach her a lesson, not to kill her. However, the ninth prince. Recalling the ninth prince, both master and servant shared a hearty laugh. What a pitiful male lead. Yet, one could not deny that Nangong Muyun's attack was indeed ruthless. Such a vicious weapon was employed without a thought to spare Xia Xuejian's life. But wouldn't this twist make the story all the more intriguing? The destined female lead on the brink of death. How could the plot possibly unfold from here? His curiosity piqued. He wondered if Yi Qingwan, with her remarkable wit, could manage to salvage the female lead's fate. Xingmu had been in the capital for some time, and the matter of administering the medication was drawing to a close. Xingchen urged him to return to the sect. All right, prepare your belongings. We shall set off at first light tomorrow. Very well. Xingchen was delighted. She had feared that her senior brother would choose to remain in the capital indefinitely, which would have terrified her. However, just as she took a few steps, Xingmu called her back. Sixth junior sister. What do you think would happen if I were to tell the little junior sister that I wish to annul our engagement? Would she agree? Star Chun, frightened, instinctively recoiled, hastily retreating to cover his mouth. Senior brother, such words must not be uttered lightly. Who in the entire sect is unaware that you are to wed junior sister soon? Moreover, she has long regarded you as her future husband. To speak of canceling the engagement now, she would surely be driven to madness. I also do not wish to disappoint her. Yet my feelings for her are solely that of brotherly affection. Even if I were to marry her under duress, she would find no happiness. She ought to wed someone who loves and cherishes her wholeheartedly. Starchin found himself at a loss for words, while the sentiment was indeed accurate. She secretly wished that the one who would love and protect her with unwavering devotion was him. Observing her hesitation and indecision, Starmu remarked, Enough.
Immediately spoken, yes.
Consider it as though you have not heard it, and go about your business. Upon hearing this, Starchin let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean by consider it as though I have not heard? You shouldn't have said it at all. You nearly scared me to death. You should return first tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. Senior brother, you're not planning to flee, are you? Star Chen inquired cautiously. Star Mu shot her a glance, exuding a hint of exasperation. You truly are quite clever. With that, he closed the door to the room. As it turned out, Star Mu did not flee nor return to the sect, but instead journeyed southward in search of Yi Qingwan. He firmly believed that someone who was privy to all the plot developments would surely provide him with assistance. He did not wish to disappoint junior sister, nor betray the sect leader, yet he also longed to escape the confines of a life lived solely for others. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan was seated in a carriage, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, all the while murmuring, "Hong Hong, have we arrived in Jiangnan yet?"
Not yet.
"Oh, be sure to wake me when we do. I wish to see the ladies of Jiangnan." Hong Hong frowned. "You a woman, spend your days wandering brothels, and yet you speak of ladies incessantly, more lecherous than I."
A man.
"One might suspect you are a man yourself, or perhaps a seasoned rogue." The matter of the robbery had come to a close, albeit with less than satisfactory results, yet it concluded perfectly, as it facilitated a fortuitous encounter between the ninth prince and Xia Shui, propelling their relationship to new heights. What followed was her arrival at the place of exile, where the residence was falsely accused, leading to the imprisonment of over 100 family members. In the exile, she faced treachery, until finally, pushed to her limits, she was reborn from the ashes, returning as a formidable force. As the carriage swayed, Yi Qingwan drifted into slumber. But unexpectedly, the carriage came to a sudden halt, throwing her from her soft seat. "Hong Hong, do you even know how to drive this carriage? You've nearly killed me." Yi Qingwan grumbled, lifting the curtain of the carriage only to find that Hong Hong had vanished, and before her lay a block of ice. Gazing at the frigid visage before her, Yi Qingwan was momentarily stunned. Star Mu, what brings you here? Surely the protagonist hasn't he sent you to kill me? That would be quite the predicament." Chapter 96. Star Mu frame, Yi Qingwan to seek you. Star Mu wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Yi Qingwan forced a smile, her expression twisted. Star Mu, a true child of the martial world, speaks so bluntly, blunt enough to make one want to strike him. Furthermore, according to the original narrative, he should have returned to the sect by now. Why was he here, conversing with a mere exile? Her recent encounters with Star Mu had exceeded all her interactions in the entire novel. He certainly knew how to insert himself into the plot. "Dare I ask, Star Mu, what brings you to seek my assistance?" Star Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he settled down and took over Hong Hong's previous task, guiding the carriage onward. "I wish to cancel my engagement with junior sister. What do you think?" "What do I think?" "I think you're an utter fool. As a friend of Ning Qingqing, I firmly believe that a scoundrel such as yourself deserves to perish. Besides, you should not be asking for my opinion. You ought to seek the protagonist as thoughts instead. You must express your affections to her and unite with her to resist this arranged marriage." Star Mu chuckled. "Ning Qingqing and I are very good friends." The implication was clear. He should leave, as a mere man could not disrupt her friendship with a second female antagonist.
Dream on.
Star Mu turned to regard her, a knowing smile creeping across his face, before abruptly halting the carriage and pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Before Yi Qingwan could react, he declared loudly, "Yi Qingwan, I like you. I do not like Ning Qingqing. I wish to cancel my engagement with her to marry you." Yi Qingwan's mind reeled. "What the hell? Are you playing me for fool? What nonsense are you spouting? Let go of me, or I swear my father will have you castrated, you scoundrel." Yi Qingwan struggled, employing all her might, but Star Mu clung to her as if glued. "Good sir, I implore you, do not act thus. Your behavior may very well lead to my demise. You've completely thrown everything into disarray. I've just established a solid friendship with a second female antagonist, and your words might incite her wrath. If she hears what you just said, I would be done for. My life may not matter. But how will the plot unfold if I perish? Help! Is there anyone who can drag this madman away? Hey, deputy sect leader, you can say what you wish, but keep your hands to yourself." Hong Hong finally returned. Though she enjoyed the chaos unfolding in the plot, she could not allow Star Mu to take advantage of the situation. That would be most unkind. Only then did Star Mu release Yi Qingwan. Taking a seat across from her, a triumphant smile plastered on his face. Infuriated, Yi Qingwan raised her foot, ready to kick him. But Hong Hong pulled her back. Calm down, calm down. We cannot win this fight." Yi Qingwan lamented her misfortune. These male protagonists were increasingly unreliable. If she could salvage this situation, she would earn their respect as a true warrior. Frustrated, she struggled against Hong Hong's grasp. "He did this on purpose. He set me up." Star Mu, sword in hand, watched her flail about, a smirk on his face, as if to say, "Yes, I did set you up. Come at me if you dare. Weren't you and Ning Qingqing good friends? Don't you share everything? Let's see if you remain friends after this." With that, Star Mu departed. Leaving a distraught Yi Qingwan seated in the carriage. Hong Hong, do you think I should kill the one watching Star Mu? Is it too late?
On remained silent.
Likely it was too late. The sect relayed messages using carrier pigeons, and by now, the pigeons were probably already en route. Yi Qingwan felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She had sensed trouble the moment Star Mu made his premature appearance. As expected, the plot was now stalled, and she feared she might not see the dawn of tomorrow. What a disaster. If this mission were to fail, she was destined to be trapped in a cycle, unable to escape. What to do? Who would come to her rescue? Heaven above. She felt utterly defeated, devoid of even anxiety, sitting idly in the carriage awaiting Ning Qingqing's arrival. Sure enough, as dusk fell, Ning Qingqing appeared in her carriage, weary from a long day's journey. "Do not act rashly. Let us converse." Hong Hong positioned herself between the two. The atmosphere was tense. "Ning, allow me to explain. This situation is not as you perceive it. It is entirely a misunderstanding." Yi Qingwan carefully articulated her defense. She refrained from mentioning that Star Mu had gone mad, fearing that would only incite Ning Qingqing's anger further. She expected Ning Qingqing to lash out, or at the very least berate her. But to her surprise, Ning Qingqing bypassed Hong Hong and grasped Yi Qingwan's shoulder. "Oh, come now. Do you think I hold you in such low regard? Since I consider you a friend, I trust you completely."
Ah?
Yi Qingwan and Hong Hong exclaimed in unison. "Are you not angry? What is there to be angry about? I should be pleased." Ning Qingqing replied sincerely, her expression devoid of any trace of anger. Yi Qingwan was left utterly bewildered. How could she not be angry? Were the children of the martial world truly so magnanimous? However, the valiant Sir Xingmu, I know my elder brother all too well. If he truly cherished you, he would never so brazenly profess his affections. That would be akin to placing you on a spit to roast, wouldn't it? Indeed, it is rare for Yi Qingwan to encounter such a sensible, supporting character. It is enough to bring one to tears. His actions only serve to affirm that he does not harbor feelings for you. I hastened here overnight precisely to prevent you from overthinking and to put your mind at ease. Yi Qingwan felt a surge of emotion. This was her first encounter with Ning Qingqing, yet she opened her heart so freely. Overwhelmed, she embraced Ning Qingqing, exclaiming, "Rest assured, I, Yi Qingwan, vow that I shall never set my sights on Sir Xingmu." To her surprise, Ning Qingqing suddenly dimmed, saying, "It is permissible to pursue him. I am fully aware that my elder brother does not return my feelings. I have always known. I once believed that if I treated him well enough, he would eventually come to like me, but now it seems that emotions are indeed peculiar. One cannot sway the heart of someone who does not hold affection for them." Yi Qingwan released her, feeling a pang of sadness. Such a wonderful girl, and yet Xingmu, you great fool. How can you fail to cherish her? Then you do not intend to marry him? Of course I do. We are betrothed after all, and it is quite legitimate. My elder brother is the heir to the sect, cultivated with care by my father for over a decade. If I do not marry him, what will become of his father? What will happen to the sect? Yi Qingwan observed her, noting how she seemed so troubled yet forced herself to appear cheerful, causing her heart to ache. "Qingqing, perhaps you should consider loving someone else? I can manage the story of that dreadful novel on my own. After all, your presence merely accelerates the rift between Xingmu and the sect. This small favor, I, Niu Hulu Yi Qingwan, shall provide. I will diligently toil, while you happily marry and bear children." As chapter 97 unfolds, Yi Qingwan pondered how to persuade Qingqing to abandon the scoundrel Xingmu. Sutenli Ning Qingqing, with hands on her hips, erupted in fury, cursing, "You have no idea. That little wretch actually incited my elder brother to annul our engagement. Is she not deranged? My elder brother marrying me would secure the entire sect. If she truly cared for him, she would not incite a conflict between him and the sect." Yi Qingwan remained silent, contemplating the implications. If she did not instigate an annulment with Xingmu, how could he maintain control over the sect? Your father cannot allow a mere illegitimate daughter to manipulate matters, can he? Assisting her is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Moreover, I have come to know that she is the one who framed you, leading to your exile. Do not worry, I shall ensure you have your revenge. Ning Qingqing was determined to help her vent her frustrations as well. Such a friend is indeed a rare treasure. Ning Qingqing genuinely regarded her as a close confidant, treating her with utmost sincerity, and Yi Qingwan found herself quite fond of Ning Qingqing's forthright nature, her ability to love and hate passionately, and her rationality. Who could not adore such a gem? Yet, thinking of Ning Qingqing's fate filled Yi Qingwan with sorrow. This wretched tale fails to grant such a splendid girl a fitting conclusion. After mulling over her feelings for a considerable time, Yi Qingwan suddenly jolted herself awake with two sharp slaps to her cheeks. Awaken, awaken.
Ye Qingwan.
You must regain your composure. You are a malicious female antagonist. Your duty is to trouble everyone. How can you allow yourself to be soft-hearted? What was system? I do not wish for this, but she is Sister Qingqing. Qingqing, I must return to the sect before dawn. Otherwise, my father will discover my absence, and my elder brother will surely face consequences. Therefore, during this time, if my elder brother remains with you, please take care of him.
Ye Qingwan fronet.
Take care of him? That scoundrel? I would be fortunate to poison him instead. Yet Ning Qingqing remained oblivious to her ire, continuing, also, please relay to him that I will not force him to love me, but the matter of our engagement concerns the entire sect and his future. He cannot be so willful. Though Yi Qingwan felt quite displeased, she acquiesced. Rest assured, I shall convey your message. As for taking care of him, that shall be unnecessary. He is quite capable of handling himself. It would be a wonder if he took care of me instead. With Ning Qingqing entrusting Xingmu to Yi Qingwan, she hastened back to the sect. At this moment, Yi Qingwan found herself questioning her existence once more. This marked the third time since her exile that she had doubted the direction of her life. The path of exile was indeed fraught with obstacles. Though the storyline seemed to align, she felt something had shifted, as if both the protagonists and antagonists were subtly transforming. Strangely, no matter how they changed, the narrative ultimately remained intact. It was utterly confounding. She began to suspect whether the system was favoring her. Never mind. Let her vent for a moment and exchange her skill points. She was on the verge of ascending to the second tier of the Dugu 9 swords. Today's experience had taught her that a single tier of the Dugu 9 swords was utterly insufficient to contend with that scoundrel Xingmu. That foolish Xingmu, attempting to deceive me, seeking to use Qingqing's hand to eliminate me. Thankfully, Qingqing is wise and did not fall for his trickery, rushing overnight to comfort me. Otherwise, the plot would have unraveled completely at this point. And that shameless one actually hugging me? Does he not realize he is like a block of ice, both hard and cold? Thankfully, he did not make any excessive moves. Otherwise, I would have ensured he lost his teeth. As for anything else, I make no demands. I simply wish not to encounter that fool again on this path of exile. In comparison, I suddenly find Nangong Muyun rather handsome, yet alas, he is tainted. At this moment, Xingmu, having been thoroughly berated, was in a fit of rage. He had embraced Yi Qingwan, and yet his junior sister had not pursued her? Not only had she not pursued her, but she had also come rushing to comfort her? So, my junior sister, the one you love is not me, but Yi Qingwan? Why does this irk me so? While he was consumed by his frustrations, Yi Qingwan continued to lament her own circumstances. It seems I have had little screen time lately. Perhaps I should take a moment to rest. Oh, wait. I seem to recall that Hong Hong's home is nearby. He must not have returned in quite some time. Should I accompany him home to help him resolve his past troubles? After all, throughout this journey, it has been Hong Hong who has accompanied and protected me. Though I am a vicious female antagonist, I am not a heartless creature. Basic reciprocity is essential. And how could I allow such a delightful person to carry a burden throughout his life? Having completed her musings, the rewards were promptly bestowed upon her, allowing her to exchange for the second tier of the Dugu 9 swords, though she was unsure how many moves she could manage against Xingmu. Dealing with ordinary martial artists should pose no issue.
Hong Hong.
Yi Qingwan called out, receiving no response. She called again, Hong Hong? Only then did Hong Hong dash into the room, his cherubic cheeks flushed with an incongruous hue. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Your face is so red. Yi Qingwan naturally reached out to touch his forehead. You seem fine. Then why is your face so flushed? He must not be thinking of something strange. Upon her touch, Hong Hong's face burned even hotter, and he quickly dodged away, stammering, I'm fine, before retreating in haste. Wow. Yi Qingwan, you bold creature, openly declaring how adorable I am? And now you wish to accompany me home? Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? He pondered seriously, but what if she truly has feelings for me? What then? He contemplated for a moment, realizing there was nothing that could be done. If she liked him, then so be it. After all, he was quite handsome, and many girls admired him. If other girls could like him, why not Yi Qingwan? Exactly. With that conviction, He returned with renewed confidence, leaving Yi Qingwan utterly bewildered. What a peculiar fellow, she thought. Had he taken his medicine this morning? Dear sirs, we are nearing Jiangnan and the distance to my place of exile is not far. Shall we pause here for a couple of days? Yi Qingwan proposed to the two constables. They had traveled by horse-drawn carriage and horseback, and despite their efforts to proceed at a leisurely pace, they had nonetheless made considerable progress, arriving at least half the expected time ahead of schedule. Previously, they could have claimed to be accompanying the ninth prince, but he had hastened to Jiangnan days ago to oversee relief efforts, parting ways with them long ago. Their early arrival inevitably raised suspicions, and the two constables were troubled by this dilemma. Upon hearing Yi Qingwan's suggestion, they readily acquiesced, almost without a moment's thought. The more days we linger, the better. Otherwise, we shall find it difficult to justify our report. However, Miss Yi, you mustn't seize this opportunity to escape. Fear not. If I had wished to flee, I would have done so long ago, Yi Qingwan replied with a smile, as if to say they could never truly contain her. Upon hearing this, the two men felt entirely reassured. Given her remarkable journey, which included the esteemed Grand Tutor's daring rescue and the intervention of a skilled martial artist from the rivers and lakes, if she truly desired to leave, 10 of them would not suffice to impede her. After expressing her gratitude to them, Yi Qingwan turned to Hong Hong, saying, I have heard that the nearby villages are particularly picturesque. Let us go and explore. Is that so? I shall accompany you, Xingwu chimed in, having appeared from seemingly nowhere. Yi Qingwan felt a surge of exasperation. How is it that he always seemed to be around? Do not thwart my plans, she admonished internally. Though she dared not voice her irritation,